Chen Mu, a fourth-rank martial artist, died in a conspiracy but was unexpectedly reborn as an 80-year-old boy. He gained the demon's sovereign physique and a plundering system. With only 1 month left until the beast tide that claimed his father's life, he must rise from nothing and reverse his fate. In a small villa in Linhai City, sunlight streamed through the windows as the television broadcasted the news. At 6:15 yesterday, a new abyss was discovered 80 kilometers from Yin City. It has been secured by the Abyss Suppression Division and rated as Class 3 climbers were injured, but no fatalities occurred. Now, for a commercial break. For the best in martial arts training, look no further than Lanxiang in Haidong, Dragon Country. Chen Mu jolted awake, drenched in sweat, the fear of death still lingering in his mind. He looked around, his familiar room coming into view. A desk, twin blades, martial arts manuals, things that should have been long gone, but were now undeniably real. My home. Impossible, Chen Mu exclaimed in shock. I was swallowed by a sixth-rank beast. My home was destroyed during the beast tide. At the age of 8, Linhai City was devastated by a beast tide. His father, a general of the Abyss Suppression Division, died on the front lines, while Chen Mu survived in a shelter. When he emerged, everything was reduced to ruins. In his previous life, as the orphan son of a martyr, he joined the Abyss Suppression Division and accidentally uncovered the hidden truth behind his father's death. Just as he was about to investigate, he was set up and lured into a mission involving a third-rank beast, only to face a sixth-rank enemy. The sharp pain from pinching his thigh confirmed this wasn't a dream. I've been reborn. Overwhelmed with joy, Shen Mu quickly checked his smart wristband revival calendar. Year 124, June 3rd. Only 1 month until the beast tide. Should I issue a warning? He shook his head. Who would believe the words of an 80-year-old? Convince my father to flee. He shook his head again. A general of the Abyss Suppression Division cannot abandon his post, and he's too stubborn to listen. As he wrestled with his options, a sudden heat flared on the back of his hand. A mysterious black mark appeared, its intricate lines forming an enigmatic pattern. Activating, a translucent screen materialized out of thin air. The system's detailed analysis displayed. Innate demon sovereign physique. Sunrise body tempering technique transformed into lesser demon heaven body refinement art. Compatibility, 500. Steps of the void and shadow blade transformed into ghost step and phantom blade. Innate skill unlocked, soul refinement. Demon sovereign physique? But I was always righteous. Before he could finish, a surge of energy erupted within him like a volcano, coursing through his entire body. Each heartbeat brought a transformative change. Body tempering level 3. Body tempering level 4. Body tempering level 5. Body tempering level 8. Chen Mu trembled as if struck by lightning. Within mere moments, his cultivation surged from body tempering level 2 to level 8, reaching the level of a genius high school student. So, the low compatibility with the sunrise body tempering technique caused my energy stagnation. He quickly grasped the situation. Demon sovereign physique or not, as long as I can save my father, it's the righteous path. He reviewed the details of his new technique. Lesser demon heaven body refinement art. Absorbs the life force of nearby beings. Can only plunder life force from beings of equal or higher energy levels. He then checked his status panel. Cultivation, body tempering level 8. Technique, lesser demon heaven body refinement art. Combat skills, ghost step beginner, phantom blade beginner. Innate skill, soul refinement. Kill points, 0. Absorbing life force to accumulate kill points. Determination flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. If I can reach the 5th rank within a month, he'll be strong enough to face the main threats of the beast tide. He jumped out of bed, discarded his pajamas, and began searching for his gear. His goal was clear the abyss. It was teeming with endless beasts, the perfect training ground. Just wait, this beast tide won't be a nightmare anymore. It'll be my personal feast. The abyss, a mysterious phenomenon that appeared on Blue Star over a century ago, resembles massive, bottomless cracks leading deep into the earth. Each abyss is a unique microcosm, extending thousands or even tens of thousands of meters underground, inhabited by countless ferocious beasts ready to attack humanity at any moment. Their emergence has altered the world entirely, and to this day, their origin remains an enigma. Surrounding Linhai City are 3 abysses, LH1, LH2, and LH3. The first abyss is classified as a level danger zone, inhabited by beasts of only the 1st to 3rd tiers, making it a training ground for martial artists and students of martial arts academies. The second abyss is a clevel zone, with the most powerful beasts reaching the 4th tier. As for the third abyss, exploration is still ongoing. Chen Mu's father, Chun Lingfeng, is stationed there, dedicating himself to daily missions of clearing and pioneering the area. No one could have predicted that just a month later, a 4th abyss would appear on the outskirts of Linhai City, nearly bringing the entire city to the brink of destruction. At this moment, Chen Mu stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his gear. The 80-year-old boy frowned, his eyes falling on the practice toy knife leaning against the wall. While its weight and balance were decent, it lacked a sharp edge and hardness, making it unsuitable for real combat. His father's training room housed numerous finely crafted weapons, but the oversized blades, taller than himself, would likely end up swinging him rather than the other way around. Let's just head to the abyss first, Chen Mu thought to himself. There are shops from major merchants near the abyss entrances. I just hope I have enough pocket money to buy a decent blade. Scratching his cheek, a bold idea popped into his mind. If worst comes to worst, he'll just sneak out a few pieces of Dad's equipment to trade. Just as Chen Mu grabbed the doorknob, ready to slip out of the house, a gentle yet firm voice called out from behind him. Young master, where are you off to? Chen Mu froze. He had completely forgotten about the old man's presence. Turning around, he was met with the kindly smile of Zhao Zhong, the family's elderly butler. With his father away at the abyss for extended periods, Zhao Zhong had taken on the responsibility of overseeing Chen Mu's daily life. Uncle Zhong, I'm just going out for a walk, Chen Mu replied with an awkward grin. Zhao Zhong's gaze swept over the boy's bulging backpack, and he sighed inwardly. As the son of a high-ranking abyss commander, Chen Mu lived a life no different from ordinary children. This was a deliberate choice by Chun Lingfeng, who didn't want his son to grow into a spoiled and entitled heir. If the young master wants to go out, let me accompany you. Ahaha. On second thought, I don't feel like going out anymore, Chen Mu muttered, slumping his shoulders and trudging back reluctantly. He understood Uncle Zhong's good intentions in a world dominated by martial artists. Public safety was already precarious, let alone for an 80-year-old, privileged child like himself. Zhao Zhong would never allow him to venture out alone, much less approach the dangerous abyss. However, just as Chen Mu passed by Zhao Zhong, he stopped in his tracks, lifting his innocent face and gazing up at Zhao Zhong with his big, watery eyes. Uncle Zhong, my shoelace is untied. Could you help me tie it? Zhao Zhong paused for a moment, looking at the mischievous young master he was so familiar with, and couldn't help but smile. Shaking his head, he bent down to help. Just at that moment, the sharp crackle of electricity suddenly filled the air. Sorry, Uncle Zhong. Chen Mu's words were cut off as Zhao Zhong, completely unfazed, slowly lifted his head with a puzzled expression, staring at the stun gun in Chen Mu's hand. An awkward silence lingered between them. Chen Mu swallowed nervously and asked, May I ask, what tier are you? Tier 2. Zhao Zhong replied honestly, still not understanding why the young master had attacked him. No wonder the voltage isn't high enough. Chen Mu swiftly adjusted the settings and raised the stun gun again with lightning speed. Zzz. With another sharp crackle, Zhao Zhong's body trembled before finally collapsing to the ground. Sorry, Uncle Zhong, but I have to leave today. Chen Mu glanced at the now-disabled Mi-80 Defender stun gun in his hand, silently thanking Chen Lingfeng for equipping him with this self-defense tool. Although the high-frequency output could knock out a Tier 2 warrior, it wouldn't cause any lasting harm to their resilient physique. He quickly returned to his room and carefully wrapped the old butler from head to toe in a small blanket from the bed. As he turned to leave, his gaze unintentionally landed on a sunlit photograph by the entryway. In the photo, a 6- or 7-year-old version of himself was clumsily holding a knife, mimicking a stance, while a middle-aged man with a radiant smile stood behind him. The sunlight cast a golden glow around the man's figure. Father, wait for me. Chen Mu took one last, resolute look at the photo, determination flashing in his eyes, and strode out the door. The entrance to the LH1 abyss was bustling with activity. Various shops surrounded the central abyss elevator in neat rows. Groups of warriors came and went, some stopping to restock supplies, others selling materials and ores they had retrieved from the abyss. Chen Mu made his way through the crowd with ease and approached the Mad Cat Trading Company. Standing on tiptoe, he knocked on the counter. Hello, I'm here to buy something. Behind the counter, a black-haired woman was yawning. She casually handed over a tablet, but when she looked down and saw the small boy barely tall enough to peek over the counter, her eyes curved into crescents with a smile. What an adorable little kid. Hey, little guy, where are your parents? The abyss isn't a place for children. Is it against the rules for minors to buy things? Chen Mu rolled his eyes and took the tablet, quickly scrolling through the inventory. He soon selected 2 Aurora alloy twin blades crafted from a fusion of abyssal Aurora minerals and terrestrial metals. These weapons combined rigidity and flexibility, making them top tier among mass-produced gear. He also picked out a high-capacity storage bracelet and some essential supplies. That's all, he said. The black-haired woman's smile grew even sweeter as she noted that he had chosen only the best items in stock. That'll be 24.8 million. Are your parents nearby? No need. Charge it to this card. Chen Mu casually placed a black card on the counter. It was a card he had taken from Zhao Zhong, typically used for the family's daily expenses, with a high credit limit and a password set to his birthday. Under the astonished gaze of the woman, Chen Mu left the shop, gently touching the storage bracelet on his wrist. He looked ahead at the massive circular structure in the distance and took a deep breath. Abyss, here I come. After paying the entrance fee, Chen Mu stepped onto the subterranean elevator, descending slowly into the depths below. The metallic elevator continued its descent through a dark shaft, where even the faintest light could not penetrate. Gradually, the surroundings became clearer as countless tiny aurora minerals embedded in the stone walls began to shimmer with a soft blue glow, resembling stars scattered across a night sky. The elevator picked up speed, and as Chen Mu peered through the metal grating, the outline of a small military base came into view. This garrison of the Abyss Suppression Forces was modest in size, as the danger level of the LH-1 Abyss was relatively low. Their primary responsibility was to prevent demonic beasts from escaping the Abyss, and they maintained a policy of non-interference concerning internal conflicts within it. In this 200-meter-deep underground world, strength was the sole rule that dictated survival. The elevator came to a steady stop in a spacious plaza. Among the crowd, an 80-year-old boy, barely reaching the waist of an average adult, stood out conspicuously. Chen Mu's expression was calm, his steps steady, a stark contrast to his peers who required the company of elders or even the protection of heavily armed bodyguards. His composure surpassed not only that of other children, but even many adults visiting the Abyss for the first time. Under the astonished, curious, and disdainful gazes of onlookers, Chen Mu flipped his hands, and two straight blades appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, he sprinted in a chosen direction, his figure vanishing quickly from sight. The plaza soon erupted in murmurs. What kind of irresponsible parents would send their child into the Abyss alone? That's practically a death sentence. Didn't you see how calm he was? This can't be his first time here. He's wielding dual blades made of aurora alloy. Those don't come cheap. Maybe he's a prodigy from some powerful family. Come on, at his age, even a prodigy wouldn't be beyond the third stage of body refinement. The weakest demonic beasts in the Abyss are first years just courting death. The crowd's expressions varied. Some were gloating, some were worried, but most simply chose indifference. In this life-and-death abyss, who had the time to care about the fate of others? However, there was an exception. A blonde-haired young man watched thoughtfully in the direction Chen Mu had disappeared. After a moment, he turned and headed toward the elevator. In truth, Chen Mu was no stranger to this place. In his past life, he had treated the LH-1 Abyss as his personal backyard. Now, he moved deftly through the dense forest, seemingly taking random turns and detours, but in reality, he was precisely avoiding all the areas where demonic beasts congregated. With his current 8-stage body refinement level and 2 entry-level combat techniques, he could manage an unknown fight with a first-tier demonic beast. However, groups of low-tier beasts were a danger he had to steer clear of. Eventually, Chen Mu slowed his pace as he approached a desolate hillside. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and stopped in front of a massive boulder. After observing it closely for a moment, he murmured softly, "This is it. I've found the place." There weren't many demonic beasts in this area, and minerals were extremely scarce, so it was rare for warriors to venture here. Chen Mu stood atop the mountain, his gaze focused. He vividly remembered that within the mountain, just a dozen meters below his feet, lay a massive beast lair. Inside, over 100 first-order demonic beasts, white ghost spiders, were lurking. This was a secret he had accidentally discovered in his previous life, a secret that had nearly cost him his life in the spider nest. At this moment, Chen Mu was preparing to cultivate the lesser demon heaven body refining technique here. According to the technique's description, as long as other living beings were around, he could absorb their blood energy. Although he wasn't certain if it would work over a distance of more than 10 meters, he had no other choice but to try. He quickly found a flat, open space and sat cross-legged. As he began to activate the technique, a fleeting black rune appeared beneath him, and the air within a 5-meter radius grew hazy. At that moment, Chen Mu felt it. Around 30 strands of blood energy surged up from underground, like invisible threads, merging into his body. He could clearly sense these energies strengthening him. Meanwhile, the 30 or so white ghost spiders in the lair became restless and agitated. Their blood energy was inexplicably draining away, but with their limited intelligence, they couldn't comprehend what was happening. It really works, Chen Mu thought with delight. Even though it only affected 30 demonic beasts, it was already sufficient. What excited him even more was that he realized the more demonic beasts the technique encompassed, the faster his cultivation would progress. This meant that, theoretically, as long as there were enough demonic beasts, his cultivation speed would have no limit. Suppressing the surge of excitement in his heart, Chen Mu focused on operating the technique. "Little spiders, consider this payback for what you'll do to me 10 years from now," he chuckled inwardly. Time flowed quietly as he cultivated. In the abyss, there was no distinction between day and night. The dome above shimmered with auroras like flowing ribbons, radiating a breathtaking glow. When the system notified him, "You have advanced to the early stage of First-Order Warrior," Chen Mu abruptly opened his eyes. His heart pounded violently, blood coursing through his veins, and every fiber of his being underwent a remarkable transformation. Intense pain swept through his body, and sweat poured from his forehead. He immediately regulated his breathing, calmed his mind, and waited for his body to adapt to the surge of power. Once the pain subsided, Chen Mu opened his eyes again. The world appeared incredibly vivid to him, as if a nearsighted person had suddenly put on glasses. Not only was his vision enhanced, but all his other senses were significantly sharpened. No wonder one could only be called a true warrior upon reaching the first order. It was indeed a qualitative leap. He stood up and stretched, his joints cracking audibly. Though his childlike height of 1.4 meters remained unchanged, his strength and control over his body had improved drastically. Checking his personal status panel, Chen Mu confirmed his current state. Realm, early stage of first order warrior. Cultivation technique, lesser demon heaven body, refining technique. Combat techniques, ghost step beginner, ghost blade beginner. Innate skill, soul refinement. Kill points, 0. A warrior with just a realm and no combat capability is nothing more than a punching bag. Chen Mu muttered, gripping the twin blades on his back tightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. It's time to earn kill points and enhance my combat techniques. Not far away, behind a small hill, 3 figures were secretly watching everything unfold. Brother Hu, that's the kid I told you about. Look at those 2 blades of hishes of fat sheep ripe for the taking, whispered a yellow-haired youth, the same one who had returned to the abyss elevator earlier at the plaza. Looks like this is the highest aurora or content in the series. The green-haired man muttered, his eyes locked on the dual blades in Chen Mu's hands, greed written all over his face. Third brother, how did you spot this kid? He asked. I was out mining today. As soon as I left the square, I saw this kid all alone, no elders or anyone with him. I immediately ran back to get you guys, the third brother said, puffing out his chest with pride. Pretty loyal of me, right? Of course. Same old rule, brother, who gets half, and we split the rest 50-50. Absolutely. Even 2.5% means at least 2 million. That's enough for a chi and blood pill. The green-haired man replied excitedly. The 2 underlings were busy calculating their haul when the red-haired man, leading them, smacked both of them on the back of their heads. Idiots, he hissed, lowering his voice. Is that all you can see? Look at what he's wearing on his wrist. That's the real jackpot. The 2 rubbed their heads, too scared to respond. Brother Hu, being the only one among them who had reached the peak of the first stage, could easily overpower his 2 early-stage subordinates alone. The green-haired man finally shifted his gaze from the dual blades to Chen Mu's wrist, nearly gasping aloud. A storage bracelet? And it's the largest capacity one. All 3 swallowed hard in unison. The bracelet alone was worth as much as the dual blades, possibly more. Who knows how many treasures were stored inside, judging by Chen Mu's demeanor. The yellow-haired man reached for the dagger at his waist. What are we waiting for? Let's take him down. To him, a single child against 3 first-stage martial artists was no different than a fish on the chopping block. Hold on. Brother Hu stopped him. These rich kids who go out for training might seem alone on the surface, but you never know how many bodyguards are hiding in the shadows. They call this immersive training. The moment you make a move, guards could pop out from the trees, the grass, or even the ground. This is a big score, so we have to play it safe. First, we confirm if he has any backup. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, Chen Mu stood before a stone wall concealed by thick vines. Towering trees surrounded the area, their dense branches and leaves casting deep shadows. He pushed aside the heavy vines, revealing a hidden, moss-covered crevice. This was the entrance to the white ghost spider's lair. Gripping his dual blades tightly, he stepped inside without hesitation. The white ghost spider, a first-stage demonic beast, excelled in both speed and strength. Its legs, head, and body were highly resistant to attacks. Its only weakness was its poorly defended abdomen. However, having lived in darkness for so long, its vision had degenerated, leaving it reliant on its hearing and web vibrations to detect prey. For ordinary first-stage martial artists, such an opponent would indeed be a nightmare. Even knowing the abdomen was its weak point, no beast would willingly expose its belly. But for Chen Mu, this white ghost spider was practically a gift. The reason was simple. It lay in the 2 unique combat techniques he had mastered. Ghost Step, though only at an introductory level, matches the speed of ordinary techniques and showcases one of its unique traits: silent movement. Similarly, Ghost Blade, even at the beginner stage, can deliver silent strikes. Against the white ghost spider, which relies solely on hearing and touch, these abilities become a deadly advantage. Chen Mu carefully advanced through the dark cave, holding a luminous stone in his hand. The faint orange glow barely illuminated his surroundings, while the occasional rustling noises behind him kept his nerves taut. Suddenly, he halted abruptly. A nearly invisible white silk thread stretched across his path, just 2 centimeters from his nose, faintly visible under the dim orange light. Gotcha! A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chen Mu's lips as he quickly fastened the luminous stone to his waist. Reaching out, he lightly flicked the spider silk and immediately activated Ghost Step, darting silently into a corner 10 meters away. He held his breath and slowed his heartbeat to a minimum. In the next moment, a chilling rustling sound rapidly approached. A massive white spider over 2 meters tall burst into view, its 8 spiny legs supporting a terrifying body. On its abdomen was a grotesque black ghost face, both crying and laughing, adding to its eerie appearance. It raised its front limbs, baring its fangs as it eagerly searched for any movement nearby. The white ghost spider maintained its attack posture for over 10 seconds, but soon grew impatient. Confused, it began turning in circles, first clockwise, then counterclockwise, resembling a clumsy giant unable to find its target. Hidden in the shadows, Chen Mu stifled a laugh. While the beast's physical prowess was formidable, its intelligence left much to be desired. After another 10 minutes of inspecting the silk thread, the white ghost spider finally gave up and started retreating deeper into the cave. This was the moment Chen Mu had been waiting for. The spider's massive, swaying abdomen was right in front of him, a perfect, glaring target. With a light step, he silently darted forward. As he neared the spider's abdomen, he leaned back, sliding deftly beneath its body. Gripping his blade with both hands, he slashed down fiercely. With a sickening squelch, the sharp blade carved a cross-shaped wound into the spider's vulnerable abdomen, spraying foul green ichor everywhere. The white ghost spider let out a piercing screech before collapsing to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Killing a Tier 1 beast. Kill points 150. Chen Mu efficiently wiped the filth from his blade and swiftly darted toward another fork in the cave. The spider's dying screech would undoubtedly attract its companions. This place was no longer safe. As the hunt continued, Chen Mu grew increasingly adept. From initially waiting passively to creating opportunities proactively, he eventually reached a point where he could deliver a fatal strike the moment a white ghost spider appeared. The only limitation was encountering multiple spiders simultaneously, which would force him to retreat. Nevertheless, his kill points steadily accumulated, finally reaching 1,800. In a safe corner of the cave, Chen Mu pondered over the soul refinement function displayed on his interface. Despite slaying so many beasts, none of their souls seemed usable. Perhaps this ability only worked on human souls. The purpose of soul strength, however, remained a mystery for now. He'll put that question aside for the time being, Chen Mu muttered, shifting his focus to his two combat techniques, Ghost Step and Ghost Blade. One specialized in defense, the other in offense. The choice was obvious. His countless near-death experiences in his previous life had taught him one thing. Survival was the foundation of everything. Thus, for now, the priority was clear kill and upgrade Ghost Step. In the grass outside the cave, three figures had been lying in wait for nearly an hour. Huang Mao, bored out of his mind, chewed on a piece of dry grass, his gaze darting back and forth between the cave entrance and their leader. Finally, unable to hold back his impatience, he whispered to Huang Mao, "Brother Hu, it's been almost an hour, and we haven't even seen a shadow of a guard. I bet that kid came here alone." Lu Mao quickly chimed in. "Yeah, boss, if we keep waiting like this, that kid might slip out through another exit." Emboldened by his companion's support, Huang Mao added, "I'm telling you, we should have just acted earlier." "Shut up," Huang Mao snapped, cutting him off. "This is called strategy." Though he scolded his men, his own confidence wavered. The boy's noble bearing didn't suggest someone who'd travel without protection. Could he really have come to Earth Abyss alone to explore? Huang Mao couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed, having wasted so much energy overthinking the boy's potential backup. But as the leader, he had to maintain his authority. After scanning the surroundings with a feigned calmness, he said in a low voice, "The time has come. Let's go in." Before his words fully landed, Huang Mao and Lu Mao darted into the cave like arrows released from a bowstring. It wasn't long before the three of them stumbled upon the remains of the first white ghost spider. Though only fragments of its body remained, its distinctive features were unmistakable. "Boss, is this a white ghost spider?" The two lackeys' eyes lit up. "That's right," Huang Mao replied, equally surprised. "This is an unexpected bonus. All thanks to your brilliant strategy, boss." Huang Mao whispered in flattery. If we'd acted earlier, would never have discovered this treasure trove. The three of them were well aware of the value of white ghost spider silk. It wasn't just durable and versatile, but also had temperature-regulating properties, making it a premium material for high-end clothing. Due to the spider's rarity, its silk was perpetually in short supply on the market, fetching exorbitant prices. "Brother Hu, should we?" "Not yet," Huang Mao interrupted. "Let's deal with the kid first." As the leader, his vision extended far beyond the spider's silk. A boy who could take down a Tier 1 beast on his own? There could only be one explanation: must be carrying some kind of rare artifact. That would be far more valuable than a few strands of spider silk, perhaps even enough to change their fortunes overnight. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Huang Mao's eyes. "Today's the day I, Chi Hu, seize my chance." "Well, follow you, boss. Strategy forever." The two lackeys were now brimming with admiration for their leader. "Be careful not to touch the spider's silk," Huang Mao warned softly, then led the way deeper into the cave. Along the path, the scattered remains of beasts served as a trail, guiding them closer to their target. Meanwhile, lines of information flickered across the screen as Chen Mu's kill points rapidly dwindled from 1,800. He spent 700 points to upgrade Ghost Step to proficient, and another 1,000 points to push it to mastery, leaving him with only 100 kill points remaining. In just a minute, countless memories of practicing Ghost Step surged into Chen Mu's mind. It felt as though he had truly undergone months of grueling training, practicing repeatedly in places shrouded in dense energy like cemeteries and desolate graves in the wilderness. He even vividly recalled the stormy night when he broke through to mastery. These memories were so vivid that they had already solidified into deep muscle memory. Chen Mu stood up and moved his foot slightly. In an instant, his figure vanished from his original spot and reappeared 10 meters away in the corner. At that moment, he could clearly sense every muscle and nerve in his body responding seamlessly, enabling him to execute Ghost Step to perfection with just a single thought. Compared to the beginner level, the mastery level of Ghost Step not only increased his speed several-fold, but also introduced unpredictable and erratic movement patterns. Combined with its silent nature, when fully utilized, it rendered his movements as elusive as a ghost, making him nearly impossible to track. With such a technique, he could confidently handle 3 white ghost spiders simultaneously and even retreat unscathed if faced with 10. Just as Chen Mu was about to search for the white ghost spiders, his keen hearing picked up the sound of footsteps. In the labyrinthine spider nest, encountering others suddenly, it seemed fate was playing tricks on him. Sure enough, 3 figures darted out from the rear corner. It was the trio of red, yellow, and green. They had been relentlessly tracking him, enduring several grueling battles with the white ghost spiders along the way, yet they refused to give up. Kid, we finally found you. Green hair, carrying a massive broadsword weighing over 100 pounds, might have looked imposing if not for the green, foul-smelling liquid splattered all over him. Yellow hair, while stuffing replenishing pills into his mouth, threatened, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the storage wristband, and I'll spare your pathetic life." Meanwhile, red hair cautiously observed Chen Mu, clearly searching for the rumored treasure. Chen Mu's gaze swept across their faces before he couldn't help but speak up. "Are you guys a traffic light?" The comment was like a spark to a fuse. The trio froze for a moment. Then realization dawned on their faces, quickly followed by rage. "You little brat. You're looking for death." A furious roar erupted. "You little bastard. You're asking for death." Before the words even finished, the green-haired man swung his massive blade with a sharp motion, the ground beneath his feet shattering instantly. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball, the blade glinting faintly with a golden hue, and the force of his blood energy swirling around him made him appear overwhelmingly menacing. Though his opponent was merely a child, he unleashed his most lethal attack, clearly driven to the brink of fury. The yellow-haired man swiftly drew his twin daggers, a twisted grin forming at the corner of his mouth. "Careful, second brother. Don't damage the storage ring," he sneered. As he spoke, his figure blurred, circling around from the side to block Chen Mu's escape. However, in his mind, this was entirely unnecessary under the oppressive force of their combined blood energy. A mere child at the body tempering stage wouldn't even be able to move. The red-haired man remained motionless where he stood, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Mu's every move. Among the 3, he was the most cautious and knew well the folly of acting recklessly. Still, letting these 2 fools test the waters worked just as well. If they died, so be it. The treasure was in hand. They wouldn't be spared either. In this dog-eat-dog world, where robbing and killing were the norm, he had never hesitated when it came to eliminating threats. In the blink of an eye, the green-haired man reached Chen Mu. His massive blade rose high, slicing downward with a piercing whistle straight for Chen Mu's head. A glint of cruelty flashed through his eyes, showing no mercy despite the youth of his target. Bang! The blade passed through Chen Mu's body, but it felt like cutting through air, leaving no resistance. It crashed heavily into the ground, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. A shadow? Impossible. The green-haired man's pupils constricted. At Chen Mu's age, even if he specialized in movement techniques, without a corresponding cultivation level, such speed was unachievable. Could this kid already be at the first tier? That was absurd. Among the 3, the yellow-haired man prided himself most on speed. His mastery of basic movement techniques was near perfection, only a step away from completion. Yet, Chen Mu's speed just now left him in the dust. This meant the boy's movement technique had already reached mastery. Unlike cultivation levels, combat techniques required relentless honing in real battles, improving one move at a time, not something that could be quickly enhanced by consuming pills. On the right wall. "Don't let him escape," the yellow-haired man called out urgently. On the rough cliffside, Chen Mu's figure flickered faintly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Escape? I'm about to send you flying." Before his voice faded, he shifted his grip on his blade and lightly pushed off the wall with his legs. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage streaking past the 2 men, trailing a dark flash. Flash! 2 heads flew into the air, blood gushing like a fountain. The headless bodies stood stiffly for a moment before collapsing with a heavy thud. Killed 2 Tier 1 warriors. Kill points 300. Chen Mu flicked his blade, sending a line of blood splattering away, though his face showed a hint of exasperation. Being short is such a pain. I even have to jump off walls to reach their heads. What a hassle. Unexpectedly, upon his rebirth, his first concern turned out to be his height. Ha ha ha, good. Well done. The red-haired tiger laughed maniacally, waving one hand to summon a long spear out of thin air. He twirled the spear effortlessly, slamming its tip heavily into the ground, creating several web-like cracks. So it's a speed-enhancing artifact. If it were an offensive one, I'd have to think twice. Ha ha ha. Too bad for you, you had the misfortune of running into me. Before the red-haired man could finish his sentence, Chen Mu's figure ghosted forward like a wraith. His twin blades, glowing with a cold, eerie blue light, aimed directly at the vulnerable area between the man's legs. Enough with the nonsense, Chen Mu said, his tone so calm it bordered on icy indifference. Damn it, what a shameless move. The red-haired man hurriedly retreated, punching out to summon a human-sized circular light shield. Clang. The twin blades collided with the shield, sparks flying everywhere. Yet the shield remained unscathed. The immense recoil surged through Chen Mu's arms, but his expression stayed unchanged. He knew full well that as a leader, his opponent would undoubtedly possess true skill. The red-haired man dropped his banter and stayed behind the light shield, thrusting his spear forward like a venomous snake. The sharp, menacing strikes made Chen Mu quickly assess. Though his opponent hadn't reached the second tier of cultivation, he was only a hair's breadth away. What followed was an intense exchange of blows, as relentless as a storm. After over a dozen clashes, the light shield dimmed ever so slightly. While Chen Mu's movements were unpredictable, the red-haired man's peak first-tier perception was razor-sharp, allowing him to block each attack just in time. However, his spear was equally ineffective against Chen Mu. After a prolonged battle, both were visibly winded. Hey, kid, stop wasting your energy. My shield can withstand a second-tier strike. Why don't you just give up? I'll make it quick for you. The red-haired man gripped his spear with one hand, sweat streaming into his eyes, but he dared not wipe it away. His other hand remained ready to summon the light shield at a moment's notice. Chen Mu's chest heaved as he caught his breath, his mind formulating a plan. The light shield was undeniably formidable in defense, but could only be deployed in one direction. Even if he attacked from behind, the red-haired man could swiftly turn to block. But what if he were attacked from both sides simultaneously? Then, how about trying this move? Before his words fully landed, Chen Mu released one of his straight blades, kicking its handle with precision. Clang! The blade shot forward like a cannonball, kicking up a trail of dust as it hurtled toward the red-haired man's face. The red-haired man instinctively raised his shield to block, only to find that Chen Mu's figure had already vanished. A sudden chill from behind made his heart sink. Not bad, you've got some tricks. Gritting his teeth, the red-haired man hurled his spear, intercepting the incoming blade. He then spun around, shield at the ready. But what met his eyes was another straight blade hurtling toward him. Chen Mu was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, the thought barely crossed his mind before it was too late. Chen Mu had leaped into the air behind him, seizing the blade that had been deflected earlier and slashing down without hesitation. Chen Mu paused for a moment, a system notification flashing before his eyes. Killed a Tier 1 martial artist, gained 200 kill points. He looked thoughtfully at the corpse lying on the ground, recalling the 250 kill points he had received earlier for slaying the red-haired man. It seems that kill points are not only tied to the overall realm, but also depend on the actual level of cultivation. Quite a detailed design. He quickly crouched down and deftly searched the three corpses for valuables. Once the last piece of equipment was stored in his spatial ring, Chen Mu's gaze shifted to the area above the now bare bodies. There, three hazy, faintly black human-shaped figures hovered, flickering in and out of sight the legendary souls. Finally, I can test soul refinement. Chen Mu took a deep breath, his fingers moving rapidly to form a peculiar seal. Refine, he whispered. In an instant, the air around him stilled, and the temperature dropped noticeably. The three souls quivered as if stirred by an invisible wind, rippling for a moment before turning into wisps of smoke and merging directly into Chen Mu's body. The system chimed in timely. Your soul has slightly strengthened. A refreshing sensation surged into his mind, circulating through his sea of consciousness before settling between his brows. For a moment, Chen Mu felt an unprecedented clarity in his thoughts, as if past puzzles could now be solved effortlessly. When he slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting blood-red glint flashed across them. So this is soul strength, he murmured, deep in thought. It seems to enhance resistance against mental attacks, but I feel like this is just the beginning. Just then, a chilling rustle echoed from all directions. White ghost spiders, and quite a few of them. Although Chen Mu had previously cleared this area, the sounds of his recent battle had evidently drawn new predators. Standing up, he dusted himself off and casually popped a few chi-replenishing pills into his mouth. He chuckled as he glanced around. Perfect. Let's see how many I can handle on my own. 1, 2, 3. Before long, 15 white ghost spiders had filled the cave, leaving no room to spare. Their sharp front limbs were raised menacingly, reflecting a cold gleam in the dim light like glow sticks held aloft by an overenthusiastic crowd. At the center of the encirclement, the smile on Chen Mu's face gradually froze. Time to go. Without hesitation, he activated his ghost step at full power. Run! Meanwhile, in the coastal city center, inside the Chen family's small villa, Auntie Li had just returned from grocery shopping. The moment she stepped through the door, she was so startled by the scene before her that she dropped everything, eggs shattered on the floor. The old housekeeper, Zhao Zhong, lay motionless on the ground, wrapped head to toe in a small blanket like a corpse. Forgetting her spilled groceries, she rushed over in a panic. After confirming that he was still breathing and had a pulse, Auntie Li heaved a sigh of relief but remained anxious. She called out urgently, "Old Zhao? Old Zhao? Zhao Zhong." When he didn't respond, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Zhao Zhong jolted awake, ignoring the stinging pain on his cheek. He immediately checked his smart wristband. Auntie Li, seeing him awake, collapsed onto the floor in relief, clutching her chest. "Oh my, you scared me to death. I thought you were gone for good." Zhao Zhong's fingers trembled as he tapped repeatedly on the wristband. Suddenly, his face turned deathly pale. "It's over. It's all over. I might actually be dying soon," he muttered to himself, staring at the last location displayed on the screen: entrance to Abyss Zone, LH1. Since the Abyss operated on an independent network system, finding Chen Mu's exact position would require entering the Abyss itself. But one thing was clear, the young master had gone inside. Zhao Zhong stood at the entrance of the Abyss, his hands trembling slightly. To him, the Chen family was everything, especially Chen Mu's father, Chen Lingfeng, who had grown up right under his watch. And now, the only remaining heir of the Chen family had gone missing under his care. Thinking about the dangers lurking in the Abyss, a place where even third and fourth-tier warriors struggled to survive, Zhao Zhong felt his heart nearly stop. He stomped his foot fiercely and, without hesitation, turned to rush out. I must find the young master. Nothing can happen to him. Meanwhile, deep within the white ghost spider's nest, Chen Mu sat cross-legged in a sheltered corner, popping energy-replenishing pills into his mouth while staring intently at the information panel before him. Slaughter points, 15,150. A look of sheer delight appeared on his small face. Ever since his ghost step skill reached mastery, he had become an unstoppable force in this cavern, almost like a harvesting machine. The white ghost spiders had been nearly wiped out by him. Rubbing his small hands together, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, I've saved up enough slaughter points. It's time for something big. Slaughter, ghost step, ghost shadow blade, max them all out for me. His childlike voice, combined with the sinister grin on his youthful face, created an unsettling contrast. A system notification popped up. Current slaughter points, 15,150. Commencing upgrade for the skill ghost step. The scene shifted, and the system began simulating a training scenario. While conscious, you experienced a slight increase in comprehension. Previously, you believed you had identified a breakthrough in your training, yet months of grueling practice yielded little progress. Ultimately, you returned to that familiar solitary grave, meditating and reflecting day after day. Seasons passed. An entire year went by. On the 7th consecutive sleepless day of your meditation, you suddenly caught a glimpse of your great-grandmother's figure. In that fleeting moment, all your doubts were resolved. The essence of ghost step lies in absolute silence, where reality and illusion shift at a mere thought. System notification, ghost step mastery increased to perfection. Slaughter points consumed, 3,500. The complete memory of the training flooded into Chen Mu's mind. He exhaled softly, unable to resist muttering. That training process was way too convoluted. I had to see my great-grandmother just to have a breakthrough? This so-called innate demon sovereign physique feels like a cheap knockoff. The glowing interface continued to update with new information. In a moment of clarity, Chen Mu felt his comprehension improve. His mastery of blade techniques was advancing from a novice stage to a higher level. Without a mentor to guide him, he relied solely on practicing diligently with manuals. The dual blades in his hands danced with ferocity, his movements wild like a frenzied ape. This relentless, almost maniacal training lasted for 6 months. Though it left him with lingering tendinitis, his understanding of blade techniques underwent a qualitative leap. Now, every move he executed emitted ghostly energy. As long as his blade touched an enemy, the released ghost energy could invade their internal organs, causing fatal damage. This signified that his mastery of the ghost shadow blade had reached the proficient level, consuming 1,000 points of slaughter value. As his understanding of the technique deepened, the ghost energy entwined around his blade grew denser. Thanks to his natural affinity for ghost energy, his cultivation speed increased significantly. Through tireless practice, he mastered the technique of unleashing a massive burst of ghost energy in an instant, elevating the ghost shadow blade to an advanced state, which consumed another 2,500 points of slaughter value. His control over ghost energy reached an extraordinary level, bringing the technique to its final stage of refinement. Chen Mu returned to the solitary grave once more. Leveraging the innate gift of his demonic sovereign holy body, he finally grasped the true essence of the ghost shadow blade, the emphasis on the ghost shadow. With a single swing, the blade could vanish into invisibility, delivering silent and undetectable attacks that were nearly impossible to defend against. This final breakthrough elevated the ghost shadow blade to perfection, consuming 3,500 points of slaughter value. Looking at the total of 10,500 slaughter points spent, leaving only 4,650, Chen Mu's expression turned speechless. Although 15,150 points initially seemed like a lot, this round of cultivation had nearly depleted them. Even so, it was an investment well worth it. He stood up and drew his blade, giving it a gentle swing in the air. The blade instantly became transparent. Then, with a twist of his wrist, a surge of ghost energy erupted from the blade, stirring up a powerful gust of wind. Targeting the internal organs, not bad. Chen Mu thought to himself. Whether it's beasts or martial artists, the internal organs are a shared weak point. Now that I've perfected both combat techniques, I can even contend with second-tier opponents. Glancing at the time, Chen Mu decided to find a safe place to idle for a while before heading home quickly, lest Uncle Jean wake up and worry. However, as he passed a fork in the road, the black mark on the back of his hand suddenly grew hot. Looking down, he noticed a new, glowing black dip beside the original mark, radiating an eerie light, as if some mysterious force was guiding him deeper into the cave. Chen Mu stared in astonishment at the deep, shadowy cavern before him. It was a passage he had never ventured into before. Sparse cobwebs clung to the walls, giving it an unremarkable and uninviting appearance, which was likely why he had overlooked it until now. Yet at this moment, a strange energy emanating from the black mark on his hand seemed to be guiding him towards something significant. Following the pull of the black mark, Chen Mu cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. After navigating several twists and turns, the space suddenly opened up into a massive cavern, as large as a stadium. It was clear that this was the core of the white ghost spider's lair. At the very center of the cavern lay an enormous creature, sprawled out lazily. It was a giant spider, more than twice the size of an ordinary white ghost spider. Its abdomen bore a ghastly crimson ghostly face, so vivid and menacing that it seemed as though it could tear through the spider's body at any moment and devour all living things. Even from a distance, the sight of it sent shivers down one's spine. Holding his breath, Chen Mu silently hid behind a massive boulder to observe. This was precisely what he had expected the white ghost spider king, a second-tier leader-class beast. It possessed formidable close-range attacks with its forelimbs and fangs, as well as long-range capabilities like soul-piercing screeches and web projectiles. What made it even more dangerous was its tough, scale-like exoskeleton, which rendered it nearly indestructible. However, Chen Mu soon identified its weakness: its 8 compound eyes, which had degenerated from living in perpetual darkness. Most people would dismiss attacking the eyes as futile, akin to shaving a bald man's head, only putting themselves in greater danger. But with the presence of ghostly energy, those very eyes became a potential vulnerability. Glancing down at the black mark on his hand, still radiating heat, Chen Mu sighed inwardly. He hadn't intended to provoke this leader-class beast. After all, taking down a second-tier monster was far less efficient than hunting multiple first-tier ones. Yet with the black mark guiding him, it seemed he had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. At least this would be an opportunity to test the limits of his ghost shadow blade. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhong was racing to the scene with the elite forces of the Chen family. Inside an elevator, over a dozen men clad in matching black uniforms with long blades strapped to their waists stood at the ready. Each of them was a second-tier martial artist, and their leader had even reached the third tier. Their intimidating presence was so overwhelming that other passengers instinctively moved to the farthest corners, keeping their distance. As soon as the elevator reached the ground floor, Zhao Zhong was the first to rush out. His hands trembled as he activated his wristband to check Chen Mu's vital signs. When he saw the steady heartbeat and pulse data, his heart finally settled. Young master was still alive. Zhao Zhong's heart sank abruptly. The young master's heartbeat was alarmingly slow. This was critical. Everyone, charge, he barked, leading the team of bodyguards as they raced toward Chen Mu's location. The group, composed of over 10 second-level martial artists and 1 third-level expert, caused a commotion as they stormed through the bustling square. Who's out for revenge with such a massive entourage? Word is, some rich young master wandered in alone, and now his family's here looking for him. TSK. They'll be lucky if they even find a body. A crowd began to gather, drawn by the spectacular and instinctive trait of the people of Longhua. Meanwhile, a furious and pained screech erupted from deep within the cave. The white ghost spider king let out an enraged roar, its compound eyes pierced deeply by 2 straight blades. Waves of ghostly energy surged into its body through the embedded weapons. Shinmu, expressionless, swiftly retreated. Even though the opponent was only one level above him, he dared not let his guard down. The spider's scythe-like limbs slashed through the air, leaving a thin, long tear across Chen Mu's clothing. That speed. Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. It matched his own. Without a sound, his figure vanished into the darkness. The white ghost spider king climbed onto the rocky wall, its bristling fur standing on end as it used vibrations in the air to track its enemy. Its compound eyes oozed white-green fluid, but it paid no heed. Though their speeds were comparable, the true terror of the ghost step technique lay in its foreknose. No sound, no breath, no form, no substance. To the white ghost spider king, Chen Mu was like an invisible phantom, and every time he appeared, it was with a lethal strike. Squelch, squelch. 2 more strikes landed, followed by a quick withdrawal as ghostly energy was injected into the spider's body. Its scythe-like limbs lashed out, but they were always a fraction too late. The white ghost spider king raised its head and unleashed a piercing psychic attack. The invisible sound waves burrowed into Chen Mu's mind. For an ordinary first-level martial artist, this would have been paralyzing, and even a second-level fighter would be stunned for several seconds. But with Chen Mu's current soul strength, the mental assault was nothing more than a minor irritation. He easily shook off the pain and leapt into action. Squelch, squelch. The familiar rhythm of his attacks continued. The white ghost spider king trembled violently, its rage boiling over as it slashed wildly at the empty air. It felt like a helpless dog being toyed with, unable to fight back. Watching his opponent's futile fury, a faint smirk appeared on Chen Mu's lips. Only 2 compound eyes remained. It was time to teach the beast a lesson. Revealing himself, he flicked the blade lightly with his fingers. Clang. The sharp sound sent the white ghost spider king into a frenzy, and it charged forward with unrestrained excitement. Raising its massive body high, its scythe-like limbs glinted with deadly sharpness. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted. Using the spider's scythe limb as a foothold, Chen Mu climbed swiftly, his straight blade sparking as it scraped against the spider's legs, until he stood atop its head. Squelch, squelch. The moment had come. Chen Mu leapt into the air, his hair flowing in the fierce wind, revealing a pair of calm, youthful eyes. Midair, he casually raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom. Time seemed to stand still. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed through the cavern. The massive body of the white ghost spider king trembled violently, letting out a piercing wail that could shatter eardrums. Cracks spread across its tough, web-like abdomen, until, with a thunderous blast, it finally burst apart. A foul-smelling, dark green liquid splattered everywhere. Chen Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unchanging, though his brows furrowed faintly at the nauseating sensation. The enormous spider's body crashed heavily to the ground, twitching twice before it went completely still. Life had left it. Chen Mu strode forward quickly, drawing his straight blade as his gaze fixed on the shattered remains of the spider's abdomen. Channeling his ghost shadow blade technique, he swung the blade with a sharp, decisive force. Clang. The crisp sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the cavern, but the blade left only a faint white mark on the Spider King's scales. As expected, I can't break through its defense. Chen Mu sheathed his blade, his brows tightly knit. The ghost shadow blade was known for its elusive nature, but it lacked raw power in direct combat, his most glaring weakness at the moment. Just then, 2 system notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Killed a Tier 2 beast, kill value 350. Defeated a boss-level beast, talent 1 activation progress 5. At the same time, the burning sensation on the back of his hand subsided. The black mark near the dark circle stabilized, fading into a faint grayish-white hue. Talent. Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. In his understanding, this was a power that only Tier 4 warriors could awaken. Martial talent was not only the key to breaking into Tier 5, but also the dividing line between ordinary warriors and elites. In his previous life, he'd been stuck at the peak of Tier 4 for years, unable to awaken his talent no matter how hard he tried. But now, just by defeating a boss-level beast, he had begun to awaken his talent? Even more astonishing was the implication of Talent 1, suggesting that he might possess more than one talent. In this world, warriors were only ever known to have a single talent. There had never been any exceptions. Holy crap, Chen Mu muttered under his breath, his drowsiness instantly vanishing. He quickly did the math. If defeating one boss-level beast provided 5 progress, fully activating his talent would require killing 20 of them. Based on his past experience, even if he cleared out the entirety of Abyss Zone 1, it probably wouldn't be enough. After all, the coastal Abyss Zone 1 was the smallest of the Dranked zones, with limited area to explore. To achieve his goal, he would have to venture into Abyss Zone 2. Alright, let's do this. Chen Mu slapped his thigh, making up his mind. With a clear objective in mind, his next step was to address his lack of strength. Since advancing his rank quickly wasn't an option, the only way to improve was through combat experience. Frequent expeditions into the Abyss would be his best bet. This battle had also highlighted his shortcomings. His methods were far too limited. First, he needed to learn defensive techniques like the ones Red Hair used. Second, he had to find a more aggressive blade technique. While the Ghost Shadow Blade was unpredictable and stealthy, it lacked the overwhelming force needed for direct confrontation. It couldn't even pierce the White Ghost Spider King's defenses, which was clearly insufficient. There were two ways to acquire stronger combat techniques. One was to search his father's study for the safe, which reportedly contained numerous techniques, though their quality remained unknown. The other was to join a major faction. In this era, the most powerful techniques were controlled by prominent factions, used as bargaining chips to attract talent. The two strongest factions in Longwolf Military and the Martial Arts Association each had their pros and cons. The military had lower entry requirements, but joining meant a commitment to constant battles against the Abyss. The Martial Arts Association offers a relatively free environment with numerous benefits and privileges, but its entry threshold is intimidatingly high. It only accepts geniuses. Chen Mu sat on a green stone in the depths of the underground cavern, his fingers lightly tapping his knee as he contemplated his future path. Other than the association, he couldn't even bother glancing at the second-rate basic combat techniques available for purchase in the market. Join a faction? Chen Mu shook his head, his expression serious. The impending beast tide, just a month away, loomed over him like a sword hanging by a thread. Until this threat was resolved, he had no mental space to consider anything else. After much thought, he concluded that he could only turn to his father for help. A sly smile curved his lips as he muttered to himself. "Oh no, what's my father's is mine. How could that be called taking advantage?" Standing up, Chen Mu dusted off his clothes. It was getting late, and Uncle Zhong was probably about to wake up. Before leaving, his gaze swept across the spoils of the cavern. The fangs and scales of the White Ghost Spider King were neatly piled to one side, and the cavern was filled with spider silk, which was also quite valuable. "Jackpot," he exclaimed to himself. Despite living under his father's raise-the-sun-frugally philosophy, which left him both poor and privileged, the path of martial arts required abundant resources. With his father away for an unknown period, he couldn't keep relying on Uncle Zhong for assistance. Just as Chen Mu was gathering his spoils, a commotion erupted outside the dense forest. "Get lost. All of you, get out of here. This area is reserved for the Leaf family." Two burly bodyguards were impatiently driving away a small team of martial artists. "Young Master Li is training here today, so you'd better leave if you know what's good for you." Scattered around were about 20 or 30 martial artists, some there to train, others hunting beasts to make ends meet. Though their faces were filled with anger, they could only swallow their frustration. A few looked confused, following the crowd without understanding the situation. "Hey, buddy, what's going on? Who's this Li family he's talking about?" "Southside Li family. Heard they have ties to the military. They're not someone we can mess with, trust me." "That's outrageous. Does the Li family own the underground cavern now? Why don't we all gang up on them? There are so many of us." "Forget it. I'll just find another spot to mine." Everyone knew the truth. It wasn't that they couldn't win in a fight, but they couldn't win against the consequences. Even if they beat the Li family's people here, the Li family's wealth and power could come down on them in 1,000 different ways once they left the cavern. At that moment, a young man lounged lazily on a luxurious recliner. On the small table beside him were an exquisite fruit platter and drinks, while a glamorous young woman stood respectfully by his side. This so-called young Master Li glanced at the distant commotion with a slight frown. With the martial arts examination approaching, he was only a step away from reaching the second tier, which was why his father had forced him to train here. Yet he scoffed internally. Who says you can't break through the second tier while lying comfortably in bed? So this is what the young masters of prominent families are like. Hiding behind their bodyguards? Do you dare to come out and fight me unknown? Suddenly, a booming voice broke the tense atmosphere. A burly man pushed his way out of the crowd, clearly unafraid of the Li family's retaliation. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and several people raised their smart devices to begin recording. The previously irritated young Master Li turned his head, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "I was just looking for a punching bag, and here one comes, delivering itself to me." When Chen Mu strolled leisurely onto the scene, he saw the burly challenger already lying unconscious on the ground, his face bruised and swollen. The surrounding crowd glared angrily at the armed young man, but dared not take a step forward. Chen Mu's lips curled into a cold smile as he glanced at him. "Li Zihao? Well, an old acquaintance." Chen Mu observed Li Zihao with great interest, memories from his past life surging like a tide. He vividly recalled everything about this young master of the Li family from the southern part of the city, mediocre martial talent, barely able to establish himself thanks to his father Li Chuannan's connections in the Jinyuan army. Back then, after Chun Lingfeng's tragic demise, the wealth that should have sustained an 80-year-old Chen Mu for a lifetime was devoured by various powerful families, with the Li family being one of the chief culprits. Later, Chen Mu joined the Jinyuan army, where he exacted vengeance for every grievance. Among all, Li Zihao left the most profound impression on him. due to his utterly shameless betrayal of his comrades. His backstabbing performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Ironically, it was this spineless individual who contributed at least a quarter to Chen Mu's grand revenge plan. At this moment, Li Zihao was in the middle of bullying someone, but a sudden sneer caught his attention. He turned with his spear, letting out a cold snort. What now? Someone else wants to challenge me. However, upon seeing who it was, he froze. Where did this little brat come from? Chen Mu tilted his head, his eyes full of disdain. I still prefer the way you look when you're on your knees, begging for mercy. This remark instantly ignited the crowd. Whoa, this kid is fearless. Wait, isn't this the kid who came here alone at noon? And he's still alive? Keep your voices down. If even a kid dares to stand up, aren't you all ashamed? A kind-hearted bystander shouted in concern. Li, we're all watching. Don't you dare bully a child. Someone else chimed in sarcastically. Oh, the kid doesn't know any better. Surely, young Master Li won't take it to heart. Li Zihao gritted his teeth. Fine, fine, fine. Even a 7 or 80-year-old dares to disrespect me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. With that, he thrust his spear directly toward Chen Mu's vital point. As the spear tip closed in on Chen Mu, some in the crowd gasped, while others turned their heads away. But just as the situation seemed critical, Chen Mu's figure suddenly vanished, replaced by dozens of identical figures surrounding Li Zihao. Swish! A flash of blade light cut through the air, and all the figures disappeared in an instant. Chen Mu reappeared in his original position, his blade already sheathed as though he had never moved. Li Zihao let out a muffled groan and collapsed to his knees. His luxurious attire was shredded, and several bloody gashes appeared on his body. The crowd fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into chaos. Can someone explain what just happened? Was that a clone technique? Does such a combat skill exist? Looks more like a movement technique taken to the extreme. Extreme movement technique. Are you kidding me? Your family's movement technique can look like this? A burst of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Good grief. When I was his age, I was still wrestling with dogs. This kid's a true martial arts prodigy. Damn it, well done. The kid's incredible. The onlookers exploded with excitement, their cheers and shouts resounding loudly. Li Zihao lay on the ground in a sorry state, his body covered in blood. Though the sight was shocking, the injuries were merely superficial. The child's precise strikes clearly aimed only to teach him a harsh lesson, much like a stern elder disciplining a disobedient child. This scene allowed the crowd to vent their frustration, and they applauded and cheered in satisfaction. Chen Mu, however, shook his head disinterestedly, thinking to himself, too weak. The dazzling display just moments ago was simply him executing the ghost step technique to its fullest potential. In mere seconds, he delivered 12 strikes, each so rapid that they seemed to blur together, creating the illusion of multiple figures in the eyes of the onlookers. More importantly, Chen Mu had quietly infused ghostly energy into Li Zihao's body. Even without detonating it, the cold, sinister energy would slowly erode his internal organs over time. From this day forward, Li Zihao's health would only deteriorate, his martial path completely severed. Within a year, he would succumb to the slow drain of vitality and perish. However, if Li Zihao continued to act recklessly, Chen Mu wouldn't hesitate to snap his fingers and show him what it truly meant for art to be explosive. What are you all standing around for? Kill this bastard. Li Zihao struggled to his feet, trembling with rage. His mediocre talent had already made him insignificant among the younger generation of the elite circles. To be defeated by a mere child today would ruin him permanently if word got out. Kill him. This little brat must die today. Hearing their master's furious command, the 5 bodyguards snapped out of their daze. With roars of anger, their blood energy surged to life, and the oppressive aura of second-tier martial artists instantly filled the air. The onlookers' faces paled, and they could no longer stand idly by. They rushed forward, forming a protective barrier around Chen Mu. A unknown fight between Chen Mu and Li Zihao was a fair contest between martial artists, with victory or defeat being acceptable either way. But for 5 second-tier martial artists to gang up on a child? Such an act was something no person of conscience could ignore. While they dared not directly confront Li Zihao, they had no fear in standing up to his bodyguards to protect Chen Mu. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Chen Mu cast a regretful glance at Li Zihao and thought, I was going to let you live a little longer, but you just had to walk into your own death. Others might fear the Li family, but I certainly don't. Besides, in this life, old Deng is still alive who says I can't be a power player too. Just as Chen Mu prepared to snap his fingers and unleash his power, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a herd of rhinoceroses was charging from the distance. A thunderous voice roared, Everyone, stop right now. A cloud of dust rose in the distance as a large group of people approached. At the forefront, Zhao Zhong led over a dozen burly bodyguards, charging ahead with imposing momentum. Behind them trailed a massive crowd of onlookers, numbering in the hundreds, creating an overwhelming and awe-inspiring scene. Before anyone arrived, the oppressive aura of blood and energy surrounding Chen Mu shattered like brittle glass. Li Ziheo's 5 bodyguards instantly turned pale, feeling an overwhelming presence akin to that of a third-tier master. The crowd surged forward, a sea of people as far as the eye could see. Over 100 low-level fighters stood at the front, with more than a dozen second-tier martial artists flanking them on either side, and a single third-tier powerhouse commanding the rear. In a small city like Linhai, a third-tier warrior was considered the pinnacle of power, while fourth-tier experts were exceedingly rare. Those present couldn't help but think that if these forces belonged to the Li family, this young man would likely have no way out today. However, the moment Zhao Zhong, the leader of the group, caught sight of Chen Mu, the elderly man with snow-white hair immediately teared up. His dim eyes filled with emotion as he rushed forward, his voice trembling. "Young master, my dear young master," he cried, choking on his words as his hands trembled while inspecting Chen Mu's body from head to toe. "You're alive. Thank goodness, you're alive," he muttered repeatedly. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers finally understood the boy was no ordinary person. He was from an influential family. With the crisis averted, the crowd's attention quickly shifted to the unfolding drama between these powerful families. Li Ziheo's face turned ashen as he scrutinized Chen Mu with suspicion. "Zhao Zhong, you're a young master of the Chen family?" As a regular in elite social circles, Li Ziheo was familiar with the head stewards of various prominent families. However, because Chun Lingfeng had long been stationed at Dun, living a reclusive and low-profile life, he had never brought the young Chen Mu to any social events. This explained why Li Ziheo failed to recognize the Chun family young master standing before him. In the presence of General Chun Lingfeng, the Li family was utterly insignificant. Even the military connections that Li Ziheo's father painstakingly cultivated amounted to nothing more than a lieutenant generala rank below Chen Lingfeng. Despicable. Shameless. No sense of honor. Li Ziheo raged internally. If you had such a powerful background, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Do you think I'd have gone looking for trouble if I knew? Yet, with so many eyes on him, he couldn't bring himself to admit defeat. Besides, he was now completely surrounded by over a dozen martial artists. Without Chen Mu's approval, there was no way he could leave. Zhao Zhong, however, didn't even spare Li Ziheo a glance. After thoroughly checking Chen Mu and confirming that the young master was unharmed, he wiped his tears and gently asked, "Xiao Mu, tell Uncle Zong, did someone bully you?" Before Chen Mu could respond, a voice shouted from the crowd. "Let me explain. Your young master was just passing by, and this guy suddenly wanted to beat him up." Exactly. The Li family is way too arrogant. 5 grown men against a kid. He even said that in Linhai City, the Li family is the law. When did I ever say that? Li Ziheo was on the verge of losing his mind. "Silence." Zhao Zhong snapped coldly, delivering a resounding slap across Li Ziheo's face. Then, turning back to Chen Mu, his expression softened once more. "Xiao Mu, you tell me." Chen Mu answered calmly. "He wanted to discipline me on behalf of my father." That single sentence sent a chill down Li Ziheo's spine. He regretted it deeply. Even if he had the courage of 800 men, he wouldn't dare to discipline General Chen's son. Hearing this, Zhao Zhong turned around, his gaze as sharp as a blade, sweeping over the now pale-faced Li Ziheo. Decades of serving as the steward for a family of military generals had imbued him with an aura of lethal authority that ordinary warriors could hardly match. "Well, the Li family sure has some nerve. Today I will." Before Zhao Zhong could finish, there was a loud thud as Li Ziheo dropped to his knees, his posture so precise it was almost absurd. "Young Master Chen, I was blind and foolish. I was wrong. I apologize. If it helps, you can hit me again, as much as you want until you feel better. Please, I beg you, spare me." Li Ziheo's voice trembled, his back drenched in cold sweat from the killing intent Zhao Zhong had just unleashed. He could tell the old steward was serious. At this moment, all he could do was pin his hopes on Chen Mu. After all, he was just a child with a simple mind. If the young master forgave him, Zhao Zhong, as a steward, would surely comply with his master's wishes. Chen Mu tilted his chin slightly, looking down at Li Ziheo with a calm, superior air. He was eager to get home to learn more about his father's battle techniques, and didn't want to waste any more time on this matter. "If you like kneeling so much, then go kneel in the plaza for 4 hours. That'll settle it." "Thank you, young Master Chen." Li Ziheo, as if granted a pardon from death, scrambled toward the plaza, nearly tripping over himself in his haste. Zhao Zhong frowned and immediately ordered a few guards to follow him and ensure that not a single second would be cut short. "The young master is still too kind. If it were me, Li Ziheo wouldn't be leaving in one piece today." Chen Mu scratched his head at the remark. Kind. Li Ziheo already had ghostly energy planted in him. His cultivation would soon start to decline day by a fate far worse than death. Watching him slowly approach his end, powerless to stop it, was far more entertaining than a swift execution. After leaving the underground plaza, Zhao Zhong finally found an opportunity to speak earnestly. "Little Mu, you can't be so reckless in the future. If ID arrived just a moment later today, you could have been in real trouble. True. Chen Mu nodded. If you'd been late, he'd be dead, and that wouldn't be much fun. Zhao Zhong froze for a moment. By the way, about those injuries on Li Zihao. I gave them to him. But he's at the peak of the first rank. So what? So, does that mean you're also at the peak of the first rank? Chen Mu shook his head. Not really. I only just advanced to the first rank today. Zhao Zhong's mind went blank. 8 years old, one day, advancing from body refinement stage 2 to the first rank? How did those words even fit together? Just as his thoughts were in chaos, Chen Mu pointed to a shop nearby, his expression pure and innocent. Uncle Zhong, I'm going to sell some materials first. I killed a few little spiders today. Sell materials? Little spiders? Could it be materials from hunting demonic beasts? Zhao Zhong felt that the young master's madness had layers upon layers. Inside the shop of the Crazy Cat Trading Company, a black-haired young woman's eyes lit up as she greeted enthusiastically. Hey there, handsome. Back from your adventure, huh? Her gaze swept over Zhao Zhong and the group of guards standing beside Chen Mu, and she immediately understood the situation. Of course, had brought a guard team. How could such a young child possibly venture into the abyss alone? Chen Mu didn't say much and simply nodded lightly. With a flick of his wrist, a large pile of gleaming white spider silk spilled onto the counter, forming a small mountain. Go ahead and calculate the price. How much for all of this? Zhao Zhong stared at the massive pile of silk on the table, his eyes wide with shock as he inwardly cursed. Damn, it really is beast materials. The black-haired young woman picked up a handful of spider silk and examined it carefully, her eyes sparkling. White ghost spider silk. And in such a large quantity. This is premium material that's always in high demand on the market. She quickly retrieved a small detection device from behind the counter and began scanning the silk. The screen displayed a flurry of data, including the quality, grade, and weight of the material. You must found a white ghost spider's nest. That's some incredible luck. After running the calculations, she offered a quote. For all this spider silk, how about 29.8 million? He'll round it up to 30 million for you. Deal. Deal. Chen Mu agreed without hesitation. The price was fair, and he had already researched market rates online, knowing that the Crazy Cat Trading Company had a solid reputation for honesty. As the young woman prepared to transfer the payment, Chen Mu waved his hand again. With a loud boom, 2 massive fangs over a meter long and a pile of white scales appeared on the counter. The white ghost spider king. Zhao Zhong and the black-haired woman exclaimed in unison. Zhao Zhong's shock was so intense that his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. This is the little spider you mentioned? This is a tier 2 leader class beast. Its speed, defense, and strength are all top-notch, and it even has psychic attack abilities. Ordinary tier 2 martial artists wouldn't dare face it head-on. Even ID struggle against it. How on earth how did you? The black-haired woman nodded in agreement. Exactly. A beast like this isn't something you can handle just by outnumbering it. You'd need overwhelming strength to take it down. She glanced at Zhao Zhong, puzzled. Wait, wasn't this a group effort? Why do you seem more shocked than I am? Zhao Zhong didn't respond. His gaze fixed on Chen Mu in stunned silence, as if struggling to find the words to speak. The young woman froze for a moment before realizing something. No way are you saying this white ghost spider king was killed by this little guy? You've got to be kidding me. He's just a kid. Noticing the unusual reaction from the old steward, Chen Mu frowned and tapped the counter lightly, signaling the woman to continue with the appraisal. She quickly apologized and resumed examining the materials. The fangs are intact and of excellent quality, but the scales are heavily damaged, so we'll have to apply a discount. After conducting a detailed assessment, she put away the device. For the fangs and scales, I'll offer you 20 million. Combined with the spider silk, that's a total of 50 million. This is the best price I can give you. Handsome, so don't try to haggle. That works, Chen Mu replied succinctly. The price was even slightly higher than Chen Mu had anticipated. Looking at the transaction data before him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Since the other party was so straightforward, he naturally wouldn't bother haggling further. Thank you for choosing Crazy Cat Trading Guild. The black-haired young woman smiled brightly as she transferred the amount to Chen Mu's wristband and handed him a black card. As a token of our appreciation for your trust, you are now a black card VIP of our guild. With this card, you can enjoy a 20% discount on purchases, and consignment service fees are completely waived. Throughout the transaction, Chen Mu's calm demeanor made the black-haired woman quietly speculate this young customer was very likely the one who had taken down the white ghost spider king. To be able to hunt a second-tier leader-class beast at such a young age, he was undoubtedly a rising talent. She began mentally calculating how having this young customer might make her future performance goals much easier to achieve. Chen Mu accepted the black card and casually stored it in his spatial storage. The Crazy Cat Trading Guild had left a good impression on him. Having a stable cooperation channel could save him a lot of trouble, allowing him to focus more on improving his strength. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he cast a quick glance at Zhao Zhong, who was still in a daze nearby, then turned and lowered his voice. I still need to buy a few things. Hand me the tablet. After watching Chen Mu and his group leave, the black-haired young woman stared at the transaction records, lost in thought. The explosives that had been discreetly purchased were usually used for mining, but Chen Mu's specific inquiry about blowing open a safe left her puzzled. However, she quickly shifted her focus to the VIP information on the tableta prodigy who had reached such a level of strength at just 8 years old. This year's martial competition was bound to be spectacular. In the back seat of a luxurious car on their way back, Zhao Zhong still couldn't calm down. So, you're really a first-tier martial artist now. He had already confirmed it several times, but he still couldn't quite believe it. Even if you're first tier, there's no way you could have handled the white ghost spider king, right? The old steward pressed on, unwilling to let it go. That's because my void step and wind shadow blade techniques have both reached perfection. Shinmu patiently explained, deliberately avoiding certain details. This answer left Zhao Zhong gasping in shock. He knew all too well how incredibly difficult it was to perfect a combat technicite required exceptional talent and extensive combat experience. However, as a tactful elder, he refrained from asking further. Uncle Zhong, don't tell my father about this just yet, Chen Mu suddenly said. I haven't figured out how to explain it to him. Zhao Zhong patted his head affectionately, silently agreeing to the request. Just then, his smart wristband rang, displaying an incoming call from Chun Lingfeng. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions instantly stiffening. Chen Mu clenched his fist and gave Zhao Zhong an encouraging look. The old steward sighed helplessly and answered the call. Hello, sir. Old Zhao, how many times do I have to tell you? Just call me to Chun like you did when we were kids. Chen Lingfeng's hearty voice came through. By the way, I heard Xiao Mu went to the abyss alone. What's going on? Inside the car, the expressions of both the elder and the youth froze in an instant. The carriage fell into a brief silence. The old butler, Zhao Zhong, gave a light cough, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. Master, what are you saying? I've been with the young master all day, never leaving his side. He spent the entire afternoon in the park playing with a little spider. How could he have been in the abyss? There was a pause on the other end of the phone before the voice turned even more serious. Old Zhao, you have a habit of coughing twice whenever you lie. This concerns Xiao Mu's safety. Don't hide anything from me. Chen Mu covered his face, his heart tangled like a knot. He hadn't expected Uncle Zhong, the so-called seasoned performer with 2.5 years of practice, to give himself away so easily. Truly unreliable. Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Zhong's forehead, but at this critical moment, his acting skills suddenly took a breakthrough. He slapped his thigh heavily and let out an exaggerated sigh. I knew I couldn't fool you, master. Fine, they'll tell the truth this afternoon. I took the young master to eat fried chicken. His words came out in a rush, his face filled with nervousness as he explained. I know you've always forbidden him from eating unhealthy food, but I just couldn't resist his persistent begging. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingfeng's tone noticeably softened. I see. These foods can indeed affect the blood and energy cultivation of a martial artist, especially at a young age. However, an occasional indulgence isn't a big deal. Just be mindful next time. No need to blame yourself too much, Uncle Zhao. Passed. Zhao Zhong loosened his collar and let out a long breath of relief. He decided to strike while the iron was hot, planning to frame Chen Mu's 24.8 million equipment purchase as an expense for replacing the guard's weapons. After all, the moment Chen Mu swiped the card, the transaction details had already been synced to both his and Chen Lingfeng's wristbands. Chen Lingfeng chuckled nonchalantly. No need to report such trivial matters in the future. Since I've entrusted the household to you, I trust your judgment. By the way, is Xiao Mu nearby? Let me speak to him. The call was quickly transferred to Chen Mu's wristband. For a moment, he froze. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had spoken to his father. Memories from his past life flickered through his mind, finally halting at the image of that massive iron gate at the shelter. Xiao Mu, stay here and wait for me to come back. They'll take you to eat fried chicken. I don't believe you're lying again. This is a promise between men. This time I won't break it. As that figure disappeared into the chaos of explosions, the enormous iron gate slammed shut. Chen Mu's nose stung, and he turned his head to rub his eyes, letting out a cold snort. You old man, I've got nothing to say to you. Chen Lingfeng wasn't offended and laughed heartily. You little brat, so disrespectful. His words were cut off by a barely audible whisper. When are you coming back? I miss you. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before a soft sigh came through. Soon. Once I've finished off the beasts, they'll be back. After hanging up, a newfound determination gleamed in Chen Mu's eyes. He reached for the storage wristband on his arm, where nearly 20 explosives lay waiting. I must grow stronger as quickly as possible. Dad, I'm sorry, but I hope you'll go easy on me when you find out. LH3 Abyss, inside the base. The call ended. Chen Lingfeng held the bracelet in his hand, froze for a second, then shook his head with a wry smile. Xiao Mu seems to have grown up a lot. Are you sure he's not your son? A chubby officer in a crisp military uniform patted Chen Lingfeng on the shoulder, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Chen Lingfeng turned around and punched the man square in the chest. Zhang Fatty, where the hell did you hear that rumor? Almost scared me to death. Zhang Fatty lit a cigarette and quickly explained, it's from Lao Zhou in the mess hall. Every time he goes out to purchase supplies, he always brings back some gossip. He just got back today and started talking about it. Base number 3 was still in the exploration phase and not open to the public. While the network facilities there met basic needs, they were far from sufficient for browsing entertainment news or gossip, leaving the base somewhat isolated in terms of information. Old Chun, Zhang Fatty exhaled a puff of smoke, then suddenly asked, "How old were you when you broke through to the first rank?" 14. Chun Lingfeng answered after a brief moment of thought. Zhang Fatty stared out the window, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. "I wasn't as good as you. I didn't break through and become a martial artist until I was 17. But that kid, he's only 7 or 8 and already at the first rank. An 80-year-old prodigy, venturing into the abyss alone, his potential is limitless." He turned back with a teasing grin. "If he were your son, you'd probably laugh yourself awake in your sleep." Chun Lingfeng's brow furrowed. "Surviving is hard enough. You wouldn't understand since you don't have kids, but all I see is the stupidity of the parents behind that child. No matter how talented he is, a child that young shouldn't be put in such danger. They're treating him like he's not even human, like some kind of tool. It's disgusting." He sighed in relief, then added, "Thankfully, Xiaomu has Zhao Zhong looking out for him. That really puts my mind at ease." The next morning, a loud explosion suddenly erupted in the Chun family courtyard. The blast sent a safe flying into the air before it crashed heavily back to the ground. Chen Mu ran over, struggling to pull the intact safe out of the dirt. His little face scrunched up in frustration. "This stupid safe of Dad's is way too sturdy. Not enough firepower. Fine, I'll double it." He quickly stuffed 2 more charges into the cracks of the safe and dashed away. Boom, boom. The explosion sent chunks of turf flying as the safe was once again launched into the air. Zhao Zhong stood nearby with his arms crossed, a faintly amused smile on his face. Having been roped into this by the young master, he had no choice but to listen to Chen Mu outline his elaborate plan to raid the house. At this moment, Zhao Zhong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. This young master certainly showed no mercy when it came to dismantling his own home. To be fair, Chen Mu's reasoning was sound. His dual combat techniques had reached perfection, and he needed new ones. Just then, Zhao Zhong's bracelet buzzed. It was a call from Chun Lingfeng. Glancing at the safe spinning through the air, Zhao Zhong's smile grew increasingly strained. "Old Zhao, I just got an alert that the safe is under attack. Did we get robbed? Is Xiaomu okay?" Chun Lingfeng's anxious voice came through. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions continued unabated. "Sir, it's nothing like that. Must have been a false alarm. You know how unstable the signals are here in the abyss," Zhao Zhong replied calmly, all the while sending over a photo. Chen Mu had prepared in advance a staged picture of the safe lying peacefully in the study. Good, good. They'll turn off the alarm system then. The constant buzzing is driving me nuts. By the way, what's with all that noise in the background? Oh, just some construction work. The east wall's old plaster is being replaced. With you there, I can rest easy. Just doing my job, sir." As the old butler's acting skills reached new heights, Chen Mu's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "It's open," he exclaimed. Chen Mu rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly opened the safe. Carefully, he took out several martial arts manuals, cradling them like treasures as he dashed into the house. "Uncle Zhong, I'll leave the cleanup to you," he called out without turning back. "I can relax knowing you're here." With that, he disappeared into the house in a flash. The old butler, Zhao Zhong, stood alone in the courtyard, his eyes scanning the devastation around him. 2 gaping holes marred the outer wall, silently recounting the fierce battle that had just taken place. He sighed, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Looks like it's time to hire a renovation team." Inside the room, Chen Mu sat cross-legged, his attention fixed on the glowing screen before him. Realm, Martial Artist, Stage 1 Early Phase. Technique, Lesser Demon Body Refinement Manual. Combat Skills, Ghost Step Perfected. Combat Skills, Phantom Blade Perfected. Innate Ability, Soul Refinement. Slaughter Points, 5,000. Several combat manuals were neatly arranged on the floor before him. 5,000 slaughter points enough to upgrade only one combat skill to perfection. He calculated, his gaze locking unhesitatingly on the manual in the top right corner. Sky-shaking 8-fold blade technique. This was a class enhancement technique, consisting of 8 levels. Each level increased basic combat power by 30, and when perfected, it could unleash 3.4 times the power. It was his father, Chun Lingfeng's, signature move, the technique that earned him the title General of the Abyss. Chen Mu couldn't wait to flip open the first page. In an instant, the information on the glowing screen began to distort and change. Under the influence of the power of 10,000 demons, the sky-shaking 8-fold blade technique transformed into the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade. The technique's details flooded his mind. 9 stages, each representing a tribulation, with each tribulation doubling the combat power. If perfected to the ninth tribulation, the blade could unleash 9 times the power in a single strike. Even more astonishing, the demonic energy released during its execution could burn the opponent's vital energy and blood, causing continuous damage. Amazing, Chen Mu shouted excitedly. Slaughter points upgrade the 9 tribulations demon blade. Meanwhile, in a hospital room at Dawnlight Hospital. Damn it, roared Li Zihao, his body wrapped in bandages. He hurled his tablet at the wall with all his strength, shattering the device into fragments as sparks flew. The battle footage from last night had gone viral on Linhai City's forums, with videos captured from every conceivable angle, long shots, close-ups, high-definition, blurry clips, and even creative edits. The one consistent theme across all the footage was that Li Zihao never managed to stand his ground in front of the camera. Online comments were overwhelmingly mocking this young master of the Li family. So this is the famous son of the Li family? Scary. I'm worried he might kneel down and blackmail me for my New Year's money. Don't say that. Young Master Li is just being noble, letting the entire city enjoy a huge scandal firsthand. Today's gossip is thoroughly satisfying. Some even joked about marriage proposals. Does anyone know whose kid this is? I happen to have a daughter. Enthusiastic netizens began tagging various prominent heirs in the comments section, but not a single one responded to this farce. These usually arrogant and self-important noble heirs all chose to remain silent, unwilling to associate themselves with such bad luck. In stark contrast to Li Zihao was the impression Chen Mu left on everyone. Incredibly capable, yet never boastful, wealthy and influential, yet seeking his own path, and, most importantly, genuinely kind-hearted. Unlike Li Zihao, Chen Mu never flaunted his family background or kept repeating, the Li family, like a mantra. Thinking about this, Li Zihao clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. Since when did these lowly commoners dare to trample on him and act so high and mighty? Those so-called friends, who used to flatter him, had now all turned their backs on him. And all of this was thanks to that bastard Chen Mu. As rage consumed him, the door to the room was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a black suit, sporting a thin mustache, walked in. It was his father, Li Chuanan. Father, you have no idea what those people online are saying. Li Zihao began to complain, but his father raised his hand to cut him off. Don't waste your time focusing on insignificant insects, Li Chuanan said calmly. You need to learn to look upward. But now I'm nothing but a laughingstock. How am I supposed to build connections like this? Li Zihao muttered, defeated. Li Chuanan let out a soft sigh, his tone turning stern. Zihao, let me tell you something. 1 month. In just 1 month, the Li family will rise again, and there will be plenty of people falling over themselves to curry favor with you. As for that Chen Mu, I will personally make sure you get your revenge. Li Zihao snapped his head up. Though he never doubted his father's words, he couldn't help but express his concern. Father, but what about Chun Lingfeng? And what if Chun Lingfeng were dead? A sinister glint flashed in Li Chuanan's eyes. Chen Mu steadied his breath and focused his mind, adjusting himself to the optimal state. In his perception, countless pieces of information flickered like sparks, and the system panel appeared. Current slaughter points, 5,000. Enough to begin the path of mastering the 9 tribulations demon blade. This was a fearsome combat technique. Even with the experience of perfecting 2 other techniques, the profound intricacies of the 9 tribulations demon blade still left Chen Mu in awe. Yet, this only fueled his excitement, triggering the rising to the challenge buff. Comprehension increased by 10, slaughter points consumption reduced by 20. Through countless days of grueling practice, Chen Mu finally uncovered the key to this blade technique. Compressing his life energy in a specific manner and combining it with precise bursts of force, allowing him to unleash power that was double his own strength. A system notification followed. 9 tribulations demon blade proficiency increased to level 1, 800 slaughter points consumed. Seizing the momentum, Chen Mu threw himself into even more rigorous training. As the saying goes, master one, and the others follow. Building on the foundation of the first strike, he quickly broke through to the second and third strikes. The system displayed. 9 tribulations demon blade proficiency increased to level 3, 1600 slaughter points consumed. However, success went to his head, and Chen Mu made his first grave mistake. While the 9 tribulations demon blade was undeniably powerful, each strike consumed a massive amount of life energy. With his current reserves, the third strike was already his limit. Yet, in his arrogance, he stubbornly forced himself to execute the 4th strike. Instantly, disaster struck. Severe injuries befell him, and the system issued urgent warnings. Debuff applied critical condition. Cultivation speed reduced by 99.99. Training forcibly halted. Total slaughter points consumed this session, 2,400. Remaining, 2,600. This is absolutely insane. Chen Mu's eye twitched violently. Almost killed myself just practicing a combat technique. I knew my life energy was running low, but I still went for it. Am I really this reckless? Frustrated and regretful, he realized he would need to raise his cultivation level before continuing to train with this blade technique. Closing the system panel, Chen Mu took a deep breath, drew his straight blade, and focused his mind, processing the information in his head. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, and an overwhelming surge of life energy erupted. The blade in his hand trembled slightly, a chilling power brewing within. The room filled with a mournful wail, like the lament of vengeful spirits. In the next instant, Chen Mu raised the blade high with both hands and slashed downward in a flash. 9 Tribulations Demon Blade. First strike, second strike. Swish. 2 blood-red blade auras shot out like lightning. The sound of the air being torn apart was piercingly sharp. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions followed as 2 long cracks appeared on the wall before him. The first blade aura pierced through 2 walls, leaving a deep scar on the third. The second, even more ferocious, slashed clean through the outer wall, revealing a small patch of blue sky. No wonder my old man called it the brute force 8 slash. Truly domineering. Chen Mu casually spun the blade in his hand before sheathing it. With just the power of the second strike, combined with his elusive movement technique, he was confident he could take on a Tier 2 powerhouse. If he had mastered this move earlier, dealing with the White Ghost Spider King would have been a breeze 1 slash, and he could have diced it into dumpling filling. At this thought, Chen Mu frowned slightly, a hint of frustration in his expression. If he could unleash the third strike, how would he fare against a Tier 3 opponent? The power of this blade technique was indeed astonishing, but its flaws were equally apparent. After executing 2 consecutive strikes, Chen Mu's internal energy and vitality were nearly depleted. If he were to forcibly unleash the third level at this moment, there were only 2 possible outcomes. Either the enemy would fall, or he himself would perish. This was clearly a life-risking blade technique, one that should never be used lightly unless facing a life-and-death situation. Given his current vitality level, he could manage about 10 strikes if he only used the first level. In the small courtyard, Zhao Zhong was in a tense standoff with the renovation team's boss. Although the Chen family was wealthy, every penny had been earned through Chen Lingfeng risking his life in the abyss. As the steward, Zhao Zhong had to ensure that every single coin was spent wisely. The renovation boss wore a sly smile, speaking in a slick tone. Sir, this is a fair price, I assure you. The craftsmanship of this villa is already quite intricate. Just sourcing the materials requires me to go out of state, and the transportation costs are no small expense. Not to mention the garden structures, there are hardly any companies in Linhai City capable of handling such work. In the renovation business, it was common practice to believe in 3 years without work, 1 job feeds you for 3 years. After all, anyone living in a place like this likely wasn't short on money. So, the boss had started off with an exorbitant quote. Zhao Zhong snorted coldly, fully aware of such ploys. You'll get every penny you deserve, but if you think you can take me for a fool, you've come to the wrong place. Before his words had completely fallen, a series of deafening booms suddenly erupted. Amid the rising dust, countless fragments of rubble fell from a massive hole that had appeared in the outer wall of the second floor. The renovation boss was dumbfounded. Sir, this is... Zhao Zhong remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. As you can see, this is going to be a long-term job. I'll give you a chance to revise your quote. The boss' heart skipped a beat as he wondered if this family might be harboring some martial arts maniac. If that was the case, the price would indeed need adjusting. After all, in business, stable contracts were key. After pondering for a moment, he stomped his foot and said, 70% of the original price. He'll knock it down by 30% and include repairs for these damages. But let's agree any future work of this nature. You come to me. Deal. Zhao Zhong looked at the villa, which now resembled a war zone, and silently consoled himself. It's fine, just minor issues. Fix it, and it'll be livable. Not a big problem. Not a big problem. Chen Mu knew it was time to head to the abyss. Only by advancing his cultivation level could he increase his vitality threshold. Otherwise, the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade technique could not progress further. But before that, he returned to his bedside and gazed at the battle techniques scattered across the floor, opening his panel once more. With 2,600 slaughter points remaining, he could still upgrade 1 more battle technique. Considering that the deeper he ventured into the abyss, the more dangerous it would become, and that his target this time was a second-tier demon beast, it was best to be fully prepared. After a moment of deliberation, he selected Upgrade Auxiliary Battle Technique Flash Vision. Though its grade was lower than the Lingyun 8 Shocks, as a rare vision-based technique, it could enhance dynamic vision, predict enemy movements, and, when perfected, even allow one to see internally into the Bodis meridians and blood flow, providing immense benefits for a martial artist's cultivation. This is the one. Let's see what kind of monster you'll transform into. A sinister grin spread across Chen Mu's round face as he opened the first page. Information immediately appeared on the light screen. Battle Technique Flash Vision has been transformed by the power of the 10,000 demons into the Blood Curse I technique, not yet mastered. Chen Mu's thoughts stirred. Slaughter points upgrade the blood curse I technique. With a kill value of 2,600 points, Chen Mu began enhancing the blood curse I. As he opened the manual, the bewilderment of encountering I techniques for the first time plunged him into deep thought. It felt like attempting to read an advanced exam paper from another world. I recognized every word, yet the sentences made no sense at all. To master this I technique, Chen Mu chose an unconventional path. After 6 months of grueling practice, not only did he fail to make any progress, but he also ended up nearsighted. Frustrated, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, decided to seek a breakthrough at the gambling table. During a face-off against a master of sleight-of-hand techniques, on the verge of losing everything, he unexpectedly grasped the fundamentals of the blood curse I. The system notification promptly sounded. Blood curse I proficiency increased to beginner level, consuming 1,200 kill points. Remaining kill points, 1,400. Cultivation interrupted due to insufficient balance. A genius who attains enlightenment at the gambling table? Chen Mu muttered, rubbing his aching spirit acupoint as he reflected on the absurdity of his cultivation journey. If other people's paths to immortality resembled the life of a protagonist in a wish-fulfillment novel, then his seemed to have wandered into the pages of Yu Hua's works filled with hardships and trials at every turn. Clearing his mind of distractions, Chen Mu focused and began circulating his cultivation technique. His pupils gradually took on a faint crimson hue, and his once calm eyes now exuded a hint of eerie coldness. In an instant, his vision underwent a dramatic transformation. Time seemed to slow to an infinite crawl. Every floating speck of dust in the morning light became vividly clear, and he could even predict their trajectories. Through the cracks in the wall, he could discern the intricate patterns of feathers on distant birds flying in the sky. This extraordinary dynamic vision left Chen Mu in awe. While his body couldn't keep up with the speed of such perception, the blood curse I was undoubtedly a powerful tool against high-speed opponents. Just as he was immersed in this newfound ability, a sharp pain pierced his brow, forcing him to deactivate the I technique. With my current soul strength, I can sustain full activation for about 2 breaths, Chen Mu calculated silently. This was only the beginner level, yet it already surpassed the original flash I technique, filling him with anticipation for the future potential of this cultivation method. Glancing at the time, he stretched and prepared to head to the abyss. However, 10 minutes later, he encountered an unexpected obstacle at the courtyard gate. Zhao Zhong, clad in insulating armor, stood blocking the entrance with 10 guards, all of whom wore expressions of unwavering determination. Uncle Zhong, I thought we were on the same side, Chen Mu said helplessly. Zhao Zhong shook his head. This is different. The young master's safety is our top priority. Recently, cultists have been active, with 6 related murders occurring in the past 2 months. Why not wait until the situation stabilizes before heading out for training? He looked at the young Chen Mu with a tone of earnest concern. Young master, you're still too kind-hearted. I fear you don't yet understand that in this world, the only thing more dangerous than beasts are people. Cultists. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the Illuminati? The name, Illuminated Order, brought back memories of Chen Mu's past life. This extremist group of martial artists believed in the Deep Abyss civilization, convinced that the Deep Abyss was a world from another dimension. They claimed that the complete arrival of that world on Blue Star would mark the so-called re-emergence of light. Since the primary duty of the Abyss Suppression Army was to hunt down monsters, Chen Mu's understanding of this organization was limited. He only knew that the Long Kingdom had set up a special department of enforcers to deal with these extremists. Zhao Zhong observed Chen Mu's calm and composed demeanor and sighed inwardly. Adjusting his expression, Zhao Zhong proposed, if the young master is insistent on going, why not take these guards with you? Among them, the strongest is at the 3rd level of cultivation, which should be sufficient to ensure your safety. No. Chen Mu refused without hesitation. He chuckled inwardly. I was going to practice dark arts, and having these people with him would only complicate matters if they discovered anything suspicious. Zhao Zhong seemed prepared for this response. Stroking his sparse hair confidently, he said slowly, Young master, how about we make a wager? If you can fend off Long Wu, I'll never stop you from going out again, and I'll even help cover for you with the master. But if you can't, then you'll stay home and spar with the guards obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, a guard named Long Wu stepped forward. The powerful energy of his blood surged like a tide, clearly demonstrating the strength of a 3rd-level martial artist. Chen Mu's eyes darted thoughtfully. I just need to fend him off. Correct, Zhao Zhong replied with a smug smile, thinking to himself how naive and adorable the young master was to take the bait. Fending off a 3rd-level martial artist with 1st-level strength? Impossible unless the heavens collapsed. Chen Mu also smiled, his expression pure and innocent. Meanwhile, deep within a dense forest 5 kilometers from the entrance to Abyss Number 3, the thick canopy obscured most of the sunlight, with only scattered beams filtering through the gaps. Li Chuanan stood quietly in the shadows, patiently waiting. Before long, a figure cloaked in black emerged silently from behind a tree trunk. My lord. Li Chuanan greeted respectfully with a bow. How are the preparations? The newcomer lifted their hood, revealing a gaunt face. On the collar of their cloak was the emblem of the Abyss Suppression Army, two crossed long swords with a fortress in the center. Everything is nearly ready, Li Chuanan replied, bowing further. The ritual site is set at Abyss number 2. Although it has fewer people than Abyss number 1, the martial artists there are of higher quality, making them more suitable as sacrifices. The gaunt man nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Keep a low profile for now. I've heard that 2 enforcers have recently arrived in Linhai City. Don't let them discover our plans. And the timing of the ritual? Li Chuanan asked cautiously, straightening slightly. No rush. Wait for my orders, the gaunt man said after a moment of thought. Then, with a faint smirk, he looked at Li Chuanan. I heard your son had some conflict with the Chen family's boy, Chen Lingfeng? Li Chuanan stiffened slightly, forcing a sheepish smile. It's my failure in raising him properly. Please forgive me, my lord. Don't say that. The gaunt man shook his head. Your son has done a great service. Without him, how would I have discovered such a martial prodigy? My lord means, find an opportunity to recruit him. An 80-year-old kid shouldn't be too difficult for you to handle, right? Isn't he a bit too young? Li Chuanan hesitated, looking troubled. We are a proper cult, not a kindergarten. More importantly, if the order wanted to recruit Chen Mu, how would he explain it to his own son? The gaunt man pulled his hood back over his head and turned to leave. His sinister laughter echoed through the forest. Ha ha, isn't it better to indoctrinate him with our illuminated order's ideals from a young age? In the dilapidated courtyard, Chen Mu sat cross-legged, using the restorative effects of the qi replenishing pill to regulate his breath. The energy expenditure from the double slash technique had left his vitality depleted, and he needed to recover quickly. After all, he was about to face a battle against a third-tier martial artist. Although his abilities would have easily allowed him to slip away unnoticed, Chen Mu knew that the loyal old steward, Zhao Zhong, would risk his life to venture into the abyss in search of him. Rather than engaging in a prolonged game of wits with the old steward, Chen Mu resolved to settle things quickly. This fight was inevitable. In the courtyard, Long Wu had already taken his stance. The captain of the guard stood firmly, his legs rooted like ancient trees, his entire figure resembling a statue forged from steel. His arms, crossed protectively over his chest, were corded with muscle, faintly glowing with a golden huia sign of mastery and skin refinement. Martial cultivation always emphasized gradual progression, refining the skin, tempering the tendons, and honing the bones. Only by methodically refining every part of the body could one truly approach the limits of human potential. However, Chen Mu's path of cultivation was clearly unconventional, diverging from these traditional methods. Standing nearby, the old steward Zhao Zhong watched the 2 men intently, his mind already forming a conclusion. Even among third-tier martial artists, Long Wu was considered highly skilled, while Chen Mu was only a first-tier practitioner with mastery over 2 techniques, the Wind Shadow Blade and the Void Step. The Wind Shadow Blade excelled in agility, but was inherently unsuited for piercing defenses. From any perspective, Chen Mu appeared to have no chance of victory. Chen Mu exhaled a long breath and stood up, his revitalized energy flowing through his body. Just as Zhao Zhong opened his mouth to speak, Chen Mu's figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in front of Long Wu. His small fist, enveloped in a fierce wind pressure, struck heavily against Long Wu's defense. 9 Tribulations Demon Transformation, the first stage. With a thunderous boom, a violent shockwave rippled through the courtyard, accompanied by a chilling wind. Long Wu's feet sank 3 inches into the ground. The 9 Tribulations Demon Blade was fundamentally a method of force exertion, not restricted to the use of weapons. Sparring with his family's guard, Chen Mu naturally refrained from using a lethal longsword. Long Wu's expression shifted slightly. This level of power exceeded the limits of a first-tier martial artist and could easily rival that of a second-tier practitioner. But an even stronger attack was already upon him. 9 Tribulations Demon Transformation, the second stage. This strike was over 50% more powerful than the first. The ground beneath Long Wu's feet cracked inch by inch before collapsing entirely into a circular pit. Yet his feet remained firmly planted, even as he suppressed the surging energy within his body. His mind was in turmoil. This power had already surpassed General Chen's renowned Lingyun 8 shocks. Noticing the pallor on Chen Mu's face, Long Wu let out a small breath of relief. It seemed that this was the young master's limit. Chen Mu's lips curved into a faint, chilling smile. The third stage of the 9 Tribulations Demon Transformation. His fist shot out like a streak of lightning, the air shattering in its wake. A wave of bone-chilling energy instantly engulfed the entire area. Long Wu felt his blood and energy being relentlessly consumed by the overwhelming force. Not good. Long Wu's face turned pale as he hastily gathered all his energy and blood to his chest, forming a protective golden aura around him. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the shockwave sent flowers, trees, and rocks flying into the air. The nearby rock garden and pavilion were left covered in cracks. The golden light surrounding Long Wu shattered on impact, and his body was flung backward like a broken kite, slamming heavily into the courtyard wall. Chen Mu didn't escape unscathed either. His energy completely drained, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Though he had won, there was no trace of pride on his face. The third stage of the 9 tribulations demon transformation can break through the golden skin defense of a third-rank martial artist. Impressive. If my energy were at full capacity, I might even be able to defeat enemies 2 ranks above me. But his eyes glimmered with determination. To face the beast tied in a month, I need to reach the strength to slay a 5th-rank demonic beast. The entire battle had lasted only an instant. It wasn't until Long Wu coughed up a mouthful of blood that Zhao Zhong finally snapped out of his shock, utterly speechless. This is impossible. Zhao Zhong stammered, his disbelief evident. Xiao Mu, what technique are you using? Chen Mu calmly swallowed a handful of energy-restoring pills and replied. Lingyun 8 shocks, the one you saw me pick up. But you've only had the manual for less than an hour. Zhao Zhong's voice was almost trembling. That's an A-rank advanced technique, one that even Chun Lingfeng took an entire month to grasp the basics of. And I've already mastered the 3rd stage, Chen Mu added nonchalantly. At that moment, Long Wu, clutching his chest, approached with a puzzled expression. But the orthodox Lingyun 8 shocks is supposed to embody clarity and righteousness, with an aura of azure clouds. How did it turn into something so eerie and sinister? Zhao Zhong shot Long Wu a sharp glare. Such secrets of martial arts should not be casually questioned. It's nothing special, Chen Mu waved dismissively. I just made some slight modifications. Don't you think it's stronger this way? Zhao Zhong's mouth twitched. An 80-year-old altering advanced martial techniques? That was a bit too far-fetched. But Long Wu seemed entirely convinced. Young master is truly extraordinary. 15 minutes later, Zhao Zhong watched Chen Mu's departing figure with a satisfied smile. The Chen family had produced a prodigy. This child's future surely lay in the Martial Arts Association of the capital or the 3 great cities above the clouds, not in a small place like Linhai City. Just as he was indulging in these bright prospects, the renovation contractor approached with a cheerful grin, pointing at the mess around them. Sir, I'm afraid we'll need to recalculate the costs. The smile on Zhao Zhong's face instantly vanished without a trace. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Mu established a fixed routine. He would set out for the abyss before dawn, focus on improving his cultivation in the morning, and spend the afternoon traversing the abyss, hunting down demon beasts to accumulate slaughter points. Only when the sun dipped below the horizon would he return home. His growth was astonishing. In just 3 days, he had advanced from the early stage of the 1st rank to the peak of the 1st rank. By slaying 10 leader-level demon beasts, his talent activation rate had also risen to 55. The large quantities of demon beast materials he brought back each day quickly caused a stir. News of an 80-year-old boy venturing alone into the abyss to hunt demon beasts began to spread throughout the city. Unconsciously, the nickname Phantom Blade started circulating among the townsfolk. Those who had witnessed Chen Mu in combat described him as an unassuming child who transformed into a chilling and fearsome presence when facing demon beasts. Some even claimed they had heard the wails of vengeful spirits when his blade struck. Although Zhao Zhong no longer stopped Chen Mu from entering the abyss, he still showed up punctually at the abyss's entrance every day to escort him home, much like a father picking up his child from school. He insisted on ensuring Chen Mu's safety during his commute. Understanding Zhao Zhong's feelings, rooted in the pain of loss from a past life, where Zhao Zhong, as a loyal servant and soldier, had died alongside Chen Lingfeng on the battlefield, Chen Mu no longer objected to his concern. On this particular day, Chen Mu was deep within the dense forest of Abyss LH1. An immense ancient tree stood towering over its surroundings, its trunk as thick as an ox and its weathered, dark brown bark exuding a sense of age and history. Perched on one of its sturdy branches high above the ground, Chen Mu sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in an increasingly dense gray-white mist. This was a carefully chosen cultivation spot, secluded and safe, yet abundant with demon beasts in the vicinity. With his eyes closed and his mind focused, he sensed the blood energy floating within a kilometer radius. These strands of energy gathered like threads, continuously flowing into his body. Ever since advancing to the 1st rank, the absorption range of the little demonic heaven body refinement technique had expanded from 200 meters to nearly 1,000 meters. After about 15 minutes, the blood energy in the air suddenly stagnated. A blood-red prompt appeared in Chen Mu's mind. You have advanced to Martial Artist, Rank 2, Early Stage. Internal Cultivation Upgrade feature unlocked. Upgradable Internal Cultivation, Little Demonic Heaven Body Refinement Technique 0. Upgrade Method. Consume slaughter points to devour other cultivation techniques, thereby gaining experience points. Experience points obtained depend on the rank of the devoured technique. Chen Mu's eyes snapped open, gleaming with sharp brilliance. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from within him, spreading outward like a tidal wave and causing the nearby lurking demon beasts to growl in alarm. Yet, just as he reveled in the surge of blood energy coursing through his body, an abrupt change occurred. His veins bulged beneath his skin, resembling writhing dragons, while every cell in his body underwent astonishing transformations. Even his genetic sequence exhibited subtle, yet profound alterations. Realizing this, Chen Mu's heart tightened with a mix of shock and unease. The path of a martial artist's physical training requires a series of steps such as tempering the skin, strengthening the tendons, and refining the bones to reach the limit. Only then can one break through that limit and attain an extraordinary realm. Chen Mu sat cross-legged under the shade of a tree, carefully sensing the traces of the showdown refinement technique circulating within him. This technique was entirely different from other martial arts. Every advancement in his level brought about a small breakthrough in his physical limits. He could clearly feel his physical attributes steadily surpassing those of martial artists at the same level. What surprised him even more was that this technique could actually be upgraded. Thinking of the 2 internal cultivation manuals he had obtained from his father, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. These were the perfect materials to feed the showdown refinement technique. However, he quickly calmed himself, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Experience had taught him that the devouring method of the black mark system would undoubtedly come at a steep price. With that thought, Chen Mu's gaze sharpened, his pupils tinged with a blood-red hue. The world before him lost its color, turning into shades of gray. The dark green energy clusters moving through the forest represented demonic beasts, while the occasional flashes of red signified martial artists. This was the ability he had gained after mastering the blood curse technique. His eyes quickly locked onto a green energy cluster hidden in the bushes. With a light leap, Chen Mu decided to start a massacre to gather resources. Meanwhile, in the luxurious study of the Li family in the southern part of the city, Li Chuanen sat behind a large walnut desk, lost in thought. The mirror-like surface of the desk reflected his slightly furrowed brows and his somewhat plump chin. The esteemed figure from the Jinyuan army had tasked him with recruiting Chen Mu, but he had promised his son to avenge him. This conflict left him in a dilemma. Soon, he figured out the key: whether or not he succeeded in recruiting Chen Mu, he would not lose. Success would bring him credit, and failure would still allow him to eliminate the target. At that moment, a man with sunken eyes entered the room and respectfully addressed him as master. Li Chuaning glanced at the man and casually tossed a file toward him. Poison Fong, find a way to recruit this person. The man, known as Poison Fong, picked up the file, and his expression immediately became quite interesting. An 80-year-old child with a first-level cultivation? Li Chuanin impatiently interrupted his surprise. I know you can read, so don't read it out loud. But master, how am I supposed to recruit an 80-year-old kid? Poison Fong scratched his head in confusion. If I talk to him about greatness, glory, and the revival of humanity, will he even understand? Then say whatever he can understand. A cold smirk appeared on Li Chuanan's face. After a pause, he added, and don't stress about it. Just try casually. If it doesn't work, kill him. Although Poison Fong couldn't quite grasp Li Chuanan's intentions, he silently nodded in agreement. In the evening, inside the bedroom of the small Western-style building, the cold moonlight streamed through the window panes, casting its glow on the wooden floor. The 2 once ghastly holes in the wall had been expertly repaired, leaving only faint traces visible even under Chen Mu's careful inspection. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Clearly, the renovation contractor hadn't exaggerated, and the craftsmanship was indeed exceptional. At this moment, Chen Mu sat cross-legged in loose bear-patterned pajamas, his gaze shifting back and forth between the 3 internal cultivation manuals spread out before him. Remnant Rainbow Body Refining Technique Level, Low Tier. Subduing Dragon Body Refining Technique Level, Low Tier. Guardian Turtles 10 Force Refining Technique Level, Low Tier. As the foundation of a martial artist, the value of internal cultivation techniques far surpassed that of combat techniques. After all, a martial artist could master multiple combat techniques, but internal cultivation required single-minded focus. The choice of one's first internal cultivation technique often determined the heights of their future achievements. Even if one switched techniques later, the lost foundational progress would be nearly impossible to recover. This was precisely why the descendants of major families, even with average talent, could far surpass ordinary martial artists. They started off with an overwhelming advantage. By comparison, while the Chun family was notable, it was not truly one of the elite martial clans. Their resources, cultivation manuals, medicinal supplies, or other assets were far inferior to those of the entrenched martial families. In Linhai City, the Chun family's only real strength lay in the personal prowess of Chun Lingfeng. With this thought, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. If the morning sun body refining technique he was training in could successfully mutate, it would leap from a level mid-tier technique to a level high tier one. Not only would his cultivation speed increase significantly, but more importantly, he would gain a unique technique trait. This was the key distinction between a level and level techniques. With his mind made up, Chen Mu acted decisively, pressing his palm against the cultivation manuals in front of him. Slaughter, fuse the techniques. The moonlight twisted, and a screen of light appeared. 5,000 slaughter points consumed. Beginning fusion of remnant rainbow body, refining technique clevel. Fusion successful. Technique, minor demonic heaven body, refining method 010. 5,000 slaughter points consumed. Beginning fusion of subduing dragon body, refining technique clevel. Fusion successful. Technique, minor demonic heaven body, refining method 1020. Failed to recognize. Do not fuse garbage. Remaining slaughter points, 37,200. Chen Mu's eye twitched, muttering in frustration. What do you mean by garbage? This level technique is worth at least 2 million on the market. Rubbing his temples, he quickly realized the issue: the system couldn't even recognize level techniques, which posed a real problem. Techniques above level were tightly controlled by major powers, while clevel techniques occasionally appeared on the trading market but were rare treasures. As for the level techniques dismissed by the system, they were everywhere but clearly useless. Suddenly, as he stared at the intact manuals on the floor, inspiration struck. Since physical contact was enough to trigger fusion, why bother buying them? Wouldn't it be better to borrow them for free? With this thought, he immediately got up, walked to his desk, and opened the martial artist recruitment section of Linhai City's forum. After typing quickly, he posted an announcement. Ghost Blade seeking mercenary groups. Interested parties, contact me. These mercenary groups, though small and civilian-run, often used various cultivation and combat techniques as incentives to attract martial artists. For Chen Mu, this was the perfect, free opportunity. Joining the club grants access to martial arts techniques and resources, a rare opportunity for martial artists from less fortunate backgrounds. Even though most of the techniques are only clevel and come with the obligation of long-term service to the club and sharing a portion of their earnings. Chen Mu chuckled softly and shook his head, his fingers gliding swiftly across the light screen as he sent a message to the sales representative of the Crazy Cat Trading Guild, inquiring about purchasing clevel internal cultivation techniques. No sooner had he sent the message than his wristband began to vibrate, buzzing incessantly. Looks like the reputation of the Phantom Blade still carries some weight, Chen Mu remarked with a smirk, carefully responding to each inquiry. With this step, tomorrow's plan to freeload resources from the major mercenary clubs seemed sorted. However, there was still a more pressing issue: his insufficient vitality. Even after advancing to the second stage, his 9 Tribulations demonic blade technique had only reached the 4th level, allowing him to unleash strikes with 5 times his power. To execute the 5th strike, he was still one critical step away. As the technique progressed, its vitality consumption became increasingly terrifying. Chen Mu opened his calendar, his gaze settling on a specific date. The timing should be just right, he murmured to himself. In his past life, Zone 2 of the Abyss had experienced a massive beast riot, causing significant casualties among martial artists. Fortunately, the Abyss Guard army had arrived in time to stabilize the situation. During that chaotic event, Shun Lanyue, a prodigy of the Shin family, had stumbled upon an energy stone. This rare mineral could enhance a martial artist's blood production, increasing the richness of their vitality and effectively expanding their vitality capacity. Though each person could only use such a stone once, the results were extraordinary. Chen Mu began calculating his advantages. Early stage, 2nd level cultivation, 20 mastery of the Little Demon Heaven Body refining technique, perfection in both Ghost Step and Phantom Blade, the 4th level of the 9 Tribulations demonic blade, along with the Blood Curse I and 55 slaughter value. Facing a berserk 4th stage leader-level beast, Hedon would undoubtedly be a challenge, but his goal was simply to grab the energy stone and retreat. The key would be his agility. By fully utilizing Ghost Step and combining it with the field effect of the Blood Curse I, he should be able to ensure his safety. The Blood Curse I, having reached its peak state, not only enhanced his dynamic vision and enabled inner vision and elemental sight, but also created a 5-meter radius deceleration field and even possessed the ability to attack souls. With these 2 life-saving cards, no one will be able to catch me, Shinmu muttered as he yawned and lay down on his bed. Tomorrow, he would visit the major mercenary clubs before heading straight to Zone 2 of the Abyss to familiarize himself with the terrain and the distribution of beasts. In the days ahead, he planned to focus all his efforts on advancing his cultivation. This adventure was dangerous, but it was worth it. The next morning, the atmosphere in the reception hall of the Li family in the southern part of the city was heavy. Li Chuanan stood respectfully by the side of a cushioned chair, leaning slightly forward, his eyes fixed on the elderly Yu Lao, whose hair and beard were completely white. Yu Lao sat upright in the chair with his eyes closed, deep in concentration, a faint glimmer seeming to flow over his eyelids. In front of him, Li Zihao sat with his back straight and legs together, his expression filled with unease. Since being injured by Chen Mu that day, Li Zihao had used his recovery as an excuse to stay in the hospital for a few extra days, avoiding his usual training. However, superficial injuries were not enough to warrant a long hospital stay, and after a few days, he had no choice but to be discharged. What followed was even more alarming. Li Zihao discovered that no matter how he tried to circulate his energy or temper his vitality, there was no progress. Worse still, he could clearly feel his vitality slowly diminishing. This discovery threw Li Chuanan into a panic. He urgently summoned over a dozen doctors for a consultation, but none could identify the problem. One incompetent doctor even claimed that Li Zihao was being haunted by some malevolent spirit, enraging Li Chuanan, who beat him on the spot. With no other options, Li Chuanan had to pull some strings and spend a fortune to invite Yu Lao from the capital, a rare expert among martial artists, known for his talent in healing. After a long silence, Yu Lao slowly opened his eyes, put on his reading glasses, and furrowed his brows in deep thought. Beside him, Li Chuanan and his son held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Has the young master recently offended someone? Yu Lao's raspy voice broke the silence. Li Chuanan quickly replied. There was indeed some conflict with a first-rank martial artist. First rank? Yu Lao shook his head. It wouldn't be him. I'm referring to someone at the Grandmaster level, or even higher, a Supreme Grandmaster. Grandmaster? Supreme Grandmaster. Li Chuanan was taken aback. Powerhouses at the 7th or 8th rank, our humble Li family could hardly even meet such figures, let alone offend them. Why does Yu Lao say this? Stroking his beard, Yu Lao carefully explained. From what I observed in the young master's body, there seems to be a faint, elusive force entrenched within his internal organs. This energy is extraordinarily mysterious, unlike anything I've encountered in my many years of practice. If I were to describe it, it somewhat resembles the spiritual power of a grandmaster. Li Chuanan's eyes lit up. Then is there a way to remove it? Yu Lao regretfully shook his head. Master Li, you overestimate me. Elder Yu said as he stroked his beard, his calm gaze fixed on Li Chuanan before him. I am merely at the 5th tier and have yet to awaken my spiritual power. However, you might want to try finding a grandmaster. He paused meaningfully before continuing. But saving your son would mean offending the one responsible for this. I doubt there are many grandmasters willing to take such a risk unless, of course, you can offer something that truly tempts them. Li Chuanan's heart sank. Something valuable enough to move a grandmaster? If the Li family possessed such treasures, they wouldn't still be stuck in a small place like Linhai City. His gaze unconsciously shifted to his son. Li Zihao sat slumped in the grand armchair, his face pale and his body so frail it seemed a mere breeze could topple him. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his cultivation dissipated entirely, leaving him an ordinary man. The thought pierced Li Chuanan's heart like a knife. Elder Yu's next words struck him like a hammer blow. Oh, and to put it bluntly, you should start preparing for the worst. That unknown force isn't just targeting his vitality. With that, he adjusted his ink-black robe and shook his head as he turned to leave. I've said all I can. Farewell. The reception hall fell into a deathly silence. Humph! A sudden scoff shattered the stillness. Li Zihao struggled to sit upright, indignation flashing in his eyes. Father, I think he's just an old fraud. He couldn't figure anything out, so he made up some nonsense about grandmasters and spiritual power. Imperfectly fine. And he has the nerve to curse me to die. Li Chuanan pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. That's unlikely. Elder Yu has a stellar reputation in this field. He couldn't possibly be a quack. Yet, seeing his son still spirited enough to complain, it didn't quite seem like he was on the brink of death. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Maybe even Elder Yu can make mistakes? He quickly made his way to his study on the 2nd floor, deep in thought. A drop in cultivation is indeed a serious problem. But if we can make this upcoming ceremony grand enough, perhaps the church will send a grandmaster to take a look. We'll need to add some serious weight to this event. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Barbarian Bull Mercenary Guild on North Street, a burly man with a thick beard carefully retrieved 2 manuals from a safe. He gently placed them on the solid wood desk, beaming at the youthful figure seated across from him. Haha, I must say, for someone so young, you're quite cautious. Here, these are the internal cultivation manuals of the Barbarian Bull Guild. We pride ourselves on honesty when recruiting and would never skimp on quality. But hey, being cautious isn't a bad thing. He was in high spirits. When he saw the post on the forum yesterday, he thought it was a scam. But on a whim, he left his contact information. To his amazement, Ghostblade Shadowfang showed up to die, a renowned and ruthless figure whose every hunt brought back a bounty of beast materials. If he could recruit him into the guild, it would not only boost the guild's reputation but also be an incredible gain, considering Shadowfang's strength was worth 6 men. Chen Mu blinked his wide, innocent eyes, brimming with anticipation. Can I touch them? The bearded man was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing. Of course you can, but only touch them. You're not allowed to open them. In the office of the Barbarian Bull Mercenary Guild, a burly man with a scruffy beard leaned lazily against the back of his chair, skillfully lighting a cigarette. He eyed the young man, Chen Mu, in front of him. Although he found the man's request somewhat peculiar, He dismissed it as just the curiosity of youth. Chen Mu's expression at that moment resembled that of an office worker who had just received their year-end bonus. His hands trembled slightly as he reached out to touch the two martial arts manuals on the table. His fingertips brushed over the soft texture of the parchment. His eyes closed in a look of utter bliss. Impressive, aren't they? These two techniques are considered top tier among clever martial arts, the bearded man said with a smug grin. If you're willing to join the barbarian bowl, not only can you have these two, but you can also pick any technique from the storage room. But inside, Chen Mu was already chanting silently. Slaughter, fuse the techniques. In the illusory glow of light and shadow, a system prompt appeared one after another. Consumed 5,000 points of slaughter value. Clever technique fusion, successful minor devil body, refinement technique upgrade, 2030. Consumed 5,000 points of slaughter value. Clever technique fusion, successful minor devil body, refinement technique upgrade, 3040. Remaining slaughter value, 27,200 points. The moment the fusion was complete, Chen Mu seemed to enter a state of detached clarity. His face showed no emotion as he pulled his hands back and said in a flat tone, "Sorry, uncle, these two techniques don't suit me." The sudden change in attitude left the bearded man baffled. Just a moment ago, Chen Mu had looked utterly captivated. How could he lose interest so quickly after merely touching them? Chen Mu nodded politely and excused himself. "If there's nothing else, I won't take up more of your time." With that, he turned and left without the slightest hesitation. The mercenary guild operated on mutual consent, so since Chen Mu wasn't interested, the bearded man couldn't force him to stay. Still, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and extinguished the butt with a perplexed expression. He hadn't suffered any losses, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd somehow been taken advantage of. Out on the street, Chen Mu strolled at a leisurely pace, deep in thought. The minor devil body refinement technique still required a 60 upgrade to level up, meaning he needed 6 more clever techniques. However, with only 27,200 slaughter points remaining, enough to fuse 5 techniques at 5,000 points each, he decided to first freeload 5 manuals. Then, he'd head to Abyss Zone 2 to familiarize himself with the terrain and earn some extra points. By tomorrow at the latest, he'd complete the upgrade. As he pondered, Chen Mu halted and looked up at a sign. Here it is, the Great Eagle Mercenary Guild. Over the next few hours, he worked tirelessly to complete a series of fusions. Great Eagle Mercenary Guild Technique. Minor Devil Body Refinement Technique 4060. Remaining slaughter value, 17,200 points. Battle Axe Mercenary Guild Technique. Minor Devil Body Refinement Technique 6070. Remaining slaughter value, 12,200 points. Limited Strength Mercenary Guild Technique. Minor Devil Body Refinement Technique 7090. Remaining slaughter value, 2,200 points. With the Minor Devil Body Refinement Technique just one step away from leveling up, Chen Mu closed the system interface with satisfaction. Waving down an autonomous vehicle, he headed straight for Abyss Zone 2. Shortly after he left, a strange ripple disturbed the shadows at the corner of the street. A man with sunken eyes materialized out of thin air, casting a deep, lingering gaze in the direction where Chen Mu had disappeared. Then, with a flicker, his figure dissolved once more into the air, vanishing without a trace. This person was none other than Poison Fong, tasked with recruiting Chen Mu. LH2 Abyss was vastly different from LH1 Abyss. Instead of a dense primordial forest, this place was a barren expanse, twice as vast. Jagged stone spires resembling the fangs of colossal beasts pierced the sky, while endless stretches of yellow sand and desolate badlands dominated the landscape. Sparse oases dotted the scenery, and active volcanoes loomed in the distance. The scorching air, akin to the breath of a blazing furnace, rushed toward him. Chen Mu stood atop a sharp stone peak, activating the vision ability of his blood curse eyes. In an instant, the world within a 1,000-meter radius lost all color, leaving only hundreds of differently hued energy clusters drifting in the grayscale void. Not far away, a red and dark green aura intertwined a battle between a martial artist and a beast. Beneath the ground, faint traces of dark green energy flickered intermittently, belonging to subterranean beasts highly sensitive to vibrations. These creatures accounted for a third of the population in the LH2 Abyss. Scattered patches of light blue represented shallow mineral deposits. The range of his vision ability was limited, making it impossible to detect the deeply buried energy stones. Chen Mu sighed inwardly, finding a suitable spot to grind here would be no easy task. Soon, his gaze locked onto a stone cavern. Through the shadowy entrance, he could see a dozen or so green energy clusters shifting within, one of which was particularly dense. It was a den of Ironclaw cave bears, mid-tier second-level beasts, each worth 350 points. The leader of the pack had reached the peak of the second tier, just shy of breaking into the third, valued at 400 points. Taking down this den would be enough to fund his fusion technique. Leaping down with agility, Chen Mu pushed his ghost step technique to its limit, moving like a phantom toward the cave. Inside, streaks of dark blade light crisscrossed as he wielded his blade with precision, weaving through the pack of bears. Each strike sliced cleanly across a beast's neck, blood spraying in his wake. Despite their numbers, the bear's massive size worked against them, allowing no more than 3 to attack him simultaneously. In mere moments, dozens of cave bears lay dead on the ground. Only the leader retreated to a corner, attempting to flee. But how could Chen Mu let such an opportunity for talent activation slip by? Covered in blood, he approached with a devilish grin. In the bear's despairing gaze, the second tier of the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade technique was unleashed, a final gesture of respect for the leader. System notifications rang out in succession. Slaughter points 350, 350, 400. Talent activation 5, 60. Family should always stick together. Today's merit, 1. Chen Mu didn't rush to harvest materials. Instead, he immediately swallowed a few chi-replenishing pills. In the abyss, humans were far more dangerous than beasts. It was crucial to remain in peak condition at all times. Seems the intel was wrong, you're not first tier. A sharp voice suddenly spoke near his ear, as if the speaker had been standing there all along. Chen Mu's pupils shrank, and he instantly flickered 10 meters away, scanning his surroundings warily. Don't be so tense. I mean no harm. The voice continued. A figure abruptly materialized where the voice had originated. Poison Fong scrutinized Chen Mu, forcing a warm, almost kindergartenier-like smile as he coaxed. Little one, do you believe in the light? Chen Mu, huh? The cave floor was littered with bear corpses, and at the corner of his mouth, Du Yin wore a twisted, yet oddly warm smile. However, a flicker of shock flashed through his eyes, difficult to conceal. He had just witnessed Chen Mu's entire process of hunting the cave bears. Each strike was precise, hitting vital points with a clean and decisive efficiency that sent chills down his spine. How could this possibly be a first-rank martial artist? Du Yin thought to himself. His strength is clearly on par with mine, at least at a second-rank level. The organization's intelligence was always accurate, which left only one explanation: Chen Mu had broken through to a higher level since the intelligence update. But what truly unsettled Du Yin was that the report had been updated just 3 days ago. In a mere 3 days, Chen Mu had advanced from first rank to second rank? Such terrifying cultivation speed was utterly unheard of. At that moment, Du Yin seemed to understand Li Chuannan's intentions. With such monstrous talent, if Chen Mu couldn't be recruited by the church, he would inevitably join the headquarters of the Jinyuan army or the Martial Arts Association in the future. At that point, Chen Mu would become the church's greatest threat. No wonder the head of the Li family had issued the command. Recruit him or kill him immediately. It was a decision born of foresight. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was also scrutinizing Du Yin, his gaze openly wary. As one of Li Chuannan's trusted confidants, this dagger-wielding man had crossed paths with him in his previous life. His movement techniques were decent, but his overall strength was average. What truly made Chen Mu cautious was Du Yin's bizarre method of appearance. Even with his dynamic vision pushed to the limit, all he saw was Du Yin gradually materializing out of thin air, without any discernible movement trajectory, as if he had simply teleported. Invisibility? Or spatial abilities? Chen Mu speculated silently. No, such high-level abilities aren't something a small fry like Du Yin could master. Unless he has a secret treasure. The thought of this possibility brought a hint of an innocent smile to Chen Mu's bloodstained face. As for why the man had appeared now, Chen Mu couldn't be bothered to figure it out after beating up the young master. It was only natural for the servant to come knocking. What else could it be but trouble? Uncle, Chen Mu asked in a childlike voice. Do you think if I believe in light, I could appear out of nowhere like you? Whoosh. Though he had already made up his mind to kill, he decided to play along for now and see what kind of trick this fool had up his sleeve. Ha ha ha, you mean this? Du Yin said smugly, pulling out a palm-sized stone mirror and waving it in front of Chen Mu. This is the invisible mirror, a secret treasure that can conceal one's presence. No one below the Grandmaster level can see through it. Well, do you want it? This was the carefully crafted plan to recruit him. First, lure him with the treasure, then appeal to his sense of purpose, and ultimately ensure success. As expected, Chen Mu nodded vigorously. I want it. Can you give it to me? He asked, though inwardly he was thrilled. So it's invisibility. Perfect. This will be a lifesaver for my grinding sessions. Seeing Chen Mu's eager expression, Du Yin chuckled to himself. Kids are so easy to fool. Step 1 complete. He put the mirror away and continued to coax him. I can't just give it to you. But if you join us, you'll get treasures even better than this. Join you? Chen Mu asked, feigning confusion. Weren't you here to avenge Li Zihao? Why has the plot suddenly shifted? Also, aren't you part of the Li family? How would I join you? Am I supposed to marry into the family, or something? It was as if he sensed Chen Mu's confusion. A sly glint flashed in Poison Fong's eyes. Suddenly, he straightened his posture, raised both hands high above his head, and struck a dramatic pose as if embracing the heavens. Do you want to save the world? Do you wish to bring humanity back into the light? His voice echoed passionately through the cave. Join the great Illuminati, young man. The world belongs to us. The world belongs to humanity. The Illuminati? Chen Mu's pupils contracted sharply. This unexpected revelation sent a jolt through his heart. Could it be that Li Chuanan was also a member of the Illuminati? In his previous life, he had killed him so hastily that he completely overlooked this crucial clue. Receiving an olive branch from the largest cult in Long Kingdom left Chen Mu with mixed emotions. While it was, in some sense, a form of recognition, joining them was out of the question. If nothing else, Chen Lingfeng would be the first to kill him for it. Having completed his exploration of Yin Kingdom's map, Chen Mu had no intention of continuing this charade. His gaze turned cold, and a dangerous smirk curved his lips. A greater treasure? I'm more interested in you. Before the words had fully settled, the sharp clang of twin blades unsheathing reverberated through the cave. Chen Mu gripped the dual blades, his eyes flashing with a blood-red glint, and the fierce arc of his blade light shot straight for Poison Fang's throat like lightning. So, you've made your choice. Poison Fang's figure eerily vanished as he retreated. Chen Mu feigned vigilance, scanning his surroundings. Though he had already locked onto the conspicuous red energy mass flickering around him, his aura sensing technique had indeed nullified the enemy's invisibility. What a pity! Poison Fang's voice oozed mockery as it echoed from every direction. With your talent, you might have even reached the legendary headquarters. Don't you want to become humanity's savior? This is the greatest honor. When the day of rebirth arrives, you'll regret the choice you made today. Oh wait, you won't live to see that day. An ordinary person might have panicked in the face of such a strange and unsettling scene. But to Chen Mu, Poison Fang's busy movements appeared almost comical. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of calculated wariness with just the right touch of feigned unease. Invisible, Poison Fang allowed a cold smile to creep across his face. He relished this game of cat and mouse-ite was his signature prelude before eliminating his enemies. Sensing the time was ripe, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he prepared to deliver a lethal strike. Poison Fang, now's your moment. Chen Mu roared fiercely. 9 Tribulations Demon Leg Art, first form. With a crisp crack, the yellow scatter egg shattered. Calmly withdrawing his leg, Chen Mu shot a mocking glance at Poison Fang, who had now materialized. The latter collapsed onto his knees, thighs clenched tightly together, his expression a chaotic mix of confusion, disbelief, and terror. He fought to hold back tears, but they streamed uncontrollably as he helplessly gazed at Chen Mu, who was slowly raising his blade. You despicable! Poison Fang rasped hoarsely. The only reply was a voice, youthful yet devoid of any emotion. I quite enjoyed your performance. As a token of thanks, I'll send you to the light right now. Inside the cave, Poison Fang's sunken eyes glared venomously at Chen Mu, his face twisted in pain, but curving into a sinister grin. You? Really? The blade sliced through the air in an instant. Clang. A deafening sound echoed through the cave as the straight blade struck what felt like an invisible iron wall. The powerful recoil made Chen Mu's hand go numb. How is this possible? Chen Mu was shocked. Both of them were at the second tier. Even with just the first level of the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade activated, doubling his combat power, he still couldn't break through Poison Fang's defense. As he stood there in disbelief, something unexpected occurred. You forced me to this. Poison Fang's sharp voice turned hoarse and eerie. Suddenly, the dozen or so bear corpses in the cave began to emit a blood-red glow, which streamed toward him like threads. The once plump bear corpses shriveled rapidly, their vitality visibly drained. With the influx of blood-red light, Poison Fang stood upright. Amid his agonized screams, his body began to grow, quickly surpassing 2 meters in height. His skin tore apart inch by inch, thick fur mixed with blood spilling out. His mouth split all the way to his ears, revealing jagged, sinister fangs. As his body transformed into a monstrous form, Poison Fang's laughter became even more maniacal and twisted. Ha ha! Foolish boy, you know nothing about power. His aura surged wildly. Mid-second tier, peak second tier, third tier. What the hell is this second form? Chen Mu thought to himself, his heart racing. If he keeps evolving, I'm screwed. Driven by instinct, Chen Mu raised his blade. 9 Tribulations Demon Blade, 4th level. A crescent of pitch-black energy tore through the air. With a soft swish, Poison Fang's head was severed cleanly, tumbling to the ground. His face was frozen in a crazed grin, with a hint of unregistered shock. The system notification chimed immediately. Killed a 3rd-tier warrior. Kill value 500. Chen Mu stood frozen in his attack stance, staring blankly at the severed head on the ground. All that build-up, and this is it. It wasn't that Poison Fang was weak, it was that Chen Mu was simply too strong. Back when he was at the 1st tier, he could use the 3rd level of the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade to penetrate a 3rd-tier warrior's golden skin. Now, with his current 2nd-tier strength unleashing the 4th level, the power was more than doubled. Realizing this, Chen Mu awkwardly scratched his head. You were right. I really know nothing about power me own power, that is. Still, The methods of the Lightbringer Society were undeniably bizarre. First, the invisibility artifact. Now this monstrous transformation technique. If any other warrior had encountered this, they'd likely have suffered a devastating loss. Remembering the artifact, Chen Mu quickly crouched down to search Poison Fang's body. With the invisibility ability of the artifact, he could train in the little demon heaven body refinement technique right in the middle of a monster horde without needing to hide anymore. Soon, he found a palm-sized stone mirror. The edge of the mirror bore a small engraved character, Li, indicating its ownership by the Li family. Chen Mu's eyes lit up, but before he could examine it further, a sudden flood of information overwhelmed him. The treasure, the invisible mirror, can be unsealed by nurturing it with a soul. Would you like to soulbind the seal? Chen Mu didn't hesitate and chose to bind it without a second thought. In an instant, the stone mirror transformed into a streak of green light and shot straight into his forehead, disappearing without a trace. Within his sea of consciousness, the stone mirror now floated silently, exuding an ancient aura as it rose and fell intermittently. For a martial artist, strength is typically divided into two dimensions, internal and external. The internal includes cultivation levels, the power of combat techniques, and various secret methods or forbidden arts. The external consists of weapons and mystical treasures. Legendary high-grade weapons often come with innate attribute enhancements, and when paired with compatible combat techniques, they can produce effects far beyond expectations. As for mystical treasures, their abilities are incredibly diverse, and their origins are shrouded in mystery. In his past life, Chen Mu had no access to such arcane knowledge and had never heard of any mystical treasure capable of entering the human body, let alone one that carried a seal. Could this be another trick from the system? Without overthinking, he focused his mind and activated the stone mirror within his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the cave without a trace. After confirming that the treasure was still functional, Chen Mu finally let out a sigh of relief. As for the system's mention of unsealing it, he decided to put it aside for now and let it gradually nurture within his sea of consciousness, a process that would undoubtedly take a long time. For the moment, his priority was to deal with the immediate situation. He turned his attention back to the corpse of the Venom Fang and noticed a faint, shadowy black figure slowly emerging from it, swirling like mist. Meanwhile, in the officers' quarters of the Deep Abyss military base LH-3, within the room of General Jia Yuan, a lean man in uniform was staring at an old-fashioned cell phone in his hand. In an era where smart wristbands had become ubiquitous, this outdated device served as his only means of communication with his superiors. A brief message displayed on the small screen. Do not take unnecessary action. Regarding that Chen family boy, I have other plans provided he can survive this disaster on his own. This was the reply to his earlier request to recruit Chen Mu. Other plans. From the tone of his superior, it seemed they had been keeping an eye on the boy for some time. Survive this disaster on his own, Jia Yuan pondered over the phrase. Was it referring to the ritual in Abyss number 2 or the divine phenomenon set to occur in a month? After a moment of thought, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Based on Li Chuanan's report, the boy had recently been active in Abyss number 2 and would inevitably encounter the ritual in 2 days. Regardless of which disaster it referred to, Jia Yuan didn't believe Chen Mu would survive. Since his superior had already given instructions, he naturally wouldn't interfere. With that decision, Jia Yuan clasped the phone tightly in his hands, crushing it into powder. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly paused, had almost forgotten something else. Quickly retrieving a spare phone from his drawer, he typed out a message and sent it rapidly. Boss, one more thing. Li Chuanan has added a little extra to the ritual. Based on energy measurements, it might attract a demon king-level beast. He hopes that if it succeeds, the church can send a grandmaster-level expert to treat his son. A few moments later, the phone buzzed twice, signaling a reply. A demon king. Alright. A demon king was at least a 7th-tier existence. Even if Abyss number 2's energy level was insufficient to accommodate a 7th-tier beast, it would still suppress it to the 5th tier. However, a demon king was still a demon king. Its cunning and abilities far surpassed ordinary beasts. A 5th-tier demon king alone would be enough to sweep through the entire Abyss. At that point, the surplus energy from sacrifices might even bring about the divine phenomenon ahead of schedule. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Jia Yuan's expression shifted, and he immediately crushed the spare phone into powder, his tone calm as he called out. Who is it? Jia Yuan. It's me. Came the voice of Chun Lingfeng from outside. Hearing Chun Lingfeng's voice, Jia Yuan quickly stomped his foot, dispersing the powder on the ground into nothingness with a precise burst of energy. He stood up, opened the door, and stepped aside to make way. General Chun, what brings you here? He asked. Chun Lingfeng poked his head into the room, scanning it briefly. Seeing nothing unusual, he withdrew and waved casually. I'm not coming in. Just here to let you know it's time to assemble and get ready to advance the exploration line. Again, Jia Yuan raised an eyebrow, his face showing surprise. We only advanced a kilometer this morning, and the situation ahead is still unclear. Isn't this a bit risky? He recalled their usual tactical routine, clearing new ground in the morning, scouting terrain and beast distribution in the afternoon, and reinforcing the front lines to prepare for the next day. Don't worry. Chen Lingfeng patted his chest confidently. I skipped lunch and personally scouted the area ahead. He'll fill you in on the details on the way. All right, give me a moment. Jia Yuan turned to grab his saber, casually asking, is there something urgent happening at the front? Rushing like this feels unusual. He couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. Any mishap at this critical juncture could jeopardize the descent plan. Chen Lingfeng scratched the back of his head and grinned. Nothing major. We're just 5 kilometers away from completing this phase of the mission, so I figured we'd push a bit harder. He then softened his expression with a gentle smile. Besides, my kid said he misses me, which doesn't happen often. I want to finish the mission quickly and spend some time with him. Sorry to trouble you all for a couple of days. Ah, I see. Jia Yuan rolled his eyes, but felt relieved. He turned and gave Chen Lingfeng a friendly pat on the arm, laughing heartily. We're all brothers here, don't talk about trouble. Let's get this mission done and give your kid a nice surprise. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Refine. With a light command from Chen Mu, the soul of the venom Fong dissolved into a fine mist and merged into his body. Feeling his spirit grow stronger once again, Chen Mu sighed inwardly. If only I had a soul-searching skill, I could easily extract information about the Illuminati. But maybe, once my soul reaches a certain level, I might naturally grasp such techniques. He exhaled softly. With every enhancement to his strength, he felt an almost limitless potential within himself, as if the pinnacle of martial arts in this world was merely the starting point for him. When this thought first crossed his mind, it left him utterly speechless. Where will this black seal ultimately lead me? Chen Mu shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts. His attention shifted to another pressing matter. The Li family's secret treasure, the stone mirror, was now in his possession, and he had also injured their son. It was inevitable that the Li family would come for him, seeking both revenge and the return of their treasure. Instead of waiting passively, it would be better to strike first and eliminate them entirely. In a society bound by relationships and grudges, such deep animosity could only be resolved by cutting the problem at its root. But not now. Chen Mu weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Li Chuanan, being a mid-phase third-tier martial artist, had no shortage of skilled subordinates at his disposal. Even more troublesome was the old man in the Li family who had shut himself away in seclusion. In the previous life, when they clashed, that old man was already a fourth-tier powerhouse. His strength now would likely be even more formidable. The current situation was as intricate as a spider's web. Linhai City appeared peaceful on the surface, but beneath it, undercurrents surged. The Illuminati had infiltrated this city, undoubtedly colluding with local factions. Was it the Li family, the Shin family, the Zhu family, or perhaps the Public Security Bureau or the Jinyuan army? Since Dio was a member of the Li family was naturally the most suspicious. Chen Mu rubbed his temples. Without solid evidence, who would believe the accusations of an 80-year-old child? If there were Illuminati spies within the Public Security Bureau, reporting recklessly would only alert the enemy and put himself in danger. This cult, hiding behind the banner of saving humanity and restarting the light, was most fanatical about orchestrating large-scale malicious incidents, which they euphemistically called rituals. Thinking about it, the monster uprising in Abyss number 2 was most likely their doing. Being a carefree 80-year-old would be nice, Chen Mu chuckled self-deprecatingly, but before he could finish, a sudden chill ran down his spine. And then end up with a destroyed family? Damn it. He slapped his cheeks hard, quickly regaining his focus. All fear stems from a lack of firepower. In the world of martial artists, strength is everything. As long as he was strong enough, he could dictate the rules. After disposing of Duya's corpse, he found little of value besides a few chi-replenishing pills and blood-strengthening elixirs. The several million in the opponent's digital wallet had to be reluctantly left untouched. Transfers in this cashless era left too many traces. After setting the body ablaze to erase evidence, Chen Mu turned and left. The afternoon passed in a flash. With the aid of the power of the invisible mirror, Chen Mu's cultivation advanced rapidly. His early second-tier level was already on the verge of breaking through to the mid-phase. Sitting openly atop a massive rock surrounded by venomous snakes, he drank and cultivated with abandon. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated. It was a message from a salesperson at the Crazy Cat Merchant Guild. Hey Handsome Blade, we've got a lead on the crank technique you wanted. I'm waiting for you at the entrance to Abyss number 2. Perfect timing. Chen Mu smiled faintly. The little demon heaven body refining technique was only 10 away from an upgrade, saving him a lot of effort and freeloading. He finished his cultivation and stood up, lightly stomping his foot. The surrounding venomous snakes instantly went berserk, lunging at him with wide-open jaws. A cold gleam flashed in the boy's eyes as his figure flickered, and blade light filled the air. In an instant, crimson blood rained down on the yellow sand. The kill points jumped repeatedly, finally settling at 25,300. Chen Mu raised his hand and tapped his fingertip lightly. Okay. The square in front of gate LH2 of the abyss was bustling with people. Mo Xiaoya stood amidst the crowd, her figure gracefully outlined by her fitted skirt. Her bright eyes occasionally glanced toward the exit of the abyss elevator, carrying a hint of anticipation in her expression. Before long, a small figure emerged from the flow of people. It was a child, no taller than 1.5 meters, wearing an adorable bear-patterned t-shirt. Mo Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and she quickly jogged forward. Sorry to keep you waiting, Chen Mu said, sheathing his long blade into a storage bracelet and nodding politely. Not at all, I just got here, Mo Xiaoya replied, her gaze sweeping over Chen Mu. She noticed his bloodstained clothes, but saw that he was completely unscathed. Smiling, she handed him a cup of warm milk tea. It's quite crowded here. Please, follow me to the shop so we can talk in detail. Chen Mu took the milk tea, a trace of confusion on his face. Do you always prepare this kind of drink for your VIP clients? Mo Xiaoya chuckled lightly as she led the way. Of course not. We tailor our offerings based on the guest's preferences. Gentlemen usually opt for tea or strong liquor. I thought this might suit you, Mr. Chen. Would you like something else instead? Milk, please. I'm still growing, Chen Mu replied calmly. Before long, the two arrived at the second branch of the Mad Cat Trading Company within the abyss. This shop was noticeably more spacious than Mo Xiaoya's usual location, with 3 sales staff busily attending to customers at the counter. Chen Mu first went to the VIP lounge to clean up and change into the clean clothes provided by the shop. Then, he was led to a refined reception room, where a steaming cup of milk awaited him on the table. The meticulous service earned his silent approval. When Mo Xiaoya saw him enter, she immediately sat upright and got straight to the point. This time, we've sourced 2 martial arts manuals for you, both meeting your requirements. Let me start with the first one. It's a Crade manual. The seller is parting with it due to special circumstances. To be honest, this manual is not considered top tier among Crade techniques, so the price is relatively reasonable. Shinmu took a sip of milk and asked, what kind of special circumstances? A Crade technique is like a golden goosite can be highly profitable, whether by opening a martial arts school or running a mercenary group. Very few would choose to sell it unless, he hinted knowingly, the source is questionable. Mo Xiaoya offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, but that's confidential client information, and I can't disclose it without permission. However, rest assured, the manual's origin is guaranteed by our trading company and is completely legitimate. Chen Mu nodded in understanding. Choosing a reputable trading company was meant to save him such worries. Since the source was assured, there was no need to overthink it. He cut to the chase. What's the price? Mo Xiaoya raised 5 slender fingers. 58 million. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Chen Mu's hand, holding the milk, trembled slightly. This was for a manual that was not top tier, yet it carried a price tag of nearly 60 million. He couldn't help but calculate inwardly just how many billions had he freeloaded this morning. Noticing his subtle reaction, Mo Xiaoya quickly explained, this price has been thoroughly evaluated by our expert team and is absolutely within a reasonable range. She had full confidence in Chen Mu's ability to pay, given that the materials he had sold to the shop recently had already exceeded $1 billion in value. Well, can I take a look first? Chen Mu asked awkwardly, rubbing his face. A faint thought of freeloading crossed his mind. However, Mo Xiaoya's next words immediately extinguished that hope. I'm afraid that's not possible, Mo Xiaoya explained, shaking her head. The manual is still with the seller. It will only be handed over to the guild once the deal is finalized. Our job is merely to facilitate the transfer and ensure the transaction's security. Isn't there another manual? Chen Mu pressed further. Since getting it for free wasn't an option, he decided to pick something reasonably priced. At the mention of the second manual, Mo Xiaoya's expression visibly hesitated, and her gaze instinctively drifted to the side. She cleared her throat and said seriously, the situation with this one is a bit unique, but what's certain is that it's a blank manual. Blank? Chen Mu nearly shouted in surprise. In his understanding, the chance of a blank manual appearing in the exchange was almost zero. Manuals of this caliber were typically safeguarded within the collections of major powers. Even if obtained through questionable means, the owners would guard them closely, never selling them lightly. The value of a blank manual far surpassed monetary measurement. It was enough to secure a small family's foothold in Linhai City. Such manuals were typically traded, not sold. That's correct, Mo Xiaoya confirmed solemnly. And it's priced at just 30 million. Hearing the price, Chen Mu surprisingly calmed down. He leaned back in his chair, locking his gaze on the black-haired girl across from him. If something seems off, there's usually a catch. Why not tell me directly what's wrong with it? Don't tell me it's incomplete. Mo Xiaoya gave an awkward laugh and raised her thumb in acknowledgement. Sharp as always, Mr. Mu. That's exactly why it's so cheap. This manual has been sitting in our guild's storage for over a decade. During that time, some martial experts purchased it, hoping to deduce and restore it, but they all returned it within a few months. After several exchanges, its price kept dropping. She glanced at the surveillance camera and lowered her voice. To be honest, I don't recommend this manual, but as a guild salesperson, it's my duty to offer it. Her implication was clear: this was a trap, and she didn't want Chen Mu wasting his money. Chen Mu, however, caught on to a different key detail. So it's owned by your guild? Meaning you can bring it out right now. Mo Xiaoya froze for a moment before nodding in confirmation. Internally, she was anxious. I've made it so obvious, why doesn't he get it? Let me take a look, Chen Mu said plainly. His thought process was simply he didn't need to cultivate it, just fuse it. A blank manual for 30 million, if it could be fused, would be an absolute steal. Are you sure? Mo Xiaoya gave him a meaningful look. Positive. Seeing his determination, Mo Xiaoya could only sigh. She ran her finger across a storage ring, and a black metal box appeared on the table. After multiple layers of password verification, the box opened, revealing a heavily damaged manual. Chen Mu's eyelid twitched at the sight. This wasn't just incomplete, it looked like it had been chewed on by a dog. He had assumed incomplete meant missing pages or an incomplete upper or lower section, but this level of damage was beyond his imagination. The entire lower half of the manual was gone, leaving only jagged edges and roughly 1/3 of the upper portion. Noticing Chen Mu's change in expression, Mo Xiaoya felt a slight sense of relief until she heard him ask with anticipation, "Can I touch it?" "Feel free. You can even flip through it. Then I won't hold back," Chen Mu said, reaching out and gently touching the pages. Instantly, a light screen flickered to life, and glowing text appeared. Detected blank manual, 5 Sun's internal refining technique. Completion rate, 31. Would you like to use slaughter points to deduce and restore the manual? Looking at the flickering characters before him, Chen Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. Although it wasn't a direct fusion, as long as he completed it and then fused it, the result would be the same. By then, it would become a complete level martial technique, its value practically immeasurable. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he withdrew his finger and decisively said, "I'll take this technique." Before Mo Xiaoya could respond, Chen Mu added, "Include that level 1 from earlier in the total as well." The price was indeed higher than he had anticipated, but to Chen Mu, money was meant to be spent. Besides, he could acquire a substantial amount of beast materials through his slaughter points, and in the future, the more he fought, the wealthier he would become. Once he reached the Grandmaster level, money would essentially lose its meaning. If not now, then when? Mo Xiaoya could see through his thoughts. Every buyer of this technique was brimming with confidence, believing they could complete it and score an incredible bargain. After confirming his choice one more time, she reluctantly pulled out a portable payment device, saying, "The Clevel technique is 58 million, and the Blevel technique, being a merchant guild item, comes with a 20% discount for black card members. The total is 82 million. Without hesitation, Chen Mu completed the payment via scan and swiftly stored the incomplete 5 Yang internal refining technique into his storage bracelet. The entire process was seamless and efficient. Thank you for supporting the Mad Cat Guild. The other Clevel technique will be delivered to your residence by tomorrow at the latest," Mo Xiaoya said with a polite bow as part of her routine. However, as she looked up at Chen Mu's youthful face, her sense of guilt deepened, as though she had deceived a child. After Chen Mu left the shop, she eventually gritted her teeth and chased after him. "Mr. Chen, to show my appreciation for your support of my work, I'd like to share some information with you." She quickly tapped a few times on her bracelet. Chen Mu promptly received an electronic document titled Martial Arts Association Southern 3 Provinces Martial Arts Exchange Competition. He didn't open it immediately, simply nodding indifferently. "Thank you," he said, before striding away. At that moment, nothing was more important to him than going home to complete the technique. Mo Xiaoya stood there, watching his figure disappear into the distance, sighing in guilt. To her knowledge, one of the previous buyers of the 5 Yang internal refining technique had been a core member of the Martial Arts Association. The association held an exalted status in Longhua, functioning as a quasi-official organization with tens of thousands of members nationwide. However, its core members numbered only in the hundreds, each an extraordinary figure in the martial arts world. If even someone of that caliber couldn't complete the technique, she doubted Chen Mu could succeed. She could only hope that the information she had shared would be of some help to him now. It must be of help. As night fell and the moon cast its silvery glow, Chen Mu sat in his bedroom within the Chun family villa. Placing his finger on the incomplete technique, he softly commanded, "Slaughter, complete the 5 Yang internal refining technique." Under the moonlight, the glowing screen shimmered, and the characters began to dance. As Chen Mu began to deduce the 5 Yang internal refinement method, the image of a tattered manual floated before his eyes. As a cultivator already proficient in the Blevel technique, lesser demon heaven body tempering art, he had a solid understanding of internal techniques for strengthening the body. This gave him a 10 boost in the success rate of his deductions. However, as he carefully studied the incomplete manual, he fell into a long silence. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, a stream of curses spilling from his mouth. "Which idiot asked me to complete this piece of trash?" For an entire day and night, his angry outbursts echoed through the room. In the end, he had no choice but to face the harsh reality and begin the deduction process. To grasp the core principles of this technique, he traveled across the land, poring over countless ancient texts. Time flew by, and 30 years passed in the blink of an eye as he worked on the deductions. During this period, he experienced numerous breakdowns, moments of madness, deviations in his practice, and fits of rage. Yet, he eventually managed to complete a portion of the technique. At the right moment, the system's notification chimed. 5 Yang internal refinement method completeness 10, consuming 10,000 slaughter points. Stop. Chen Mu immediately halted the deduction upon seeing the staggering cost. The system displayed the final result. Deduction halted. 5 Yang internal refinement method completeness increased from 31 to 41. Remaining slaughter points, 15,300. 10,000 slaughter points. This is daylight robbery. Chen Mu stared at the remaining points with heartache, quickly calculating. Even if he spent all his slaughter points now, he could only repair another 10, still far from fully restoring the technique. Moreover, he had a clever technique scheduled to arrive tomorrow, which would require 5,000 slaughter points for integration. Lying on the bed, he closed his eyes and thought. He had always felt he had plenty of slaughter points, but when it came time to use them, it was far from enough. After a brief moment of reflection, he made a decision to temporarily put the deductions on hold. Continuing the deductions would be akin to pouring money down the drain, as the technique would still remain unusable. The most rational approach was to accumulate enough slaughter points to fully deduce the technique in one go. This experience taught him a valuable lesson. Future development must be more balanced. It wasn't enough to solely pursue higher cultivation levels. Accumulating slaughter points was equally important. Just as he was about to turn over and sleep, he suddenly remembered the document Mo Xiaoya had sent him earlier. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to take a look. The file titled Martial Arts Association Southern Three Provinces Martial Arts Exchange Tournament quickly finished downloading. This was an important annual event hosted by the Martial Arts Association in various regions of the country, aimed at selecting outstanding martial arts talents for further training within the association. Given the Martial Arts Association's unparalleled status in Longhua, this was akin to a meteoric rise. As a result, this tournament was also known as the Martial Examination, with an influence that even surpassed the annual martial arts college entrance exams. However, its acceptance rate was dishearteningly low typically. Only the first-place winner from each region was admitted. In some cases, if the top performer failed to meet the association standards, no one would be admitted, though some compensation would be provided afterward. Recalling his experience competing at the age of 16 in his previous life, Chen Mu's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. He had only received a strength pill as a consolation prize. The tournament was scheduled for next week, but he had no intention of participating. With less than 3 weeks remaining until the outbreak of the beast tide, he needed to focus all his energy on improving his strength. After all, this tournament happened every year. There was always next year. Even so, his curiosity got the better of him, and his fingers instinctively clicked on the document. He wondered what kind of classified information Mo Xiaoya had managed to obtain in such a public and transparent competition. The next moment, a detailed dossier on the martial examination unfolded before his eyes. In the bedroom, Chen Mu's gaze swept across lines of text, his brows gradually furrowing. The intelligence in his hands began with a major piece of news from the Martial Arts Association, a heavyweight announcement that the head of combat techniques research, Elder Yuan Sheng, would personally attend the upcoming exchange competition and intended to take the first-place winner as his disciple. The report detailed that the chosen candidate had essentially been predetermined by Fengqing, the second son of the Bai family from Lushan province. This 15-year-old prodigy had just stepped into the 4th tier and awakened the world's unique Phoenix rebirth martial arts talent. Reading this, Chen Mu sighed softly. Indeed a genius, though still a bit inferior to me. The intelligence continued to outline Yuan Sheng's background. This 60-year-old genius had reached the 7th tier Grandmaster realm and was the youngest elder in the Martial Arts Association in the past century. Renowned for his profound expertise in combat techniques, he was an uncompromising martial arts enthusiast. Although countless prodigies from prestigious families had sought to become his disciple, his reclusive nature had kept him from taking any. The writer speculated that his sudden interest in accepting a student might stem from Bai Fengqing's Phoenix rebirth talent, which he likely wanted to study to develop groundbreaking combat techniques. Chen Mu scanned the report, provided by Mo Xiaoya, and quickly grasped her intent. She hoped that, at the mere age of 8, he would seize this opportunity. In her view, while his current level might not match Bai Fengqing's, his potential far surpassed it, possibly earning him a place in Elder Yuan's eyes. What did becoming the first disciple of a martial arts association elder entail? It would be nothing short of commanding respect across Linhai City. Even the head of the security bureau would have to treat him with courtesy, and even Chen Lingfeng would yield. At this, Chen Mu's lips curled into a faint smile before he shook his head with a chuckle. It was indeed a rare opportunity, but not something he currently needed. In his eyes, with enough strength, power and status would naturally follow. Just as he was about to set the report aside, a line caught his attention. Elder Yuan had added his own incentive to the prize pool to increase the challenge for Bai Fengqing and motivate the participants. While Chen Mu had little interest in becoming a disciple, the prizes were worth a closer look. The next moment, his slightly tired eyes widened in shock. The prize list read as follows. First place, membership in the Martial Arts Association. Second place, an A-rank combat technique manual and an unknown artifact. Third place, an energy stone. But Chen Mu's gaze had already locked onto the photo of the artifact listed. The familiar design, the striking purple hue, and the blood red, Huang, character it was unmistakable. This was the Human Emperor banner. This, even without the cover, it's still the Human Emperor banner. Chen Mu's eyes widened in shock, his mind blank. His gaze quickly shifted to the annotation below. Unknown purpose, unknown usage method. Though classified as a rare artifact, its value is limited. Limited value, my foot. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Mu quickly pieced his thoughts together. In this world, martial artists focused on cultivating vitality, physical strength, and spiritual power. Naturally, no one recognized the true worth of this artifact, which required demonic energy to wield. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. As the proud bearer of the innate demon sovereign physique, the chosen demon scion, how could I not claim control over the Human Emperor banner? Now that the demon sovereign's personal artifact had surfaced, the martial arts tournament had become a battlefield he could not afford to lose. Over the next half hour, Chen Mu meticulously studied the combat analysis reports of the tournament participants. Bai Fengqing was undoubtedly the strongest contender, boasting fourth-tier strength along with innate martial talent. The other participants were relatively less formidable, with most at the third tier and only a few reaching the fourth. The main differences among them lay in their mastery of combat techniques. When it came to combat techniques, Chen Mu was confident. Apart from mastering the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade to its 4th level, his other techniques had already reached perfection. He was merely a step away from reaching the mid-second tier, and breaking through to the 3rd tier before the tournament seemed well within reach. Even with 3rd-tier strength, he was confident in taking on 4th-tier opponents. Let Bai Fengqing have the 1st place, but the 2nd place? No one better think about taking it from me. Having made his decision, he wrapped himself in his blanket and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, a staff member dressed in the uniform of the Crazy Cat Merchant Guild arrived at the Chun family villa. After completing an identity verification process, he handed a metallic box to Chen Mu. Inside the box was a book about 1 centimeter thick. When Chen Mu's fingertips brushed across the cover, a light screen popped up. Detected internal cultivation technique, grade C. Consume slaughter points to fuse? No need to verify it. I trust the Crazy Cat Guild. Chen Mu signed for the item with a calm demeanor and watched as the staff member departed respectfully. With this, the little demon heaven body refinement technique can be upgraded. Chen Mu, holding the cultivation manual, was about to head upstairs when the old butler, Zhao Zhong, approached him curiously. Young master, what did you buy? Nothing much, just a crade cultivation manual. Chen Mu replied with a smile, casually tossing the 5-yang inner refinement method to Zhao Zhong. Staring at the worn-out grade manual in his hands, the old butler fell into silence. Moments later, he donned his armor, grabbed his guandao, and bellowed. Watch me tear down the Crazy Cat Guild's shop. Bullying an honest kid like Thizdo isn't the young master work hard enough hunting beasts for his allowance. Under the pursuit of Long Wu and the other guards, the old butler was apprehended before he could even escape the courtyard. Young master, you're just 2. The old butler, Zhao Zhong, hesitated, the words easily deceived swirling on the tip of his tongue. In the end, he swallowed them back, fearing he might hurt the boy's pride. Standing in the living room, he looked at the tattered martial arts manual in his hands, stomping his feet in frustration. Do you even know how hard it is to repair a grade martial arts technique? This book is in such a terrible state that fixing it is harder than creating an entirely new technique from scratch. Meanwhile, Long Wu and the other guards gathered around the ruined 5-yang internal refinement technique, their eyes filled with envy. So this is the legendary high-level technique. If someone gave me one of these, I'd be willing to be their dog, one of the guards exclaimed. Don't start barking just yet, another teased. This book is so damaged, even if it were given to you, you couldn't practice it. But didn't the young master say he could fix it? Come on, when I was a kid, I also said I'd get into Qingwu Academy. How about this if he really fixes it? I won't take a salary for a whole year. Whoa, that's brutal. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Mu put away the manual, his eyes glinting with mischief as he smiled. Uncle Zhong, how about we make a bet? If I repair this technique, you'll have to follow my orders from now on, and my commands will take precedence over Chun Lingfeng's. He was preparing for his father's return to the court. The name, Phantom Blade, was becoming increasingly renowned, and when his father emerged from Dun, it would be impossible to keep it a secret. Knowing his father's protective nature, Chen Mu's recent reckless behavior would undoubtedly tread on Chen Lingfeng's bottom line. Rather than await inevitable restrictions, he might as well win over the old retainer first. Zhao Zhong frowned, contemplating for a moment. And if you lose? If I lose? Chen Mu hesitated before continuing. He'll personally lead a team to take down the Madcap Merchant Guild shops. Zhao Zhong gripped the guandao in his hands tightly, his voice firm. Deal. The two sealed their agreement with a handshake. Back in his second-floor bedroom, Chen Mu closed his eyes, focusing his mind as illusory text flickered in his consciousness. Consume slaughter points, 5,000. Begin technique fusion. Crade fusion successful. Little demon heaven body tempering technique, 9,100. Little demon heaven body tempering technique upgraded to big demon heaven body tempering technique upgrade. New technique trait added, undying demon physique. Trait effect, greatly enhances physical defense. Passive, any injury can be instantly healed by consuming vitality. The body remains unkillable as long as vitality is not depleted. Remaining slaughter points, 10300. Chen Mu's eyes snapped open, a fleeting red glint flashing in his pitch-black pupils. A mysterious energy surged through his body along with his blood, bringing an unprecedented transformation. Looking down at himself, he noticed a faint dark cyan glow shimmering on his skin, giving him the appearance of being forged from steel. His defense had at least doubled. Finally, I've addressed my last weakness, Chen Mu thought to himself. In the past, he had relied on his speed advantage and the fact that most of his opponents were beasts of the same tier. His lack of defense hadn't been a major issue. But against an opponent faster than him, this flaw could be fatal. As for the second part of the undying demon physique's description, he decided to test it himself. Drawing his blade, he made a deep cut on his forearm, the wound exposing bone as blood gushed out. Without hesitation, Chen Mu focused his mind and activated the undying demon physique. In the next moment, he suddenly felt the energy and blood in his body surge, a warm current rushing toward the wound on his forearm. The deep gash, so severe that the bone was visible, began to undergo an astonishing transformation right before his eyes. It started with the blood clotting. Then the wound rapidly closed up, new muscle tissue formed at an incredible speed, and finally, not even a scar was left behind. If not for the glaring bloodstain on the floor silently telling the story of what had happened mere moments ago, it would seem as though the injury had never existed. Incredible! Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes fixed on his arm, now as good as new. His mind raced as he carefully reflected on the phrase, any injury, described in the cultivation manual. If that were true, did it mean even fatal wounds like a heart being gouged out, a decapitation, or being reduced to ashes could also be healed? Thinking of this, he instinctively touched his neck, a chill creeping up his spine. No, that's too extreme, he muttered to himself. There's no need to go that far with myself. Then, as if to clarify, he added, it's not that I'm scared, just, if the energy and blood run out, then I'd really be done for. But on second thought, as long as his energy and blood remained abundant, wouldn't this mean he truly possessed an immortal body? Chen Mu sheathed his long blade, forcing himself to calm his racing heart. With the martial arts exchange competition only a week away, even if he couldn't break through to the third level, with the insane regenerative abilities of this undying demonic body, he could trade injuries for kills and carve out a path to victory. As the saying goes, the soft fear the hard fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who don't fear death. If this demonic cultivation technique could achieve such a dramatic improvement just by advancing from level to a level, what unimaginable power would it hold its level? With this thought, Chen Mu quickly packed up, his excitement propelling him forward in long strides. Sorry, presidents, but freeloading is just too sweet. Meanwhile, at the border of Abyss LH2, several ordinary-looking martial artists had gathered, their expressions grave. A bald man among them, holding an electronic map, walked a few steps, paused, and finally stopped at a specific spot. Carefully, he took out a white crystal and buried it beneath his feet. The others stepped forward, slitting their wrists and letting their blood drip onto the soil. Deep underground, a fleeting crimson glow flashed and disappeared. Good. Just one more spot left, the bald man said in a low voice. The group nodded in silent agreement and followed him as he headed toward another location. Big brother, a young martial artist in the group spoke, his voice trembling slightly. After the ritual is complete, are we all going to die here? The bald man stopped in his tracks, turned around, and cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze at the questioner. What, are you scared? And no, I'm not scared. The young martial artist forced himself to steady his voice. Death isn't frightening. Don't forget, we're fighting for the future of humanity. That's right. At that moment, the same scene was unfolding in various parts of Abyss Number 2. A calamity was about to descend. On the bustling streets of Linhai City, a dejected figure stepped out of the blazing flame mercenary guild. Chen Mu glanced back at the shop signboard, let out a heavy sigh, and then kicked a pebble on the roadside in frustration. Now you're picky too? Even clever techniques aren't good enough for you, huh? Moments earlier, he had eagerly tried to continue freeloading clever cultivation techniques, only to receive a system notification: do not fuse with garbage. This meant that to further enhance the grand demon heaven body refinement technique, he could only use level techniques or higher. The exorbitant cost of 10 level techniques made Chen Mu's head throb. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and turned toward Abyss number 2. Since he couldn't boost his internal strength in the short term, he decided to focus on the task at hand. Upon arriving at LH Abyss number 2, Chen Mu stepped out of the elevator. The plaza was as lively as ever. Though it was only 10 in the morning, people were already bustling about. Some were returning triumphantly after an overnight expedition, while others, full of energy, were gearing up for a new day as martial artists. In a few more hours, the crowd would swell to its peak. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, Chen Mu lightly tapped his toes and vanished into the crowd. Not long after, a young woman in a jade green combat outfit emerged from the elevator. Shinmu, the eldest daughter of the Shin family. At her waist hung a sky blue longsword, and her jet black hair was neatly tied back, giving her a striking and heroic appearance. As a mid-tier third-rank martial artist, she was facing a significant challenge. The martial arts exam was scheduled for next week, but her frost dragon technique was still in its beginner stage, and she had yet to break through to proficiency. A breakthrough would likely secure her a spot in the top 10, which, while not enough to join the Martial Arts Association, would still provide a crucial bonus for the upcoming college entrance exams. Determined to hone her combat skills through real life and death battles, Shinmu moved swiftly toward the depths of the abyss, heading straight for the territory of fourth-rank beasts. By noon, the scorching heat waves rippled across the barren desert terrain. Beneath the seemingly calm sands, countless beasts lay in ambush, ready to pounce on any martial artist daring to enter. Chen Mu sat cross-legged in the midst of it all, slowly opening his eyes. His cultivation level had advanced from the early to mid-stage of the second martial rank, and he had accumulated 10,300 points of slaughter value. However, he could clearly feel that his cultivation speed was slowing down. Third-rank early-stage beasts in this area were no longer sufficient to meet his needs. Just as he prepared to disable his invisibility to resume gathering slaughter value, the surrounding sands began to churn violently. A swarm of scorpion-like beasts erupted from the ground, their movements unusually agitated. Chen Mu immediately halted and became alert. These venomous scorpions typically wouldn't surface unless they had detected prey. At that moment, a sharp screech pierced the sky. 100 meters above, a massive black-crowned golden eagle, over 20 meters in length, soared majestically like a fighter jet. Its overwhelming aura of ferocious vitality blanketed every inch of land below. Black-crowned golden eagle? Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. A fourth-rank leader-class beast. Why is it here? The altitude of the flight clearly indicated a hunting posture. Chen Mu frowned, his heart sounding alarm bells. The chaos has begun. He immediately activated the blood curse eye, his sharp gaze scanning his surroundings. Not far away, a faint red aura, resembling a small snake, was spiraling upward into the air. As his vision extended, he noticed over 100 similar eerie auras rising simultaneously, intertwining under the gray-white sky to form an enormous and intricate magic array. So this is the source of the beast rampage? It's definitely man-made. Chen Mu's eyes narrowed as he quickly analyzed. These auras are the array nodes. Destroying the nodes will dismantle the array. But there are too many. There's no time to take them out individually. I'll have to destroy the core. With this thought, his figure flickered and darted toward the deepest part of the abyss. At the same time, hunting squads scattered throughout the abyss began noticing the anomaly. Beasts that were previously hidden or dormant suddenly went berserk, their combat strength surging by 1.5 times as they frantically attacked the warriors within the abyss. Most squads scrambled to retreat, only to be pursued and surrounded by swarms of beasts. Meanwhile, a few reckless individuals, tempted by rumors of rare treasures, charged deeper into the abyss, disregarding their own safety. Screams and beastly roars echoed continuously, blood spraying across the ground only to vanish mysteriously, leaving behind dark red stains on the earth. The alarms blared abruptly at the number 2 Abyss Garrison Base. Commander Ma Jihong rushed into the monitoring room with quick strides, his voice sharp with urgency. What's the situation? Reporting, sir. A soldier on duty immediately responded. We've detected abnormal energy fluctuations. Beasts at the perimeter are assaulting the blockade line. Zones 3 and 4 have entered a state of frenzy, and all reconnaissance drones in the deeper regions have been destroyed. Ma Jihong stared at the wall of surveillance screens and decisively issued orders. Seal off the number 2 Abyss immediately. First and second squads, reinforce the blockade line. All other squads, proceed with rescue operations. Suddenly, one of the surveillance feeds caught his attention. On the screen, 4 warriors were surrounded by 5 berserk beasts, with the shredded remains of a fallen comrade lying on the ground. 3 of the beasts leapt into the air, their claws gleaming with a deadly light, about to tear the warriors apart. In that critical moment, a blurred figure flashed across the screen, and blade light rained down like a storm. The three beasts were instantly torn to pieces, their limbs and blood scattering across the ground. A figure landed steadily in front of the four warriors, a person clad in a bear-print t-shirt, gripping a blood-stained long blade in both hands, their gaze as sharp as a knife's edge. With a swift and powerful slash, a massive arc of blade energy tore through the air, leaving a sharp trajectory in its wake. The heads of two monstrous beasts fell instantly, rolling several meters across the ground. Chen Mu remained expressionless, his movements fluid and precise as he retrieved a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, his figure blurred into a shadow and vanished into the dense forest ahead. The four martial artists who had witnessed the scene stood frozen in shock, only snapping out of it when a sense of impending danger jolted them awake. They scrambled to their feet and fled in panic toward the exit. In the monitoring room, similar scenes played out on the second, third, and fourth screens. Each time, the same figure in a bear-print t-shirt appeared, executing clean and decisive attacks with unerring precision. This kid. Ma Jihong's pupils contracted slightly. These were third-tier beasts, after all. Even the elite soldiers under his command, who had honed their skills in the abyss for years, would struggle to dispatch them so effortlessly. Yet every strike from Chen Mu seemed calculated to perfection, as cold and precise as a seasoned butcher at work. Standing beside him, his deputy explained in a low voice, "This is the Phantom Blade, who's been making a name for himself lately. He's said to be the young master of the Chen family." The Chen family? Ma Jihong turned sharply. Chen Lingfeng's son. The deputy nodded in confirmation. Ma Jihong took a deep breath, memories surfacing of the infant who once giggled in his arms. It was hard to reconcile that image with the cold, ruthless young killer now before his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the screen, where Chen Mu's figure was advancing deeper into the abyss. That area was home to fourth-tier beasts, including some that rivaled leader-class entities. Even Ma Jihong himself would approach such creatures with utmost caution. "Is this kid insane?" Ma Jihong barked, immediately issuing orders. "Assemble the elite squad and follow me into the core zone. Call Chen Lingfeng and tell him to come deal with his son. Also, request reinforcements from headquarters immediately." Meanwhile, the streets of Linhai City were calm and peaceful. Chen Lingfeng stepped out of a sleek black car, his face beaming with joy as he carried an armful of toys. He eagerly pushed open the iron gate of a small courtyard, only to see the old butler, Zhao Zhong, nervously knocking over a kettle of water. "Huh, bet you didn't expect me back so soon. Where's Xiaomu? I've got a surprise for him." Chen Lingfeng strode confidently toward the house. Zhao Zhong hurried after him, forcing a nervous chuckle. "Ah, master, your timing's a bit unfortunate. The young master went out to play. You could have at least given a heads up. He would have stayed home waiting for you." Chen Lingfeng halted in his steps, his brow furrowing slightly. Where did Xiaomu go? And why isn't Long Wu with him? The old butler thought to himself, if anything happens, it'll probably be because Long Wu was protecting him. But outwardly, he smiled and said, "The young master went to the zoo. He's been really into animals lately." The zoo? A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Lingfeng's eyes. Just as he was about to press further, his phone rang. "This is Chen Lingfeng." He answered, but the next second, his expression darkened dramatically. "What did you say, my son? A beast riot? All right, he'll be there immediately." Hanging up, Chen Lingfeng glared coldly at the butler. "Old Zhao, is the so-called zoo you mentioned actually site number 2 abyss?" Old Zhao's lips trembled, but he managed to keep his composure. "Well, you tell me, aren't there a lot of little animals there?" Fine. Let me get that brat back first, and then we'll have a proper talk." Chen Lingfeng threw out the words and rushed out the door. Nothing else mattered right now. Saving Chen Mu came first. If he was late, there might not even be a complete body left to recover. Watching Chen Lingfeng's car disappear into the distance, old Zhao hesitated. This really isn't my fault. But then the mention of a beast riot from the earlier phone call came to mind, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Could it be that site number 2 abyss really is in chaos? This is bad. The young master might truly be doomed. With that, he bolted after Chen Lingfeng. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, a towering, charred black volcano loomed like a slumbering primordial beast. Thick white smoke billowed from its crater, and from an aerial view, this was clearly the core of a massive formation. "Li Chuanan, do you really intend to make the Shun family your enemy?" Shin Lanyue gripped her long sword tightly, her gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on the rotund man 100 meters away. Her face was pale, her disheveled hair soaked with sweat, and a gruesome wound on her left shoulder bled profusely, staining her clothes red. Two massive lizard-like beasts, each 20 meters long, stood menacingly behind her opponent. Their bodies were covered in impenetrable scales, and their blood-red eyes radiated ferocity. The oppressive aura they exuded left no doubt they were fourth-tier, leader-class beasts. Standing behind the beasts, Li Chuanan sneered. "The Shin family? The so-called top family in Linhai City? Huh, they're nothing to me. Miss Shun, If you want someone to blame, blame your own bad luck for stumbling upon something you shouldn't have seen. Shen Lanyu's face darkened as her gaze swept toward the nearby altar. On it, a silver chalice filled with thick, bubbling blood sat ominously. Above it hovered a grotesque, floating eyeball, continuously absorbing the blood. The entire scene was chilling and macabre. As the eldest daughter of a prominent family, she instantly recognized the ritual. It was a blood sacrifice of the Illuminati. She hadn't expected Li Chuanan to be one of their members. But what could she do now? Ever since entering this volcanic lair, her treasured artifact had been suppressed, rendering it useless. With her mid-third-year cultivation, she might have barely been able to fight one fourth-tier leader-class beast, but against two, there was no chance of survival. Unless, she resorted to her family's forbidden technique. But doing so would destroy her martial foundation, leaving her crippled for life. In a split second, the two lizard beasts lunged at her. Just then, a pitch-black blade of energy descended from the sky, slashing straight toward the altar. Li Xuanan's expression shifted drastically before he burst into laughter. A defensive barrier? Ha! Perfect timing, you little brat. They'll take your life along with hers. Chen Mu's figure appeared near the altar, his blood-stained long blade striking the barrier 3 inches above the altar. The blow was stopped firmly by an invisible protective layer. But Chen Mu paid no attention to Li Xuanan's taunts, his focus entirely on the blood-red message now hovering before his eyes. Blood sacrifice formation detected. Innate skill awakening in progress. Chen Mu barely had time to examine the blood-red characters when a massive lizard leader charged at him with a thunderous roar. Its enormous body barreled forward like an out-of-control dump truck, shaking the ground with every step. Shen Lanyue immediately recognized Chen Mother was no mistaking the photo she had seen during her family's social etiquette lessons. The rumors were true. He was the son of Chun Lingfeng, who had reached the second tier at just 8 years old. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. It's too dangerous here. Run. He'll hold it off, she shouted sharply. Before her words had fully landed, Chen Mu had already tried to dodge to the side, but was a moment too slow. The lizard's razor-sharp claws glinted coldly as they slashed across his body. With a sickening sound, a gruesome wound tore open from his shoulder to his forearm, and blood gushed out. Get back, Shen Lanyue cried out, her voice ringing clear. Her long sword suddenly flared with power, and a fierce gust of icy wind erupted around her. With a single sweeping strike, she forced the charging lizard back several meters. A gaping gash coated in frost marred the monster's chest. She swiftly moved to shield Chen Mu. Although the Shun family had extensive connections in Linhai City, the military sector remained a blind spot for them. Saving Chen Lingfeng's son might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. But as her eyes fell upon the even larger lizard now advancing, her heart sank. Feeling her dwindling strength, Shun Lanyue clenched her teeth. No choice. Frost Dragon strike, she muttered resolutely. The air temperature plummeted instantly. Ice blue light flickered in her eyes, and her sword began to hum with power. An intangible frost dragon coiled around her, its presence shrouding the area in a misty frost, creating an almost ethereal scene. But it wasn't enough, not yet. If she could just unleash the ultimate form, the dragon mirage, there might still be a sliver of hope. The giant lizard pressed closer, its rancid breath filling the air. The injured lizard, swaying but undeterred, lumbered into the fray as well. Facing 2 fourth-tier leader-level beasts, Shen Lanyue felt beads of sweat forming on her brow. Condense, she shouted, her voice echoing with force as the blue light in her eyes intensified. The air cracked, and frost and snow erupted all around. The formless frost dragon solidified into a massive, spectral dragon that coiled protectively in front of her. It worked, she exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy. Without hesitation, she raised her sword and directed it toward the 2 lizards. The frost dragon surged forward, carrying a biting chill as it engulfed the beasts. The whirlwind of icy winds tore through the air like a merciless grinder, filling the area with blood mist and the lizard's agonized roars echoing across the mountaintop. But as the spectral dragon dissipated, Shun Lanyue collapsed to the ground, drained of energy. Her heart sank once more as she looked up. Though the 2 lizards were covered in wounds, they were far from defeated. In fact, their ferocity seemed to have only grown stronger. Facing such a desperate situation, Shun Lanyue let out a bitter laugh. At the brink of life and death, she made up her mind to use her family's secret technique. Even if it meant destroying her martial foundation, it was better than losing her life. Just then, at the critical moment, Chen Mu's calm voice came from behind her. It's pointless. Injuries during a berserk state will only provoke them to attack even more ferociously. If you can't kill them in one strike, these beasts will only grow fiercer as the fight goes on. Shen Lanyue was both shocked and furious. She turned and shouted angrily, "Why are you still here?" Then it dawned on her her previous sacrifice would have been in vain. But when she saw Chen Mu's condition, her eyes widened in disbelief. The arm that should have been mangled was perfectly intact. If not for the bloodstains on his sleeve, she might have thought the earlier injury was just an illusion. Leave? Why would I leave? Chen Mu's lips curved into a faint smile. I'm here for the energy stone. I haven't seen it yet, but sticking with you seems like the right move. After all, in our past lives, it was you who found this treasure. The immediate priority was to deal with the two ferocious beasts. Shen Lanue wanted to dissuade him, but Chen Mu cut her off with a curt, "If you're weak, stay out of the way." Before she could respond, he had already shot like an arrow toward one of the giant lizards. Thanks to the astonishing regenerative power of his indestructible demonic body, Chen Mu had long since recovered. If speed alone wasn't enough, then blood-cursed domain. Within a 5-meter radius, the movements of his enemies instantly became sluggish. One of the giant lizards leaped into the air, its thick tail sweeping down in a deadly arc. Yet, the moment it entered the domain, its speed drastically slowed. With a thunderous crash, rocks shattered and debris flew. Chen Mu had already leaped high into the air, his blood energy surging as he unleashed the fourth form of the Nine Tribulations' demonic blade. Within 100 meters, the air howled with a chilling wind, and the stench of blood permeated the atmosphere, like a scene from hell. With his current blood energy, he could only strike 3 times, but that was enough to decide the battle. 3 enormous black blade arcs overlapped in midair, breaking the sound barrier as they descended. The overwhelming threat of death rooted the 2 giant lizards to the ground, leaving them to emit piercing screeches. With an earth-shattering explosion, the mountaintop quaked violently, and shattered rocks flew in all directions. 10 miles away, Chun Lingfeng and Ma Jihong stared in shock at the blade arc, which resembled an inverted crescent moon. Which Tier 4 expert could have done this? Ma Jihong frowned in thought. Tier 4 masters in Linhai City could be counted on one hand, and none of the records mentioned someone like this. Chun Lingfeng's face darkened as he quickened his pace. Don't let that brat actually make it to the volcano. If he gets caught up in a Tier 4 battle, even the shockwaves alone will obliterate my foolish son. Deep within the abyss, atop a volcanic peak, the fierce winds howled, whipping up clouds of dust. Shen Lanue raised her hand to shield her eyes, peering through her fingers at the child standing at the eye of the storm. As the gale gradually subsided, a young figure emerged slowly from the ruins. It was Chen Mu. Behind him, the ground had split open into a deep chasm, like a ferocious wound. The lingering air was still sharp with the remnants of blade energy, seething with a palpable killing intent. The fate of the 2 giant lizards was already sealed. One had turned to ashes, while the other had fallen into the bottomless abyss. A system notification immediately popped up. Killed a Tier 4 beast. Slaughter value 800. Defeated leader-level beasts x2. Talent 1 activation progress, 60-70. Comprehending lifebound skill. Comprehension successful, lifebound skill blood sacrifice, descent of the demon god. Effect, awaken the power of the demon god through blood sacrifice. The degree and duration of awakening depend on the scale of the sacrifice. Chen Mu stared at the bright red text in front of him and couldn't help but complain inwardly. Descent of the demon god sure sounds impressive, but this skill comes way too late. The fight's already over. What's the point now? Are you messing with me? While thinking this, he popped a pill into his mouth and cautiously scanned his surroundings. Shen Lanue stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. She instinctively raised her hand and slapped herself. The sting reassured her that this wasn't a dream, but the scene before her was still incomprehensible. 2 berserk leader-level Tier 4 beasts had been taken down by an 80-year-old child. Even she, the Shun family's top prodigy, would have to rely on the blood-burning secret technique just to have a chance at survival. Did Li Chuanen run off? Chen Mu suddenly asked. During the battle, his focus had been entirely on the beasts, and he hadn't noticed when that man disappeared. Shen Lanue snapped out of her daze and nodded. He ran after throwing out some threats. Probably thought we were doomed for sure. Her gaze fell on Chen Mu's arm, and after hesitating for a moment, she cautiously asked, I didn't expect someone your age to awaken a martial talent already. Is it super speed regeneration? The wounds on Chen Mu's body had vanished in an eerie manner, something ordinary healing pills couldn't achieve. High-grade pills might manage it, but they were priceless life-saving treasures, not something to be wasted on minor injuries. To Shen Lanue, this had to be some kind of martial talent, though far more potent than typical super speed regeneration. Yeah, Chen Mu replied casually, continuing to vigilantly use his Kai-sensing technique to survey the area, wary that the Light Order might have hidden agents nearby. As for how others viewed his abnormal abilities, he didn't care. Strength was all that mattered. Who would question the methods of someone truly powerful? Watching Chen Mu's calm and indifferent demeanor, Shen Lanue pressed a hand to her chest and took a deep breath. 8 years old, Tier 2, and already awakened a talent. This boy was a little monster. The most astonishing part was how nonchalant he seemed about it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. If she had such a talent, she'd probably be strutting around with her tail in the air by now. After a moment of silence, Shen Lanue forced a smile and chuckled awkwardly. Little brother, your potential is truly limitless, haha. At that moment, Chen Mu's gaze was drawn to the strange phenomenon within the massive crack. In his line of sight, a golden aura suddenly emerged from the gray, misty world, drifting out from the depths of the fissure like delicate threads. An energy stone? So this is where it's been hiding. Chen Mu's eyes lit up, and his figure darted into the valley like lightning. Moments later, he reappeared, holding an irregular, excised golden mineral that radiated pure energy waves. Is that an energy stone? Wow, your luck is unbelievable. Shin Lanyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed. A brief thought of seizing it crossed her mind, but she quickly suppressed the idea. After all, Chen Mu had just saved her life. Stealing an opportunity from her benefactor was something she couldn't bring herself to do. Chen Mu noticed the tinge of envy in the young woman's expression and smirked inwardly. Though he had claimed the opportunity for himself, he had also risked everything to save her life. Otherwise, with his speed, he could have easily taken the treasure and disappeared without expending his energy on those earth-shaking 3 slashes. Without hesitation, Chen Mu began absorbing the energy within the stone. After the fierce battle, his vitality was severely depleted, and the ominous feeling emanating from the mysterious altar made it imperative for him to recover quickly. The dark golden energy from the stone flowed into his body like serpents, instantly turning his skin crimson and making his blood boil. The energy coursed through his meridians like molten lava, spreading throughout his body before seeping into his bone marrow, transforming his blood production. The excruciating pain caused Chen Mu to convulse, his clothes quickly drenched in sweat. Nearby, Shen Lanyue could only chew on an ordinary kaya-storing pill, watching enviously. Soon, the pain subsided, replaced by a warm, soothing sensation, like soaking in a hot spring. Chen Mu exhaled deeply, feeling his vitality more abundant than ever. His mastery of the 9 tribulations demon blade had advanced to the 4th stage, allowing him to unleash 8 consecutive slashes in one breath. His strength had surged dramatically. Did it work? Shen Lanyue leaned closer, her curiosity evident. I heard that chi refined by an energy stone has a faint golden hue. Is that true? Chen Mu glanced inwardly at his chi, which was now emitting faint black smoke. After a brief pause, he replied calmly, yes, it's golden. Then, his expression grew serious as he turned his gaze toward the altar. With a solemn tone, he said, I suggest you leave now. Something big is about to happen here. On the charred altar, the thick blood in the silver goblet bubbled and churned violently, while the eerie eyeball had swollen to several times its original size. The earth veins snaked like blood vessels, continuously delivering fresh blood to this spot, as though this place was the very heart of the abyss. Overhead, the pale red formation on the dome grew increasingly solid, its blinding light signaling the ongoing ritual. Chen Mu frowned deeply, his expression grave. In his memories, the number 2 abyss incident in his previous life had merely been a minor beast outbreak. Yet, the scene before him far exceeded his expectations. It was clear that his intervention had triggered some kind of unforeseen butterfly effect. I suggest you leave now. Something big is about to happen here, Chen Mu said to Shen Lanyue, his tone leaving no room for argument. The situation was already spiraling out of control, and keeping this severely injured person here would only add to the unpredictability. Shen Lanyue remained silent for a moment. She couldn't deny that Chen Mu gave her a great sense of security. However, her injuries were still far from healed, with her vitality restored to only a third. Facing the frenzied 4th-rank beasts alone on her way down the mountain would be a daunting challenge. Yet, how could she not hear the undertone of rejection in Chen Mu's words? I understand. You take care as well, Shen Lanyue said with a firm nod. Leaning on her longsword, she limped her way down the mountain. As a prodigy meticulously nurtured by the Shin family, she had her pride and would never allow herself to become a burden to others. Watching Chen Mu's retreating figure, Shen Lanyue's thoughts churned. Unlike his father, Chen Lingfeng, who was a martial arts fanatic indifferent to power struggles, this 80-year-old boy showed no trace of childish innocence. Instead, he exuded a startling maturity. If someone like him were to step into the realm of power and influence, the Shin family, the leading clan of Linhai City, would not stand idly by. If they could bring him into their fold, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. Once the Chen family abandoned their neutral stance, the balance of power in Linhai City would inevitably shift. After watching Shen Lanyue depart, Chen Mu placed one hand on the defensive barrier, clearly sensing the suffocating stench of blood on the other side. A strong sense of crisis surged within him, but he could not leave. As Shen Lanyue had walked away, he had already detected his father Chen Lingfeng's presence at the foot of the mountain. If he were to retreat now, this unknown danger would fall solely on his father and the Abyss Suppression Army. Thinking of this, Chen Mu's expression turned as dark as iron. He was no saint committed to saving the world, but when it came to those closest to him, there was no choice but to fight. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on the hovering eyeball, a sinister smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. So you like blood, huh? Holding rituals here, huh? Playing with dark arts in front of me. The demon sovereign? Isn't that a bit too bold? Slaughter. Blood sacrifice. With a thunderous roar, time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Then, blood-red characters began to slowly materialize in the void. The environment assessment is complete, and the conditions for the ritual are met. The ceremony officially begins. As mysterious symbols emerge, a pitch-black formation rapidly takes shape behind Chen Mu, emanating an ancient and enigmatic aura. Beneath the surface, the blood energy initially flowing toward the silver goblet suddenly diverges, gathering beneath Chen Mu's feet. What starts as a faint thread of blood energy quickly swells to the size of a stream, and then transforms into a torrential flood resembling a mighty river. This immense energy surges into Chen Mu's body like a dam breaking, filling every fiber of his being with overwhelming power and vitality. Chen Mu gazes at the floating eyeball before him, a playful smirk curling at his lips. A protective barrier? I've cut off your source. Let's see what tricks you can pull now. The eyeball fixes its gaze on the arrogant young man, its pupil flickering with anger before contorting into an expression of agonized frustration. No matter how much it struggles, it cannot stop the blood energy from being seized. The opponent's blood ritual seems to operate on a level far beyond its own, leaving it utterly powerless. The proportion of blood energy being drained climbs relentlessly 50, 60, 70, 80. Finally, it can no longer bear it. With a sharp cracking sound, the protective barrier shatters into fragments. Yet before Chen Mu can act, a blinding crimson light erupts skyward like a colossal pillar, staining the heavens a deep red. From within the blood-red glow, a guttural roar echoes, brimming with boundless fury and hatred. Under this terrifying pressure, the charred mountains tremble violently, and scorching magma bursts forth. Massive tentacles emerge from the volcano's crater, revealing an enormous octopus-like beast, its body covered in glistening, slimy scales. The monster's single colossal eye glares down at Chen Mu, burning with apocalyptic rage. Human, die. Its overwhelming presence descends, suffocating all in its path. Not far away, Ma Jihong's face turns ashen. A demon king. How can there be a demon king here? The power of a demon king is restricted to the 5th tier in Abyss Zone 2, Qin Lingfeng says, trying to maintain his composure, though his unsteady breathing betrays his anxiety. Summoning his full strength, he breaks through the oppressive aura and charges toward the mountaintop. But as he catches sight of Chen Mu's figure, countless tentacles rain down on the boy like a storm. Xiaomu. Chen Lingfeng's eyes burn red with desperation. Chen Mu turns his head, flashing a radiant smile at the man he hasn't seen in so long. Demon God, descend. The demon god's bloodline activates rapidly 5, 10, 20. The countdown begins, 10 seconds remaining. As the blood-red characters lit up, the world seemed to freeze in an instant. The writhing tendrils, spreading like a tide of serpents, halted abruptly in midair, as if time itself had been suspended. In the next moment, the ground erupted with a deafening roar. Chen Mu's figure shot skyward, black runes slithering across his skin like living snakes, forming intricate, ancient patterns. A dark radiance coursed through the runes, and an overwhelming, suffocating power surged from within him, shattering invisible shackles layer by layer. The entire abyss quaked under the weight of this force, as if the very fabric of the world could no longer contain it. High above, Chen Mu gazed down upon all creation with an air of indifference. His blood-red eyes exuded a cold detachment as they fixed on the octopus demon king below. A faint smirk of disdain tugged at his lips. Demon king? Huh, how dull, he remarked, his voice carrying a lazy yet commanding authority. The blackened volcano below appeared like a mountain of bones, a grotesque monument of death. All who witnessed the figure standing above it, dominating all existence, were struck speechless with awe. 10, 9, 8. A countdown echoed through the air. The octopus demon king cowered on the ground, its crimson eyes filled with terror and despair. This aura, impossible. Your kind should have been extinct long ago. How can you still exist? Its voice trembled, hoarse and broken, like the desperate cry of a creature facing its end. Chen Mu didn't even bother to respond. With a detached expression, he raised a single finger and pressed downward lightly. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. A colossal finger bone materialized out of thin air, stretching across the sky like a mountain range. It descended with an unstoppable force, its presence alone tearing through the air with a shrill wail. Under the shadow cast by the immense finger, the demon king's form appeared pitifully insignificant, no more than a speck of dust. Boom! The entire abyss trembled under the impact. The charred mountains crumbled instantly, countless cracks spreading like a spider's web. Molten lava erupted from the depths, blazing flames shooting skyward and painting the dome above in a vivid red. The octopus demon king didn't even have the chance to let out a complete scream before it was obliterated in the devastating strike, reduced to nothing but blood mist, leaving no trace behind. One finger to shatter mountains, and all was silenced. A gentle warm breeze carried Chen Mu as he slowly descended. At the foot of the mountain, Chun Lingfeng stared in utter disbelief at the figure clad in a small bear-printed t-shirt who exuded the aura of a god or demon. Taking a deep breath of the ash-laden air, he blurted out, "That's my son." Among the many stunned onlookers, a pair of young individuals bearing the insignia of longsword badges stepped out from the shadows. These were the marks of enforcers. "By Wan, it seems, we won't need to intervene," the man remarked. The young woman named By Wan remained silent, mechanically holding up a recording device to document the earth-shattering scene in its entirety. As the 7th-tier demonic beast fell, the system notification chimed. Slaughter points 1400. With the activation of his innate ability, the success rate instantly rose from 70 to 80. 7 seconds remained on the countdown. Though the immediate crisis was resolved, a subtle, enigmatic smile appeared on Chen Mu's face. His experience of living at the bottom of society had taught him to make full use of everything. Back when his family was poor, he would rinse out shampoo bottles with water to make them last longer, and he never let discarded items go to waste. Now, these last few seconds were no exception. They wouldn't be squandered. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and lightly swiped through the air in front of him. "Seal?" The youthful voice echoed across the heavens, yet it carried an oppressive aura, as if from the netherworld. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of destruction blanketed the area within dozens of miles, centered on the volcano. Every demonic beast trembled violently, their pupils contracting in fear. Deep within their souls, a complex mark suddenly appeared, a mark of death, a brand of annihilation. "Perish," Chen Mu said coldly, his gaze indifferent as he looked down at the quivering beasts groveling before him. His casual words carried the weight of final judgment. In the next moment, countless black flames erupted from the beasts' bodies. Their anguished roars resounded through the abyss, one after another, creating a cacophony of despair. The system notifications refreshed rapidly. 4th-tier demonic beast killed. 700, 750, 750, 800, 800. 3rd-tier demonic beast killed. 600, 600, 600. Countdown. 4, 3, 2. Watching the slaughter point skyrocket, Chen Mu suppressed the urge to burst out laughing. This ultimate move had been worth it. In the final second, as he smugly surveyed the battlefield and enjoyed the stunned expressions of the onlookers, his gaze suddenly met that of his father, Chen Lingfeng. Both of them froze. Although Chen Lingfeng was convinced that this awe-inspiring young man wielding such overwhelming power was his son, the boy before him dominating life and death, exuding an unmatched presence, was worlds apart from the mischievous child who had once clamored for fried chicken every day. But when he caught a fleeting guilty look in his son's eyes, he internally roared, "Damn it! This is that foolish boy. This is the instinctive suppression of my bloodline." Meanwhile, Chen Mu, noticing his father's expression, could already foresee the impending storm. Venturing into the abyss recklessly, unleashing techniques that emitted black smoke, daring to confront a demon king. The thought of being scolded or worse, punished publicly made him shudder. Without hesitation, he made his decision. In the final second, he activated the teleportation back to the city. Under Chen Lingfeng's dumbfounded gaze, the once dominant figure standing proudly in the void vanished with a pop. As the countdown hit 0, the system notification rang out. Blood sacrifice descent of the demon god has ended. The blood pool function is now available. Esteemed demon lord, while indulging in slaughter, do not forget to collect blood. Race is irrelevant. At the exit of subterranean elevator number 2, a figure wearing a teddy bear t-shirt gradually emerged from the void. The overwhelming, godlike presence from earlier was nowhere to be found. Now standing there was just a youthful boy, Chen Mu, whose face still carried traces of boyish innocence. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he quickly summoned his interface to check. Martial artist, tier 2 midstage. Techniques: Great Demon Body Refining Technique 0. Combat skills: Ghost Step mastered, Phantom Blade mastered, 9 Tribulations Demon Blade 4th level, Blood Curse I mastered. Traits: Indestructible Demon Body. Innate abilities: Soul Refining, Blood Sacrifice Demon God Descent. Talent 1, activated 80. Slaughter value, 160,200 points. Blood Pool Reserve, 0. Seeing the astonishing number of slaughter points, Chen Mu's eyebrows nearly shot up to his hairline. This haul far exceeded his expectations. Not only was it more than enough to cover the cost of repairing the 5 Sons' internal refining technique, but it also meant he could fulfill his wager with the old steward. More importantly, with this grade technique in hand, the family's guards would likely soon switch allegiances. At this thought, a sly grin crept onto Chen Mu's face as he stepped into the elevator. With old Deng occupied and unable to interfere, this was the perfect chance to return and sway those old retainers. Whether it worked or not didn't matter. To make his move first and deal with the consequences later. As the elevator doors slowly closed, he chuckled to himself, thinking, "Father, you've grown old. The times have indeed changed. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, The plaza above subterranean elevator number 2 was packed with anxious people. Countless worried family members crowded around the entrance, leaving no room to squeeze through. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the elevator doors, which opened and closed intermittently. If not for the tight security of the subterranean guard, this desperate crowd might have already stormed into the depths below. Each time the elevator doors opened and a survivor stepped out, the crowd erupted into cries of relief and joy. Anan, I knew you wouldn't die. Dad, why is everyone crying? Brother, your leg. Scenes of tearful reunions unfolded over and over, but for those still waiting, the agony only deepened. Among them, old steward Zhao Zhong stood at the very front. Though he was a family member of the subterranean guard, at this moment, he could only wait as anxiously as everyone else. He kept reassuring himself silently. It's fine. The master has already gone in. The young master will surely be okay. Little Mu is so clever know to hide if there's danger. But as he watched several Tier 4 commanders and Chun Lingfeng enter the abyss, his unease grew. After all, this was a full-scale beast outbreak in the subterranean abyss. Half of the 4th-tier warriors from Linhai City had gathered at Abyss number 2. Such a formidable lineup had ventured deep into the abyss for quite some time, yet there was no news of them. What was even more alarming was the chilling report brought back by one warrior who narrowly escaped death deep within the abyss. There were signs that a demon king might have been born. At the entrance to the abyss stood the old butler, Zhao Zhong, his hands trembling slightly. As time passed, only a handful of survivors emerged from the depths, but the figure of Chen Mu was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Zhong kept popping heart pills into his mouth, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the massive metal door. In his heart, he made a solemn vow. As long as Xiao Mu came out alive, he would never allow him to step foot into the abyss again until he reached the 4th tier. Just then, a commotion broke out among the crowd. The door is opening. The metal door slowly creaked open, and a familiar figure stepped out of the chamber. That person walked with a light, confident stride. A faint, enigmatic smile on his facade was none other than Chen Mu. Zhao Zhong froze in place, rubbing his tear-filled eyes vigorously. Xiao Mu, it's Xiao Mu, he choked out, his voice trembling with emotion. Uncle Zhong, I'm here. Chen Mu followed the sound and quickly spotted the tearful old man. He hastened over and grabbed Zhao Zhong's hand, urging him to leave. Uncle Zhong, let's go home. I just ran into that old fox Chun Lingfeng. Tonight we'll decide whether or not I can ever set foot in the abyss again. Chen Mu's voice was low, with an urgency that couldn't be ignored. He understood all too well if his plan to overthrow Chen Lingfeng failed, the Chen family would remain under his control. Given Chen Lingfeng's obsession with his son's safety, Chen Mu's future excursions into the abyss would undoubtedly be forbidden. The moment Zhao Zhong heard Chen Mu still thinking about the abyss, he flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His face turned stern as he said, "No more, young master. I can no longer indulge your recklessness. The fact that you made it out alive this time was sheer luck. But what about next time? If something were to happen to you, how could I possibly face your father?" In Zhao Zhong's mind, Chen Mu's survival was likely due to his proximity to the exit, where he had avoided encountering the so-called Demon King. After all, no matter how gifted someone was, the insurmountable gap in power would only lead to certain death. Furthermore, among the survivors, there were many who had lost limbs though they had escaped with their lives. Their martial paths were forever severed, and even leading a normal life had become a distant dream. Zhao Zhong would never allow Chen Mu to fall into such a plight. After hearing the old butler's words, Chen Mu frowned. Wait a minute, is that old fox planning to go back on his word? He promised. Young master, soar bravely, and Uncle Zhong will always follow. Now he's acting like he wants to renege. It seemed that taking Chun Lingfeng's position wouldn't be an easy task. As Chen Mu debated whether to resort to forceful measures, a stranger's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Excuse me, are you the Shadow Blade? Chen Mu turned around to see an unfamiliar man standing before him, accompanied by a family trailing behind. He paused for a moment, confused, and then nodded blankly. The burly man stood before Chen Mu, his eyes scanning him up and down. When his gaze landed on the small bear on Chen Mu's back and the twin blades at his waist, his eyes suddenly lit up, his voice trembling with excitement. That bear, those blades, that slight frame. It can't be wrong. It's you. It's you. Zhao Zhong, sensing something unusual, tensed up and was about to step in front of Chen Mu. But before he could, the burly man dropped heavily to his knees, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, young brother, for saving my life. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, his family, standing behind him, also knelt and bowed deeply. Thank you, brother. Thank you, young friend, for saving our son's life. This sudden scene immediately drew the attention of passers-by. From the crowd, more and more martial artists recognized Chen Mu, people he had helped in the past. Some came with their entire families to express their gratitude, while others arrived alone to repay their debts. In no time, Chen Mu and Zhao Zhong were surrounded. Young brother, words can't express our gratitude. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Young benefactor, I have little to offer, but how about betrothing my granddaughter to you? A childhood engagement, perhaps? Seriously? You shameless old man. How is that repaying a favor? That's just opportunistic. I'm straightforward, Brother Blade. Let me work as a guard at your house. I'll take the same pay as any other guard. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Some were genuinely grateful, while others had ulterior motives, seeking either a match or a job, with all sorts of strange requests. Chen Mu tugged on Zhao Zhong's sleeve, looking helpless. Uncle Zhong, honestly, I think the abyss is simpler. At least the beasts there don't play games with me. Let's just head home. I'll wait for you at the parking lot. With that, his figure vanished without a trace. Zhao Zhong was left standing amidst the crowd, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what? What's going on here? I thought we barely escaped with our lives, and now it turns out the young master's been out saving the world. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, the landscape near the core area had been almost entirely destroyed. Volcanoes had collapsed, replaced by a massive lava pool where boiling magma churned and roared violently. Fortunately, the space of the abyss, teetering on the brink of collapse, had ultimately stabilized once more. What are you all standing around for? Search for survivors. Chun Lingfeng's deep, commanding voice echoed through the ruins. It was only then that nearly 100 members of the Abyss Suppression Army snapped out of their daze and quickly dispersed to begin rescue efforts. Standing amidst the rubble, Chun Lingfeng gazed intently in the direction where Chen Mu had disappeared, his eyes filled with an uncontainable shock. As the Grand General of Abyss Suppression in Linhai City, he was torn. Though he wanted nothing more than to fly back and drag that boy out for answers, his duty and mission to protect the local populace always came first. Not far away, Ma Jihong stood frozen in place, slapping his numb cheeks as he replayed the astonishing scene in his mind. A single person, with one finger, had subdued a demon king and incinerated tens of thousands of monsters in a single breath. The entire process had taken only 10 seconds, 3 of which were spent showing off. Most unbelievable of all, this feat had been accomplished by an 80-year-old, second-rank martial artist. If this is real, then the entire Dragon Nation must have been practicing a fake version of martial arts. Ma Jihong muttered under his breath, unable to contain his amazement. To him, the so-called prodigies of noble families had always seemed like nothing more than hollow displays propped up by resources. But the events of today had completely shattered his worldview. Elsewhere in the ruins, General Jia Yuan of the Abyss Suppression Army looked pale, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. He had rushed to the scene after receiving word of the beast riot, but he never could have imagined witnessing something so surreal. The demon king that Li Chuanan had summoned with immense manpower and resources had been casually subdued like a mere clown. Even more ironic, the one to deliver the blow was none other than Chun Mu, the person everyone had least expected. Every time Jia Yuan recalled the figure standing loftily in midair, a chill ran down his spine. This outcome had completely upended everything he thought he knew about martial arts. Chen Mu had undoubtedly made himself an irreconcilable enemy of the Illuminati. However, considering his talent, one could argue that the Illuminati had also created a terrifying adversary for themselves. The wisest course of action would be to eliminate Chen Mu immediately, before he could grow into a greater threat. A sleek black luxury car sped through the streets, its tires screeching sharply against the pavement before coming to an abrupt halt in front of the Chen family villa. The car door was flung open with a bang, and Chen Mu practically leapt out, shouting over his shoulder to Uncle Zhong without looking back, "Give me 10 minutes. No interruptions from anyone." With that, he strode quickly into the house and headed straight for his bedroom. The moment he shut the door, Chen Mu got straight to work. Without hesitation, he spent 2,000 points of slaughter value to upgrade the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade to the 6th level. Although his body, enhanced by the Energy Stone, now had more than double its previous vitality, it was still only enough to unleash a single blow with the power of the 6th level. Back to being 1/Chun, I guess, he muttered wryly to himself. Then, his gaze fell on the neatly arranged 5-yang internal refinement technique before him. Taking a deep breath, he extended a finger and declared resolutely, "Slaughter value complete the 5-yang internal refinement technique." In an instant, a glowing screen appeared, and streams of deduction data cascaded like a waterfall. Deduction initiated due to mastery of the Brank technique minor demon heaven body tempering art. Deduction success rate 10. You previously attempted to comprehend the 5-yang principle through excessive dietary supplementation, resulting in unfortunate baldness. Through 28 years of seasons, you roared under the vast stars and sprinted at dawn. In the 29th year, an enlightening conversation with a friend at Qingshan Hospital sparked an epiphany. As the fortuitous event-triggered notification appeared, the completion rate of the 5-yang internal refinement technique began to soar. First 20 at the cost of 10,000 points, then 9 at 9,000 points, until the deduction process concluded. The system displayed, after 285 years of simulated research, the technique had been restored to 100 completion, consuming a total of 49,000 slaughter points. leaving 109,200 points remaining. A flood of information surged into Chen Mu's mind, and the insights gleaned from 285 years of study felt as vivid as if he had experienced them himself. He immediately grabbed a blank notebook and began writing furiously. Time passed unnoticed, and when he finally looked up, a complete version of the 5-yang internal refinement technique had taken form. It not only contained the full method but also included his unique interpretations of its challenges and practical cultivation tips, making it a perfect guide far more valuable than the original. Closing the notebook, Chen Mu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. A blank internal refinement technique, who could resist that temptation? The guards, Uncle Zhong, Aunt Zhangfei'll all be mine soon. Tremble, old dang. I'm about to make my move. The second floor of the Chen family villa. Long Wu and a group of guards had surrounded the entire room, leaving no gaps. Everyone was on high alert, their eyes fixed intently. The old butler, Zhao Zhong, clad in battle armor, stood imposingly outside the bedroom door, his guandao gleaming coldly in his hand. His expression was serious as he stared at the young man inside the room. Apologies, Mu, but the master has made it clear you're not going anywhere today, Zhao Zhong said with an uncompromising tone. This was a strict order from Chun Lingfeng. After the last ordeal, where sneaking around allowed the young master to cause near catastrophe, Zhao Zhong dared not let his guard down again. In the center of the bedroom, Chen Mu stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Uncle Zhong, no offense, but do you really think you can stop me? Zhao Zhong remained unflustered at the remark. With a swift kick to the hilt of his guandao, the blade spun gracefully through the air before landing horizontally against his own neck. If you're leaving, you'll have to step over my dead body. Even if I die today, I won't let you walk into danger again. His resolute declaration immediately ignited the fervor of everyone present. Long Wu was the first to respond, drawing his blade with a sharp sound. Count me in. Following that, a series of metallic shing sounds echoed as others unsheathed their weapons. Me too, and me. Let's make it a group effort. In an instant, the room was filled with an atmosphere of solemn determination, as if they were ready to face death without hesitation. Watching this group of loyal retainers seemingly ready to sacrifice themselves, Chen Mu's eye twitched. He casually tossed a handwritten manual of the 5-yang internal refinement method, which landed steadily in Zhao Zhong's hands. Uncle Zhong, do you remember our wager? Wager? What wager? Zhao Zhong asked, puzzled, as he opened the first page. Bold, majestic characters leapt off the page, 5-yang internal refinement method. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly flipped through the pages. The manual detailed the circulation of energy, breathing techniques, and training sequences in meticulous detail. Even the common pitfalls were accompanied by precise annotations and insights. There were even slightly abstract illustrations, personally drawn by Chen Mu, to depict the meditative states. Closing the manual, Zhao Zhong's clouded eyes were filled with astonishment. Did you write this? Who else in all of Linhai City could have done it? Chen Mu replied calmly. To deduce and restore a level martial technique that was more than half incomplete was a feat that only a few senior experts in the Martial Arts Association across the Dragon Kingdom could achieve. Yet Chen Mu had accomplished this monumental task in just 2 days. Zhao Zhong took a sharp breath, deeply shaken by the young man's extraordinary talent. Wait, a bet. That word struck the old butler like a hammer, jolting his memory. Chen Mu had successfully repaired the cultivation technique, which meant he would now have to obey this young master without question. The realization made Zhao Zhong freeze, instinctively wanting to deny it. However, years of service in the Chun family had taught him that breaking a promise, especially in front of a child, was the greatest taboo. Now, facing Chen Mu's clear and unwavering gaze, Zhao Zhong's brows furrowed as he found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, Long Wu noticed the old butler silently holding a small booklet. Driven by curiosity, he moved closer for a better look and gasped sharply, wasn't this the legendary 5-yang internal refinement technique? His exclamation instantly drew the attention of the nearby guards. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people crowded around, their eyes fixed on the seemingly ordinary booklet. Weapons that had been firmly gripped just moments ago clattered to the ground with crisp, metallic sounds. Well, looks like Xiao Li's annual salary is gone, one guard joked. Among the crowd, someone immediately pulled a long face. Who would have thought the young master could actually pull this off? Skepticism arose. Someone leaned in close to Long Wu and whispered, Brother Long, you're the well-read one. Is this for real? Long Wu frowned. Even he had never seen a technique of this caliber before, so he could only turn to Zhao Zhong with a questioning look. But before the old butler could respond, Chen Mu lazily interjected, Real or not? Why don't you try practicing it and find out? This statement froze time itself. The scene fell silent as everyone exchanged glances. Their eyes held both shock and, more importantly, uncontainable excitement. Upgrade cultivation technique. Even in major factions, such resources were rare. People would willingly sign 10-year indenture contracts just for a grade technique. And now, Such a treasure was being handed to them? Long Wu took a deep breath, picked up his fallen blade, and solemnly saluted Chen Mu. Young master, if you ever need anything, just say the word. I, Long Wu, swear to never let you suffer any injustice. He finished with a meaningful glance at Zhao Zhong. The other guards quickly followed suit, scrambling to pledge their loyalty. The situation shifted dramatically. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his calm gaze to the now isolated old butler. Uncle Zhong, what about you? Zhao Zhong looked at the traitors around him and stubbornly retorted, this old man would rather break than bend. Excellent. Worthy of an old servant, Chen Mu said approvingly, patting Zhao Zhong on the back. Tie him up. Master, forgive me. I'm just doing what the situation demands. Zhao Zhong immediately changed his tune. As night fell, inside a sleek black car, Zhao Zhong hesitated before finally speaking to the young master beside him. Xiao Mu, with all the chaos in the abyss recently, we probably won't be able to get through for the next couple of days. So where are we headed? Relax, we're not going to the abyss, Chen Mu interrupted. Having learned from Zhao Zhong that Chen Lingfeng wouldn't return until tomorrow afternoon, he still had time for another task. We're going to the Li family. The Li family? At this hour? That doesn't seem appropriate. Zhao Zhong was puzzled, unaware of the situation with the Radiant Society. But as long as they weren't heading to the abyss, he felt a wave of relief. Chen Mu gazed out at the dark night through the window, his expression turning cold. It may be late, but it's the perfect time to raid a household. His voice carried a chilling edge. Li Chuanan has tried to harm me twice. If I don't deal with him, I won't sleep peacefully. Oh, a household raid, huh? Well, in that case, Zhao Zhong instinctively began to respond, but then froze mid-sentence. Wait, what did you just say? He shot up in alarm, hitting his head hard against the car's roof. A raid. In the Shun family mansion, inside the meeting room. It was nearing dawn, but the spacious meeting room remained brightly lit. Seated around the long redwood conference table were the key members of the Shin family. At the head of the table sat an elderly woman with silver-streaked black hair, Shin Wenhua, the current matriarch of the family. Her sharp, blade-like gaze swept over everyone present. When news of a major event in Duan reached her, and she learned that her beloved granddaughter, Shun Lanyue, was amidst the chaos for her training, the elderly woman nearly fainted from shock. As the most outstanding successor of the family's younger generation, Shun Lanyue had been nurtured with countless resources and was handpicked to become the next leader. In the world of noble families, exceptional heirs were always the most valuable assets. Only with capable successors could a family's legacy endure. Fortunately, not only did Shun Lanyue return unharmed, but she also brought back two earth-shattering pieces of news. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew particularly heavy as a result. Who would have thought the Chen family would produce such a martial arts prodigy? Let's hear it. What are your thoughts? Shen Wenhua got straight to the point. Little, you might be exaggerating, don't you think? A middle-aged man immediately voiced his doubts. Do you even know the power of a demon king? Even if Chen Lingfeng himself went up against one, he'd barely stand a chance. And now you're telling me an 80-year-old child defeated a demon king with just one finger? Who would believe that? Perhaps age is catching up with the matriarch. Another woman chimed in. I've seen some of the Chun boys' combat footage. Breaking into the second tier at such a young age is indeed impressive. But claims like shattering mountains with a single finger or annihilating countless demons in a single breath, even a martial god couldn't do that. The room erupted into murmurs of skepticism, with most expressing disbelief at Shun Lanyue's account. Just as Shun Lanyue was about to defend herself, Shun Wenhua gently clapped her hands, signaling for silence. You all make valid points, the matriarch said softly, yet her words immediately silenced the room. But I trust you, heir. Do you think the Shin family would invest so much in a successor who lacks basic discernment? If she says it was a demon king, then it was a demon king. I brought you all here to discuss our stance toward the Chin family, not to question you, heir. From this moment on, the authenticity of the matter is not up for debate. With the matriarch's decree, no one dared to voice further objections. Most accepted her partiality as a matter of course, though a few harbored quiet dissatisfaction, which they did not dare to show. If what little you says is truly as extraordinary as it sounds, one clan member said after a moment of frowning contemplation, speaking in a grave tone, then Chen Mu will undoubtedly become a force capable of toppling the Shin family in the future. When it came to Chen Mu, there were only two approaches: win him over or eliminate him. In the Shin family's council hall, a heated debate was underway on this very matter. Winning him over carries significant risks. An elder frowned and remarked, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. If one day Chen Mu sets his sights on the Shun family's assets, with his talent, how could we possibly compete? Even Shun Lanyue's potential pales in comparison to his. These words cast a heavy pall over the room. A middle-aged man, lounging with his legs crossed, chuckled lightly and interjected. He's just a second-tier martial artist for now. If he's a threat, why not simply have him eliminated? Are you insane? Someone immediately refuted beside him. That would completely antagonize Chun Lingfeng. He only has this one son and would stop at nothing to exact revenge on the Shin family. Who said it has to be done openly? The middle-aged man replied with a meaningful smirk. Sitting at the head of the table, Shun Wenhua observed the heated arguments with a trace of helplessness in her eyes. These short-sighted suggestions were practically steering the Shun family toward disaster. She turned toward Shun Lanyue, who had been silent the entire time, and spoke with a tone of expectation. Lanyue, what's your opinion on this? Snapping out of her initial shock, Shun Lanyue responded firmly. I believe we should establish good relations with the Chen family. With Chen Mu's extraordinary talent, his future will undoubtedly extend far beyond Linhai City. If we can build a strong relationship early, the Shun family could seize this opportunity to expand into other provinces. This is precisely the opportunity we've been seeking. She paused briefly before continuing. Uncles, your concerns are unnecessary. In time, Chen Mu's achievements will far surpass the Shin family's. Our modest assets likely won't even catch his attention. For the Shin family, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The question is whether to remain confined to our small territory in Linhai City or leverage Chen Mu's potential to forge a new path forward. I trust each of you can make the right judgment. The room fell into silence as her words redirected the entire discussion. Indeed, rather than clinging to the status quo, why not seize the chance to collaborate with someone of great potential? Excellent. Well said, Lanyue. Shun Wenhua exclaimed, striking the floor with her cane in excitement. That's settled then. Since you already have some connection with that boy, I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. Whatever resources you need, you may take directly. Shun Lanyue nodded solemnly in agreement. With Chen Mu's matter decided, Shun Wenhua leisurely sipped her tea. Suddenly, a flash of cold intent appeared in her eyes, and her expression darkened. She spoke calmly. Now, let's talk about Li Chuanan. Now, let's talk about Li Chuanan, said Madame Shun as her voice echoed through the reception hall. The room instantly erupted in an uproar. Let's cripple that dog, Li Chuanan, one clan member yelled, slamming the table with fury etched across his face. A mere insignificant family dares to lay a hand on the Shin clan. Another member stood up, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Someone furrowed their brows in thought and muttered, Isn't Li Chuannan's father in seclusion for life or death cultivation? For this brat to act so arrogantly, could it be that the old man has broken through? So what if he has? Came a disdainful snort from the side. At best, he's only at the early stage of the 4th rank. Nothing to be afraid of. What are we waiting for? Grab your weapons, and let's go. At these words, the hall burst into even greater commotion. Even those clan members who usually harbored resentment towards Shun Lanyue now stood united, their indignation clear. To them, internal conflicts among the family were one thing, but for an outsider to interfere was a direct affront to their entire clan. As for whether Li Chuanan was affiliated with the Illuminati, no one seemed to care. In Linhai City, the Shun family's network of influence ran deep and wide. Even if the Illuminati wanted to make a move against them, it wouldn't be an easy feat. Besides, that cult of lunatics had their own enforcers to deal with them. No need for the Shun family to worry. Shin Lanyue watched the scene unfold before her, a gentle smile curving her lips. She understood full well that while most eliminations were conducted in secret, such an overt display was typically meant to serve as a warning or punishment. After all, the Law Enforcement Bureau wasn't just a figurehead. Even martial artists couldn't openly defy the rules. But would Madame Shun let Li Chuanan off so easily? Shin Lanyue highly doubted it. This grand show of seeking justice served two purposes. First, to demonstrate to outsiders that the Shun family had avenged the slight. So if anything happened to Li Chuanan later, no blame would fall on them. And second, to vent some anger on behalf of her cherished granddaughter. Once the public display was complete, the real covert actions would begin. The room buzzed with energy as everyone prepared to take action. Madame Shun took her granddaughter's hand lovingly and said, Come, my dear. Grandma will get justice for you. Meanwhile, on the other side of Linhai City, in a lavishly decorated reception room, Li Chuanan cautiously pushed a small safe forward. His round, chubby face gleamed with a fawning smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. Director Zhang, this is the primary evolution serum. Administer it intravenously 1 dose at a time. The instructions are all included. Across the round table, Zhang Quan, the deputy director of Linhai City's Law Enforcement Bureau, rubbed his hands together in excitement. He slowly opened the safe, and a burst of liquid nitrogen mist spilled out. Amid the cold vapor lay 3 dark green metallic vials, quietly resting inside. Zhang Quan carefully picked up one vial, his eyes burning with anticipation as he examined it before placing it back. Clicking his tongue in amazement, he remarked, Just these 3 small doses can equal 10 years of hard training? Li Chuanan's smile widened as he quickly poured a glass of wine for the man, his tone ingratiating. You've seen my father's progress yourself, haven't you? The results are even better than you can imagine. Consider this a token of goodwill. Once you secure the director's seat, our Li family will rely on your guidance and support. And rest assured, your rewards will be plentiful. They say there are no shortcuts in martial arts, but the Illuminati had developed an evolution serum that, when injected and refined, could rapidly boost one's cultivation. This was the fundamental reason the Illuminati had managed to attract so many followers. Of course, there were some side effects, but they seemed to be a minor concern. This potion, due to incomplete refinement, carries the risk of inducing demonic transformation and has long been classified as a banned substance by the authorities, with strict regulation in place. Even in the black market, such potions are a rarity, found only within the inner circles of the Illuminati. Zhang Quan raised his wine glass, a flicker of determination in his eyes. As a martial artist, he was all too familiar with the agony of being stuck at a bottleneck in cultivation, especially as age crept up, making breakthroughs increasingly elusive. In the face of this temptation, what were a few side effects? With this potion, he could expand his connections and advance his own cultivation. The rise of the Li family would be within reach. Joining the Illuminati was undoubtedly the right choice. Zhang Quan downed the drink in one gulp, his face flushing red. His thoughts wandered to the frustration of 2 months ago, the retirement of the old director of the Public Security Bureau. As the deputy director, he should have naturally stepped into the role, but a sudden directive from above disrupted his plans. A young newcomer was parachuted in, leaving him bitter and resentful. The reason given by headquarters was blunt: insufficient cultivation level, unfit for the position. It was true. The Public Security Bureau had to handle various security issues in the city, especially those involving martial artists. Without sufficient strength, how could one suppress those unruly warriors? This helplessness was what led him to board Li Chuanan's ship of schemes. With my experience and qualifications, as long as my cultivation level is high enough, the headquarters will undoubtedly reconsider. Zhang Quan's hand subconsciously clenched into a fist. The door to the lounge suddenly swung open, and Li Zihao entered gracefully, accompanied by 7 or 8 women in colorful kipeos. "Uncle Zhang, it's late. Why not stay the night?" The women immediately understood and surrounded Zhang Quan, offering him drinks or massaging his shoulders. The alluring scent of their perfume drifted toward him. A trace of eagerness flashed in Zhang Quan's eyes. "In that case, he'll take you up on your hospitality." Li Chuanan gave his son an approving glance before tactfully leaving the room with him. "Father, has the matter at the abyss been settled?" Li Zihao asked, his steps unsteady as he followed his father down the hallway. Li Chuanan noticed his son's aura had fallen to the first tier, and his heart ached with concern. This only son of his was not only the heir to the Li family, but also carried all his hopes and dreams. The operation went smoothly. "Don't worry. In a few days, the Grandmaster sent from above will arrive and heal your body. With the resources I've prepared for you, you'll soon regain your former strength." Li Zihao nodded weakly. Lately, he had been feeling drained and lethargic, but was too afraid to admit it, fearing his father would blame him for overindulgence. Forcing a smile, he expressed his gratitude. "Silly boy, I'm your father. What's there to thank me for?" Li Chuanan patted his son on the shoulder before adding, "Oh, by the way, that Shin family boy is dead. Just today, in the abyss. He barged in during the summoning ritual. Not even the abyss guard could save him. Dead." Li Zihao couldn't hide his delight. After his father left, he stared out at the moonlit night, recalling the humiliation of being forced to kneel in the abyss square. That infamous image of him had become a meme, still circulating online, fueling his hatred for Chen Mu. Dead already? That's what they call a genius? Huh. He sighed lightly, a glint of regret in his eyes. Father went too easy on him. If it were up to me, I'd have made him kneel before me, begging for mercy, and crushed that hateful face into the dirt. Meanwhile, outside the Li family estate, over a dozen black sedans had arrived in perfect formation. From the lead car, old Madame Shen stepped out slowly, her cloudy eyes gleaming with a sharp, blade-like intensity. She struck her dragon head cane heavily against the ground, the resounding thud sending tremors through the entire property. "Li family, get out here." Her commanding voice echoed through the night. In front of the Li family's private residence, a group of people dressed in black uniforms had completely surrounded the estate. Madame Shun stood proudly, the dragon head cane in her hand tapping the ground with a sharp sound. Time seemed to have left little trace on her face. Behind her, the Shun family members stood in an orderly formation, their gazes as sharp as blades piercing toward the middle-aged, overweight man across from them, their killing intent almost palpable. Li Chuanan stood in the courtyard, his expression dark enough to drip water. 2 fourth-tier leader-level demonic beasts and even a demon king had joined the hunt, yet Shin Lanyue had managed to escape. The Shun family, the leading family of Linhai City, truly had some tricks up their sleeves. Could it be some kind of secret family technique unknown to others? However, what troubled him the most now was that Shin Lanyue had witnessed the entire ritual firsthand. If his identity as a member of the Illuminati were exposed and brought the enforcers down upon them, it would spell the end of the Li family. He could never admit to anything that had happened in the abyss. After all, the injuries on Shin Lanyue were caused by the demonic beasts, and without evidence, the other party wouldn't dare escalate the matter too far. Besides, their family had a deputy director of the security bureau on their side. While the bureau typically turned a blind eye to disputes between noble families, as long as no one died, they usually smoothed things over. But to cause trouble in front of the security bureau would be a blatant challenge to official authority, and that would be a completely different story. Thinking of this, Li Chuanan regained a bit of composure, swallowed hard, and scanned the Shen family members across from him. Shen Wenhua, without hesitation, released his peak fourth-tier aura, instantly forcing Li Chuanan and his servants to their knees, their legs trembling. The weaker ones even collapsed entirely, shivering on the ground. Li Chuanan forced a strained smile. Madam Shan, it's quite late for such an esteemed visit. Why not give us a heads up so we could prepare some wine and dishes for you? Shen Wenhua snorted coldly. Take him down. In an instant, the sound of blades being unsheathed echoed through the night. But just then, an overwhelming wave of bloodthirsty pressure erupted from deep within the residence. The fierce wind howled, forcing the Shen family members to retreat. Shen Wenhua, such a grand display. Do you really think the Li family has no one? A hoarse voice rang out as a bald old man slowly emerged, stepping in front of Li Chuanan. Father. Li Chuanan's initial joy quickly turned to concern. But the medicine's effects haven't fully stabilized yet. No matter, the bald elder interrupted with a raised hand, his gaze icy as he stared at the Shen family. I can't just stand by and watch others run wild in our home. Shen Wenhua focused intently on the old man's aura, her expression growing serious. Peak fourth tier? This old man hadn't even entered the fourth tier a few months ago. How had he advanced so quickly? However, she soon noticed that his aura was unstable, fluctuating erratically. If it came to a fight, she was confident she could win. But a battle between two peak fourth-tier powerhouses would cause too much commotion, which would be hard to explain to the security bureau. The Shen family members, upon hearing this, were visibly shocked. Peak fourth-tier on par with their clan leader. In such a standoff, no amount of lower-tier forces could compare to the impact of top-tier experts. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard settled into a delicate balance. But the matter was far from over. Just as Shen Wenhua was hesitating, the sound of footsteps emerged from the depths of the Li family estate. Two figures gradually came into view. Leading the way was Li Zihao, respectfully guiding a middle-aged man behind him. The man's attire was disheveled, his expression impatient. Before even getting close, he sneered. Is the Shun family planning to cause trouble right under the security bureau's nose? The Shun family members froze, their expressions changing drastically. In an instant, the man was none other than Zhang Quan. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew heavy. The phrase "civilians cannot challenge officials" weighed on everyone's minds. No matter how powerful the Shin family was, they dared not recklessly cross the line with the authorities. Seeing this, Li Chuanan beamed and jogged forward with a broad smile. His plump, round face was full of flattery as he said repeatedly, "Oh dear, Director Zhang, what brings you here? Look at this mess. It's my fault for not managing things well and disturbing your rest. This little matter can be handled by me." As he spoke, he cast a look of approval at Li Zihao. This towering figure of authority was clearly the reinforcements Li Zihao had rushed to bring in. Zhang Quan waved his hand impatiently, his entire demeanor exuding irritation at being disturbed. He announced curtly, "According to the Dragon Nation's public security law, members of the Shun family have trespassed on private property and incited a disturbance. 18 security officers and over 100 security personnel from the Bureau are already on their way. They'll arrive in 15 minutes. If you leave now, they'll consider this incident forgotten. You have 15 minutes. The standoff in the courtyard had become clear. On one side stood the bald elder and Zhang Quan, the deputy director of the security bureau. On the other was Shun Wenhua leading the Shin family. Drizzle began to fall, and the tension in the air grew heavier. Shin Wenhua's gaze locked onto Zhang Quan. Despite her superior strength, the uniform he wore represented a boundary she could not cross. This trip, intended as a show of force by the Shin family, now seemed destined to end in humiliation. Even if they managed to eliminate Li Chuanan in secret later, the damage to their reputation today would be irreparable. What troubled Shun Wenhua even more was her guilt toward her granddaughter. She had come to stand up for the girl, but now they were being forced to retreat in disgrace. She was just about to apologize to Shun Lanyue when a clear voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. What a lively scene. So many people here just to witness the extermination of a family. Everyone turned in surprise, just as a bolt of lightning split the night sky. Standing at the courtyard gate was an elderly man in pristine attire, holding a black umbrella. Beneath the umbrella stood a child no taller than 1.5 meters, hands tucked into their pockets, their gaze indifferent as they surveyed the people in the courtyard. Inside the Li family courtyard, the moonlight illuminated the drizzle, cascading like countless silver needles. Li Chuanan stood at the center of the courtyard, his trembling finger pointing at the young boy who approached the main gate at a leisurely pace. His face was filled with disbelief. You're still alive?" His gaze darted back and forth between Chen Mu and Shen Lanyue. Shen Lanyu surviving is one thing. She has deep foundations, but this little brat? Did I summon a fake demon king? The bald elder stepped forward, his fists clenched tightly behind his back. He looked down at Chen Mu, his voice low and icy. So, you're the boy who injured Zaheo? Although he had been in seclusion recently, he was somewhat aware of major events in the family. Upon learning that his precious grandson had been humiliated, Chen Mu's name had immediately been added to his must-kill list. What he hadn't expected was that the one who had bested his grandson was an 80-year-old child. Grandfather. It's him. Li Zaheo rushed to the elder's side, gritting his teeth. His father always preached patience and looking beyond grievances, but he much preferred his grandfather's vengeful style. Now that he had found his backing, Li Zaheo trembled with excitement, his eyes blazing with long-suppressed hatred. You're alive? Ha ha ha, that's perfect. Your life belongs to me. I'll crush you with my own hands and grind you into the dirt to erase my humiliation. Chen Mu ignored his crazed ranting, merely lifting his eyes to size up the bald elder. Other than the oppressive aura emanating from the Li family patriarch, the rest of them were, in his eyes, no more threatening than rotten garlic easily crushed with a single slap. Capable of a fight, he silently assessed. Just as tensions were about to erupt, Shen Lanyu stepped in front of Chen Mu once again, just as she had in the abyss. She turned to Zhang Quan, her voice cold and sharp. Director Zhang, if the Li family makes a move, won't that violate public security laws? Are you just going to stand there and let it happen? However, the previously righteous Zhang Quan now sneered. You're the ones who trespassed on private property while armed. They're merely acting in self-defense. Having served as deputy director for over a decade, this old fox had perfected the art of manipulating the rules. This blatant favoritism sent the Shun family members into a fury. Unbelievable. A deputy director of public security thinks he can cover the sky with one hand? Record his words and send them to headquarters. The outrage spread like wildfire, plunging the scene into utter chaos. A disdainful sneer broke the silence of the night. Standing in the center of the Li family courtyard, Chen Mu's cold eyes gleamed as his sharp gaze swept across Zhang Quan like a blade. Within the borders of Longhua, any member of the Illuminati can be executed on sight. Heretics deserve death at the hands of the people. His voice was calm and deliberate, yet carried an icy killing intent that echoed through the still courtyard. Li Zaheo froze for a moment upon hearing this, then let out a mocking laugh. Oh, such a lofty accusation. Where's your evidence? Or are you expecting us to believe your baseless words? Uncle Zhang, he's defaming an innocent man, add that to his crimes. Before his words had fully landed, Chen Mu's figure vanished like a ghost. A streak of black blade light tore through the night, aiming directly at Li Zaheo's knees. Evidence? Who cared about evidence? He would kill first and deal with the rest later. You insolent brat. The bald elder roared, his aura exploding with fury. But it was too late. Chen Mu's strike was too swift for him to intervene. Li Chuanan's eyes widened in shock. He saw it clearly. Chen Mu hadn't used any movement techniques. Instead, he had employed the Li family's secret treasure, the invisible mirror. This artifact was supposed to be in the hands of the poison Fong on a mission, yet somehow it had fallen into Chen Mu's possession. A blood-curdling scream pierced the night. Li Zaheo's knees were reduced to a bloody mess. Fragments of bone mixed with fresh blood splattered across the ground, painting a gruesome, crimson scene. Kneel properly and watch how I kill your father. Chen Mu's figure emerged in the moonlight, his voice calm but chilling to the core. The bald elder lunged forward in an instant, his fists radiating golden light, carrying the force of a mountain as they roared toward Chen Mu. Die! With a thunderous clash, Shun Wenhua stepped forward, his dragon-head staff firmly blocking the attack. All Shun clan members, surround the Li estate immediately. Let no one escape. Yes, came the resounding replies in unison. Shun Wenhua looked up at the bald elder, a cryptic smile spreading across his wrinkled face. Fighting children is no fun. How about an old lady like me keeps you company instead? Chuanan, go kill that little bastard for me. Don't let him get away. The bald elder bellowed furiously. Li Chuanan stared at the approaching Chen Mu in despair, pointing at himself incredulously. What? Me? He let out a bitter laugh in his heart. How could he possibly take on someone who had defeated 2 fourth-tier beasts and possibly even a demon king? Say, Chen Mu, don't push me too far. Li Chuanan stammered, his voice trembling. You've already killed people, injured my son, and taken the Li family's treasure. Let's just end this here. I swear the Li family will never trouble you again. Under the moonlight, Chen Mu paused. The wind brushed past his forehead, revealing his deep, abyss-like eyes. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of his lips. The Li family's treasure? That was mine to begin with. This statement struck Li Chuanan like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in place. What do you mean, yours? That clearly has the Li family name engraved on it. His voice trembled with fury. Chen Mu feigned a surprised expression, though a mocking glint danced in his eyes. Engraving your name on my treasure? You must have a death wish. I. Li Chuanan shook with rage, staring in disbelief at the shameless young man before him. Fine. Fine, fine. Just because you barely escaped death, you think you're invincible now. With a thunderous roar, the aura of a mid-stage third-tier warrior erupted from Li Chuanan. The opponent's audacity had completely ignited his fury, and his reason was consumed by overwhelming anger. All he wanted now was to crush this insolent brat into dust. At that moment, Shen Lanyue gracefully moved to Chen Mu's side, her piercing gaze fixed on Li Chuanan. Need any help? She asked softly, her tone laced with a shared hatred for the Li family. No need. Chen Mu replied with a slight shake of his head. Before the words had fully left his lips, a gust of wind howled through the air. Chen Mu's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a sharp, whistling sound in the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the young man reappeared right in front of Li Chuanan. Li Chuanan's pupils constricted as fear gripped his heart. Such speed far beyond his ability to perceive. Before he could react, Chen Mu had already raised his arm, forming a fist. The energy within him, enhanced by the energy stone, surged like a tidal wave, condensing into the form of a towering mountain. Boom! The air shattered in an instant, and an unstoppable force descended on Li Chuanan like a collapsing mountain. Seeing the approaching fist, Li Chuanan's expression changed drastically. He hastily channeled all his energy into his palms, forming a faint golden glow as he pushed forward, desperate to block the earth-shattering strike. Bang! A deafening collision reverberated through the air. Li Chuanan's palms never even touched the oncoming fist before the violent energy shredded them to pieces, the force traveling up to his shoulders and exploding into two clouds of blood mist. His body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, embedding itself into the wall behind him. This is impossible. How can a second-tier warrior possess such terrifying strength? My third-tier golden skin is as fragile as paper. Li Chuanan spat out a mouthful of blood, his wide eyes filled with terror as he stared at the boy who was now slowly approaching. Stay away from me. However, the fatal blow he anticipated never came. Instead, Shinmu pulled him out of the wall with surprising care, only to toss him like a lifeless dog in front of Li Zihao, ensuring he could witness everything that followed. Li Zihao knelt on the ground, dazed, as he watched the demon-like figure deliver two more punches, crippling Li Chuanan's legs entirely. Wait, you're serious? A blood-curdling scream echoed through the Li family courtyard. Chen Mu suddenly exerted force with his foot, stomping down toward the bloated head with a resounding boom. The ground caved in, debris scattering everywhere. Li Chuanan's head sank deep into the fractured floor, blood seeping through the cracks and staining the surrounding rubble crimson. Li Chuanan's body twitched slightly before falling completely still. Third-tier warrior killed. Kill value, 550. After finishing, Chen Mu glanced at Li Zihao's pale face and said coldly, "You were right. It's quite liberating." Li Zihao's Adam's apple bobbed, but no sound came out. The courtyard before him was in complete disarray, with the walls crowded by Li family's servants who had surrendered. Those uninvolved in the conflict had wisely laid down their weapons as soon as the battle broke out. As for accomplices like Dian, who stubbornly resisted, they were swiftly subdued by the Shun family members. Amid the chaos, Deputy Director Zhang Quan of the Security Bureau stood frozen at first, then erupted in fury. His eyes bulged, and his voice trembled with anger. "This is an outright affront to my authority. Shin family, are you rebelling? Shinmu, not even your father could." Clang. Before he could finish, a brick struck the back of his head with precision. Zhang Quan clutched his head, turned around, and glared incredulously at the Shun family member who had attacked him. You dare assault an officer? This is a serious crime." In response, another brick came whistling toward him. "I've had enough of you," one of the Shin family members shouted, weighing another brick in his hand. He called out to the others, "Brothers, let's go. This corrupt official loves throwing his weight around, doesn't he?" In no time, a dozen men and women surrounded Zhang Quan, their punches and kicks landing in a chaotic flurry. When they finally dispersed, satisfied, Zhang Quan was left lying on the ground, bruised and battered, pretending to be unconscious. He weakly moved his lips and muttered, Fine. Just wait. Once I report this to the main security bureau, the charge of rebellion alone will be enough to see you all executed 1,000 times over." Meanwhile, fierce winds howled above the Li family estate. Two forces clashed in the night sky, sending dazzling bursts of energy that lit up the darkness. The bald elder was covered in wounds, his complexion a sickly shade of liver red. The remnants of unrefined medicinal power in his body made his strength unstable, leaving him clearly no match for Shen Wenhua. However, Shen Wenhua, concerned about collateral damage to his family members and innocent residents below, fought with restraint, gradually wearing his opponent down. "Give up your struggle," Shen Wenhua said coldly, hovering in midair. He gestured toward the battlefield below. "The Li family you care so much about is no more." The bald elder followed his gaze, his pupils contracting sharply. The sight before him left his mind blank. Every Li family servant had surrendered. The corpses of those who resisted lay scattered, and when his eyes fell upon the lifeless body of Li Chuan, he was struck as if by lightning. My son is dead. Damn it. How did this happen? He struggled to accept the reality. I was only in seclusion for 2 months, not 200 years. How could the world outside have changed so drastically? As he stood there, dazed, Chen Mu suddenly appeared in front of him, with Shen Lanyue close behind, forming a triangle with Shen Wenhua to encircle him. The bald elder's dark gaze swept over the three of them, and his suppressed fury finally erupted. You killed my Li family members, humiliated my grandson. Fine, fine. None of you are leaving here alive today. With a hoarse roar, the bald elder's aura surged dramatically, nearing the 5th tier. His body emitted cracking sounds as his bones expanded and twisted. Thick fur rapidly covered his entire frame, and in the blink of an eye, a grotesque and terrifying monster stood before them. Chen Mu paused briefly, then smiled faintly. Evidence. Well, here it is. Evidence. The bald elder's eyes flashed with madness as he heard Chen Mu's words. His face contorted with anger, the deep wrinkles twisting grotesquely. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. As long as everyone here is dead, what does evidence matter? His voice was hoarse and frenzied. For years, he had poured his heart and soul into elevating the Li family, even going as far as joining the dangerous Illuminati. Success was within reach, only to be thrown into chaos by this group of meddlers. Though Li Chuanan was dead, Li Zihao still lived. The bald elder's gaze shifted to Li Zihao, a glimmer of solace in his eyes. With the secret medicine of the Illuminati, the father and son could still restore the Li family to glory. Resolving himself further, his determination solidified. None of these people could be allowed to leave alive. Chen Mu, young friend, he's not someone you can handle. Please retreat at once, Shen Wenhua said gravely, his eyes fixed on the imposing and furious bald elder. The opponent's aura was nearing the 5th tier level, and though he couldn't break through the natural barrier between the 4th and 5th tiers, he was still a formidable threat. Chen Mu ignored Shen Wenhua's warning, instead casting a casual glance at the terrified Li Zihao. A mocking smirk played on his lips. He's your hope. The bald elder's heart sank, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. Before he could process it, Chen Mu raised his right hand nonchalantly. I don't like the look on your face right now. How about I give you a little entertainment? Snap. The crisp sound of a finger snap echoed through the air. Suddenly, the ghostly energy within Li Zihao erupted violently. His terrified expression froze in his final moment before his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. Killed a 1st-tier warrior. Kill value 0. The air froze for a second. Then, a heart-wrenching roar erupted across the scene. What have you done to him? The bald elder's face twisted in rage, black energy swirling around him. Linhai City was supposed to be the starting point for the Li family's rise, but this damned brat had destroyed everything. He launched a furious attack, his fists surging with terrifying power as it aimed straight for Chen Mu. Shen family, form the array, Shen Wenhua shouted, thrusting his dragon head staff forward. Freeze. In an instant, the surrounding area of a mile transformed into an icy wasteland. Raindrops froze into ice needles, and frost blanketed the bricks, tiles, and treetops. The Shen family members formed a battle array, unleashing a storm of extreme cold that swept across the area, freezing even the air itself. The bald elder's onslaught was momentarily halted, but his gaze toward Chen Mu grew increasingly venomous. If this boy doesn't die, I won't rest even in death. He spat out a mouthful of blood, forcefully tearing his heart vessels to push his speed to new heights. Facing this opponent, now transformed into a monstrous creature, Chen Mu's eyes showed an uncharacteristic gravity. Warriors were more difficult to deal with than beasts. Not only did they possess countless techniques, but they also had cunning minds. This was precisely why he had deliberately provoked the elder and detonated Li Zihao to drive him into a blind rage. Chen Mu exhaled silently, his gaze lifting once more. Suddenly, his eyes were ablaze with a sinister crimson glow. The fiery red light, as piercing as scalding blood, surged forth as the mental assault of the blood curse I struck directly at the elder's brow like an unstoppable tide. Caught off guard, the bald elder was instantly overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being. It felt as though countless sand ants were gnawing at his body, and the most venomous attack detonated within his nervous system, tearing his very soul apart. Mental attack? The elder roared in disbelief. Isn't this a power only grandmasters can wield? Before he could finish his sentence, the unbearable agony sent him plummeting from the sky. Shen Wenhua seized the moment. His dragon head cane traced a perfect circle in the air. In an instant, a resonant dragon's roar shattered the night, and a frost dragon, cloaked in a storm of snow and ice, soared into the sky, hurtling toward the falling elder. With a thunderous boom, frost exploded in all directions, and razor-sharp shards of ice slashed the elder's body. Blood gushed like a fountain. Just as it seemed the elder was about to meet his end, Chen Mu's mind raced, and he swiftly drew his blade for a final, decisive strike. 9 Tribulations Demon Blade, 6th form. With a crisp ring, a massive crescent of inky darkness materialized in the heavens, descending with unstoppable force upon the elder. The terrifying might of this strike surpassed even what Chen Mu had displayed in the abyss, leaving Shen Lanhua utterly stunned. Suppressing his own shock, Shen Wenhua's eyes gleamed with delight. Such talent. This time, I've backed the right horse. Around him, the Shen family members erupted in gasps of astonishment. Those who had mocked Chen Mu earlier were now rendered speechless. The elder stared at the incoming blade's glow, the malice in his eyes replaced by sheer terror and regret. How could this possibly be the strength of a second-tier martial artist? Li Xuanen's death wasn't unjust. Why did I provoke this monster? Only when the system prompt, 4th-tier martial artist slain, slaughter value 800, appeared did Chen Mu finally relax. Damn, almost missed the kill. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Li family estate, the old butler Zhao Zhong stood quietly under an umbrella. His expression remained calm as he observed the fireworks in the sky and the chaos below, but his heart was in turmoil. Master, please return quickly. The heavens are about to collapse, and the young master is turning the world upside down. At the same time, in the meeting room of the No. 3 Abyss base in Linhai City's military district, an important conference was underway. The long table was surrounded by the city's top military officers, with Chen Lingfeng among them. At the head of the table was a holographic projection of Yuan Shouxin, the commander-in-chief of the Yulong Province Military District, accompanied by Bai Wan, an Abyss enforcer. The agenda for the meeting focused on the investigation results of the No. 2 Abyss incident and the related commendations. There are a total of 3 bases in the military district of Linhai City, with only a few dozen high-ranking officers in total. At this moment, in a brightly lit conference room, these uniformed officers sat upright and solemn, most of them having participated in the recent rescue operation. The provincial military district commander, Yuan Shouxin, sat at the head of the table, his heavily lined face filled with gravity. He flipped through the file in his hands lightly, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Based on the latest casualty statistics, this was undoubtedly the most severe fissure-related incident the province had seen in years. You are all aware of the details regarding the Beast Riot, Yuan Shouxin began without preamble. Although the investigation is ongoing, the commendations must be issued immediately. This was his consistent approach. Rewards should be timely, and punishments must be fair. In his view, delayed recognition could sap a soldier's morale, while unjust punishment could destabilize the troops. Seeing no objections, Yuan Shouxin proceeded to announce the list of awards. Falcon Squad rescued 338 stranded martial artists. They are awarded a collective second-class merit, with each member receiving an additional 100 merit points and a first-grade cultivation resource package. Yongxing Squad and Chongfeng Squad provided timely support, successfully dismantling 31 ritual nodes, killing 28 members of the Order of Light, and capturing 2 alive. They are also awarded a collective second-class merit. The officers present nodded in agreement, as they had already reviewed these reward proposals in advance. However, the next topic was the most challenging. Chen Mu's reward. Yuan Shouxin tapped his fingers lightly on the table. What are your thoughts on how to reward Chen Mu? This was indeed a tricky issue. The military had its own established system for rewards and punishments, but Chen Mu was an exception. As an independent martial artist, his contributions in this incident far exceeded the upper limits of the standard reward system. According to military standards, his performance would warrant 2 individual first-class merits, which was a key requirement for promotion to Major General. If you ask me, we should just stick to the rules. A middle-aged general with a thick beard suddenly slammed the table. We risk our lives against these beasts on the front lines to protect civilians. Why should we cater to their whims? You don't know what you're talking about. The conference room fell into a brief silence following that remark. The media and public were closely watching how the military would handle Chen Mu's case, and any misstep could tarnish the military's image. Moreover, the military already struggled to compete with major sects and private organizations in recruiting talent. Mishandling this situation could further exacerbate that issue. As soon as those words were spoken, the head of the recruitment office immediately frowned, his face clouded with displeasure. He pressed his hands firmly on the conference table, staring directly at the other man. It's easy for you, isn't it? Just wave your hand and toss these young recruits into a pile of monsters. Do you even realize how hard I have to fight every year with the other factions to secure talent? Especially those gifted kids. If not for the military's image, I'd be tempted to just carry them off myself. The burly man with a thick beard puffed out his chest in defiance. Why fight for them? Every man in this country should be ready to defend it, even if it costs his life and blood. The head of recruitment let out a sarcastic laugh, clearly exasperated. Fine, how about you take my position next year then? With these two kicking things off, the meeting room quickly turned chaotic. A military officer seated in the front row waved his hand and proposed, double the bonuses and cultivation resources. A plus reward package, easy fix, isn't it? Before his words had fully landed, objections erupted from the back. The same old stuff? That's just lazy. How about this? A strategist, suddenly inspired, suggested with a gleam in his eye. When Chen Mu enlists after coming of age, we promote him directly to Major General. Not only would it be a reward, but it would also attract talent to the military, two birds with one stone. This suggestion immediately triggered Chun Lingfeng's furious outburst. Are you kidding me? That's basically giving him nothing. Yuan Shouxin watched the increasingly unruly meeting room, even overhearing someone suggest that Chen Mu replace him. His eye twitched, and he bellowed, "Quiet, all of you." The commanding tone instantly silenced the room. Yuan Shouxin rubbed his temples, which were beginning to ache, before turning his gaze to Chun Lingfeng. "He's your son. I want to hear your opinion." All eyes turned to Chun Lingfeng. As the father in question, he had intentionally kept quiet until now. But being called out by the commander himself suggested that the higher-ups were leaning toward a significant reward. Caught off guard at first, Chun Lingfeng quickly caught on and cleared his throat with a self-satisfied air. "Look, it's not favoritism, but those 3 standard rewards just aren't enough for Xiaomu," he said solemnly. "Money and pills are important, sure, but for a martial artist, they're like drops in the ocean. What really matters everyone here knows." He glanced cautiously at Commander Yuan's expression, and seeing no objection, continued boldly. "What I'm talking about is cultivation techniques. Techniques for the 1st to 4th stages are manageable. Any decent body strengthening method will do. But moving from the 4th to the 5th stage requires awakening martial talent, and cultivating a Tongming technique to refine internal organs and prepare for the 6th stage." Chen Lingfeng laid out his thoughts plainly. "If we're going to reward him, it shouldn't be with something trivial. I propose giving him an austere Tongming technique if that's the only thing worthy of Chen Mu." His reasoning was straightforward. High-level cultivation techniques were the lifeblood of any major faction. By securing such a technique for his son, he hoped to ensure that Chen Mu would never be beholden to others in the future. The room immediately erupted into chaos. "Seriously, old Chen? Asking for an austere technique is just outrageous. Your son's still a kid, and you're already thinking about the 6th stage? Isn't this just blatant opportunism? The military's techniques are our foundation. We absolutely cannot share them." The room buzzed with heated debate, and even Commander Yuan's brow furrowed. Sensing this, the voices grew even more fervent. But the commander's next words stunned everyone into silence. "Not enough." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Commander Yuan lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised it, slamming his palm on the table. "How about this? Give him my Tianju seal." The room fell into absolute silence. Everyone, including Chun Lingfeng, was utterly dumbfounded. In the stillness, the only sound was the collective gasp of disbelief. As soon as Commander Yuan finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Disbelief was written all over the faces of those present, with some even rubbing their eyes instinctively, questioning if they had misheard. The Tianju seal, this unique insignia possessed by the supreme commanders of each provincial military district, was not only the ultimate symbol of authority, but also a representation of unparalleled power. The bearer of the seal held the right to inspect all military districts within the province, and, more critically, wielded the authority to execute justice on behalf of the heavens. In wartime, if the supreme commander was absent, the bearer could assume full control of the Jinyuan army. More importantly, the significance of the Tianju seal extended far beyond its surface value. To Chen Mu, this seal was akin to a key to a new world that not only officially integrated him into the Jinyuan army, but also ensured that his merits from this incident would be properly recognized. With these merits, he could freely exchange them for the cultivation techniques he needed from the Department of Techniques. In short, this seal granted him an unprecedented privilege, the authority to wield the power of Tianju without being bound by military protocol, alongside access to military resources while maintaining an independent identity. The weight of this reward was beyond anything the people in the room could have imagined. The attendees exchanged uneasy glances, their faces marked with confusion and shock. Entrusting an 80-year-old child with the Tianju seal was akin to handing a nuclear launch device to a mischievous monkey. Even Chun Lingfeng, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, was now frozen in disbelief. A ridiculous image flashed in his mind, him saluting that little brat and addressing him as Commander Chun upon returning home. A lieutenant general nervously licked his dry lips before cautiously speaking up. "Commander Yuan, perhaps we should reconsider? The Tianju seal is too significant, and Chen Mu is still so young. His mental maturity might not be sufficient for such a responsibility. This doesn't seem appropriate." As soon as he finished, others nodded in agreement, murmuring their concerns in low voices. Yuan Shouxin took in their expressions, his voice deep and commanding. "Inappropriate? Then let me ask you, what are the casualties from the recent beast outbreak?" The lieutenant general immediately answered respectfully. "Over 1,800 civilian martial artists have died, 112 soldiers have fallen in the line of duty, and more than 6,000 have been injured." "Good. Let me ask you another question," Yuan Shouxin continued. That fifth-tier beast king at the end. If I count every single one of you here, who among you could stop it? The lieutenant general's face darkened, and he fell into silence. Answer me. Yuan Shuxin's voice rang out like a thunderclap. With his head lowered, the lieutenant general's jaw tightened as he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. No one could stop it, but we would do our best to delay it, even at the cost of burning through our own flesh and blood, to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Very well. Yuan Shuxin's tone softened slightly. Even if I received the news immediately, it would take me at least 30 minutes to rush here from headquarters. Could you guarantee that, within those 30 minutes, the Beast King wouldn't break through the defenses and attack the city? If it did, what would the casualties among the city's civilians be? What about the losses in our military? After the incident is resolved, would Linhai City still have enough forces to guard the abyss? Can anyone answer these questions? These rapid-fire questions struck like a hammer, leaving everyone stunned and silent, their faces grim. These were the questions they had subconsciously avoided, perhaps out of reluctance to admit their inferiority to a child, or perhaps because the potential consequences were too terrifying to face. Most of them were locals from Linhai, and if the abyss defenses were breached, unleashing tens of thousands of beasts into the city, whose families would be spared. So, does anyone here still think this reward is too heavy? Yuan Shuxin's calm voice pulled everyone's chaotic thoughts back to reality. This time, no one voiced any objections. Yuan Shouxin glanced around the conference room, nodding in satisfaction. The decision to grant the Tianju seal was far more than just compensation for the losses Chen Mu had recovered for Longhua. More importantly, it was because of the astonishing potential he saw in this young prodigy. Reaching the second-tier warrior realm at just 8 years old and slaying a fifth-tier demon king. Yuan Shouxin's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. This goes beyond extraordinary. It's as if a deity has descended to the mortal world. He knew full well that such an unparalleled genius would inevitably attract the attention of major factions. And geniuses, by nature, tend to be proud and disdainful of being constrained by rules. Thus, his strategy was exceptionally clever. He neither forced Chen Mu to join the Jinyuan army nor withheld generous benefits. Even more ingenious was the fact that if Chen Mu ever wanted to exchange for military techniques in the future, he would naturally need to undertake tasks from the military. Wouldn't that essentially make him a highly skilled freelance operative for the Jinyuan army? While Yuan Shouxin silently marveled at his own cleverness, the meeting had already moved on to the second agenda item, the Light Order. Since the Jinyuan army's responsibilities were limited to guarding the abyss, rogue warriors on the surface fell under the jurisdiction of law enforcement. As such, the investigation into the Light Order would be led by the enforcers, with the Jinyuan army only providing support as needed. Once the unrelated personnel had left the room, Bai Wan stood up and got straight to the point. The recent beast uprising was indeed orchestrated by the Light Order. Her gaze swept across every commander present, including Jia Yuan. I am particularly concerned about two things. First, over 100 ritual nodes were discovered in Abyss Number 2. For something this covert to happen, there must be a mole within the Jinyuan army. Her words immediately provoked strong dissatisfaction among several officers. What are you implying? Are you suspecting us? Having just endured trials of blood and fire and witnessed countless comrades sacrifice their lives, being questioned about their loyalty naturally stirred intense emotions. Unfazed, Bai Wan continued. Second, such a large-scale sacrificial ritual is unprecedented. They must have an even greater scheme in mind, and that is the true catastrophe. Her words plunged the room into dead silence. A faint trace of fear appeared on everyone's face. If this incident was merely an appetizer, what would the real disaster look like? The destruction of an entire city? Have you found any leads? Yuan Shouxin asked in a deep voice. Li Chuanan of the Li family in the southern district, Bai Wan said, enunciating each word clearly. But he's just an executor. There's a bigger mastermind behind him. All eyes instinctively turned to Jia Yuan. It was no secret that he had close ties with Li Chuanan. Brother Li? How could it be him? Jia Yuan feigned a look of shock, though his heart remained calm. In the Light Order's grand scheme, Li Chuanan was always intended to be a pawn, discarded once his role was fulfilled. As for the possibility of the investigation tracing back to him, Jia Yuan had long cultivated a facade of amicable relations with the Li family to serve as his perfect firewall. At that moment, a sudden, urgent ringing of a phone shattered the heavy silence in the room. Bai Wan glanced at the caller ID, her brows furrowing slightly. However, after answering, her expression turned inexplicably strange. The Li family has been wiped out. She put down the phone, her voice somewhat muffled. What? This time, Jia Yuan was genuinely stunned. Bai Wan looked at Chun Lingfeng, who had been quietly attending the meeting, her expression complicated. It was Chen Mu who did it. Chun Lingfeng. In the headquarters of the Yulong Provincial Military District, inside the Commander-in-Chief's office, Yuan Shouxin turned off the communication projection, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold. His gaze was fixed blankly on the ceiling. The news of an 80-year-old reaching the level of a second-tier martial artist left him deeply unsettled. With such astounding talent, that child might not even need to wait until 20 to break into the 7th tier and achieve the rank of a martial grandmaster. A grandmaster at 20 would shatter the record for the youngest grandmaster in the history of Long Kingdom. That such a prodigy had emerged from the small city of Linhai made him wonder if the world was on the brink of dramatic change. Noticing his demeanor, the adjutant beside him thoughtfully replaced his cold tea with a steaming fresh cup. However, the adjutant's furrowed brow and hesitant expression were hard to miss. "Speak your mind," Yuan Shoshin said calmly, taking a sip of the hot tea. He had noticed the adjutant's unease. "Do you also think my decision is flawed?" Such a reaction was not unexpected. To entrust the Tianju seal to an 80-year-old child, if everyone had unanimously supported this decision, that would have been surprising. Even though no one openly opposed him during the earlier meeting, he knew some harbored doubts but refrained from speaking out due to his authority. "I wouldn't dare." The adjutant lowered his head slightly, choosing his words carefully before responding cautiously. "I'm just concerned that if this decision becomes known to other military districts, it could make us a laughingstock. Moreover, Chen Mu's martial technique." He trailed off, his hesitation evident. The celestial phenomenon that occurred when Chen Mu slew the Demon King revealed the unnerving and sinister nature of his technique. The wielder of the seal was supposed to be not only the most outstanding martial artist in the province, but also a figure embodying the military's righteous ideals. From any perspective, this boy seemed far from fitting the role. But Yuan Shoshin only chuckled heartily, completely unfazed. "Let them laugh. The louder those old fogies laugh now, the harder they'll cry later." As for Xiao Mu's technique, he paused, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips as he glanced at the adjutant. "Tell me, is there really a problem? Look at that black smoke, it's billowing so vigorously." He mimicked a disappointed expression, shaking his head as if chastising the adjutant. "Come on, Shaoli, why are you acting like some old relic? Don't get too hung up on appearances. As long as the kid is killing demonic beasts, that smoke, no matter how dark, is good smoke." Seeing that the commander-in-chief had been completely won over by the boy, the adjutant could only nod in agreement. Such pure blackness, it's clearly the mark of someone with the world's best interests at heart. However, his tone shifted as he continued. "But what about Qian Kai? You did have an agreement with the elder of Lushan's Lion Gate sect." Lion Gate, one of the 6 great sects of Long Kingdom, boasted a prodigious disciple under its grand elder's direct tutelage, Qian Kai. At just 21 years old, Qian Kai had already reached the peak of the 4th tier and awakened the steer martial talent, roar of the spear soul. Known as the Little Spear God, he had defeated countless martial prodigies with his golden spear and was considered one of Yulong province's brightest rising stars. The Tianju seal had originally been promised to him. With the power of the seal, Lion Gate's standing among the 6 sects would rise, and the Grand Elder had also agreed to send disciples into the Abyss regularly to assist the Abyss Suppression Army in hunting demonic beasts and accelerating the exploration of the Abyss. This had been a mutually beneficial arrangement, but now, with this sudden change of plans, dissatisfaction from Lion Gate was inevitable. The relationship between the authorities and the 6 sects has always been delicate. Moving forward, achieving any form of cooperation will likely become even more challenging. Commander Yuan's eyes widened in fury as he grabbed the celadone teacup from the table and slammed it onto the solid wooden surface with a loud thud. Tea splashed everywhere as he roared. "So what? It's my seal, and I'll give it to whoever I damn well please." He stood up abruptly and began pacing back and forth, his anger still evident on his face. "I've had enough of that Qian Kai, an arrogant brat who looks down on everyone. He covets the authority of the Heaven's Wrath seal, yet shows no respect for the soldiers of Jinyuan. If it weren't for the lack of manpower in the army." Mid-sentence, the imposing commander suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed deeply as he fell into contemplation. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. "If the younger generation of our people all turn out like those self-serving sect disciples, then Longhua is doomed, sooner or later." The 6 sects, though all practitioners of martial arts, are more preoccupied with infighting. They remain isolated, focusing solely on developing their martial economies. For the sake of talent, territory, and markets, they fight tooth and nail, prioritizing profit above all else. Meanwhile, a different scene was unfolding within the Li family estate. "Refine the soul, absorb the blood." With a low chant from Chen Mu, an eerie wind swept through the courtyard. Wisps of black mist rose from the bodies of Li Chuanan and the others, accompanied by blood-curdling screams, before merging into Chen Mu's forehead. The blood on the ground seemed to come alive, slithering across the shattered floorboards like countless crimson serpents, writhing as they converged at Chen Mu's feet. Bubbling and churning, the blood was absorbed into him completely. Before him, a faint, shimmering screen appeared, with small blood-red characters forming. "Blood pool capacity, 18900. Your soul has slightly strengthened." Soul strength has advanced too. Manifestation realm initial humanoid form. Chen Mu's attention was immediately drawn to the newly added blood pool feature in his blood sacrifice skill. After a rough calculation, he estimated that each person contributed approximately 1,000 points to the pool, likely influenced by factors such as their cultivation level and age. Seeing the phrase, initial humanoid form, Chen Mu's lips twitched slightly. What? Was I not even considered human before? Though he couldn't help but grumble inwardly, he quickly realized that this system indeed encompassed a distinct soul-based power branch, fundamentally different from the current martial arts system. As he pondered whether there might be corresponding soul-related skills, the blood-red characters provided an answer. You have learned the skill, Soul Seizure. 1. Seize the soul of the living, gaining control over their life and death. Caution. Strong souls may retaliate. 2. Seize the soul of the deceased, accessing their entire lifetime's memories. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Just as he was about to delve deeper into this practical skill, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Judging by the noise, there seemed to be over 100 people approaching. Not far away, the deputy director, Zhang Quan, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly sprang to his feet, laughing maniacally. My security team is here. You lot breaking into a private residence, committing murder, and assaulting an official deputy director? The evidence is irrefutable. Today, you will wish for death over life. Zhang Quan, these people are from the Illuminati, and that bald old man has already transformed into a demon. Are you blind? Shen Lanyue stepped forward, her eyes flashing with cold light as she stared intently at the blood-covered man in front of her. Zhang Quan trembled as he wiped the blood off his face, his gaze filled with anger and panic. Demon transformation? I was knocked out by you people. I didn't see anything. You killed over 10 members of the Li family without reason and even assaulted an official like me. Shen Lanyue let out a cold laugh. She had initially assumed that Zhang Quan merely had some ordinary dealings with the Li family. After all, collusion between officials and influential families wasn't uncommon. But now that Li Xuanen's connection to the Illuminati was exposed, it was a serious crime. Yet Zhang Quan was still digging himself deeper into trouble. Wasn't this just courting death? At that moment, the signs of demonic transformation on the bald old man's corpse had completely disappeared along with his dissipating soul. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Shen Lanyue was so infuriated she couldn't find the words. You error. There's no need to argue with him, Shen Wenhua said, stepping in to stop his granddaughter. A hint of wisdom flickered in his eyes. I suspect Director Zhang here has some skeletons in his closet. A thorough investigation will surely uncover the truth. These words hit Zhang Quan's sore spot. During the investigation into the Illuminati, he had indeed helped Li Xuanen cover his tracks on multiple occasions. But as he glanced around at the many prominent figures present, he realized that there was no way to keep this under wraps. Fine. Very well. Zhang Quan gritted his teeth. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts once the security forces arrive. A mass killing like this, no matter how powerful your family is, you won't escape the law. Chen Mu, however, calmly shifted his gaze toward the shadowy corner of the room, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. Do you really think the law enforcement officials know nothing? With his blood-cursed eye, the figure hiding in the shadows was laid bare, their law enforcement badge gleaming clearly on their chest. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The sound of dense footsteps grew closer and closer. In an instant, over 100 soldiers in military uniforms marched in, surrounding the entire Li family courtyard. More than a dozen military trucks pulled up neatly at the entrance, their brakes screeching in unison. The Shin family exchanged uneasy glances. Even for a case involving a massacre and assaulting an official, mobilizing the Jinyuan army seemed excessive. Although considering Chen Mu's identity, it was likely that Chen Lingfeng had arrived to back up his son. Still, such blatant abuse of power was truly shocking. Even Chen Mu was briefly stunned. This level of force? Was his father really going this far just to clean up his mess? Zhang Quan's scalp tingled as he looked at the Jinyuan army soldiers surrounding him. But when he noticed the dozen or so military officers walking in, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in his eyes. With so many officers present, even Chen Lingfeng couldn't afford to show too much favoritism toward his son. I'm saved. I'm really saved, Zhang Quan exclaimed excitedly as he struggled to his feet and hobbled toward the entrance, shouting loudly, Generals! The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau abruptly halted his accusations. The officers around him seemed to disregard his presence entirely, striding past him and stopping in front of Chen Mu. In unison, they performed a sharp, standard military salute. Standing at the forefront, Chen Lingfeng's face turned red as he struggled to force out his words through gritted teeth. See, Commander Chen, are you all right? Although the Tianju seal has yet to be delivered, the authorization documents have already been drafted by Yuan Shouxin and circulated to all military divisions. Your status as the bearer of the seal is now officially recognized. These words landed like a bombshell. The members of the Shen family stood frozen in shock. Zhang Quan's legs gave way, and his face turned deathly pale. Commander Chen? A kid? Is this some kind of joke? He looked at his father in disbelief. Noticing Chen Mu's puzzled expression, Ma Jihong quickly stepped forward to explain the origins and significance of the Tianju seal. After listening, Chen Mu's expression returned to calm. He had anticipated that certain factions would extend their goodwill toward him, but he hadn't expected the military to act so decisively, playing their trump card outright. He silently praised Yuan Shouxin's boldness. At the same time, he recalled that in his previous life, the Tianju seal had been granted to someone else, a gun-wielding individual whose identity now escaped his memory. With this seal, I can earn military merits while hunting beasts to accumulate slaughter points, which can then be exchanged for martial techniques. Finally, there's hope for advancing the great demon body refinement technique. Chen Mu calculated internally. Sir, how should we handle these people? Ma Jihong asked respectfully, gesturing toward the Li family's servants huddled in the corner and the dumbfounded Zhang Quan. A woman stepped forward from the crowd and saluted Chen Mu. Commander Chen, it's an honor to meet you. By Wan from the Yulong District Enforcement Division. The Li family case involves the Illuminati, so we can take over from here. She then turned to Shen Wenhua. The Shen family has done a commendable job in eliminating Illuminati members. The Enforcement Division will issue a reward. As for the Li family remnants and Deputy Director Zhang, we'll take them back to the division for investigation. Chen Mu glanced at the wreckage of the Li family estate and replied calmly, fine. Zhang Quan stared at the young man surrounded by reverend officers, even the enforcers treating him with utmost respect. His mind unraveled, and he slumped to the ground. The absurdity of the scene, like adults playing make-believe with a child, felt utterly surreal. He had thought aligning with the Illuminati would elevate him to greatness, only to find himself crashing down before even taking flight. After some discussion, it was decided that the detainees would be temporarily held in the military prison before being transferred to the Enforcement Division. With the deputy director implicated, the Public Security Bureau would undergo a thorough investigation. Shen Wenhua, accompanied by Shen Lanyue, expressed her gratitude to Chen Mu and promised to visit soon to formally convey her thanks. Then she led her family members away. Had it not been for Chen Mu's intervention, she, the heir of the Shen family, would likely have met her end in the abyss. Chen Mu merely nodded indifferently and turned toward the Li family courtyard. Bai Wan followed and asked, Commander Chen, where are you going? To confiscate their property, of course, the young man replied, not even turning his head, a hint of excitement in his tone. The crowd collectively shifted their gaze toward Chen Lingfeng. Chen Lingfeng looked utterly bewildered. Why the hell is everyone staring at me? The once grand Li family estate now lay in ruins. A few military officers stood in the courtyard, their gazes fixed on Chen Mu's retreating figure. Under the sunlight, their expressions varied, though a shared sense of confusion was evident in their furrowed brows. So, from what I gather, the massacre wasn't the main objective. Seizing the assets was the real goal, one officer mused aloud, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But why would the commander target the Li family? I was in the conference room earlier, just discussing Li Chuanan, and before I knew it, this happened. The group instinctively turned their attention to Chen Lingfeng. These days, General Chen's standing in the military had risen significantly, thanks to his son Chen Mu's promotion to commander. Feeling the weight of their expectant stares, Chen Lingfeng found himself at a loss for words. In his mind, Chen Mu was still the mischievous boy who used to roll around in the dirt with the family dog. Who could have imagined that his son would suddenly pull off something like this? It was like coming home as an ordinary office worker, only to find your son lounging on the couch, legs crossed, saying, Hey, old man, you've been working hard lately, huh? Let me tell you a little secret. This company you work for, I own it. Oh, and the rival company? That's mine too. Relax and enjoy your retirement under my protection. But for the sake of his son's reputation, Chen Lingfeng straightened his back and declared in a booming voice, the Li family are lackeys of the Illuminati. Little Muno, Commander Chen had no choice but to act. Clearly, he saw through Li Xuanen's true nature long ago. This is an act of justice for the people. Absolutely right, the others chimed in enthusiastically. Young Commander Chen's dedication to the nation is as bright as the sun and moon. Meanwhile, inside the Li family's mansion, Chen Mu moved like a ghost, slipping in and out of rooms with practiced ease. He seemed to know every hidden compartment and secret room by heart, effortlessly uncovering valuable antiques and paintings. Even the combination to the safe was second nature to him. A few soldiers from the Jinyuan army followed close behind, tasked with cataloging and transporting the items. Bai Wan and her colleagues watched in stunned silence. Finally, Bai Wan couldn't hold back any longer. Sir, how are you so familiar with all of this? Don't worry about it. Chen Mu replied without looking up, his hands moving deftly. Then, as if changing the subject, he added, You're aware that Li Chuanan isn't acting alone, right? Bai Wan hesitated, then nodded instinctively. Yes, we've already identified a potential suspect and are currently investigating. No need to investigate further, Chen Mu said, straightening up and dusting off his hands. It's Jia Yuan. This revelation was thanks to the soul-searching technique. By delving into Li Xuanen's memories, Chen Mu had uncovered the identity of the mastermind behind him. Unfortunately, Li Xuanen's low rank within the Illuminati meant that the information he had access to was quite limited. He only knew that the Beast Riot was merely an appetizer, and the Illuminati had even grander schemes in store. This realization made Chen Mu furrow his brows slightly, a faint unease stirring in his heart. Instinctively, he linked it to the recent Beast Tide, but quickly dismissed the notion as absurd. After all, the Beast Tide was clearly caused by the sudden emergence of the new abyss. Could the Illuminati truly possess the ability to manipulate the arrival of the abyss? The thought was too astonishing to believe. Bai Wan and Zhang Feng stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. A look of disbelief flashed in their eyes. They had gone to great lengths to uncover clues about Jia Yuan, only for the other party to casually provide the answer with unshakable confidence. My lord, Bai Wan snapped out of her daze, hurriedly catching up and asking anxiously, how did you know? That's none of your concern, came the curt and indifferent reply. Did you find some evidence? Bai Wan pressed on, unwilling to let it go. Evidence? Chen Mu paused for a moment, then shook his head. The other side was very cautious. At least on Li Chuannan's end, nothing useful was left behind. Hearing this, Bai Wan's expression dimmed. Beside her, Zhang Feng couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, his tone laced with suppressed frustration. If you hadn't killed Li Chuanan, we could have used him to lure out Jia Yuan. Chen Mu abruptly stopped, turning to look at Zhang Feng with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Since I've already told you it's Jia Yuan, why not just go and kill him? My lord, apprehending someone requires evidence. Zhang Feng retorted, suppressing his anger. Evidence? Killing him will provide it, Chen Mu said flatly. But it has to be me who does it. These words left the two enforcers dumbfounded. Zhang Feng's face turned livid as he shouted angrily. This is sheer recklessness. Carrying out execution without a verdict, how is that any different from blatant disregard for human life? Chen Mu couldn't be bothered to argue with such rigid ideals. He turned and strode quickly toward the secret chamber. While searching through Li Chuannan's memories earlier, he had discovered something even more intriguing: the evolution serum. According to the memories, it was a concoction refined from beast blood, capable of rapidly enhancing a martial artist's vitality realm. However, it carried the risk of demonization, as evidenced by the old bald man, who had become a living example. Chen Mu pondered thoughtfully. This method of enhancement was, in essence, not unlike his own great demon heaven body tempering art. If he could directly absorb the vitality from the serum, perhaps the risk of demonization could be eliminated. Moreover, would the refined beast blood offer even greater efficiency? Although bound to the demon lord system, Chen Mu did not see himself as a bloodthirsty person. With a slight furrow of his brow, he focused on the incriminating evidence against Jia Yuan that glimmered in his mind. The source of this evidence was inexplicable after all. He couldn't exactly admit that he had devoured Li Xuanen's soul and gained access to all his memories. It was understandable that Bai Wan and the others found it hard to comprehend, but so what? Having been given a second chance at life, Chen Mu had resolved to act according to his own conscience and remain guilt-free. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Jia Yuan had to be eliminated. Since he already sensed a larger conspiracy brewing, why wait for disaster to strike before trying to fix it? What concerned him more was the connection between the Beast Tide and the Illuminati. If the emergence of Abyss No. 4 was indeed orchestrated by the Illuminati, as he suspected, then these cultists likely had a far deeper understanding of the Abyss than he had imagined. What made him even more wary was the fact that his first offer of allegiance had come from the Illuminati, had clearly set their sights on him. Lost in thought, Chen Mu pushed open the door to his secret chamber. The cramped stone room was lined with shelves crammed full of aged documents, interspersed with a few manuals for cultivation techniques. He navigated the space with ease, heading straight for the desk and deftly pressing a hidden latch with his fingers. Hiss! A burst of icy air escaped as the hidden compartment slowly opened, revealing 3 neatly arranged dark green metal cylinders. So these are evolution injectors? Chen Mu picked one up. The metal tube was icy to the touch, its surface quickly fogging over. Through a narrow glass window, he could see the swirling crystalline liquid within. Bai Wan explained in an even tone. That's correct. These are corrupted creations developed by the Illuminati's original research institute. They enhance cultivation by absorbing the essence of demonic beasts' blood and energy. But how could humans stoop to align themselves with such creatures? The consequences are clear. It's no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. A chilling thought crossed Chen Mu's mind. Humans and demonic beasts cannot mix. But what about humans and humans? He forced himself to stop delving deeper into the idea and instead picked up the manual nearby for a closer look. As his eyes scanned the crude and simplistic refining method described within, his pupils contracted sharply. Though it consisted of only a few lines, the technique bore an uncanny resemblance to his own great demon heaven body refinement art. Suppressing his astonishment, Chen Mu calmly set the manual aside and secretly activated his cultivation technique. As expected, a dense energy of blood and vitality immediately surged from the three metal cylinders, which he absorbed in an instant. This single act of cultivation was more effective than an hour of meditating in the abyss. Ceasing the technique, Chen Mu maintained an impassive expression as he asked, "By the way, how do you usually deal with these little treasures, these corrupted items? Since these potions are the Illuminati's legacy, they should rightfully be confiscated by the Enforcement Division." Just as Bai Wan was about to speak, Chen Mu cut in. "How about lending me these potions to study for 2 days?" Though his tone sounded like a request, the resolute look in his dark eyes left no room for refusal. Bai Wan nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her gaze. This exceptionally gifted young man, who also held the powerful Tianju seal, wielded authority comparable to a provincial military commander. Trusting him was only natural. She explained softly, "After your research, they must be destroyed. Such malevolent items can never be allowed to circulate in the market." Destroyed? Chen Mu felt a jolt in his heart, but quickly suppressed his sense of regret. The two of them walked side by side as Bai Wan explained the many secrets of the Illuminati in detail. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, an enforcer, trailed behind them. Though he harbored resentment toward the young Commander Chen, he could only swallow his dissatisfaction in silence. As night deepened, the operation to confiscate the Li family's property neared its conclusion. The courtyard was brightly lit, with hundreds of Jinyuan army soldiers moving in an orderly fashion, categorizing and stacking boxes of seized assets. Under Chen Mu's precise command, this once prominent family had been thoroughly uprooted. The soldiers worked with fervor, knowing that the larger the confiscated amount, the greater their military merits. Among the seized items were numerous martial arts manuals. By unwritten rules, Chen Mu could have easily claimed them for himself. However, after a quick glance, he tossed the manuals into a box. "I don't need these. Leave them for the Duan soldiers. They'll benefit more from them." His words left the accompanying soldiers momentarily stunned, and then admiration flickered in their eyes. Chen Mu, in truth, was well aware that these manuals were of low quality and would be better exchanged for military merit points. As for the rare level internal techniques, he had already secretly refined them before casually tossing them back into the box, achieving his goals both openly and covertly. The night grew late, and Chen Mu prepared to return. Just before getting into the car, he suddenly turned and asked, "When do you plan to deal with Jia Yuan?" Bai Wan blinked, momentarily confused. "What operation?" "To kill Jia Yuan," Chen Mu said, somewhat exasperated. He wondered how an enforcer could be so slow. Was she promoted through connections? Bai Wan was taken aback. "Huh, forget it. They'll notify you after I've taken care of it myself." Chen Mu waved dismissively and climbed into the car. "Wait, are you serious?" Bai Wan's eyes widened, and she asked urgently, When will you do it?" As the car's tinted window slowly rose, Chen Mu's calm voice drifted out. "Tomorrow, in the afternoon." Inside the car, Chen Mu exhaled deeply. It had been an exceptionally busy day. From eradicating the Demon King in Duan and quelling the beast riot in Abyss No. 2 to rushing over in the evening for the confiscation operation, he finally had a moment to catch his breath. In the driver's seat, Chun Lingfeng glanced at his son through the rearview mirror. Despite the boy's youthful appearance, the aura he exuded was commanding and impossible to ignore. Pride surged in his chest as he thought about his son. He was just about to say something. "Old Chun, keep your eyes on the road." Chen Lingfeng's smile froze instantly. His fists clenched tight. Night had fallen, and a sedan sped through the city streets. Chen Mu leaned back in the rear seat, his gaze fixed on the fleeting night scenery outside the car window. The pressure from today's visit to the Li family still weighed heavily on his mind. That old bald man, though only at the peak of the 4th tier, had unleashed a power dangerously close to the 5th tier when enraged. If not for old Madame Shun's intervention, which left the opponent severely injured, Chen Mu wasn't entirely confident he could have emerged victorious. He glanced down at the system panel, where a pitifully low number glowed on the blood pool indicator, 18,900. It was a far cry from the 1 million units required to activate his strongest trump card, the blood sacrifice. This ability could allow him to tap into 20 of his demon lineage, replicating the immense power he once wielded in the abyss. For now, however, this ace would have to remain shelved. "At least there's some gain," Chen Mu murmured, his fingers brushing the evolution serum tucked inside his coat. A faint smile played on his lips. 6 vials, 3 from the secret chamber, and another 3 retrieved from Deputy Director Zhang. These serums were enough to propel him directly to the peak of the 4th tier, leaping 2 major levels in one go. He couldn't help but wonder if the enforcement department's warehouse might still hold more undestroyed serums. The thought made his eyes gleam with anticipation. But just as he was indulging in these pleasant musings, the car came to a screeching halt, tires screeching sharply against the pavement. "Commander Chun, we're home," came the voice of Chun Lingfeng from the driver's seat. He turned his head, his face twisted in a mix of menace and affection as he spoke through gritted teeth. Startled back to reality, Chen Mu noticed his father's distorted expression and instinctively swallowed hard. Oh, he must have inadvertently shown off a bit too much earlier, and it seemed to have rubbed the old man the wrong way. Ahaha. Old Chen, you're a great driver. Smooth ride. Chen Mu awkwardly gave a thumbs up while discreetly reaching for the door handle. Inside the courtyard, Long Wu and the other guards were deeply engrossed in practicing the Five Sons' internal refinement technique. The sudden screech of brakes snapped them to attention. They looked up to see a small figure darting out of the car, yelling, "Protect me," as a burly shadow followed closely behind. What the hell? Who dares attack our young master? Long Wu bellowed, grabbing his weapon and charging forward. The other guards quickly sprang into action, some rushing to assist, others calling for reinforcements. The once quiet courtyard erupted into chaos. 10 minutes later, Chun Lingfeng stood in the center of the courtyard, his face dark as he glared at the circle of guards surrounding him. A sense of absurdity crept over him. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? How did I end up being surrounded by my own guards? I've only been away for a month, and this little brat's already crowned himself king. Out of nowhere, Zhao Zhong appeared at Chun Lingfeng's side and began explaining all the changes that had taken place within the household during his absence. Chun Lingfeng's eyes gradually widened, his pupils filled with shock. The actions of his little rascal over the past few days had finally come to light. Advancing from body tempering realm to a first-rank warrior in a single day, mastering the 3rd level of Lingyun 8 shocks within an hour, and repairing a damaged grade technique in just 2 days. And these were only the deeds the old butler was aware of. Witnessing his son slay a demon king and annihilate the Li family with his own eyes today left him completely dazed. He had only this one son. His original plan was to devote everything he had to carefully grooming and guiding him, hoping that one day his son would soar to greatness. But who could have imagined that before he even began teaching, this kid had already taken off on his own? Old dang. In the Heavens Punishment Executor, my status is equivalent to that of a military commander. You can't lay a hand on me. From behind the door, Chen Mu peeked out with half his face visible, nervously shouting. Though his body was still that of an 80-year-old, his adult mindset made him particularly resistant to public humiliation, especially the thought of being spanked by his father. Chun Lingfeng snapped out of his thoughts and let out a hearty laugh. In the military, you're Commander Chun. But in this house, your father is still your father. His mood had significantly improved after all. With such an outstanding child, a bit of mischief was hardly a problem. Master, the young master has grown up. You'll have to get used to it. Zhao Zhong, the ever-loyal butler, stood respectfully to the side, his expression calm as always. Chun Lingfeng turned to look at his faithful old butler, sighing with emotion. Ah, Lao Zhao, you're the only one who stayed by my side all this time. Look at them, eh? Before he could finish, the loyal old butler suddenly lunged like a madman, taking advantage of his momentary distraction with a dramatic leap. I've got him. Brothers, move in. Quick, tie the master up. Charge. Protect the young master. Chun Lingfeng froze for a moment, then sneered. Well. Boom. In an instant, the ferocious aura of a peak 4th-rank warrior erupted, creating a massive shockwave that swept through the entire courtyard. Zhao Zhong, Long Wu, and the others were flung away like autumn leaves caught in a storm. Old dang. You haven't hit me in a long time. The only response was the crisp, resounding slap that echoed through the night sky. The night was as dark as ink, silent and profound. Shen Mu stood in his bedroom, water droplets falling from his freshly washed black hair, leaving faint marks on the floor. He casually tossed the towel aside, his gaze fixed on 6 slender metallic tubes that had appeared out of thin air by the bedside. These cold containers were neatly aligned, with a faintly visible dark green liquid swirling within them. Sitting cross-legged, Chen Mu held his breath and focused, activating the great demon body refining technique. As the technique circulated, around 30 wisps of dark red mist surged in from all directions. This was the blood energy of everyone within the entire small building. After a moment of frowning contemplation, he immediately reduced the absorption range to within 5 meters. From the 6 metallic tubes, an intense red mist rose and surged into his body like a tsunami. The surging blood energy coursed wildly through his veins, each heartbeat bringing an indescribable sensation of strength. In the midst of his cultivation, Chen Mu's thoughts stirred slightly. In his past life's memories, not long after the beast tied, Jia Yuan had been promoted and transferred out of the Linhai City military district. By then, he had likely already reached the mid-4th stage of cultivation. Even though Chen Mu possessed the ability to fight opponents at higher levels, facing this seasoned warrior who had survived countless battles in the abyss, his chances of victory were slim. What concerned him even more was the potential butterfly effect that could be triggered. If the beast tide was indeed orchestrated by the Illuminati, eliminating Jia Yuan would not stop this catastrophe. Someone else would inevitably take over, and the situation might even worsen. Since this disaster could not be avoided, the only solution was to rapidly enhance his strength. Ultimately, the rules of the world were dictated by power. As time passed, Shadows of trees swayed outside. The dark green liquid in the tubes gradually lightened, and silver crystals floated like stars within the containers. System notifications flashed one after another. You have advanced to Martial Artist Stage 2. Peak. You have advanced to Martial Artist Stage 3. Early stage. Finally, when the medicinal energy was fully absorbed, the last notification appeared. You have advanced to Martial Artist Stage 4. Early stage. The crisp sound of bones echoed as a blood energy far more powerful than before surged within him, washing over every inch of his flesh. His meridians and bones emitted a dark glow, flowing like serpent's sign of qualitative transformation. Slowly opening his eyes, demonic energy roiled around him. Chen Mu clenched his fist lightly, feeling an earth-shattering power coursing through his hand. It wasn't just strength. His defense, speed, senses, and reflexes had all undergone a dramatic leap. If he were to face that berserk old bald man from the Li family again, he could subdue him with just his iron fist, without needing to use the Nine Tribulations demon blade. As for Jia Yuan, whom he would confront tomorrow, it would be a one-sided domination. However, staring at the system notification, Chen Mu frowned slightly. Why is it only the early stage of the 4th tier? Based on Chen Mu's previous calculations, the 6 evolution injections should have been enough to push him to the peak of the 4th tier. However, the actual results were only half as effective as expected. This made him suspiciously glance at the black mark on the back of his hand. Could this sly system have secretly deducted something? Yet, the black mark remained completely still, as if silently asserting its innocence. Rubbing his temples, he pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing the truth. Thanks to the transformation brought about by the energy stones, his vitality and blood were already more refined than those of an average martial artist by more than double. This was the real reason the injection's effects were significantly diminished. Looking at the now clear, water-like liquid in the vial, Chen Mu sighed softly and put it away. With his vitality at its peak, he immediately began practicing the Nine Tribulations demon blade technique, pushing it all the way to the 8th level in one go. After completing his training, a wave of exhaustion hit him. Stretching lazily, he crawled into his warm bed and summoned his interface to begin his nightly meditation routine. Chen Mu's technique, Great Demon Heaven Body Refining Technique 30. Seeing this line of information, Chen Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes. The Li family, which had some standing in Linhai City, turned out to be so lackluster. Even after ransacking their entire stash, he could only find 2 grade internal cultivation techniques. No wonder they were at the bottom in the circle of noble families. Even after merging these 2 techniques with the 5-yang internal refinement method, the Great Demon Heaven Body Refining Technique had barely reached 30 completion. To evolve further, he still needed 7 more grade techniques. But there was no rush for this. According to Ma Jihong, he was about to earn 2 first-class honors, which could be redeemed during the seal awarding ceremony. He could then head straight to the military district's technique library to make his picks. Thinking about this, Chen Mu recalled the thrill of raiding the Li family's treasures, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. However, many other families had ties with the Li family. Would they come seeking revenge? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he felt an unexpected twinge of excitement. The next morning, Chen Mu was woken up by the commotion in the courtyard. Groggily, he pushed open the window, only to be jolted wide awake by the scene before him. His small courtyard was packed with people. Most were in groups of 3 or 5, accompanied by young girls around his age. Some women were even holding crying infants in their arms. The old butler, dressed impeccably in a suit, was at the entrance warmly greeting the guests. Chen Lingfeng, on the other hand, wore a stiff expression as he exchanged pleasantries with a few elders. His darting eyes made it clear that he was struggling to keep up. Suddenly, he glanced at the second-floor balcony, and, upon spotting Chen Mu, a desperate glimmer lit up his eyes. Xiaomu, you're awake. Come down, we have guests. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, every pair of eyes in the courtyard turned upward, fixing on Chen Mu, who was still in his pajamas. Feeling thoroughly uncomfortable under their collective gaze, he froze as the courtyard erupted into chaos. Groups of people surged forward. Haha, Master Chen, is this Xiaomu? Truly extraordinary and heroic. Old Chen, long time no see. We must catch up today. Nan, go play with young Master Xiaomu. Xiaomu, I'm the head of the Zhang family from the west side of the city. I even held you when you were a baby. General Chen, your child is all grown up now. You should really start planning for his marriage. As the father and son duo were surrounded by the crowd, Chen Mu tugged at his father's sleeve with a blank expression and whispered, Old Deng, are you getting married and hosting a wedding banquet? Chen Lingfeng forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. It's not my you. 70% of them are here to propose marriage. 20% are here with gifts to curry favor. Glancing at the children running around the courtyard, Chen Mu's expression cracked for a moment. Then, what about the remaining 10%? Chen Lingfeng puffed out his chest with a smug look. The remaining 10% want to become your stepmother. Chen Mu stood frozen in place. He had anticipated that many noble families would come knocking, but he had assumed they'd be seeking revenge. This turn of events was far from what he had imagined. True acts of kindness are rare, while adding flowers to brocade feels superficial. Chen Mu stood at the staircase, gazing at the steady stream of visitors in the courtyard, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Most of these people had come to curry favor with the Chen family, drawn by their recent prominence, bearing gifts of all kinds. Such sycophantic socializing was never his thing. Old Deng, remember two things. Before heading upstairs, Chen Mu turned to his father, Chen Lingfeng, and gave a serious reminder. First, no wives. Second, no stepmothers. With that, he yawned, turned away, and headed upstairs to catch up on sleep without a second glance. Chen Lingfeng could only watch his son's retreating figure with a helpless expression, forcing himself to muster the energy to entertain the guests. Thankfully, the old butler, Zhao Zhong, was by his side. As the true mastermind of the Chen household's operations, Zhao Zhong quickly brought order to the chaos. Under his adept management, the once crowded and cluttered courtyard was soon organized. Long tables were set up, neatly laid with delicate pastries and an assortment of beverages. The guests, almost unconsciously, had grouped themselves into smaller circles based on their affiliations, whispering in low tones. From time to time, their gazes drifted toward the tightly shut window on the second floor, speculating which side this rising Chen family might ultimately align with. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Zhao Zhong observed the lively scene before him, his eyes moist with emotion. Since joining the Chen family, he had never witnessed such grandeur. At last, his prized skills as a top-tier butler had a stage to shine. Today, I will bring glory to the Chen family, he vowed silently. Master Zhao, the legendary butler? A deliberately respectful voice sounded from behind him. Zhao Zhong turned, his professional smile firmly in place, but upon seeing the speaker, his expression faltered ever so slightly. Standing before him was a balding, middle-aged man, Master Yang. His face was plastered with an ingratiating grin. Master Yang was the head of the Yang family, one of the Chen family's primary business rivals. Over the years, he had resorted to underhanded tactics to encroach on the Chen family's enterprises. As the Chen family's de facto manager, Zhao Zhong had clashed with him numerous times, even to the point of physical altercations so intense that a guandao had flown out of someone's hands during one of their heated disputes. Master Yang, what an honor to have you grace our humble estate, Zhao Zhong said in a calm tone, though his words carried a hint of sarcasm. Over the years, Master Yang had learned to tread carefully, especially out of fear of Chen Lingfeng's reputation, and had restrained his actions significantly. However, hearing Zhao Zhong's remark now still made cold sweat break out on his forehead. The sudden rise of such a formidable figure in the Chen family had caught him completely off guard. He no longer dared to dream of currying favor with Chen Lingfeng and his son. He could only hope the Chen family wouldn't seek retribution in the future. The head of the Yang family stood in front of Zhao Zhong, his face plastered with a flattering smile. He leaned forward slightly and carefully pulled out several contracts from his briefcase. Holding the documents with both hands, he presented them with a tone of overt deference. Manager Zhao, I was foolish in the past. Please don't hold it against me. As the chief steward of the Chen family, I'm sure you wouldn't stoop to the level of someone as insignificant as me. The contracts were straightforward. Not only would the Yang family return all the properties they had previously seized from the Chen family, but they would also gift a few prime commercial locations as a gesture of goodwill. This sincere peace offering was placed before Zhao Zhong, who accepted it with an expressionless face. His gaze swept over the middle-aged man standing humbly before him. Seeing the once arrogant head of the Yang family reduced to such a state, a surge of satisfaction rose in Zhao Zhong's heart. And this was just the beginning. Judging from the Yang family head's attitude, future business operations, while perhaps not entirely smooth sailing, would at least no longer face malicious interference from rival families. All of this change stemmed from Chen Mu. With this thought, the old steward turned to look at Chen Lingfeng in the distance, his heart swelling with emotion. Silently, he thought to himself, Master, it is indeed time for you to step down. A wise servant serves a worthy master, and this time, I've chosen the right side. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Shun family, the most prominent family in Linhai City, Shin Wenhua, the patriarch, stood ready with the core members of the family. Holding the hand of his young granddaughter, Shen Lanyue, he asked her gently, Have you decided what to present? Shen Lanyue nodded, her voice tinged with a hint of apprehension. The strength combat technique, Frost Dragon technique. She hesitated for a moment before explaining. Chen Lingfeng doesn't seem to care much about wealth, and I assume Chen Mu is the same. Based on the abilities he has demonstrated, his martial arts skills must be extraordinary. This combat technique represents the highest legacy of the Shen family and is the most valuable gift we can offer. I just don't know if the young commander will find it worthy. Hearing that his beloved granddaughter wanted to offer the family's most treasured technique, Shen Wenhua didn't reprimand her. Instead, he affectionately patted the little girl's head in approval. Good, you have courage. He then turned to face the family members behind him, his voice steady and commanding. Remember this: our goal today is not to recruit the Chun family into our fold, but to pledge our allegiance to them. Once we're inside, make sure your attitude is nothing but respectful." His words sent a wave of shock through the group. The Shun family had dominated Linhai City as the top family for years and had never pledged themselves to anyone. For the patriarch to take such a decisive gamble, it was all or nothing. Inside the Chun family's grand residence, the moment Shun Wenhua, adorned in elegant attire, appeared with her clan, it was as if a gentle breeze swept through the previously silent courtyard. Her arrival instantly drew the attention of every distinguished family present. Everyone was well aware that several family heads had already tried to negotiate with Chun Lingfeng. Some proposed marriage alliances, only to be met with his excuse of the children are still too young. Others brought up business collaborations, but he dismissed them with a smile, feigning ignorance. However, seeing the entire Shin family, the most prominent family in Linhai City, arrive in full force was an entirely different spectacle, far surpassing the modest entourages of other families. Goodness, the Shun family has mobilized everyone. Is such fanfare really necessary? Madame Shun has always been shrewd. Coming in with this much pomp must mean she has a hidden agenda. Could it be that Chen Mu is hiding some extraordinary secret? Whispers filled the air. Most people present only knew that Chen Mu had brought down the Li family overnight, even eliminating their patriarch. However, they also understood that this was merely the final blow after Shun Wenhua had already severely weakened them. While Chen Mu's reputation as a prodigy was well earned, he was still far from fully realizing his potential. Thus, the object of everyone's covetous gaze was not so much Chen Mu himself, as it was the legendary artifact he possessed, the Tianju seal. Madame Shun pays her respects to General Chun. Shun Wenhua addressed Chen Lingfeng with a respectful bow under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Shun family members behind her followed suit, bowing in unison, creating a grand and impressive scene. Standing beside Chun Lingfeng, Zhao Zhong was utterly stunned. He had anticipated the Shun family's visit, especially after witnessing the aftermath of the Li family tragedy the night before and recalling Shun Wenhua's words. However, he had not expected the Shin family to adopt such a humble approach. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Zhong quickly excused himself and hurried upstairs to wake Chen Mu, who was still sound asleep, to take charge of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Chun Lingfeng, caught in the center of the crowd's burning stares, was visibly tense. As someone with social anxiety, being thrust into the spotlight felt like pure torment. At that moment, he would have preferred diving headfirst into the perilous abyss to fight monsters rather than enduring the current ordeal. Shun Wenhua slowly straightened her posture, maintaining her respectful demeanor. "Today, I have brought my family here to express our gratitude to young Commander Chen for saving one of our family members in the abyss. Without his timely intervention, the Shin family would have suffered an irreplaceable loss. This debt of gratitude will never be forgotten by our family." As her words concluded, Shun Lanyue stepped forward from behind, presenting a simple yet elegant jade box with both hands. A small token of appreciation. "We hope General Chun will not find it unworthy." Chun Lingfeng let out a subtle sigh of relief, his gaze falling on the jade box. Many had brought gifts today, though most were symbolic gestures or modest items meant to build rapport over time. However, given the Shin family's grand display, whatever lay inside this jade box was undoubtedly extraordinary. Sure enough, as Shun Lanyue opened the lid, a jade scroll lay quietly within, its surface shimmering with a radiant glow. For large characters were engraved upon it: Frost Dragon's Flight. Chun Lingfeng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body stiffened uncontrollably. Frost Serpent Technique? The name struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Exclamations erupted throughout the courtyard. All eyes were fixed on the jade slip, filled with disbelief. This was the Shun family's cornerstone and Sclass battle technique. Someone's voice trembled with excitement. This is the foundation of the Shun family, and they're just giving it away? The Shin family is going all out. The Chun family is set now. They'll definitely align with the Shin family. If it were me, I'd be willing to grovel like a dog for this. Amidst the heated discussions, the courtyard gate creaked open. Chun Mu's figure appeared behind it, and the entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Everyone instinctively held their breath. At that moment, they all recalled the legend of the past, how the Shun family's ancestor used this battle technique to forcefully elevate the family to become the leading power in Linhai City. Now, this opportunity was right before them. If Chen Mu agreed, the Chen family would undoubtedly rise to greatness. Chen Mu picked up the jade slip and weighed it lightly in his hand. His gaze swept indifferently toward the Shun matriarch. "What do you want?" His dark, ink-like eyes were calm and unruffled, yet they carried an invisible pressure. He was well aware that merely saving Shun Lanyue wouldn't warrant such a grand gesture. Under the sharp gaze of the young man, Shun Wenhua instinctively lowered his head and replied respectfully, "I seek nothing more than to express my gratitude." "Be honest," the young man said, his tone tinged with impatience. Shun Wenhua took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked directly at Chen Mu. I came today not only to thank you for saving my daughter's life, but also to pledge allegiance to Commander Chen. From this day forward, the Shin family stands ready to serve at your command." The crowd erupted in astonishment. The patriarch of Linhai City's most powerful family had just publicly declared his intention to serve the Chen family. Yet, there was no hesitation in Shen Wenhua's voice, only a solemn sincerity that bordered on reverence. Chen Mu's eyebrows arched slightly as he quickly grasped the Shun family's intentions. It was clear they sought to invest in his potential and secure a share of his future success. Still, he knew he wouldn't remain in Linhai City forever. Having the Shin family look after Elder Deng and Uncle Zhong could be advantageous. "I'll accept the jade slip. As for your allegiance, do as you wish." "Thank you, Commander Chen. The Shin family will not fail you." Shin Wenhua quickly bowed deeply. Back in his room, Chen Mu lightly flicked his wrist, and the jade slip unfurled before him. A glowing screen displayed blood-red text. Battle technique Frost Serpent technique has evolved under the influence of the power of 10,000 demons to become Dark Abyss Dragon technique. Dark Abyss Dragon, not yet mastered. Slaughter value, 110,550 points. Chen Mu recalled witnessing Shun Wenhua perform the Frost Serpent technique before. Its grandeur and overwhelming power could only be described with one word: impressive. Now, with the system's distortion transforming it into the Dark Abyss Dragon technique, it promised to be even more terrifying. Staring at the data on the screen, Chen Mu's eyes gleamed with determination. This was his first class battle technique. Before eradicating the remnants of the Illuminati, it would be wise to master this technique to its peak. He exhaled softly and commanded in his mind, "Slaughter, Dark Abyss Dragon, max it out." Commencing upgrade of Dark Abyss Dragon technique, not yet mastered. Current kill value, 110,550 points. You begin to enhance the Dark Abyss Nether Dragon technique. The profound nature of this strength combat art far exceeds your expectations, even with your exceptional comprehension boosted by 20 in mastery in martial arts, having cultivated the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade to the 8th level. As you open the first page of the technique manual, you find yourself momentarily stunned. The once familiar characters have combined into an incomprehensible script, akin to a celestial tome. Fortunately, you refuse to give up easily. For 3 whole months, you immerse yourself in relentless study, day and night. At last, you commit the entire technique to memory and catch a glimpse of its true essence. Dark Abyss Nether Dragon is, in fact, a supreme combat art that perfectly merges the energy of the heavens and earth with the power of deathly stillness from the netherworld. With this newfound understanding, you return to the familiar solitary grave. After several months of arduous cultivation, you finally manage to capture a wisp of nether energy. Under your control, a shadowy, pitch-black dragon phantom begins to take shape. Though it is currently no larger than a worm, its presence is already marked by howling winds and bone-chilling cold, capable of plunging enemies into an icy abyss and significantly weakening their strength. Spending 2,000 kill points, the Dark Abyss Nether Dragon technique finally reaches the entry level. Every time the solitary grave appears, Chen Mu cannot help but feel grateful. This safety net guarantees victory in battle. He often daydreams that if such a solitary grave truly existed in this world, he would build a temple to honor it. Yet at this moment, what excites him more is the potential of this strength combat art. Even at the entry level, its powerful weakening effects are astounding. If he could reach Shun Wenhua's level of mastery, its might would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Fueled by this anticipation, you continue your training. As your control over nether energy grows increasingly refined, the dragon phantom steadily strengthens. However, after several more months of cultivation, you encounter a bottleneck. Through repeated analysis, you come to a realization. Besides nether energy, this technique also requires the addition of ferocious killing intent to achieve perfection. The moment you channel ferocious killing intent into the technique, a phenomenon erupts. A dragon-shaped phantom, as massive as a giant serpent, materializes out of thin air. Its body is entwined with sinister chains, its scales exude an icy chill, its blood-red eyes are menacing, and its gaping maw seems capable of devouring souls. By spending 3,000 kill points, the Dark Abyss Nether Dragon technique advances to the proficient level. However, a new challenge arises. While nether energy can be drawn from the solitary grave, the ferocious killing intent within your body is in limited supply. To resolve this issue, you devise an unconventional solution, setting up a fish stall in a bustling market. Over the span of 20 years, countless fish met their end by your hand, their numbers reaching the tens of thousands. At last, you accumulate enough ferocious killing intent. Amid the endless wails of fish souls, a potent aura of killing intent surrounds you. The moment this immense killing intent is channeled into the technique, a 1,000-foot-long nether dragon bursts into existence, its form almost tangible, towering and boundless. It exudes a suffocating aura, its killing intent manifesting as countless sharp blades. Wherever it passes, vegetation withers, and life is extinguished. By spending 5,000 kill points, the Dark Abyss Nether Dragon technique ascends to the mastery level. Though you can now skillfully wield the Dark Abyss Nether Dragon, you sense that something vital is still missing: a true dragon soul. To fill this final void, you adopt the role of a nurturing caretaker, devoting 32 years to accompanying the dragon. Together, you watch sunrises and sunsets from a swing, and savor the scent of tea while observing the ebb and flow of clouds. Finally, in the 32nd year, with the sound of iron chains shattering, the Nether Dragon is born with a soul. Skill mastered. Dark Prison Nether Dragon Breath proficiency upgraded to perfect. The blood red text flashed before Chen Mu's eyes. The system notification indicated the consumption of 10,000 slaughter points, leaving a balance of 92,550 points. At that very moment, the world seemed to shift. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in heavy, oppressive clouds, and an ominous atmosphere spread far and wide. In the courtyard, Chun Lingfeng and Shun Wenhua looked up to the heavens, their faces filled with shock. Boom! A pitch-black pillar of light erupted from Chun Mu's body, tearing through the clouds and carving a massive circular void in the sky. Soon after, a colossal shadow of a black dragon appeared in the heavens. Its serpentine body stretched for thousands of feet, resembling a mountain range spanning the horizon. Its blood-red eyes brimmed with destructive power, and waves of malevolent energy surged outward like a relentless tide. The howling wind carried a bone-chilling cold, and the world fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Chen Mu's eyes glowed with a crimson hue. Through his soul connection with the Nether Dragon, he could vividly see the shock etched on every face in the courtyard. He could feel the jubilant resurgence of this ancient, slumbering king finally returning to the world. Disperse. With Chen Mu's cold command, a deafening dragon's roar shattered the heavens. The sound waves swept across the land, causing the earth to tremble. The overwhelming Nether Dragon transformed into a streak of black lightning, shooting into the sky before vanishing into the endless storm clouds. The echoes lingered in the air, as if proclaiming to the world the Lord of the Nine Nether has descended. Now this is a battle technique worthy of me, Chen Mu thought to himself, far more imposing than the rank 9 Tribulations Demon Blade. It's versatile, perfect for both crowd control and unknown combat. Absolutely flawless in practicality. The courtyard remained deathly silent, its occupants still immersed in their awe. It wasn't until Chen Mu pushed open the door and stepped out that Chun Lingfeng snapped out of his stupor. His voice was dry as he asked, "Xiaomu, was that just now the Frost Wyvern?" Though he had already witnessed Chen Mu's astonishing talent, such as mastering the Lingyun 8 tremors in just 1 hour, the sight of this black smoke-emitting demonic dragon was worlds apart from the genuine Frost Wyvern Chen Mu had taken in before. "Forget whether it's frosty or not. Just tell me, is it cold?" Chen Mu replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as he turned to leave the courtyard. "Old Chun, I've got something to take care of. Don't wait for me for lunch." "Where are you going?" Chun Lingfeng instinctively asked. "The military district. To carry out justice on behalf of the heavens." The boy's voice was as cold as ice. On the outskirts of Linhai City, at the entrance of Abyss Gate number 3, Bai Wan and Zhang Feng stood frozen in place, their eyes locked on the sky above the city. Only when the dissipating clouds revealed a clear expanse did they snap out of their daze. "What was that just now?" Zhang Feng's voice trembled slightly as he turned to look at Bai Wan beside him. "It seemed like a dragon." Bai Wan pressed her lips together, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. In Linhai City, the only person theoretically capable of manifesting a dragon through their life force was the patriarch of the Shin family. She furrowed her brows, pondering. Shun Wenhua is already advanced in years. His vitality has long shown signs of decline. There shouldn't be any possibility of a breakthrough. Could it be? The image of a certain young man flashed through her mind, but she quickly shook her head with a faint smile. "I've let that boy get under my skin. Why do I keep attributing everything to him?" That strike at the Abyss Gate, though extraordinary, was clearly the residual seal power of some great figuria one-time measure, nothing more. Standing beside her, Zhang Feng apparently shared the same sentiment. A second-tier martial artist, even if capable of fighting above their rank, could only match a third-tier opponent at best. With this thought, his expression darkened as he muttered indignantly, "Shaoan, are we really just going to let that kid go after Jia Yuan? He holds the Heaven Punishment Seal, granting him authority over military personnel. We have no right to interfere. The fact that he allowed us to accompany him is already the best outcome." Bai Wan sighed helplessly. Using a feather as an imperial decree, what a joke. Zhang Feng was about to continue his complaints when Bai Wan cut him off sharply. "Control your emotions. This young commander is not someone to be trifled with." "Sorry to keep you waiting." A cold voice suddenly interrupted. The two turned to see Chen Mu standing behind them, though neither had noticed when he had arrived. The young man, dressed in black, had a face still round with youthful softness, yet his expression was sharp and composed, his calm gaze carrying an air of pressure. Commander Chen, we just arrived ourselves, Bai Wan greeted with a polite smile. Is there anything you need us to do? No need. Just watch, Chen Mu replied, shaking his head before striding toward the abyss gate. He had brought these two enforcers along merely to serve as witnesses when he uncovered items related to the Illuminati later. Bai Wan was momentarily stunned. Was he planning to confront Jia Yuan personally? A mid-4th-tier expert against a second-tier youth, this was practically a death sentence. He must have overestimated his abilities after defeating that old monk from the Li family. Forget it. I'll step in if things get critical, she thought to herself, resolving to follow closely behind Chen Mu. She said no more as she quickened her pace. Watching Chen Mu's retreating figure, Jiang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, muttering under his breath with a faint smirk, TCH, as if that's true. Most likely, he'll summon the Jinyuan army to surround and kill, then sneak in for the final blow himself. At the silent entrance to the abyss, his faint words were particularly clear. Bai Wan's expression changed abruptly, and she hurriedly shot him a warning glance to stay quiet. But it was too late. A teasing voice echoed in the air. I believe I've already shown you enough courtesy. Before the words fully settled, Chen Mu's figure vanished like a phantom. In the next instant, he appeared before Jiang Feng. A suffocating aura erupted like a mountain collapsing, pressing down with overwhelming force. The sheer power of a Tier 4 warrior was on full display, without any restraint. Bai Wan's pupils contracted sharply as she tried to intervene, only to realize she couldn't even lift her hand. Chen Mu's speed far exceeded her comprehension. His expression was cold and unyielding as he leapt lightly, his right fist casually striking out, yet carrying the force to shatter mountains and break cliffs. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the force of the punch roared like thunder. Jiang Feng was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, carving a long trench in the ground as he landed. Struggling to lift his head, he coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. This power, how is it possible? He's actually a Tier 4 martial artist. Bai Wan stood frozen in place, her heart churning with shock. Even among Tier 4 warriors, Jiang Feng wasn't considered weak, yet he didn't even have the chance to fight back. What unsettled her even more was that Chen Mu had clearly held back. If he had gone all out, their talkative colleague might already be dead. The cold wind swept across the wilderness, lifting the strands of hair on the young man's forehead, revealing his calm and indifferent eyes. His voice was icy and emotionless. If it happens again, you die? With that, he turned and walked toward the abyss entrance. Bai Wan opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to utter a word. Swallowing her shock, she hurried to follow him. Jiang Feng, clutching his chest in pain, stumbled after them, no longer daring to harbor even the slightest disdain. He didn't even have the courage to meet the young man's gaze. Meanwhile, deep underground in the Jinyuan army base, within a secluded courtyard, Jia Yuan paced back and forth, his expression grim. The Li family was wiped out? How could this happen? To avoid suspicion, he hadn't been present that night, and only knew it was Chen Mu's doing. Although Li Chuanan was nothing more than a pawn to be sacrificed, the manner of his death was unexpected, like a child casually plucking a chess piece while licking a lollipop, catching both players off guard. Despite the surface calm, unease churned within Jia Yuan. Could this Chen Mu be a variable? With that thought, he quickly moved to the window, cautiously pulling the curtains closed. Reaching for the Jinyuan army insignia at his collar, he triggered a mechanism, and a pitch-black wooden box dropped steadily into his palm. Feeling the faint energy fluctuations within the box, his anxiety eased significantly. As long as this object remained in his possession, when the divine miracle descended in 2 weeks, the entire city would become a sacrifice to the Abyssal Lord. A sinister smile crept across his face. When the old city collapses in destruction, it'll rebuild a new Linhai atop its ruins. A Linhai that belongs to the Order of Light. That belongs to me, Jia Yuan. Putting away the wooden box, Jia Yuan's lips curled into a cold smirk. As for Chen Mu, he's just a snot-nosed brat. So what if he has the heavenly punishment seal? What's he going to do? Kill me right now? Ridiculous, scaring myself for nothing. With that realization, he broke into a self-assured chuckle. Just then, a voice from outside, laced with both respect and astonishment, called out, Commander Chen, what brings you here? The sound from outside interrupted Jia Yuan's thoughts. His confident smile froze instantly as he instinctively held his breath, cautiously peeking through the gap in the curtains. What met his eyes was a tall figure, a young man dressed in black, standing just outside the courtyard. Behind him, 2 enforcers stood upright, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings. Commander Chen, do you have any instructions? A middle-aged officer approached quickly, his tone respectful. Chen Mu's gaze swept indifferently towards the small building nearby. His voice was calm. Does Jia Yuan live here? Yes. The middle-aged officer was momentarily stunned, but nodded promptly. At this hour, General Jia is probably still resting. Should I? There's no need. Chen Mu's eyes lingered on the slightly swaying curtain by the window. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Spread the word, no one is to disturb us. The middle-aged officer glanced at Bai Wan and Jiang Feng, understanding the unspoken command. After bowing slightly, he left in a hurry. As he walked away, he couldn't help but marvel silently. This young commander truly acts with decisive authority. In another decade, he is bound to command off far and wide. Commander Yuan's judgment was indeed razor-sharp. The courtyard gate creaked softly as it was pushed open. Chen Mu stepped inside with unhurried confidence. At the same time, Jia Yuan emerged from the house in quick strides, forcing a strained smile onto his face. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. Commander Chen's personal visit, what an unexpected honor, Jia Yuan said, his heart racing. How did this brat actually come straight to the door? And with enforcers in tow, could they have really uncovered something? He forced himself to stay composed, his smile growing more ingratiating. May I ask what brings you here today? No need to panic. Chen Mu stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on Jia Yuan's gaunt face. He smiled gently. I'm here for one thing, on Lido kill you. The air froze instantly, a chilling tension spreading through the courtyard. The boy's calm tone made Jia Yuan's heart pound like a drum. He let out a nervous laugh, his voice trembling. Commander Chen, you must be joking. Surely you don't suspect me of being with the Illuminati? I've been with the Jinyuan army for years, how could I possibly? You've already said too much for a last statement. Chen Mu's icy voice cut him off. Apologies, but I'm short on time. Before the words had fully settled, a formidable aura erupted from Chen Mu's body. Jia Yuan felt as though an invisible mountain was crushing down on him, making it hard to breathe. His face changed drastically as he hurriedly activated his technique. Golden body defense. Brilliant golden light enveloped his figure, allowing him to barely stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Weren't you supposed to be at the second stage? How is this aura even possible? The sheer vitality radiating from Chen Mu was overwhelming, far surpassing his own strength. This brat must secretly spend a fortune on enhancements. Jia Yuan cursed inwardly, his gaze darting to the two enforcers behind Chen Mu. Desperately, he shouted, "The enforcement department operates on solid evidence. Are you two just going to stand there and watch?" However, Bai Wan and Zhang Feng merely exchanged a knowing glance before fixing their eyes on the young commander's back, remaining silent. Their attitude said it all, this matter was beyond their jurisdiction. Fine, fine. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Jia Yuan sneered, his anger turning into a chilling smirk, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He glared at the young boy in front of him, his fury boiling over. A little brat who hasn't even grown up yet, and you dare to act like a commander? Today, he'll show you what it means to overestimate yourself. The enemy was already at the gates, there was no avoiding this fight. Jia Yuan's muscles began to ripple, veins bulging on his arms like coiled dragons, while a terrifying power quickly gathered within him. Standing nearby, Bai Wan and Zhang Feng exchanged glances, their faces showing a rare expression of pity, though it wasn't for the boy. It was for Jia Yuan. Die! Jia Yuan roared, throwing a thunderous punch straight at Chen Mu's face. The fist sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, closing in on its target in an instant. Chen Mu slowly raised his gaze, the crimson hue in his pupils beginning to glow. In that moment, dark clouds gathered across the sky for miles, and a towering black beam shot into the heavens, as if tearing open the gates to the underworld. From within the beam, a colossal nether dragon emerged, its eerie scales radiating an ominous aura. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with excitement as it looked down upon the man below, who now seemed no more significant than an ant. Inside the base, soldiers lifted their heads in unison, their faces filled with shock and fear. Bai Wan's pupils dilated, her breath catching in her throat. It really is him. Just how many secrets is this boy hiding? She murmured. Zhang Feng, pale as a sheet, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Recalling how he had dared to provoke this overwhelmingly powerful young man, he couldn't help but feel a rush of gratitude. Thank goodness Commander Chen is merciful. Not only did he hold back, but he even went out of his way to avoid hitting my vital spots. I could cry. Atop the dragon's head, the black-clad youth stood tall, exuding an aura of invincibility. He looked like a war god descended to the mortal realm, his presence vast and overwhelming. Jia Yuan froze at the sight, utterly stunned. He felt a suffocating frustration. His flawless disguise had been completely useless against this inexplicable monster. You're slaughtering loyal men without cause. He'll report this to the headquarters. He'll take this to the central command. Jia Yuan screamed, his voice hoarse with desperation, as the icy grip of fear closed around his throat. His cries were met with a deafening dragon's roar, echoing across the heavens. In the dormitory area of the base, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly erupted. The massive body of the dark abyss nether dragon soared into the sky, its pitch-black form stretching nearly 1,000 feet across the heavens, resembling a colossal wave surging from the depths of the ocean. Chen Mu, the young man in black, had eyes as sharp as blades, his piercing gaze cutting through the sky. Sensing its master's murderous intent, the towering body of the dark abyss nether dragon plummeted downward with apocalyptic force. In the courtyard below, Jia Yuan stood frozen, his body rigid, a muffled whimper escaping his throat. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move even a finger under the crushing pressure that seemed to pin him to the ground as if bound by invisible chains. As death loomed closer, Jia Yuan's heart surged with overwhelming resentment. Ha! As expected of the heavenly execution seal bearer. Killing me won't be that easy. Even if I die today, I'll make sure to take a piece of you with me. He burst into maniacal laughter, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Before his words faded, the energy within Jia Yuan began to burn wildly. The air around him twisted and distorted, and the shadow of a ferocious, fearsome beast materialized, its oppressive aura rippling outward like a tidal wave. Kill him, Jia Yuan roared with a death-defying resolve. The monstrous beast let out an earth-shaking roar, its eerie green eyes locked onto the descending dark abyss nether dragon. But in the next instant, the beast's ferocious expression froze abruptly. It let out a bizarre, almost coquettish growl before its shadow dissipated into the wind. Jia Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. This was a fifth-tier beast soul bestowed by the Order of Light. Though not as powerful as a true fifth-tier beast, it was more than enough to obliterate a fourth-tier warrior. Taking even a chunk out of Chen Mu shouldn't have been an unreasonable expectation. But now where was his beast soul? Before he could process what had happened, the dark abyss nether dragon was already upon him. Its sinister black scales crackled with dark lightning and fire, illuminating Jia Yuan's pale, terror-stricken face. Death had arrived. Boom. A torrent of dark, malevolent energy cascaded down like an inverted waterfall, blotting out the sky. The terrifying shockwave detonated with a deafening roar, causing the ground to quake violently as spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The icy aura of the nether energy engulfed the entire military base in an instant. On the training grounds, everyone instinctively looked up at the sky, their faces frozen in shock. "General, what kind of beast is that?" one soldier asked hoarsely, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. "How could a beast like that appear inside the base?" "It's over. If that thing gets loose, Linhai City is done for. Can we even stop it?" A chorus of anxious murmurs rippled through the ranks. "Silence," the lead general barked, his voice firm as he turned his gaze toward the direction where the nether dragon had descended, his breathing heavy. "Stop panicking. That's Commander Chen's battle technique. Resume your training." So this is Chen Mu's true strength? Only someone like him is worthy of wielding the heavenly execution seal. The general, who had previously been critical of Yuan Shouxin's decision, now felt nothing but admiration. From this day forward, Chen Mu's name would be etched into the memory of every soldier. In the dormitory area, the ghostly hurricane gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a massive crater. Jia Yuan's figure had vanished without a trace. Amid the ruins, Chen Mu stood with a slightly pale complexion, his eye twitching as he glared at the foolish dragon beside him. The imposing dark nether dragon stared at its master with a pair of pitiful puppy eyes, all while chewing on Jia Yuan's soul in its mouth. "Spit it out now, you stupid dog." The dark nether dragon's massive face immediately drooped at the command. After a moment of reluctant hesitation, it begrudgingly spat out the soul. Chen Mu rubbed his temples in exasperation, his gaze falling on the soul body lying on the ground, now drenched in dragon saliva. His eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Well, whatever, I guess it's still usable after a wash. After a brief moment of mental preparation, Chen Mu raised his hand, and Jia Yuan's soul slowly floated upward, transforming into a wisp of black smoke before entering his forehead. Instantly, a system notification appeared. Defeated a Tier 4 martial artist. Gained 750 slaughter value. Blood pool capacity 1500. Your soul has slightly strengthened. Jia Yuan's memories surged into Chen Mu's mind like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes and focused, carefully sifting through the useful information. Bai Wan stood in stunned silence, staring at the slender figure amidst the ruins and the adorably awkward, yet fiercely menacing evil dragon. Her eyes were filled with shock. Mechanically, she turned to look at her companion, Jiang Feng, only to see him breathing heavily, his gaze burning with fervor as he stared at the young man, as if looking upon a deity. Recalling the young man's earlier words, "Evidence? Just kill him, and you'll have it." Bai Wan felt a sense of clarity. When Jia Yuan had summoned his beast soul, it had already confirmed his affiliation with the Light Society, a secret technique exclusive to their members, only obtainable through significant contributions. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and bowed deeply toward the ruins. "Thank you, Commander Chen. We have recorded all evidence of Jia Yuan's crimes. This mission is now concluded. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave." Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes and rummaged through the ruins for a moment. Soon, he found an insignia of the Jinyuan army pinned to a tattered piece of clothing. He carefully removed the insignia and examined it with a cryptic expression. According to Jia Yuan's memories, this was a storage badge forged by the Light Society, containing numerous illicit items. "This is..." Bai Wan bent down curiously to take a closer look. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Mu flicked his fingers, and the badge shattered into pieces midair. In an instant, flashes of light streaked through the air, revealing a pitch-black wooden box, a notebook, a silver goblet, and an assortment of eerie ritual materials scattered across the ground. Seeing the array of mission items sprawled before her, Bai Wan's expression became a mixture of amazement and bewilderment. In the ruins of a small courtyard, Bai Wan cautiously picked up the black wooden box. Even through the lid, a chilling aura seeped out, triggering an instinctive sense of revulsion and fear. Carefully, she opened the box, revealing a yellowed bone fragment seemingly the skull of some creature, its surface etched with dark, twisting, and ominous patterns. This is... Bai Wan's eyes widened in shock, her slender fingers gripping the box so tightly that her knuckles turned white. It's the core item for a Xiantier ritual, Chen Mu said calmly, though a trace of solemnity flickered across his expression. So, the beast tied in the previous life was indeed orchestrated by the Illuminati. This is one of the key items used to summon that disaster. You know about this? Bai Wan asked in surprise, turning to look at him. This was information she had only seen in Enforcement Department training materials, and ordinary people would have no way of accessing it, let alone seeing the real thing. I also know that they plan to initiate the ritual in 2 weeks to summon the abyss, Chen Mu replied, while quickly sorting through the chaotic memories in his mind. The Illuminati's rituals are categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Even a Xian-tier ritual is capable of destroying an entire city, let alone Earth-tier or Heaven-tier rituals. You even know the exact timing of the ritual? Bai Wan thought to herself, incredulous. Could the Illuminati be your family business or something? Just then, Jiang Feng's voice came from behind them. Because it's all written here. He handed over a notebook. This book meticulously documents every mission and its outcomes, including the ritual that hasn't yet been carried out. It's practically a work report. If every villain were this diligent, life would be much easier. Bai Wan quickly flipped to the last page, confirming that the information matched what Chen Mu had just said. She glanced at Jiang Feng with a puzzled expression. Chen Mu had already stated all this before even seeing the notebook. Suddenly, a far more chilling realization struck her. If it hadn't been for Chen Mu's decisive actions, their usual procedures would have been completely ineffective against Jia Yuan. Once the Xiantier ritual was activated, the entire city of Linhai would have been reduced to rubble. From slaying the Demon King in Abyss No. 2, to dismantling the Li family overnight, to swiftly dealing with Jia Yuan, Chen Mu's actions had been swift and decisive. It was precisely this resolute approach that had snuffed out the disaster before it could take shape. Just as Bai Wan was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Mu suddenly turned around, his brows furrowed. I'm afraid this isn't over yet. This ritual is a fixed-point ritual. Abyss No. 4 can only descend upon Linhai City. This piece of information came from Jia Yuan's memories and was not recorded in the notebook. The Illuminati had invested so much effort in the preliminary stages of this plan, and now they were just one step away. Chen Mu could assert with confidence that they would never give up. A seemingly insignificant decision could unleash a storm of chaos. The course of events had already begun to veer off its expected trajectory. On the outskirts of Linhai City, a black van sped along a winding, rugged mountain road, its tires crunching over gravel and kicking up clouds of dust. Inside the vehicle, Bai Wan and Jiang Feng sat upright, their eyes fixed on the young man across from them, even their breathing deliberately restrained. Chen Mu leaned back in the rear seat, gazing out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, his brows knit in thought. After fully assimilating Jia Yuan's memories, one unsettling piece of information surfaced in Chen Mu's mind. As for that boy from the Chen family, I have other plans for him. This was the exact phrase left by Jia Yuan's superior after their failed recruitment attempt. What kind of fool dares to make plans for this demon sovereign? Chen Mu sneered coldly. Yet no matter how thoroughly he combed through the memory, he couldn't extract any information about this so-called planner. The only link between them was an encrypted phone number. Such layers of caution and secrecy explained why the Illuminati, an audacious cult, had managed to persist in Longwood despite numerous crackdowns. Chen Mu shifted his gaze to Bai Wan and Jiang Feng. How much do you know about the people above Jia Yuan? The people above? Bai Wan responded cautiously. Our enforcer squad can only reach someone of Jia Yuan's level at most. Beyond that, it's the Illuminati's management tier, which falls under the jurisdiction of our commanding officers. And where is your commanding officer? A flicker of hope flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. Commander Lei is currently in a secret realm abroad and can't be contacted for the time being. Bai Wan replied straightforwardly, though a bold suspicion began to form in her mind. I see. The light in Chen Mu's eyes dimmed almost instantly. Then I guess I'll have to wait for his return. Seeing the young commander's undisguised disappointment, Bai Wan became even more convinced of her hunch. Could it be that he truly intended to follow the trail from Jia Yuan all the way up to dismantle the entire Illuminati? The thought made her heart race, but she had to admit, it was exactly the kind of thing Chen Mu would do. The vehicle came to a smooth stop outside the Chun family's small courtyard. Jiang Feng quickly hopped out to open the door and even shielded the doorframe with his hand, as if afraid the young commander might accidentally bump into it. Just as Chen Mu was about to exit, he suddenly turned back and casually tossed out 3 dull metal tubes. I accidentally broke these. That's not a problem, right? No problem at all, no problem. They were going to be destroyed anyway, Baiwan said, waving her hands repeatedly. After watching Chen Mu leave, Baiwan picked up the now defunct vials and was about to discuss them with Jiang Feng when she noticed him caressing the scars on his chest with an expression of utter reverence. Get rid of that disgusting look on your face, she said with disdain. Jiang Feng shot her a look that said, you just don't get it. If only I could be half as powerful as Commander Chen. Baiwan thought for a moment, then said seriously, maybe you should visit a temple and pray for some divine intervention. Just then, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed, by Fengqing. Hey sis, I heard you're in Linhai City. I'll be heading there in a couple of days. Let's hang out, came the cheerful voice of a young man on the other end. Bai Wan's expression softened, though her tone remained stern. The martial arts exchange tournament is about to start. What are you doing coming to me instead of focusing on your preparation? Don't think that just because you've awakened in strength talent, you're invincible. In the face of true prodigies, they could end your life with just one finger. As she spoke, her mind drifted to the figure standing atop the dragon's head. I'm coming to prepare for the tournament, of course. This year, the competition is being held in Linhai, the young man said with a hint of pride. Sis, stop trying to scare me with ghost stories. Who could take me down with one finger? Let them step up. Before she could respond, Bai Fengqing hastily added, gotta go for now. I'll call you when I get there. And hung up. Bai Wan stood stunned for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. Naive little brat. She sighed in relief. Given Chen Mu's age, he probably won't be participating in this year's tournament. Thank goodness. In the courtyard of the Chen family villa, guests began to take their leave one after another after Chen Mu's departure. Everyone was well aware that the imposing General Chen had little control over his son. In fact, even the elegant but unsettlingly authoritative old butler, Zhao Zhong, held more sway in the Chen household than its official head. In truth, Chen Lingfeng and his son were the epitome of hands-off managers. The vast Chen family business was propped up single-handedly by the elderly butler. Anyone looking to collaborate with the Chen family was invariably redirected by Chen Mu to the silver-haired Zhao Zhong. To this, Chen Lingfeng would casually remark, Old Zhao, I trust everything to you. It was something Zhao Zhong never expected that in his twilight years, instead of enjoying a peaceful retirement, he would find himself at the peak of his career. As the last guest departed, Butler Zhao directed the household staff to clean the courtyard. Then, with a stack of project proposals and partnership agreements in hand, he charged toward the study with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly tense. All right, spill it, what's going on? Chen Lingfeng sat on the sofa, exuding authority, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Mu's seemingly innocent face. The boy blinked his wide, guileless eyes, putting on an air of harmless naivety. Let's see how long you can keep up the act, you little rascal, Chen Lingfeng thought with an amused smirk. He had been itching to ask, how could practicing orthodox cultivation techniques cause such a commotion as if an ancient demon sect's ancestral tomb had been blown up, disturbing ancestors long forgotten? Feigning the tone of a toddler, Chen Mu pouted and said, hungry, food, eat, attempting to deflect with cuteness. Knock it off and talk properly. Chen Lingfeng shot him a stern look. Realizing that playing the adorable card wasn't working, Chen Mu dropped the act and spoke in his usual tone, unhurried and calm. Well, do you want to hear the truth that sounds like a lie, or the lie that sounds like the truth? You know, like chocolate that tastes like poop, or poop that tastes like chocolate. Though fully aware his son was being cheeky, Chen Lingfeng decided to humor him. The truth that sounds like a lie. Get ready, then, because this is going to be hard to believe. Chen Mu took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting out the window, as if recalling a distant memory. After a moment, he began. It was a dark and stormy night. I was stargazing on the rooftop when bam. Lightning struck, thunder roared. And there, on the faraway surface of the moon, I saw an angel. A golden, six-winged angel. Its eyes. Stop. Chen Lingfeng cut him off, his face darkening. You don't believe me, do you? Chen Mu set down the teacup, disappointment written all over his face. I do. Chen Lingfeng forced a fatherly smile, softening his tone. All right. Then, tell me the lie that sounds like the truth. He could never resist that forlorn look on his son's face. Every time a holiday ended and it was time for Chen Mu to leave, the boy would stand at the door, heartbroken. Years of being an absent father had left Chen Lingfeng racked with guilt. I haven't made up the lie yet, so I owe you one, Chen Mu said with a sheepish laugh before dashing toward the stairs. This commander is retiring to his quarters. Do not disturb without orders. Watching the boy's slender figure disappear at the top of the staircase, Chen Lingfeng sat in a brief daze before shaking his head with a wry smile. That kid. He hadn't gotten any answers, yet he felt unexpectedly lighthearted. Come to think of it, did it even matter? If Chen Mu didn't want to talk about it, then it wasn't important. Whatever cultivation techniques his son practiced, whatever ambitions he pursued, even if he poked a hole in the sky, Chen Lingfeng would simply point upward and marvel. Look at that holy, so big and round. No matter what, in Chen Lingfeng's heart, there is only one principally, is my son. Chen Mu returned to his bedroom on the second floor and gently closed the door. Sitting down at his computer desk, his slender fingers tapped out the words Earth Abyss on the keyboard. A wealth of related information appeared on the screen, and he began to carefully read through it, one entry at a time. As his cultivation realm continued to improve, he increasingly sensed a mysterious connection between the black mark on the back of his hand and the Earth Abyss. Regarding the true nature of the Earth Abyss, opinions on the internet were divided. The most widely accepted theory was that the Earth Abyss represented an invasion of Blue Star by another dimensional space, with its creatures intent on exterminating humanity and claiming the planet. This straightforward assumption seemed reasonable, yet the attitude of the Illuminati was puzzling. Not only did they refrain from resisting, but they actively sought to summon the Earth Abyss, claiming it would restore humanity's glory. This was evidently contradictory. Earth Abyss creatures harbored an unmistakable hostility toward humans. If they fully invaded, humanity would face extinction. How, then, could glory be restored? 2 hours of research yielded no clearer answers. Any posts discussing the Illuminati's ideology were swiftly deleted, and the posters themselves were often invited for tea by the authorities. Even Jia Yuan's memories were vague on the matter. This lieutenant general cared nothing for restoring humanity's glory. He merely sought to leverage the Illuminati's power to dominate Linhai and live as a carefree despot. To uncover more insider information, it seemed necessary to target the Illuminati's leadership again. But at present, even locating the enemy was a challenge, echoing the phrase, drawing a sword and finding no path forward. As Chen Mu debated whether to join the enforcement division, his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened the message. Dear participant, the Martial Arts Exchange Competition Southern 3 Provinces Division has changed its venue to Linhai City. Please arrange your travel plans accordingly. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. In his previous life, the competition had not been held in Linhai City. This unexpected change was suspicious. Logically, eliminating Jia Yuan should only have influenced the historical trajectory related to the Illuminati, not the decisions of the Martial Arts Association. Unless the Martial Arts Association harbored high-ranking Illuminati members. Their sinister motives might involve drawing the talented martial artists of the 3 provinces into the impending beast tide. If you're going to be this brazen, don't blame me for kicking your plans apart. Chen Mu sneered, then opened his status panel to assess his current state. Martial artist, 4th rank, early stage. Combat techniques, Ghost Step perfected, Ghost Shadow Blade perfected, 9 Tribulations Demon Blade 8th layer, Blood Curse I perfected, Dark Prison Nether Dragon perfected. Other abilities, Undying Demon Body, Soul Capture Technique. Innate skills, Soul Refinement, Blood Sacrifice Demonic God Descent. Talent, not yet activated. Kill points, 93,300. Blood Pool Capacity, 20,400. Although the power of Dark Prison Nether Dragon far surpassed the original Frost Dragon, each use consumed a significant amount of vital energy. Even after modifications with energy stones, the issue of insufficient vital energy remained a persistent problem. The only solution was to advance his cultivation realm. To progress from the 4th rank to the 5th, he first needed to awaken his talent. Chen Mu took a deep breath, anticipation flickering in his eyes. It's time to awaken my talent. At the break of dawn the next morning, Chen Lingfeng quietly packed his belongings and tiptoed out of the bedroom like a cat, making no sound. Today, he was returning to the DUN base, and his short vacation was coming to an end. Over the years, he had always chosen to leave silently like this, unable to bear seeing the look of disappointment in Xiaomu's eyes. However, this time, as he carefully descended the stairs, an unexpected sight stopped him in his tracks. A small figure in SpongeBob pajamas was leaning against the front door, staring at him with a gaze full of disappointment. Chen Lingfeng's heart was instantly filled with guilt. Just as he was about to explain himself, he heard Chen Mu speak in an official tone. Old Chen, what time do you call this? Is this how you approach your job? The unexpected remark left Chen Lingfeng momentarily speechless, his prepared explanation stuck in his throat. Clearly enjoying his father's stunned expression, Chen Mu cleared his throat and decisively opened the door. What are you waiting for? Start the car. Today, your commander-in-chief will be accompanying you to the base. As he said this, he even struck a mock leader-like pose, sighing as if dealing with an exasperating employee. Chen Lingfeng took a deep breath. Though feeling a bit awkward, he nodded and replied, "Yes, sir," before quickly heading out the door. It was apparent that this time, Xiaomu wasn't joking, was serious about heading to the base in his role as commander. As a father, who wouldn't want their child to be accomplished? It was just that the shift in roles was so sudden, Chen Lingfeng found himself struggling to adjust. In the days that followed, the monsters at the LH3DUN base were in for a rough time. Ever since the arrival of the little commander in his cartoon t-shirt, their lives had turned into a nightmare. The monster's vital energy would inexplicably vanish, and whenever this happened, it was a clear sign that the terrifying little brat was back. Chen Mu's arrival was always accompanied by a spectacular slaughter. For these monsters, however, the destruction of their physical bodies was not the end. They still had their demon souls. And the fact that Chen Mu couldn't refine these demon souls, well, it delighted a certain dog dragon to no end. It finally didn't have to compete with its master for food. On the first day, the mission reception reported impressive results. Commander Chen had exterminated 69 third-tier monsters, slain 2 third-tier leader-class monsters, and completed 2 clearing missions. These feats earned him 20 contribution points, 42,600 kill points, 69,100 blood pool units, and an increase in Talent 1's activation level from 80 to 90. On the second day, the results were even more astonishing. 35 fourth-tier monsters fell, along with 1 fourth-tier leader-class monster. This day's efforts brought him 26,250 kill points, 52,500 blood pool units, and further raised Talent 1's activation level to 95. And then came the third day. Today marked the ceremony for the conferral of the Tianju seal. In the Grand Hall of Headquarters, under an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence, Commander Yuan, adorned with medals across his chest, half-knelt and solemnly handed over the Tianju seal, a symbol of supreme authority and responsibility to Chen Mu. All the Jinyuan army soldiers present held their breath, their eyes gleaming with excitement. At this moment, the youngest Tianju seal bearer in history was born, destined to be recorded in the annals of history. However, amidst the thunderous applause and cheers, Chen Mu seemed noticeably restless. He strode quickly toward the mission reception area, muttering under his breath, "Why all this ceremonial nonsense? Wasted half my day." Yuan Shoshin, hearing this complaint, froze for a moment. He had intended to make the event grander, even considering a press conference to highlight the military's recognition of this prodigy. But now, it seemed all his efforts had been in vain. Then again, on second thought, wasn't this impatience a testament to the young man's dedication to the nation and his eagerness to eliminate demons? With that realization, Yuan Shoshin found himself liking the young man even more. He reminded him of his own younger self. As evening approached, Chen Mu emerged from the mission reception area and glanced at the data displayed on the panel. Slaughter value, 20,300 points. Blood pool volume, 41,290 points. Damn it, that old man Yuan wasted so much of my time. I didn't even manage to find a single leader-level beast today. What a loss. Chen Mu grumbled in frustration. Day 4. Squeak. A monstrous rat the size of a small elephant let out a piercing cry before exploding into a dazzling spray of blood. The light screen immediately displayed. Talent 1 activation, 95-100. Talent 1. Infinite vitality successfully activated. Note: consuming slaughter points allows instant recovery of all vitality. As long as the slaughter continues, life is endless. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. This was the key to solving his biggest problem. With this talent, he no longer had to worry about being reduced to a one-strike wonder. As long as his slaughter points were sufficient, he was confident he could wield his dual blades like a tornado, cutting down every demon in sight. The light screen continued to update. Realm: Martial Artist, Stage for Early Mid. Slaughter value, 31,350 points. Blood pool volume, 50,500 points. After closing the panel, Chen Mu began to reflect. 4 days of effort had only taken him from the early to mid-stage. The difficulty was clearly increasing. No wonder so many people succumbed to the temptation of evolution serums. The martial arts exchange competition was set for the day after tomorrow. If his guess was correct, the Guangming Society had chosen Linhai as the venue for a reason. There was a high likelihood of a beast-tide outbreak during the competition. With this thought, Chen Mu took a deep breath and looked toward the exit of the abyss. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the distance. It was time to leave. Zone 3 Abyss Base, Martial Arts Department. Chen Mu stood in the department's main hall, staring at the account balance displayed in front of him. Aside from the Heaven's Wrath seal, there were also 2,000 contribution points converted from 2 first-class merits. This was no small amount. It was worth noting that even after several days of high-intensity missions hunting beasts, he had only managed to accumulate 60 contribution points. With a hefty sum of 2,060 contribution points in hand, Chen Mu paced back and forth between the shelves of the martial arts department. In the end, he only exchanged for 4-grade internal techniques and spent 400 contribution points to raise the progress of the Great Demon Heaven Body Refining Technique from 30 to 70. Looking at the remaining 1,660 contribution points, Chen Mu couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend them. The real issue was the limited inventory of martial arts techniques in the Linhai Military District. The entire district only had 4-grade internal techniques, just 2 A-grade techniques, and not a single S-grade technique. This situation was understandable. Internal techniques were already rarer than combat techniques, and grade ones were exceedingly scarce. But the primary reason lay in the difficulty of cultivation and the talent required. For those lacking aptitude, forcing oneself to train in high-level techniques would only lead to being stuck at a bottleneck. The Abyss Suppression Army prioritized practicality over elite training. Mid-level techniques were better suited for quickly cultivating capable fighters. Of course, if someone with extraordinary talent was discovered, they could request higher-level martial arts resources from headquarters. Chen Mu could have tried his luck at other military districts, but at this critical juncture, he dared not leave Linhai City. He feared that the Lightbringer Society might exploit any opportunity to strike. When he left the base, a group of Abyss Suppression Army soldiers reluctantly saw him off. This recent period had been like a dream for them. As long as they could join Chen Mu's mission team, they could enjoy the ultimate carry-it-to-victory experience. While Chen Mu went invisible to drain energy, they amused themselves by playing with the tiny nether dragon. When Chen Mu fought monsters, they turned into a cheering squad, exclaiming in awe at every turn. Once the mission was over, they rushed to collect materials. Although they only received a small share of contribution points each time, the ease of the process made it worthwhile. More importantly, being able to team up with Commander Chen Mu was an honor they could boast about for ages. Meanwhile, Linhai City was already buzzing with excitement over the upcoming martial arts exchange tournament. This ordinarily inconspicuous small town had suddenly become lively. The streets were packed with people, small shops were adorned with banners wishing the talented contestants victory, and hotels were filled to capacity. Among the crowds were not only the competitors, but also spectators and fans of star participants from all over. In front of the lobby of the Tianke Imperial Hotel, a cordon kept the throngs of onlookers at bay. Situated in the heart of the city, this luxurious hotel had been designated by the tournament organizers as the residence for all participating contestants. The hotel front desk was bustling with activity, as several attractive receptionists were overwhelmed with tasks. The waiting area was fully occupied, crowded with martial artists and their entourages who had come to participate in the competition. The lobby manager, wearing an apologetic expression, weaved through the crowd, tirelessly trying to calm the agitated guests. "Sis, this hotel's efficiency is way too low. It's nothing compared to the ones back at Lushan," complained a delicate-looking teenager named By Fengqing, sitting on a sofa with a disgruntled face. What was the Martial Arts Association thinking, choosing this place for the competition? Next to him, Baiwan was focused on her laptop, barely glancing up as she reprimanded him. "Fengqing, you're here for the competition, not a vacation. Stop nitpicking." Her fingers suddenly paused on the keyboard, and she turned to her brother with a trace of concern in her eyes. Elder Yuan said only the champion can become his disciple. "Are you confident?" Bai Fengqing immediately perked up, confidently holding up one finger. "Don't worry. The clan has analyzed everything for me. Aside from that girl from the G family, who might be a bit tricky, everyone else one move. One move to beg you not to kill them?" Baiwan teased. "Sis, we're siblings, can't you wish me some good luck?" Bai Fengqing protested, snapping her laptop shut in mock defiance, only to have Baiwan unceremoniously pinch his cheeks. Rubbing his reddened face, he continued. "Ji Lingling recently advanced to mid-tier level 4, which is impressive. But against my martial arts gift, Phoenix Rebirth, at best, she'll get second place." Yes, my Fengqing is a Ancient century genius," Baiwan chuckled, ruffling her brother's hair. But inwardly, she thought to herself, "Oh, my silly brother, you have no idea that there are Ancient Sandier's prodigies out there." To avoid undermining his confidence, she decided not to mention Chen Mu for now. However, Bai Fengqing wasn't ready to let the matter drop. Crossing his arms with a smug expression, he asked, "By the way, didn't you say someone out there could defeat me with just one finger? Where are they?" At that moment, the hotel's main door slid open. A group of people walked in, a spirited young girl in a blue martial arts uniform, an elegant elderly man, a few attendants, and leading them was a boy under 5 feet tall, wearing a SpongeBob jacket. This peculiar ensemble immediately drew everyone's attention. The lobby manager recognized the newcomers and rushed forward to greet them. "Young Master Mu, Miss Shen, your rooms are ready. Please follow me." As a property of the Shen family, the hotel naturally had staff specially assigned to handle their accommodations. Baiwan's heart sank the moment she saw the small figure. "Speak of the devil," she muttered, setting down her laptop and hurrying over. Bai Fengqing followed curiously. "Young Master Chen," Baiwan slightly bowed and greeted softly. "What brings you here?" She glanced at Shen Lanyue, clinging to one last shred of hope. "Please don't tell me you're here for the competition." "To compete," Chen Mu replied flatly, dashing any hope she had left. What made her despair even more was Bai Fengqing crouching down, patting Chen Mu on the head, and laughing. "Hey little guy, how old are you? Do you even know what kind of competition this is?" He turned to his sister and added, "Haha, sis, this little SpongeBob says he's here to compete." Shen Lanyue, Zhao Zhong, and the others collectively gasped, staring at this reckless warrior, with a mixture of awe, perhaps pity in their eyes. Bai Wanren was utterly exasperated. With a sharp Ada, Bai Fengqing leapt gracefully into the air, executing a textbook-perfect spinning kick aimed straight at Chen Mu's face. Bai Wan, ignoring her brother still mid-flip, rushed forward in a panic, her expression filled with alarm. Young Master Mu, my brother is young and reckless, please don't take offense, she pleaded urgently, her eyes carrying a hint of desperation. I promise I'll discipline him properly when we get back. Her demeanor was so tense, it seemed as though she might punish her younger brother on the spot. Her anxiety was not unfounded. The person standing before her, Chen Mu, was someone her impulsive brother simply could not afford to provoke. Whether it was his prestigious background, his formidable combat skills, or his decisive and ruthless reputation, Chen Mu was not a man to be trifled with. In this world, perhaps only Chen Lingfeng and Zhao Zhong dared to touch even a single strand of Chen Mu's hair without consequence. Young Master Mu, he's my only brother, Bai Wan said softly, carefully observing Chen Mu's expression. Her usually calm voice now carried a tinge of supplication. In her heart, she prayed that if her brother faced Chen Mu in the ring, the latter might show some mercy. With a prodigy of Chen Mu's caliber in the competition, the championship was already a foregone conclusion. All she hoped for was that Chen Mu wouldn't cripple the Bai family's future martial arts prodigy. Chen Mu calmly adjusted his slightly disheveled hair, casting a glance at Bai Fengqing, who landed elegantly on his feet. So this is the championship favorite? In the photos, he looked like a cold and aloof genius from a noble family. Turns out his personality's more like that of a goofy dog. Don't worry. It's just a competition, I know my limits, he said, recognizing Bai Wan's concern and understanding that Bai Fengqing's actions were not malicious. Naturally, Chen Mu wouldn't go all out against him. Besides, Bai Fengqing's goal was the championship, whereas Chen Mu had his sights set on second place. The runner-up prize contained the demon sovereign's lifebound treasure, the Renhuang banner, which was his true objective. Truth be told, he was more concerned that Bai Fengqing might not be strong enough, accidentally forcing him to win the championship instead. That would be the real problem. Hearing this assurance, Bai Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a few polite exchanges, she respectfully saw Chen Mu and his entourage off. Only when the elevator doors closed did she turn around and deliver a sharp kick to Bai Fengqing. Are you tired of living? How dare you touch anyone's hair like that? What's wrong with you, sis? Why'd you suddenly hit me? Bai Fengqing asked, bewildered. While he was no stranger to his sister's occasional outbursts, there was usually a reason. Thinking back on his actions moments ago, he grew even more confused. It was just a little joke with a kid. Was that really necessary? I'm saving your life, you fool. Bai Wan sighed, pulling her brother to his feet and guiding him back to the waiting area. Fengqing, if you don't win first place this time, don't blame yourself. I'll explain everything to the family, they won't hold it against you. Also, if you come up against that man, just forfeit. There's no shame in it. Why? Bai Fengqing almost jumped out of his seat. Martial competitions are all about skill, why should I back down? What are you so afraid of? From his sister's deferential attitude earlier, he could tell that Chen Mu might have some powerful background. But martial arts tournaments were always strictly fair. Regardless of a competitor's identity, retaliation outside the ring was forbidden, a well-understood rule within the martial arts community that ensured the integrity of the competition. Bai Wan didn't respond immediately. She slowly packed their belongings, her movements deliberate. After a long silence, she finally looked up and said in a calm tone, let's go. I'll explain everything back in the room. Meanwhile, in a room upstairs. How annoying. Standing by the window, Ji Lingling lazily looked down at the crowd of fans swarming below, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. With a casual motion, she pulled the curtains shut and turned to throw herself onto the bed. The soft bedding sank slightly under her weight. Her slender fingers toyed with an exquisite wooden box, inside of which lay a pill that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Miss, are we really going to do this? A servant nearby asked softly, their voice tinged with undeniable worry. This pill, capable of doubling one's combat power in a short time, was explicitly prohibited by the organizers. If discovered, it wouldn't just mean disqualification, but could lead to a lifetime ban from competing. Although Ji Lingling had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th rank, one small level higher than Bai Fengqing, the overwhelming martial talent of her opponent left her odds of victory slim. This pressure had driven her to consider a risky gamble. What's there to worry about? Qian Kai assured me that this pill can't be detected, Ji Lingling replied impatiently, rolling her eyes. Her delicate fingers tapped on a tablet, pulling up the list of contestants and scrolling directly to the bottom. Contestant, Chen Mu. Age, 8. Rank, 2nd rank martial artist. Martial talent, none. Looking at the information, a disdainful smirk curled at the corners of her lips. The so-called little gun god actually lost the heavenly punishment seal to this little brat. How embarrassing. This incident had become an indelible stain on Qian Kai's otherwise illustrious life. Having grown up basking in praise and applause, he had tasted the bitterness of failure for the first time, and his hatred for Chen Mu was palpable. After hearing that Chen Mu had entered the competition, Qian Kai approached Ji Lingling with an enticing proposal. If she crippled the little rat during the match, she would earn 3 days of guidance within his shrank martial talent. Roar of the gun soul. This opportunity would greatly increase her chances of awakening her own martial talent. Additionally, he promised her a pill to help her defeat By Fengqing and claim the championship. This deal is too good to pass up, Ji Lingling murmured, rolling onto her back and stretching lazily. Beneath her adorable exterior lay a calculating mind. She began scheming ways to deal with Chen Mu. Breaking all his limbs would be too cruel, it might ruin my image. Instead, a sly glint appeared in her eyes. He'll pretend to accidentally destroy his dantian, then act guilty and remorseful for a few days. That way, not only will I seem kind-hearted, but I might even earn some sympathy. With her plan set, the young woman's eyes curved into a smile. Her face radiated innocence and charm, but the ruthlessness hidden in her gaze was unmistakable. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. In front of the martial arts arena in the heart of Linhai City, the crowd was bustling with excitement. 3 massive circular stages gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, while the towering stands surrounding them were packed to capacity. The arena resounded with waves of cheers from the audience, and colorful banners and glowing signs rose and fell among the crowd, transforming the once solemn venue into what felt more like the scene of a jubilant concert. Chen Mu arrived early at the preparation area and chose a seat near the front. His gaze swept over the fervent spectators, and his brows furrowed slightly. Over the past century, the descent of the abyss had led to the rise of countless martial artists, but the accompanying trend of celebrity culture had caused many gifted fighters to lose their way, becoming nothing more than flashy but hollow ornaments. Chen Mu had always held such fame-seeking star martial artists in disdain. However, his calm expression suddenly froze. His eyes locked onto a particularly eye-catching cluster of banners in the audience. Go, Lingling! Take the championship! Ji Lingling, shining brightling family forever by your side. Fengqing, unstoppable and invincible. Xiaomu, soaring through the clouds always with Mu Xing. For a brief moment, the ever-cold and stoic Chen Mu's composed facade showed a crack. In one corner of the stands, over 100 soldiers from the Jinyuan army sat neatly in formation. These iron-willed men, their expressions solemn, held up glowing signs and banners emblazoned with Chen Mu and other slogans. They were soldiers with no missions today, who had come specifically to cheer for their young commander. The support items had been hastily prepared because, as they saw it, if others had them, their commander must have them too. Chen Mu's gaze lingered on their determined faces, and he silently made a note to himself. It seems their workload isn't heavy enough. Once this is over, they'll get to experience some special rewards from their leader's care. By this time, the participants were beginning to take their places. Shen Lanyue casually sat down beside Chen Mu and said with a bright smile, "Young Master Mu, good luck. I've bet all my pocket money on you winning first place." Over the past 2 days, she had discovered that as long as there was no malice involved, Chen Mu was actually quite easy to get along with. The initial sense of restraint she felt around him had long since disappeared. Chen Mu paused for a moment, then asked with a hint of sympathy, "How much did you bet?" Shen Lanyue proudly held up one finger. "Not much, just over 18 million. Your odds have gone up to over 100 to 1. Rubbing his temples, Chen Mu kindly suggested, "Do you still have some spare cash? Maybe you should consider betting on me coming in second place instead." At that moment, the 3 massive LED screens above the stages lit up abruptly, and an unfathomable aura of immense power emanated from the referee's area. The competition was about to begin. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Excited discussions filled the air, with voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony. Who do you think will win the championship this year? Of course, By Fengqing. Early stage tier 4 cultivation and scrayed martial arts talent, it's a no-brainer. I wouldn't be so sure, another voice countered. He just broke through to tier 4 recently, and his energy is still unstable. Ji Lingling, on the other hand, is much more solid at mid-tier 4. Huh, do you even understand the value of martial arts talent? Let me guess, you must be one of Ji Lingling's fans. Yeah, so what? I just placed my bet on Lingling to win. A self-proclaimed betting expert chimed in. Betting on the favorites won't earn you much. Trust me, I'm a professional. Then who did you bet on? Teach us your ways. Bets should be thrilling, you know? I went for the top 10 with the highest odds, and placed 100,000 on each. As long as one of them makes it to the top 10, I'm raking it in. Huh, that actually makes sense. Amid the lively chatter, the host stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, and announced the competition rules in a booming voice. The noisy audience immediately quieted down, and the contestants in the preparation area focused intently. The rules were simple. A points-based system with contestants randomly paired for battles. Winners earned 1 point, while losers got none. No contestant would face the same opponent twice. Participants could lock in their points if they ran out of energy or sustained serious injuries. Each contestant wore a protective charm that would teleport them out of the ring in life-threatening situations. Chen Mu, seated among the crowd, was dozing off. As a seasoned participant from his previous life, he was all too familiar with these procedures. While luck played a role, the competition was generally fair. With over 200,000 kill points in his system's reserve, he wasn't worried about running out of energy. His main concern was to avoid accidentally scoring too high and taking the championship. Thinking of this, he glanced over at Bai Fengqing and gave him an encouraging look. The moment Bai Fengqing met Chen Mu's gaze, cold sweat broke out on his back. Over the past 2 days, Bai Wan had told him all about the little commander's astonishing achievements. He had been skeptical at first, but after watching the footage from Dun, he felt lucky to still be alive. Little Commander Chen, truly terrifying. The host emphasized, a martial arts competition is no child's play. Injuries and casualties are inevitable. While the protective charms safeguard against most dangers, accidents can still happen. Now, let the competition begin. Give it your all. The central screen lit up, displaying the names of the contestants spinning like shooting stars as they were randomly paired. Beside it, the rankings screen showed the temporary standings and information for all participants. Unsurprisingly, Bai Fengqing occupied the top spot. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, the only Tier 2 contestant, was placed dead last, standing out awkwardly among the Tier 3s and 4s like a bronze player in a king-level match. Chen Mu glanced at his ranking without much thought and quickly looked away. The result was expected. He wasn't deliberately hiding his strength. He had indeed been at Tier 2 when he registered. The arena buzzed with shock and disbelief, the crowd's voices growing louder. A Tier 2 contestant? Is he here to throw away his life? Wait, look at his age. He's only 8 years old. That's gotta be a mistake, right? Ha. Maybe his parents accidentally signed him up. Hey, where's that betting expert? Is this your surefire win? I went all in with you. In the audience, Doge was staring at the big screen in shock. Frustrated, he grabbed his hair and exclaimed, who would have thought? I just saw the high odds and went for IT. I didn't bother looking up the info on such an unremarkable-looking contestant. At that moment, a meaningful chuckle came from the back rows. Several people turned around simultaneously. Hey, what's so funny? Someone asked, then their eyes lit up. Wait, you're a local from Linhai, right? That guy's from Linhai too. Do you know something we don't? A hint of pride flickered in the eyes of the young man in the back. A lousy contestant? If you dare to say that in front of Chen Mu, you'll find out what hell really means. His tone carried a chilling edge. You have no idea how terrifying Chen Mu is unless you've lived through that disaster. The person next to him immediately chimed in. Exactly. Xiao Mu is the pride of Linhai City. Both of them were survivors of the Beast Rampage incident, having witnessed firsthand the figure that stood like a demon god atop a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. However, because the incident involved a certain cult organization, the military had issued a strict gag order to maintain social stability and prevent widespread panic. Were it not for this restriction, they would have already broadcast Chen Mu's heroic deeds to these outsiders, showing them what a true Tier 2 martial artist was capable of. Seeing the two locals clam up before revealing too much, the out-of-town spectators reluctantly turned back around, muttering, humph, fine, don't tell us then. Small towns are just like that. Acting like a Tier 2 is some kind of big deal. At that moment, the information on the big screen stopped scrolling, and the first round of random pairings was complete. The 3 arenas erupted with noise. The participants in the martial arts exchange competition were all formidable fighters, with Tier 3 being the minimum level. Though only the champion could join the Martial Arts Association, the competition's prestige was immense, drawing attention from major powers across the nation. Dozens of high-definition cameras on-site transmitted the matches live to exclusive channels, allowing the upper echelons of these powers to watch every match without leaving their offices. Naturally, the contestants gave their all, hoping to leave a lasting impression on these influential figures. On the arenas, punches roared like dragons, and the glint of blades and swords crisscrossed. The fierce energy blasts made the protective barriers tremble constantly. The rapid pace of the matches was largely thanks to the point system. Winning or losing a single match wasn't everything. Smart contestants would concede against stronger opponents to conserve their strength for the next round. Only when evenly matched would they unleash thrilling, hard-fought battles. As the competition heated up, the rankings continued to update. In the preparation area, Chen Mu sat back in his chair with his eyes closed. His opponent was an unfamiliar Tier 3 martial artist. With Chen Mu's current strength, fighting someone of the same tier felt like slaughtering a dog, utterly uninteresting. The only thing that caught his attention was the elderly man in a white robe seated in the center of the referee panel. Yuan Cheng, the Martial Arts Association's Minister of Combat Strategy, a bona fide Tier 7 Grandmaster. With the constant threat of beast tides, having a Grandmaster stationed in Linhai should have been reassuring. Yet, it only made Chen Mu more alert. The Illuminati couldn't possibly be unaware of this. They must have already devised countermeasures. How far would this beast tide escalate? Suddenly, a chill ran down Chen Mu's spine, as if he were being watched by a venomous serpent. A deep sense of danger surged from within him. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. A round-faced girl with delicate features was approaching him. Her twin ponytails bounced energetically with her lively steps, brimming with vitality. She was Ji Lingling, and at this moment, she stood with her arms crossed, looking down at Chen Mu with a smug expression. A mere second-tier martial artist, daring to participate in the martial arts exchange competition? Little brother, you're quite confident, aren't you? How about playing a little game with big sister here? Her tone was laced with mockery. This competition had a special rule. Lower-tier martial artists were allowed to challenge higher-tier ones, with the victor earning double points. The rule was designed to encourage cross-tier challenges and uncover true martial arts prodigies. Ji Lingling's intention was clear. She wanted to provoke Chen Mu into challenging her, so she could quickly deal with this small annoyance and focus on her important match against Bai Fengqing. As soon as her words fell, the surrounding competitors, who were preparing for their matches, turned to watch the spectacle, their curiosity piqued by the SpongeBob, who had somehow joined the competition. However, Shen Lanyue, Bai Fengqing, and others all turned their gazes toward Ji Lingling, their eyes filled with pity. What an idiot, Bai Fengqing muttered under his breath, finally understanding the looks others had given him in the hall earlier. Chen Mu cast a cold glance at Ji Lingling. Though his face remained calm, he was inwardly astonished. Was this really happening? The cliched trope where the protagonist's debut is met with an antagonistic character jumping in their face? Did martial arts geniuses in this world trade their brains for cultivation? Why are you scaring the kid, Lingling? A young man dressed in black combat attire stood up lazily, his demeanor casual and slightly roguish. If you make him cry later, you'll have to deal with it. The crowd erupted into laughter. Ji Lingling shot him a glare and huffed. What do you know? I'm helping him face reality sooner. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze growing colder. You're all very noisy, he said flatly, rising to his feet and heading toward the arena. It was his turn to compete in the next round. Watching the boy's small, slender figure retreat, Ji Lingling pouted in dissatisfaction. TCH, still acting so composed. But just as she thought her plan had failed, a calm voice rang out. I accept your challenge. Ji Lingling froze for a moment, then a delighted smile spread across her face. Not far away, Shen Lanyue, Bai Fengqing, and the others exchanged a glance, silently lighting a metaphorical candle for the starry-eyed girl. At the edge of the massive circular arena, the electronic screen clearly displayed the match information. Chen Mu versus Zhang San. On one side of the stage, Zhang San, a burly man with bulging muscles, frowned as he studied the small-framed opponent standing across from him. The youthful but determined face of the boy stirred up a mix of helplessness and irritation within him. Facing such a mascot in a serious competition felt like a lose-lose situation. Winning would bring no sense of accomplishment and might even earn him the reputation of bullying a child. As this controversial young contestant stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in excitement. Countless eyes locked onto the small figure, and a wave of chatter swept through the crowd. Wow, this kid actually dares to compete. Haha, Zhang San just got a free win handed to him. Someone should give that kid a Best Courage Award. Gotta admit, it takes guts to show up at his age. The sheer level of attention was something usually reserved for matches between two top-tier contenders. At the referee's table, an elderly man in a white robe, Yuan Cheng, was intently reviewing the documents in his hand. Squinting slightly, his gaze settled on the small figure in the arena as he murmured to himself, an 80-year-old at the second martial tier. Interesting. Beside him, a referee surnamed Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this talent is even more outrageous than Bai Fengqing's. Elder Yuan, have we just uncovered a gem? Yuan Cheng glanced at him nonchalantly, his tone calm, yet layered with meaning. Xiao Zhang, rapid improvement in cultivation isn't achieved through training alone. Let's see how this plays out. Referee Zhang suddenly understood, a sense of pity welling up in his heart. The boy likely used forbidden techniques to overdraw his potential in exchange for his current level of cultivation, hoping to leverage the exposure of the competition to attract investments or even secure a place in the Martial Arts Association. But a realm built on forbidden techniques was bound to be shaky and wouldn't escape the discerning eyes of the elders. So, Elder Yuan, how long do you think he can last? Referee Zhang asked teasingly. Elder Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Chen Mu. Zhang San may not be top tier, but he's a solid mid-level third-tier martial artist. A skilled second-tier fighter would be lucky to last 3 moves against him. As for this child, he shook his head. If he can remain standing after 1 move, it's only because Zhang San went easy on him. The whistle to start the match suddenly pierced the air. Kid, just admit defeat, Zhang San said, gripping his long blade tightly, his face full of impatience and disdain. I don't hold back, and I don't want to deal with your parents complaining when you end up crying. Before he could finish speaking, Shinmu's figure transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling toward Zhang San with terrifying speed. In the next instant, an icy blade was already pressed silently against Zhang San's throat. The tip of the blade, glinting ominously, pierced the skin, and a thin line of blood slid down the neck, staining the collar with a striking crimson. Zhang San's face turned deathly pale in an instant. his pupils reflecting the petite figure before him. On that youthful face, however, there was a chilling calmness that sent shivers down his spine. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain, and he didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. The change happened so quickly that he couldn't even register it. The scent of death loomed over him, leaving his entire body paralyzed. This can't be. Zhang San's Adam's apple moved with difficulty as he tried to speak, but the words stuck in his throat. He knew all too well that the slightest movement would result in the cold blade mercilessly slicing through his neck. Thank you for the match. Chen Mu's voice, as he sheathed the blade, was eerily calm. The moment the blade withdrew, Zhang San's legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, his heart pounded like a war drum. It was only then that he fully grasped what had just happened from the whistle's blow to the end of the match. It had taken no more than a single second, and he had almost died at the hands of this child. The arena fell into dead silence. Even the fighters on the neighboring stages slowed their movements, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The quiet was finally broken by the referee's whistle. Chen Mu wins. The crowd exploded into chaos. What just happened? I couldn't even see the move. That kid must be on something. Wait betting bro, we might still have hope. This kid is something else. In one corner of the audience, the soldiers of the Jinyuan army erupted in cheers, shouting Chen Mu's name with fervor. On the high platform, referee Zhang's eyes were wide with shock. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, Elder Yuan certainly has an eye for talent. One move to decide the match. Yuan Cheng silently watched the stage, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The aura Chen Mu displayed was dense and solid, clearly the result of painstaking cultivation rather than forbidden techniques. That burst of speed, comparable to a fourth-tier warrior, was obviously a deliberately concealed strength. 8 years old, and already at the fourth tier? Even starting from birth, such progress was beyond extraordinary. As he replayed that fleeting moment in his mind, his brows gradually furrowed. Strange, why does his aura carry a faint sense of foreboding? Elder Yuan, we've truly struck gold this time. Referee Zhang exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together as though afraid to let this prodigy slip away. But Yuan Cheng remained composed. No rush. Let's observe a bit longer. What concerned him more was the boy's level of mastery over combat techniques. In the preparation area, Ji Lingling lounged lazily on a chair, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. A flash of surprise crossed her face but was quickly replaced by an amused smile. To think the supreme commander of the military district would break protocol just to grant someone the heavenly execution seal. He really does have some skill. Instead of feeling intimidated, she was intrigued, her eyes alight with a twisted excitement. In her family sparring matches, her silver spear had defeated even peak fourth-tier warriors. As long as her opponent hadn't awakened any martial arts talent, she was confident she could crush 90% of those in her tier. At that moment, Chen Mu lifted his chin, the sunlight casting shadows across his delicate features. His deep, abyss-like eyes gleamed with a devilish mockery. When their gazes met, Ji Lingling instantly caught the unspoken provocation in his icy next. In the grand and majestic martial arts arena, a sharp crack of a gunshot suddenly pierced the air. Ji Lingling's figure, swift as a flash of silver light, landed gracefully on the stage. The silver spear in her hand, towering far above her height, gleamed coldly under the lights, its tip seemingly tearing through the very air it pointed at. Her ponytail swayed gently in the breeze, her lips curved into a seemingly playful smile, yet her eyes were as cold and dangerous as a coiled rattlesnake ready to strike. On the screens, information flickered rapidly. Challenge match, Chen Mu versus Ji Lingling. The audience erupted in excitement. Those who had just witnessed Chen Mu's previous fight acknowledged his skills, but only to the extent of being qualified to compete. But Ji Lingling? She was a prodigy, a contender who could go toe-to-toe with the championship favorite, by Confronting. Is this guy crazy? What a pity. If it had been a normal random matchup, he might have stood a chance. He's way too arrogant. My Lingling's storm pierce is flawless. She'll teach him a lesson in no time. Huh, a so-called genius from a small town. And that's the extent of his vision? In the preparation area, a few martial artists stared at the girl on the stage and suddenly realized, damn, she's here for the double points. Though they cursed her as underhanded, their eyes were filled with regret, wishing they had seized the opportunity first. Ji Lingling paced elegantly across the stage, her silver spear spinning deftly between her fingers, leaving trails of shimmering light. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze laced with disdain and mockery. Little brother, should I commend your courage? You actually dare to challenge me. Chen Mu's expression remained impassive, his voice icy. Challenge you? Are you even worthy? He had already seen through her ulterior motives, though her exact purpose would be clear soon enough after he defeated her. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you're still standing, I'll admit defeat. The crowd was stunned into silence. Even Bai Fengqing, who bore the bloodline of the Phoenix, wouldn't dare claim to defeat an opponent in 10 seconds. Yet this boy had uttered such audacious words so nonchalantly. Ji Lingling paused briefly, then let out a charming laugh. Arrogant, confident, utterly conceited. You've certainly piqued my interest, little brother. She licked her lips, her tone dripping with mockery and an inexplicable hint of anticipation. Big sister can't wait to shatter your fragile pride. The moment the match whistle blew, the air exploded with a deafening roar. A domineering intent surged upward, carrying the force of a storm. The girl's figure transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, hurtling toward Chen Mu with the speed of a thunderbolt. S-class martial technique, Storm Pierce. Ji Lingling launched her signature martial technique right off the bat. Arcs of electricity danced on the tip of her spear, producing faint crackling sounds. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, clearly intent on ending the fight quickly. The more powerful the technique, the easier it was to mask as a feigned misstep. The spear tip tore through the air, tracing a dazzling blue streak as it moved. The weapon's high-speed motion ripped through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing whistle. This thrust carried overwhelming momentum, as if it could pierce through everything in its path. Yet Chen Mu stood motionless, his expression eerily calm. Although the spear tip wasn't aimed at a vital point, he could clearly sense her true intent. His dantian was locked on. As the core of a martial artist, a damaged dantian would inflict irreversible harm on his future cultivation. If that's the case, a harmless smile appeared on Chen Mu's face as his blood and energy surged within him. In an instant, he pushed his ghostly footwork to its limit, causing his figure to twist slightly in place. In the blink of an eye, the spear's radiance arrived. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Ji Lingling's eyes, and her lips trembled with suppressed excitement. She could already envision the petite figure being pierced through by her spear, a prodigious young talent falling in this very moment. What could be more exhilarating? However, the thunderous strike landed only on an afterimage. Ji Lingling's pupils contracted, and her heart skipped a beat. This speed was even faster than before. He had been holding back. Before she could react, an invisible pressure descended from above, akin to a mountain crashing down. Ji Lingling's mind went blank in an instant. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Mu had silently and spectrally appeared overhead, his hand precisely gripping her head. A violent force gathered in his palm, layer upon layer building up without hesitation, before crashing down with immense power. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the martial hall, shaking the entire structure. Dust surged like a tidal wave, and debris flew in all directions. The center of the arena collapsed into a massive crater, with web-like cracks spreading outward. The air seemed to freeze. The world fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of heavy, labored breathing echoing throughout. As the dust finally settled, the scene became clear to everyone. The once proud and dazzling Ji Lingling now lay battered and humiliated at the bottom of the crater. Her clothes, shredded by the violent energy, hung in tatters, and fine bloodstains covered her delicate skin. Trembling, she barely managed to hold herself upright, and her once arrogant head was firmly pinned to the rubble-strewn ground by a small, youthful hand. The arena fell into a brief, deafening silence before erupting like a volcanic explosion. The audience leapt from their seats, craning their necks to stare at the ring, their eyes filled with disbelief. The renowned prodigy of the southern provinces, the celebrated pride of her generation, had been subdued in a single strike by a seemingly harmless young boy. Impossible! Ji Lingling's supporters cried out in shock. In the past, just a flash of her silver spear would send her opponents crashing to the ground in the blink of an eye. But the scene before them shattered all their understanding. Chen Mu's unremarkable strike, devoid of any flamboyant spectacle, carried unimaginable weight, pinning the dazzling girl firmly to the ground. On the stage, Ji Lingling lay sprawled in a disheveled heap, blood trickling from her mouth and nose, pooling into a dark crimson stain on the ground. Under the gaze of nearly 10,000 spectators, the humiliation of her position nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. She struggled desperately, but the seemingly delicate hand pressing her down remained unmoving, leaving her to emit faint, stifled whimpers. How could this be? Her mind reeled with shock and disbelief. Even among the warriors of her family at the same level, none could last more than 3 moves against her. Against a peak 4th-tier master, she still had the confidence to wear them down over time. But Chen Mu's strength had completely exceeded the bounds of her comprehension. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Chen Mu withdrew his hand, slowly straightening his posture. Despite his slight frame, he now stood as imposing as a solitary mountain, towering over the girl on the ground, his expression cold and unyielding. Ji Lingling forced her head up with difficulty, staring at the figure before her that seemed almost divine and demonic. She panted heavily, bloodied gravel slipping from the corner of her mouth. Fighting against the searing pain, she trembled as she tried to rise. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Who gave you permission to get up? The boy's icy voice cut her off. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted, and an eerie, malevolent energy surged forth, accompanied by the chilling wails of anguished souls. Before Ji Lingling could react, a fist wreathed in black smoke drifted toward her face with an almost casual motion. Her pupils contracted violently as a surge of lightning erupted from her body. Thundercloud shield, she cried. A web of crackling blue and purple lightning enveloped her in an instant. This was her meticulously honed a rank defensive technique, one so formidable that even Bai Fengqing would need considerable effort to break through. However, Ji Lingling's confidence was shattered before it even had a chance to bloom. A fierce punch, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, struck down with unstoppable force, instantly obliterating her proud thunder web into fragments. Crackling arcs of lightning intertwined with flying debris in the air as her body, like a kite with its string cut, slammed heavily into the arena's barrier, sending ripples of energy surging outward. Blood gushed from her mouth as she slid powerlessly to the ground. Thin, almost imperceptible wisps of black smoke stealthily seeped into her wounds. Miss! A furious shout echoed from the preparation area. Ji Lingling's attendant, with bloodshot eyes, was about to rush onto the stage but was stopped by several staff members. The match is not over. No one is allowed to interfere. The clenched fists beneath his sleeves emitted a faint crackling sound as his knuckles ground together. He could only watch helplessly as the once proud and radiant young lady was reduced to such a miserable state. He couldn't comprehend how a simple task of crippling an 80-year-old child had escalated to this. Forgot to mention I'm not very patient. Chen Mu emerged slowly from the swirling dark mist, hands casually tucked into his pockets, his presence as imposing as a demon descending to earth. Now, you've got 3 seconds to answer my question. Despite his youthful voice, it carried an undeniable air of authority. Ji Lingling stared at the approaching, blurred figure, each step he took pressing heavily on her chest. Blood veiled her vision, and the shock in her heart was beyond containment. My thundercloud protection was almost perfected. How could it be so utterly useless? This is impossible. She fixed her gaze on the smoldering chaos before her. You must be some reincarnated demon elder, aren't you? 3. The threat of death loomed over her like an unshakable shadow. Ji Lingling tried to maintain her composure. This is an arena, you can't kill me. Yet the fear brimming in her eyes betrayed the panic she couldn't suppress. Oh, then feel free to gamble. Will your protective charm activate first, or will your life end first? Chen Mu's lips curled into a mocking smirk as he slowly raised his right hand, his fingers pinching together lightly. 2. The ghostly energy entrenched in Ji Lingling's body instantly coalesced around her heart, like an invisible hand gripping her life force. Though she couldn't sense the presence of the ghostly energy, the palpable threat of death was devouring her inch by inch. 1. The calm countdown sounded like the tolling of a death knell. He'll tell you. It's Qian Kai. He's the one who ordered me to cripple you. Ji Lingling broke down completely. If it weren't for your sudden appearance, Commander Yuan was planning to hand the Tianju seal over to him. He holds a grudge against you. This was all his scheme. Qian Kai. Chen Mu frowned in confusion. And who's that dog? Noticing the doubt in the other person's eyes, Ji Lingling hurriedly began to explain. Her voice carried a hint of flattery as she introduced, word by word. He is the direct disciple of Elder Mo from the Lion Gate sect. At 21 years old, his cultivation has already reached the peak of the 4th stage, and he possesses in-level martial talent, the Roaring Spear Soul. It was as if she was reciting a household registry, pouring out every piece of information she knew, afraid of missing even the smallest detail. Chen Mu nodded slightly, silently committing the information about this sect to memory. My lord. Ji Lingling cautiously observed the young man's expression before her, forcing a strained smile. Her voice carried a hint of pleading as she said, You see, I was deceived by that scoundrel. I realize my mistake now. You've already hit me. Could you let me go? By the end, her voice had dropped to almost a whisper. This was her usual tactic whenever she admitted her mistakes obediently, whether to her father or other martial artists. They would always soften and forgive her. Let you go. Chen Mu almost chuckled. He bent down, roughly grabbing a handful of the girl's hair, his cold gaze scrutinizing her now dimmed face. His voice, however, was as soft as a warm winter breeze. Your pitiful, groveling act is truly repulsive. Tell me, how exactly were you planning to destroy me? The words hit Ji Lingling like a bucket of ice-cold water. She closed her eyes in despair, realizing that there was no escaping her fate today. Resigned, she gave her honest answer. By shattering your dantian. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Both the spectators and the competitors in the preparation area seemed to forget that this was supposed to be a solemn competition. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. How dare you? My master and Elder Mo are close friends. Elder Mo is a 6th-stage cultivator. If you harm my lady, aren't you afraid of facing retribution later? Ji Lingling's servant stood outside the arena, glaring at Chen Mu with an air of defiance, clearly trying to intimidate the arrogant young man into hesitating. However, Chen Mu merely turned slightly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the servant. A mocking smirk curved his lips, wordlessly conveying a clear message. Do you think I care? Snap. A crisp snap of fingers echoed through the otherwise silent arena, reverberating for what felt like an eternity. Bang. A muffled sound erupted from Ji Lingling's body, followed by an intense pain radiating from her dantian. As the foundation of a martial artist, her dantian was being torn apart by a strange and sinister energy, the fragments scattering like shredded paper. The excruciating pain swept through her entire body, leaving her barely able to stand. Go home and cry to your father. Chen Mu left these words with an impassive expression before turning and walking off the arena. He could have taken her life, but the rules of the competition allowed only severe injury, not killing. While death was not uncommon in martial arts tournaments, there was a stark difference between intentional harm and accidental fatalities. The Martial Arts Association? It's not even worth my attention, he murmured softly. They'll give it the bare minimum of respect. Ji Lingling stared blankly at his retreating figure, her eyes wide with shock, as if her entire world had just collapsed in that moment. Ah! She let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her martial arts journey had come to an end. From this day forward, she would be nothing but a complete cripple, easily trampled by those very family outcasts she once looked down upon. The humiliation was far worse than death. Overwhelmed by sheer terror and despair, the once proud girl was utterly devoured by her emotions. It would have been better if he had just killed me, she whispered faintly before everything went black, and she collapsed unconscious. Beep. Chen Mu wins. The massive arena fell into a dead silence, until the sound signaling the end of the match jolted everyone back to reality. In an instant, the stands erupted in a cacophony of noise. Every year, injuries and casualties occurred in martial arts tournaments. Martial artists were never meant to be coddled. If one's skills fell short, there was no one else to blame. But no one had expected such a brutal spectacle on the very first day. A low-ranked, bottom-tier martial artist had completely destroyed the martial arts of a top contender for the championship. Ji Lingling's supporters furiously threw their glowing signs to the ground, some even stomping on them in anger. They had once admired her arrogance and fiery spirit, her fearless defiance of everything. But this time, she had clearly crossed the line. The audience buzzed with heated discussions. Not only had Ji Lingling been utterly disgraced, but even the reputation of the so-called Little Spear Goddess seemed destined to plummet. As for Chen Mu, the crowd was left with nothing but questions. That eerie smoke, that ominous orate, all looked far from orthodox. Was it possible that even a dark sect saint could now participate in martial arts tournaments? In the preparation area, a suffocating silence hung in the air. The faces of the other contestants were ashen, and they exchanged nervous glances, each seeing the fear reflected in the other's eyes. Any one of them might have to face this little demon next, and none dared to claim they could last even a single move against him. Those who had previously regretted not provoking Chen Mu first now felt their legs trembling and were secretly relieved at their restraint. The feeling of narrowly escaping death left him as if his soul had drifted halfway out of his body. That was ruthless, the martial artist muttered to himself, a trace of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Unconsciously clenching his fists, he thought to himself that if it had been him, at most, he would have beaten the other party to vent his anger. But to completely disregard the massive power behind the opponent, as Chen Mu had done, that kind of audacity was far beyond him. The lesson of navigating relationships in a society built on connections was something he learned the hard way in his younger, more hot-headed days. Offending one meant offending them all. As the crowd remained on edge, a sudden wave of intense heat permeated the air. Everyone instinctively turned to look, only to see Bai Fengqing's eyes burning with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the arena. The phoenix power within him was already stirring restlessly. So strong. Bai Fengqing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Although he had already witnessed Chen Mu's extraordinary abilities through videos, and the strength Chen Mu displayed earlier was barely the tip of the iceberg, the overwhelming pressure he felt in person was incomparable to anything seen on a screen. I want to be his friend, Bai Fengqing blurted out. However, in the eyes of the other martial artists, Bai Fengqing's current demeanor was no different from saying, I want to fight him. Such confidence truly worthy of you. The crowd murmured in admiration. While Chen Mu's strength was undeniably astonishing, it was still within the bounds of their understanding. If anyone present was most qualified to challenge Chen Mu, it was undoubtedly Bai Fengqing, blessed with the innate power of the phoenix. Go for it. We're rooting for you. A burly man gave Bai Fengqing a hearty slap on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with encouragement. Huh. Snapped out of his thoughts, Bai Fengqing realized the gazes around him were so intense, they could almost form a galaxy. Everyone's eyes seemed to convey the same message: weary, counting on you. Bai Fengqing's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Are you all insane? Meanwhile, amidst the mix of fear and admiration directed his way, Chen Mu remained calm as he returned to the preparation area and closed his eyes to rest. Having fought 2 consecutive battles, it was unlikely his turn would come again anytime soon. He intended to use the time to reflect on the man named Qian Kai and the Lion Gate's sixth-tier elder Mo. Just then, a staff member in uniform approached briskly, bowing respectfully before speaking in a low voice. Contestant Chen Mu, Elder Yuan has invited you for tea. May I ask if you are available? In the backstage lounge of the martial arts arena, a thin wisp of blue smoke rose gracefully from an ornate incense burner, mingling with the fragrance of tea to create an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. An elderly man dressed in a white robe sat upright on a mahogany chair, holding a document in his hands, his gaze fixed and unwavering. The untouched cup of tea on the table, now cold, silently spoke of how long he had been lost in thought. The document detailed information about Chen Mu. After what seemed like an eternity, Yuan Sheng finally snapped out of his daze, slowly placing the file down as he took a deep breath to steady his inner turmoil. The reliable intelligence provided by the military stated that just 3 days ago, Chen Mu was merely a second-tier martial artist. This completely overturned Yuan Sheng's earlier assumption she had thought the boy had purposely concealed his true strength during registration, intending to make a stunning debut in the competition. Advancing from second tier to fourth tier in just 2 days? How is that even possible? Yuan Sheng couldn't help but roar inwardly. His years of martial arts experience told him that there were no shortcuts in cultivation. This was an unshakable truth. Even a prodigy with extraordinary talent couldn't possibly break through 2 major levels in just 2 days. Could it have been due to some kind of forbidden drug? Or perhaps a secret technique that triggered a temporary surge in power? What concerned him even more was another piece of information. Rumors claimed that Chen Mu had successfully repaired a severely damaged level martial technique. This seemingly simple piece of news made the usually composed elder's breathing quicken. As the elder in charge of martial technique research, Yuan Cheng might not excel in combat compared to others, but his expertise in martial techniques was unparalleled. Repairing high-level techniques, especially those ranked level or higher, required not only profound understanding, but also remarkable perception and talent. Even for someone as experienced as Yuan Cheng, such a feat was far from easy. A rare talent in both martial and scholarly pursuits. What a treasure we've found. Yuan Cheng couldn't help but marvel. But then his brows furrowed slightly. Yet why does this genius seem to carry a hint of demonic energy? As he pondered, a brief knock came at the door. Guided by a staff member, Chen Mu entered the lounge. Once he was seated, the staff member respectfully exited the room. Yuan Cheng observed the young boy before him, while personally pouring him a cup of tea. This is Yunwu tea from Donglin Temple, freshly picked this year. I only have about 2 taels left. Care to try some? Chen Mu accepted the teacup, his gaze calm as he looked at the elder across from him. I don't know much about tea. Yuan Cheng paused for a moment, then slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Haha, my mistake. I'll have someone fetch you a soda instead. The astonishing information he had just reviewed had momentarily made him forget that the boy before him was only 8 years old. That won't be necessary. Chen Mu raised his hand to stop him and said directly, Elder Yuan, if you have something to say, just say it. He could tell the elder had questions, but he didn't mind. Chen Mu had always acted according to his own will, with nothing to hide. Besides, for someone like Elder Yuan, who treated him with such respect, Chen Mu was never stingy with his politeness. Half an hour later, the lounge was enveloped in silence, with only thin wisps of smoke lazily drifting through the air. Old Yuan sat motionless on a mahogany chair, his eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. As he looked at the 80-year-old boy in front of him, he had to admit that Chen Mu was the most extraordinary child he had ever met. This boy had answered all his questions with a patience and directness that left old Yuan even more perplexed. First of all, Chen Mu had indeed broken through from the 2nd stage to the 4th stage in just 2 days, without any external assistance. Such a cultivation speed was simply unheard of. When Yuan Sheng cautiously probed about the characteristics of techniques involving demonic mist or ghostly energy, Chen Mu responded indifferently. It's exactly as you think. That single sentence left Yuan Sheng stunned, momentarily forgetting how to react. Demonic techniques? The boy had admitted it so directly? Though Yuan Sheng wasn't a rigid traditionalist and didn't care much about the nature of techniques, Chen Mu's deeds quelling the beast riot and eliminating followers of the Light Order had already proven his character. But what shocked Yuan Sheng the most was when he eagerly invited Chen Mu to join the Martial Arts Association, only to be decisively and straightforwardly rejected. It was the first time in the association's history that someone had turned them down. Chen Mu's reason was simple: immersed to freedom. In other words, he didn't want to be bound by any restrictions. Looking at the faintly amused expression in Chen Mu's eyes, Yuan Sheng knew his own expression at that moment must have been quite a sight. This half-hour conversation had completely shaken his confidence and pride as an elder. With no other options, Yuan Sheng called for his assistant to begin creating a file for Chen Mu. A scholarly young martial artist with glasses sat at the computer, meticulously recording. Name: Chen Mu. Age: 8. Stage: mid-4th stage. Cultivation talent: exceptional and unprecedented. Technique: combat talent: exceptional. Technique characteristics. Emits an intensely rich purple aura during execution, accompanied by piercing wails capable of intimidating demons, identified as purely righteous techniques. When the assistant hesitated and asked if such a record was appropriate, Yuan Sheng calmly sipped his tea and responded in a low, authoritative voice, "Write it exactly like that." The sounds of commotion from the martial arena drifted in through the window. Walking over, Yuan Sheng gazed at the now orderly stage. Suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, his demeanor shifted entirely, as if he had come to a firm resolution. "Prodigies, they exist to defy conventions," he murmured with a faint smile. "Don't want to join the Martial Arts Association? Just you wait. I'm going to consult Commander Yuan. If he can bring you in, so can I." After stepping out of the lounge, Chen Mu returned to the preparation area and continued resting with his eyes closed. Being chosen by Elder Yuan was indeed within his expectations, but joining the Martial Arts Association, despite its many benefits, would inevitably restrict his freedom. This was especially true for team-based missions, which were particularly bothersome for someone like him with his unique slaughter plugin. Solitary action remained his best choice. The competition proceeded in an orderly manner. Since the match against Ji Lingling, a peculiar trend had emerged among Chen Mu's opponents. They would immediately concede upon stepping onto the stage, not even bothering to make a move. This left Chen Mu both amused and exasperated. While his record showed an unbroken winning streak, it seemed he was losing in the who surrenders faster contest against his opponents. What troubled him even more was that this situation caused him and Bai Fengqing, who also maintained a flawless record, to alternate at the top of the leaderboard. To obtain the Renhuang banner, Chen Mu had actually planned to forfeit in his match against Bai Fengqing. However, every time he tried to discuss this with Baiera, the latter would interrupt him before he could finish, confidently patting his chest and declaring, "Don't worry, buddy. With me here, your first place is guaranteed." This left Chen Mu privately calculating his options. Perhaps he'd knock him out first, then surrender. During this period, people gradually realized that Chen Mu wasn't as terrifying as the rumors suggested. While his demeanor was indeed aloof, he was actually easy to get along with as long as one didn't provoke him. Of course, Ji Lingling served as a living example of what not to do. Speaking of her, she had left Linhai City that very afternoon and was sent back to her family to recover. With her Dantian destroyed, she was naturally unable to continue competing. Meanwhile, at the Ji family mansion in Yulong province, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Dozens of family members stood solemnly inside and outside the estate. The sky was shrouded in thick, oppressive clouds, and even the occasional rays of sunlight appeared bleak and lifeless. In the master bedroom, Ji Lingling lay quietly on the bed, her face pale, while the Ji family patriarch, Ji Tianxiong, anxiously awaited the doctor's diagnosis. Miss Ji's Dantian has been completely shattered. Even if Nuwa herself came, it couldn't be restored. "My apologies," the elderly doctor said with a sigh before quickly leaving the room. With a sharp crack, Ji Tianxiong crushed the purple clay teapot in his hand, his hawk-like eyes glinting with cold fury. Beside the bed, Ji Lingling's mother, a disheveled and grief-stricken woman, cursed bitterly. "Quacks. All of them, useless quacks." This was already the umpteenth doctor to deliver the same verdict. Clutching her daughter's hand tightly, she was filled with both anguish and rage. Lingling was a prodigy from a young age, the hope of our Ji family. Now her entire life has been ruined by someone. I can't swallow this. At that moment, Ji Lingling's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing her parents, Ji Lingling could no longer contain the grievances in her heart, and tears streamed down her face. She struggled to support her frail body, her pale face etched with unwillingness. "Mother, I don't want to be useless." These words seemed to sap the last bit of strength from her, making her appear even more haggard. Ji Tianxiong looked at his daughter in such a state, and the anger that had been burning in his eyes instantly subsided into calmness. "Chen Mu." He murmured the name softly, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his lips, though a chilling, killing intent flickered in his eyes. An 80-year-old boy dares to act so arrogantly. Ji Lingling gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she propped herself up slightly. Although just hearing Chen Mu's name made her seethe with hatred, wanting nothing more than to tear that wretched brat apart with her own hands, she hesitated and reminded her father. "Father, Chen Mu has the Tianju seal in his possession. He's practically a deputy commander now. Assassinating a military commander is a grave crime. It could implicate the entire Ji family." Ji Tianxiong, however, waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm and reassuring. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He had already devised a plan. Killing and looting were never done openly. With the upcoming martial tournament in Linhai City, where elite martial artists from the southern provinces would gather, the chaos would provide the perfect opportunity to act. A mere fourth-tier boy, without any heavy guards around him taking his life, would be as simple as crushing an ant. With this in mind, Ji Tianxiong immediately gave an order. "Zhou Su, summon 2 fourth-tier family members here." The elegant woman standing to the side, "Zhou Su, furrowed her brows slightly and hesitated. Will two be enough? Lingling mentioned that boys' techniques are rather strange. Should we consider borrowing some reinforcements from Elder Mo at the Lion's Gate? Xiao Kai is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 5th tier, and Elder Mo is guarding him these days. He won't see anyone, Ji Tianxiong replied, shaking his head with confidence. Besides, there's no time for that. Don't worry, you'll personally take action this time to ensure nothing goes wrong. Hearing this, Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. With her husband's 5th tier cultivation, combined with 2 4th tier family members, that Chen Mu would have no chance of escape. Soon, the final day of the competition arrived. On the high platform, the organizers displayed the prizes for the top 10 contestants. Among them, the most eye-catching was the golden, gleaming employment contract with the Martial Arts Association. Following, it was a mysterious purple banner labeled, Unnamed Secret Treasure, Purpose Unknown. Chen Mu withdrew his greedy gaze and refocused his attention on the arena. As the competition drew to a close, the battles became increasingly intense. Most of the less capable contestants had already opted to lock in their points and step back, leaving only a dozen or so determined fighters still vying for a spot in the top 10. At the top of the leaderboard, 2 dazzling names caught the eyes of every spectator. First place, by Fengqing. Second place, Chen Mu. With only a 1-point difference separating them, the showdown between Chen Mu, the dark horse, and By Fengqing had become the most anticipated highlight of the entire event. However, Chen Mu found himself in a tight spot. To him, this competition had turned into a game of who surrenders first, and the antics of the other contestants left him both amused and exasperated. One fighter, even at the peak of the 3rd tier, had accidentally injured themselves while stepping onto the stage. Where's their martial dignity? Can't they fight like Ji Lingling, who openly challenges stronger opponents with honor? Chen Mu grumbled inwardly. Locking in his points seemed like a simple solution, but Chen Mu didn't dare take that risk. He knew By Fengqing too well. Like many scions of noble families, By Fengqing was adept at navigating human nature and social nuances. Even if Chen Mu explicitly declined to compete, By Fengqing would likely interpret it as a ploy, much like a child who says they don't want New Year's money while already planning how to spend it. As Chen Mu was lost in thought, the audience suddenly erupted into deafening cheers. Next match, Chen Mu versus By Fengqing. Meanwhile, in the dense forest on the outskirts of Linhai City, an eerie silence hung in the air. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound emerged from the ground. A hairline fissure silently spread, like the earth opening a deep, unblinking eye. The crack rapidly expanded into a web-like pattern, accompanied by subtle tremors. From deep within, a chilling, beastly roar echoed, unmistakable even through the thick layers of soil. A man clad in a black robe stood at the edge of the fissure, his voice clear and youthful. You stay here and guard this place. They'll go hold off Yuan Cheng. Beneath the oversized hood, a thin mist obscured his face. Yes, Your Highness, Holy Son. Another black-robed figure replied respectfully. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Your Highness, does Chen Mu require special attention? The black-robed young man was silent for a moment before shaking his head. He's not qualified yet to be my vessel. Let's see how he performs. As the Holy Son of the Illuminati, he had achieved the realm of a Grandmaster by the age of 30, thanks to unparalleled resources and secret techniques of feat that seemed almost mythical to ordinary people. The price he had to pay was that on the day the demon god descended, his body would become the vessel to contain the demon god, and his consciousness would be devoured entirely. The Holy Son stared out of the window at the sky, a trace of bitterness crossing his face. As the Holy Son of the Order of Light, he fully understood the importance of faith, and the arrival of the Demon King was inevitable. Yet, the instinct to survive made it impossible for him to accept this fate calmly. When the demon god descended, he would not only have to surrender his body, but also have his soul completely obliterated. His gaze shifted to the martial arts hall in the distance, where a cacophony of noise echoed. After some searching, he finally identified a potential vessel, Chen Mu. The young man was remarkably gifted, though the cultivation technique he practiced seemed even more sinister than the secret arts of the Order of Light. This made the Holy Son uneasy. What if this eerie technique left hidden flaws in the body? At this thought, the black-robed young man shook his head with a faint smile. In his quest for a suitable vessel, he had become so restless. No matter, the boy was still young, there would be plenty of time to decide once he matured. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner outside the martial arts hall, Ji Tianxiong tightened his hood as he listened to the cheers coming from inside. He turned to the 2 martial artists beside him and lowered his voice. We'll make our move during the chaos after the match ends. Grab that boy. As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting motion, his eyes under the hood glinting with a chilling intent to kill. Ji Tianxiong watched with satisfaction as his 2 subordinates nodded in agreement. Then, he donned a black mask, and a dark mist instantly enveloped his face. He glared at the martial arts hall with clenched teeth, muttering venomously, You dared to harm my daughter today. I'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. The head of the Ji family had traveled day and night to ensure he arrived in time for this event. Inside the martial arts hall, the crowd roared with excitement, their fervor nearly shaking the roof. Chen Mu walked toward the arena alongside Bai Fengqing. Just before stepping onto the stage, Bai Fengqing shot him a reassuring look. Chen Mu didn't respond and knew she didn't truly understand. At that moment, a deafening sound tore through the sky. A powerful pressure instantly engulfed the entire venue, causing the crowd's legs to go weak. Those with lower strength collapsed to the ground, trembling. On the high platform, Elder Yuan's head snapped up. A black-robed figure hovered above the martial arts hall, their face obscured by a veil of dark mist, exuding an aura as cold and unfathomable as an abyss. The Holy Son of the Order of Light? What is your purpose here? Yuan Cheng's expression darkened. Though both were 7th-tier masters, Yuan Cheng specialized in the study of techniques, and combat was not his strong suit. I came to observe the tides, the black-robed man replied indifferently, his gaze briefly flickering toward Chen Mu. As their eyes met, Chen Mu's expression grew grave. This was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Still, he remained calm. It was clear the intruder's purpose was to hold Yuan Cheng in check. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren shattered the sky. Almost simultaneously, a towering green light erupted from the southern part of the city, cascading like an inverted waterfall. In the heavens, demonic energy churned like thunderclouds. A new abyss had emerged. The beast tide was upon them. The piercing wail of air raid sirens echoed above the arena, plunging the audience into chaos. Spectators from all over panicked, never imagining that a routine competition would turn into a disaster with monstrous beasts attacking the city. Among the crowd, Bai Wan's trembling fingers barely managed to press the distress signal. This was far beyond what she could handle, especially with the sudden appearance of the Holy Son of the Light Order. Yuan Cheng fixed his gaze on the towering green pillar of light, sensing the violent ripples of energy all around him. The oppressive aura of a Grandmaster-level presence that had blanketed the area suddenly dissipated. Howling winds surged as clouds churned in the sky. In that instant, the truth became clear: this so-called Holy Son was merely a distraction to stall him, giving the beasts free rein to slaughter. Though the Jinyuan army and the enforcement division had surely received the alert, it would still take time for higher-level reinforcements to arrive. As Yuan Cheng racked his brain for a solution, a calm, almost eerily tranquil voice sounded behind him. Elder Yuan, it seems the competition can't continue. I suppose settling for second place is fine, right? Turning around, he saw Chen Mu already standing next to the prize platform, politely pointing at the second-place reward. At a time like this, you're still thinking about prizes? Yuan Cheng nearly exploded in anger. Since you put it that way, I feel relieved, Chen Mu replied casually. Without hesitation, he shattered the glass case and retrieved a small banner. This was an enigmatic treasure that the Martial Arts Association's elite researchers had spent half a year trying to decipher without success. What happened next was even more shocking. Chen Mu gave the banner a light shake, and a chilling wind erupted. A tide of pitch-black spectral energy engulfed the entire arena in an instant. The small purple banner unfurled in the gale, growing to a height of 2 meters. Its fabric churned like the underworld's rivers, with a single point of violet light flickering ominously in the darkness. Characters danced in Chen Mu's eyes. Artifact, myriad-souled banner, soulbound. He muttered inwardly. This isn't some myriad-souled banner, it's clearly the sovereign banner. Stowing the banner into his brow, Chen Mu turned to face the direction of the beast horde, his gaze unwavering. All the relentless cultivation since his rebirth had been for this very moment. Elder Yuan stood frozen, unable to recall how many times his composure had shattered today. Could this be the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse, with the artifact as his past life's soulbound treasure? If so, that would explain his astonishing cultivation speed. This wasn't training, but merely reclaiming his former strength. Just as Yuan Cheng thought he had seen the full extent of Chen Mu's abilities, a soul-shaking dragon roar suddenly reverberated through the air. From within the swirling black mist, a massive nether dragon, its body entirely jet black, soared into the sky. Its crimson eyes brimmed with majesty and dominance, yet they also gleamed with an unmistakable excitement. Chen Mu stood proudly atop the dragon's head. Though his figure appeared slight, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. His indifferent gaze swept over the black-robed youth below as he spoke with a casual tone. Elder Yuan, take him down. If you do, I'll consider joining the Martial Arts Association. Before his words fully settled, he commanded the pitch-black nether dragon beneath him to rise. In an instant, it soared into the skies, speeding toward the venue's exit. At the same time, his voice, brimming with commanding power, echoed across the heavens. All competitors, evacuate the civilians to the shelters. Jinyuan army, hear my command. Follow me to resist the beast tide. Yes, sir, came the resounding response from over 100 Jinyuan soldiers within the crowd. Their unified, thunderous reply reverberated through the venue as they swiftly assembled at the exits. Their precise and efficient movements showcased the discipline of an elite force. The sudden and dramatic turn of events left the audience in stunned silence. Someone murmured under their breath, "Damn, this is the kind of story you can brag about for a lifetime." In the preparation area, the competitors were deeply inspired by the overwhelming momentum. Their blood boiled with determination as they echoed Chen Mu's orders, taking it upon themselves to organize a systematic evacuation of the spectators. In mere moments, the once chaotic venue fell into orderly calm. High above, the black-robed youth narrowed his eyes as he watched Chen Mu's figure disappear into the distance. His brow furrowed slightly. As expected, he's quite the anomaly. Yet, he made no move to pursue. He knew well that while Chen Mu possessed strength, a mere fourth-tier warrior would ultimately falter against the beast tide. His mission was clear, to hold off the only grandmaster in Linhai City. On the ground, Yuan Sheng's gaze burned with intensity as Chen Mu's earlier words echoed in his mind. Initially, he had planned to wrap things up quickly and head out to aid in resisting the beast tide. But now his priorities had shifted. If defeating this saint's son could persuade that unparalleled prodigy to join the Martial Arts Association, it was an opportunity too rare to pass up. In less than 5 years, Longwo will surely rise to the top of the world. Yuan Sheng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He understood that the saint's son wouldn't let him leave so easily. Since that was the case, why not go all out? Even if he couldn't win, he was prepared to trade his life for the chance. He refused to believe the saint's son would truly fight him to the death. Having resolved himself, Yuan Cheng threw his head back and laughed heartily. This is one opportunity one won't let go of. Before the echo of his laughter faded, he launched himself like a cannonball into the sky, surging forward with an unstoppable force. The moment old Yuan lunged forward like a madman, the black-robed man high above curved his lips into a faint smile. His slender fingers moved gracefully before his chest, forming an obscure hand seal. In an instant, a fierce wind surged up from the ground, accompanied by an earth-shaking beastly roar. A colossal phantom of a skeletal stag demon materialized in midair, its overwhelming presence instantly engulfing the entire arena. A beast king-level soul. Old Yuan's figure suddenly froze midair, his feet stomping desperately in the void, as if hitting an invisible break. He stared intently at the daunting combination before Hema Grandmaster-level Saint's son, paired with a beast king soul. His face turned pale in an instant. In such a scenario, completing the mission was out of the question. Even escaping unscathed seemed nearly impossible. The black-robed man crossed his arms, looking down at the elder with a calm, yet unmistakably disdainful tone. "Elder Yuan, you're a bureaucratic martial artist. Why involve yourself in such murky waters? Why not join me for tea and watch the tides rise and fall?" Though his words seemed casual, they carried an underlying message. His goal was merely to stall the elder, not to engage in a life-or-death showdown. The conflict between the Illuminati and the Martial Arts Association was fierce, but amidst the internal and external turmoil within the Dragon Kingdom, their struggle resembled a Catan mouse gamia beleaguered old cat against a cunning old mouse. Killing an elder at this moment would inevitably trigger a mutually destructive war. A bureaucratic martial artist? Yuan Cheng was momentarily stunned, then let out a cold laugh that grew louder and more frenzied until it bordered on madness. A dignified grandmaster being so belittled, he could tolerate teasing from his peers, but for a rat lurking in the shadows to insult him? Unforgivable. Laughing in his fury, the frail elder stepped forward, his aura intensifying with each step. The surrounding temperature soared as waves of heat rippled through the air, causing his white robe to billow violently. With a sharp crack, a long whip engulfed in crimson flames appeared in Yuan Cheng's hand. As the whip lashed out, countless fiery petals bloomed in the air, cascading down like a searing rainstorm. Yuan Cheng raised his head, locking eyes with the black-robed man, his gaze unwavering. A figure emerged in his Minda's slender silhouette, standing defiantly atop a dragon's head. If an 80-year-old child dared to face a beast tied alone, what did he, an old man, have to fear? I, Yuan Cheng, fear nothing. With a thunderous roar, the white-robed elder surged upward, enveloped in a raging sea of flames. His fiery whip carved a blazing arc through the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, riding the nether dragon, had just flown a short distance from the martial arts hall when he spotted several panicked figures below none other than Ji Tianxiong and his 2 fourth-tier clansmen. Slowing his pace slightly, Chen Mu's gaze swept over Ji Tianxiong. Black robes, face obscured by black smoke, yet matched the description of the saint's son's accomplice. After briefly sensing Ji Tianxiong's aura, Chen Mu quickly made his assessment. If he went all out, he could kill him. Ji Tianxiong, however, was utterly dumbfounded. One moment, he had been leisurely waiting for the match to end. The next, the entire world seemed to have turned upside down. On one side, a random saint's son had appeared, insisting on discussing tea with a martial arts association elder, turning the arena into a grandmaster-level battlefield. On the other, a beast attack alarm had gone off. He was nearly in tears. I just came here to kill someone. How did it escalate to tearing the heavens apart? At that moment, Ji Tianxiong suddenly felt the sky above him darken, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Before he could think further, a massive shadow completely blocked out the sunlight. A mountain-like nether dragon was coiling in the air above him, its terrifying presence suffocating. Worse still, atop the dragon's towering head, his hunting target was staring down at him with a cold, piercing gaze. A torrent of dark, chilling energy poured down, making Ji Tianxiong feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His heart surged with turmoil. Is this a tier 4? When did the officials redefine the classifications? But there was no time to dwell on it. Chen Mu had already made his move. The long blade in the young man's hand trembled violently, emitting a sharp, piercing hum. His face turned pale instantly, as his vital energy and blood were drained in an instant. The 9th Tribulation Demon Blade, 8th stage. His vitality was immediately restored, consuming 1,000 points of slaughter value. With both blades crossing before his chest, Chen Mu unleashed another strike. The 9th Tribulation Demon Blade, 8th stage double strike. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. 2 crescent-shaped black arcs descended from the sky, breaking through layers of sound barriers as they slashed down toward the group below. Ji Tianxiang's expression changed drastically, his mind racing. Why attack without a word? How did he see through my disguise? But there was no time to ponder further. His silver spear had already lunged forward, its tip crackling with blue-violet lightning as it met the deadly black crescents. A deafening explosion erupted. The overwhelming dark energy shattered into pieces, and the seemingly indestructible silver spear broke apart inch by inch. Next came Ji Tianxiang's arm and shoulder. In horror, he watched as his body was torn apart. The 2 clansmen beside him had already been reduced to scattered fragments. With endless confusion and unwillingness, his consciousness faded into eternal darkness. Chen Mu sheathed his blades and silently observed the scene. A small black banner unfurled in the wind, instantly absorbing 3 wisps of souls. A bloodred system prompt. Soul power of the 10,000 souls banner 300, flashed briefly before he dismissed if this was no time to study the artifact. The nether dragon carried him away, leaving only a faint, slender trail across the sky. When they arrived at the southern edge of Linhai City, the sight before them was harrowing. Black clouds loomed over the city, dividing the world into 2 halves, light and shadow. On one side, countless demonic beasts writhed in the darkness, their guttural roars shaking the earth. On the other, the sunlit city stood, its streets filled with panicked, fleeing civilians. At the boundary between light and dark, over 5,000 troops of the Jinyuan army had already formed ranks, standing like an iron wall between life and death. At the forefront stood generals like Chun Lingfeng, their scarlet cloaks billowing in the wind, their expressions grim as their restless warhorses pawed the ground anxiously. Form up. At the command, the Jinyuan army instantly shifted formation, their blades rising like a forest, their momentum surging skyward. Chun Lingfeng was just about to issue the order to charge when a resounding dragon's roar pierced the sky. The pitch-black nether dragon descended, carrying a storm in its wake. The figure of the young man atop its head leapt down in one fluid motion. With a thunderous crash, Chen Mu landed steadily. As the dust settled, he spoke calmly, "Fall back." Those 2 simple words carried an undeniable authority. As long as Commander Yuan was absent, Chen Mu was the supreme commander of the entire army in the heat of battle. As soon as Chen Mu finished speaking, a flicker of hesitation crossed the faces of the soldiers present. Then, as though bound by an unspoken command, they all took a step back. Military orders were absolute. None dared to defy them. Only Chen Lingfeng remained in place. He froze for a moment. Then his expression twisted in shock and anger. "Xiaomu, don't be reckless. This will get people killed." Seeing his son's resolute stance, he could already guess what was on his mind. This boy intended to face the beast tied alone, like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Chen Lingfeng roared internally. Even if the boy's youthful fervor drove him to fight, it should be after the battlefield had stabilized, joining him to take down the leader of the beasts, not facing a swarm of low-level monsters alone. With so many beasts, even if they couldn't kill him outright, they could exhaust him to death. Chen Mu cast a deep look at his father, sighed softly, and issued an order to the soldiers beside him. "You, keep him restrained." Then, without another glance back, he turned to face the pitch-black horizon and began walking forward step by step. His cold, commanding voice pierced the air, carried by the wind. "The rest of you, hold this position and eliminate any that slip through. I don't want to see a single beast enter Linhai City. Anyone who disobeys will face military punishment." Every word carried the weight of mountains, leaving no room for resistance. The valley, brimming with the tension of an impending storm, fell into an eerie silence. Only Chun Lingfeng's furious shouts echoed through the darkness. "Let me go? That's my son. He's my son. If anything happens to Xiaomu, I won't forgive any of you." The cold wind howled, and a purple battle flag fluttered like the inverted river of the underworld. Listening to his father's distant roars, Chen Mu shook his head with a faint sigh. Defying orders and challenging authority, what a stubborn old man. I wonder where I got it from. He knew all too well how dangerous this battle was, but since fate had granted him a second chance, he would not allow Chen Lingfeng to come to harm. Steeling himself, Chen Mu surveyed the approaching army of beasts. Just second-tier and third-tier fodder. The higher-level ones haven't shown their faces yet. A cold smirk tugged at his lips. Looks like they're trying to wear down the Jinyuan army's strength with these expendable pawns. If that's the case, they'll make them my nourishment instead. Before his voice had faded, the dark abyss nether dragon in the skies above seemed to sense his intent. With a jubilant roar, it dove toward the beast horde at an astonishing speed, its eagerness resembling a dog rushing to its meal. In an instant, a sinister wind howled, and ghostly wails filled the air. A stream of black dragon breath swept across the battlefield, leaving only desolation in its wake. Not a single blade of grass remained where it passed, and countless beasts fell lifelessly without even a chance to cry out. The perfected strength combat technique displayed its full, devastating power in that moment. On the city's defensive line, the soldiers and commanders gazed at the apocalyptic dragon breath with awe and fiery determination in their eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Lingfeng, bound tightly, felt his eyes redden and his face grow darker with dread. Every time his son unleashed such a powerful attack, it meant he was drawing closer to death. Ma Jihong, noticing the father's anguish, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Old Chen, maybe it's time you trusted your son. He looked toward the distant battlefield and said softly, can't you see it yet? Xiaoma's grown up. Chen Lingfeng slowly regained his composure, a faint bitterness appearing at the corner of his mouth. He gazed into the distance, silently thinking to himself, in your eyes, he might be the venerable Commander Chen, but in mine, he will always be the child I must protect. On the battlefield, the figure of Silly Dog darted through the horde of beasts like a streak of silver lightning. Its claws were as sharp as blades, each swipe carving bloody trails through the enemy ranks. With each sweep of its dragon tail, swathes of beasts were sent flying, their bones cracking audibly as blood sprayed in crimson arcs across the sky. Seizing the moment, Chen Mu hurled the soul banner into the air with force. Reap the souls, drink the blood, he bellowed. The soul banner unfurled midair, transforming into a pitch-black river of the underworld. The souls of countless beasts were forcibly ripped from their bodies, all drawn into the banner. The surface of the banner was soon covered in a dense array of beastly faces, each grotesquely twisted in agony, their mouths agape in silent screams. Silly Dog, seeing this, widened its dragon eyes in shock. The joy that had been on its face was replaced with visible reluctance. At the same time, the blood rain in the sky abruptly froze, then coalesced into a massive blood-red tornado, roaring as it surged into Chen Mu's body. From a distance, it looked like a colossal, blood-colored funnel voraciously absorbing all the battlefield's blood energy. Scarlet text began to appear in the air. Soul Banner Power, 30079, 500. Buff acquired, no primary soul assigned. Blood Pool, 233, 7906297, 790. What a windfall, Chen Mu murmured, licking his parched lips. However, his gaze lingered on the second line of information. Frowning slightly, he thought to himself, I need to find a primary soul soon. Letting so much soul power go unused is such a waste. But a primary soul needs to have some weight to a thief's small fry won't cut it. His eyes unconsciously drifted to Silly Dog, who was sitting nearby with a look of grievance on its face. A thought began to form in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, a bold idea solidified in his head. However, now wasn't the time for experiments. He decided to deal with the current situation first. Feeling Chen Mu's intense gaze, Silly Dog shuddered instinctively, letting out an involuntary shiver. Just then, several powerful auras suddenly surged from the distance, rapidly closing in on their location. The nether dragon sensed the danger as well, arching its back and bristling its scales as it released a low, menacing growl toward the incoming threat. So, you couldn't hold back any longer? Chen Mu murmured, lightly running a hand over Silly Dog's dragon scales. A spark of battle fervor ignited in his blood-red eyes. Very well. In that case, let's use you to test the full power of the soul banner. The valley lay in desolation. Amidst the blood-soaked vegetation, heaps of mangled demon corpses piled high, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The ground was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it had endured a catastrophic upheaval. The icy wind howled, sweeping up dead leaves and producing an eerie, bone-chilling wail. Chen Mu pushed off the ground, his figure shooting forward like a cannonball. As he charged toward the beast horde, he rapidly recalled details about the beast tide from his previous life. 3 fifth-rank beasts, over a dozen fourth-rank beasts, and nearly 1,000 second- and third-rank low-level creatures. At that time, most of the Jinyuan army soldiers were only at the second or third rank, with only 12 fourth-rank generals like Chen Lingfeng in the entire army. During that calamity, the Jinyuan army held the line for 45 minutes before a complete collapse. What followed was a brutal massacre of the city's residents, lasting until reinforcements arrived an hour later to end the battle. Nearly half of the city's population perished, a harrowing tragedy. The current battlefield was even more dire. Chen Mu's sharp eyes scanned and analyzed the situation. The number of second and third-ranked beasts was similar to before, but the strength of the higher-ranked beasts had clearly increased. He quickly devised a plan. To deal with the fourth-ranked beasts, he could rely on the nearly 1,000 demon souls sealed within the 10,000 souls banner, using them alongside the nether dragon to disrupt and pick off the enemies one by one. As for the fifth-ranked beasts, the 9 Tribulations demon blade combined with his near-limitless vitality should suffice. In critical moments, he could also unleash the Blood Curse Eye's mental attack, though its heavy drain on his spirit required cautious use. On the defensive side, his undying demon body could ensure survival as long as he avoided fatal strikes. Glancing at his status panel, Chen Mu noted a blood pool capacity of 629,790. How much of its power could be unleashed in a blood sacrifice remained uncertain, but he was prepared to use every card in his hand for this battle. Roar! A deafening, savage roar erupted, carrying a wave of nauseating stench. Ahead, nearly 100 massive, beastly silhouettes loomed like layers of shadowy mountains pressing forward. Though fewer in number than before, their overwhelming aura surged like an unstoppable tsunami, freezing the air with an almost tangible killing intent. Chen Mu halted, his cold gaze sweeping over the horde. 23 fourth-rank elites, and nearly 100 third-rank beasts. Their numbers were double those of his previous life. The Illuminati sure doesn't hold back, he murmured, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Despite his youthful appearance, there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. In the next moment, a violet glow ignited at the center of his brow. A small banner shot out like lightning, instantly transforming into an enormous flag that stood towering between heaven and earth like a mountain. Soul descent from all directions. His icy shout shattered the stillness, and the world seemed to shift. Thunderclouds churned violently as the flag radiated dazzling purple light. Countless demon souls poured forth, coalescing into a vast legion of shadowy figures behind the young man, resembling an army from the underworld descending upon the mortal realm. This move drained nearly all of Chen Mu's vitality, leaving his face pale. Fortunately, the energy from his accumulated kill points replenished him just in time, allowing him to barely maintain his condition. He drew his twin blades, pointed towards the approaching beast horde, and uttered a single word: kill. In an instant, the roars of nearly 1,000 beast souls erupted in unison, their deafening cries reverberating across the heavens and earth. Countless shadowy figures surged forward like a relentless tide toward the beast horde, each beast soul exuding an aura of menacing ferocity. Chen Mu's figure followed closely behind, leaping into the air as his twin blades carved 2 dark streaks under the moonlight, like lightning slicing through the night sky. Against the colossal forms of the monstrous beasts, his figure seemed insignificantly small, yet he radiated an unyielding sharpness, like an unsheathed blade aiming straight at the enemy lines. Meanwhile, in a secluded room within the Linhai city shelter, Bai Fengqing stared blankly at the harsh white light above, his eyes still reflecting traces of awe. The scene that had just unfolded replayed over and over in his mind. A Grandmaster-level enemy's sudden arrival, alarms blaring across the city, and the beast horde's onslaught. Amidst the chaos and panic, a boy of similar age had remained calm and composed, riding a giant dragon and leading the Jinyuan army to the battlefield. As he thought about how he could only wait for the war to end, hiding in the safety of the shelter, a bitter feeling welled up inside him. From a young age, he had always considered himself a prodigy, rarely encountering rivals among his peers, his martial path smooth and unchallenged. Even when faced with someone as extraordinary as Chen Mu, he had never felt defeated. At most, he had been interested in befriending him. But at this moment, this young prodigy, the pride of the Bai family, felt a profound sense of confusion for the first time. On the battlefield of blood and fire, he had chosen to retreat, while Chen Mu had charged forward without hesitation. This gap between them was more unbearable than any martial contest. Suddenly, his sister Baiwan stood up and headed toward the shelter's entrance. "Sis? I'm going back to the martial hall," Baiwan said without turning her head. "The holy son of the Illuminati has appeared. As an enforcer, I must be present." Bai Fengqing hurriedly grabbed her arm. "That's a battlefield for 7th-tier grandmasters. What can you do there?" Baiwan turned around and gently patted her brother's head. "Maybe nothing. But, silly brother, this is my duty. You're still young. One day, you'll understand." With that, she resolutely walked away. As he watched his sister's departing figure, Bai Fengqing suddenly envisioned Chen Mu's silhouette once again. A realization dawned upon him, and he stood up abruptly. He scanned the room, looking at the contestants huddled in the corners. "Everyone, we are all talents in our own right. Faced with this battle, Are we really content to cower here? We've already lost on the arena stage. Are we now going to hide behind the protection of children and just watch? His voice grew louder and more impassioned. As martial artists, if we cannot fulfill our duty to protect, then what is the purpose of our training? What are we fighting for? After a brief silence, someone clenched their fists and stood up, their eyes burning with determination. You're right. If we can't defeat them as opponents, at least we shouldn't hold back as allies. Some hesitated, lowering their heads in contemplation, while others sneered with disdain. Bai Fengqing swept his gaze across the room and shouted, "Those willing to fight, follow me." With that, he strode toward the exit, a faint smile playing on his lips. I can't let SpongeBob have all the glory. Before long, more and more people followed in his footsteps. In the end, only a handful remained behind. One of them sneered, "A bunch of reckless fools. A martial artist's life is the most valuable thing." The others nodded in agreement repeatedly. In the valley, the corpses of third-tier beasts were piled high, their crimson blood soaking the ground. The remaining fourth-tier beasts roared furiously at the sky, their deafening cries echoing throughout the valley. With each swing of their razor-sharp claws, dozens of fledgling beast souls were shredded into fragments, their dark silhouettes exploding into wisps of black smoke in the air. Chen Mu and the Nether Dragon were the true forces driving the battle. A pitch-black crescent shadow streaked across the chaos, and the chest of a massive black bear, entangled by the Nether Dragon, erupted in a spray of blood before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Now, only 5 beasts remained. Chen Mu planted his long blade into the ground, gasping for breath. His body was covered in ghastly wounds, and his blood-soaked clothes clung to his frame. Yet, thanks to the regenerative power of his immortal demon physique, his injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. Even so, the relentless assault of multiple beasts left him struggling. Fortunately, every slain fourth-tier beast transformed immediately into one of his soul soldiers, and the tide of the battle was slowly turning in his favor. Suddenly, a faint whistling sound cut through the air from afar. Standing amidst the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, Chen Mu straightened his posture, his narrowed eyes filled with a sense of urgency. The remaining 5 beasts, battered and scarred, were still locked in fierce combat with the Nether Dragon and the Soul Soldiers. "This needs to end quickly," Chen Mu muttered, his eyes flashing a blood-red hue. "Slaughter. I never told you to stop, so keep it going non-stop." Gripping his blade with one hand, he channeled an intense surge of ghostly energy, which engulfed the blade in a pitch-black aura that seemed to devour all light. The tip of the blade traced a perfect circle in the air, and the ghostly energy quickly filled it, forming a miniature black hole. Chen Mu's body trembled as his life force surged wildly, depleting and replenishing in a relentless cycle, converting into ghostly energy that compressed the black hole further. His body cracked under the immense strain, only to heal instantly, pushing his physical limits to the brink. Phantom blade ghostly tide. The black hole exploded with a thunderous roar, releasing a torrent of ghostly energy that surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the remaining beasts in an instant. The black mist snaked into their bodies like venomous serpents. With a snap of Chen Mu's fingers, an ear-splitting series of detonations erupted simultaneously, causing the beasts to burst apart. The violent energy unleashed a crimson storm, splitting the ground into countless fractures. As Chen Mu steadied himself and calmed the energy raging within him, a glowing screen suddenly appeared before him. Realm, mid-stage 4th-tier warrior, latest stage 4th-tier warrior. Wow, I actually leveled up through my own efforts. Chen Mu thought to himself. It must have been when my body hit its limit, me flesh and blood went through constant destruction and rebirth, triggering a qualitative transformation. There was no time to think about such things now. Just as he was about to seize the souls and draw the blood, the earth suddenly trembled violently. 9 massive figures descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The tremendous impact instantly tore the surface apart, leaving countless jagged cracks with debris flying in all directions. These were 9-tier, 5 demonic beasts. The moment they landed, 9 overwhelming auras erupted from their massive bodies. The sheer power tore through the clouds above, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Meanwhile, above the martial hall, the heavily injured old Yuan suddenly sensed the terrifying presence. His face changed drastically in an instant. Barely deflecting an incoming strike, he retreated several meters and looked toward the southern part of the city. His pupils contracted sharply. Tier 5, 9 tier 5s. This realization sent a chill down Yuan Cheng's spine. The defensive forces of Linhai City might barely manage to hold off 1 or 2 tier 5 beasts, but 3 would be enough to devastate the entire city. And now, there were 9 of them. Although the distress signal had already been sent, reinforcements would take time to arrive. How long could the Jinyuan army hold out? How long could young Mu and the others endure? The only one who can save Linhai and Chen Mu right now is me. But I'm trapped here with no chance to break free. Yuan Sheng clenched his teeth tightly, a storm of fury surging in his chest. Reaching the fourth tier as an 80-year-old was an unprecedented talent in the history of the Dragon Nation. With proper guidance, this boy was destined to become a pillar of the nation, the backbone of the Dragon Nation's future. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as this rising star was extinguished. All the meticulously crafted plans to recruit and train him, the secret realms, elixirs, and techniques, it was all turning to dust. In midair, the black-robed young man gazed at the roiling clouds in the distance, his tone calm and detached. The tide is rising. Isn't it beautiful? That remark completely ignited Yuan Cheng's fury. The usually composed elder exploded with a rare curse. Damn it! His pale face flushed red as the power of his blood essence surged uncontrollably. He'll fight you to the death today. Before his words had even faded, the surrounding air suddenly grew scorching hot. His hair and beard instantly ignited into roaring flames. The fire spread rapidly, turning the entire sky into a blazing red inferno. Standing at the center of the sea of fire, Yuan Cheng's crimson flame whip expanded wildly in the fierce wind, resembling a ferocious fire dragon. His eyes burned with a murderous intent that shook the heavens. Above the border of Yulong province, high in the sky, three figures streaked across the heavens like dazzling meteors, leaving a trail of light and a sharp whistling sound in their wake. The fierce wind lashed against Yuan Shoshin's face as his brows furrowed, his expression heavy with concern. The distress signal from Linhai City not long ago had unsettled him. Deep Line organization, known as the Order of Light, had incited a Class C beast tide there, with reports indicating the emergence of fifth-tier beasts. Although he had promptly mobilized reinforcements from the nearest military base, dispatching 3 fifth-tier generals to handle the threat, an inexplicable unease gnawed at him. In the end, he set aside his work and decided to personally lead 2 of his adjutants to provide support. With his own 6th-tier cultivation level, combined with the assistance of 2 fifth-tier officers, they should have been more than capable of suppressing any Class C beast tide. However, at that moment, his communication wristband vibrated abruptly. After reading the battle report from Linhai's military district, his face turned a shinning 5th-tier beasts had already appeared, and Commander Chen had rushed to the front lines alone. Old Zhang, how much longer until the nearest reinforcements arrive? Yuan Shoshin asked urgently. At the fastest, 1 hour, replied the adjutant surnamed Zhang immediately. That's too late. Yuan Shoshin barked sharply. You too, contact the nearest base and deploy an additional 10,000 troops. All officers above the 4th tier, unless otherwise engaged, must head to Linhai immediately. Before he finished speaking, his figure shot forward like a streak of light, leaving the 2 adjutants far behind. Anxiety gnawed at him like a relentless tide facing a beast tide alone. That boy was far too reckless. While Chen Mu was, as he had anticipated, a young man with extraordinary responsibility and a heart for the greater good, such a reckless act only underscored his youthful impulsiveness. Meanwhile, in the valley below, an oppressive and suffocating aura filled the air. 9 massive beasts, each the size of a small mountain, had encircled Chen Mu. The bird-like beast leading the group fixed its blood-red eyes on the peculiar human youth, a spark of curiosity evident in its gaze. It seemed intrigued by Chen Mu's methods, though it radiated an even stronger sense of absolute confidence in its own power. To the beast, this human was nothing more than prey trapped on the chopping block, unable to escape. Despite the perilous situation, Chen Mu's expression remained as calm as still water. He knew that the slightest misstep would provoke a ferocious and coordinated attack from these intelligent 5th-tier beasts. Under such circumstances, even his beast soul would be of limited use. I wonder how powerful the self-detonation of the Nether Dragon would be. The thought barely crossed his mind when the Nether Dragon, not far away, displayed a look of terror. Chen Mu quickly remembered their telepathic connection and changed his mind. Never mind, never mind. It's a soul-bound companion, after all. Blowing it up and resummoning it might not bring back the same one. Seeing the faint relief in the Nether Dragon's expression, Chen Mu shifted his gaze to the blood-stained ground beneath his feet. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his final gambit, a blood sacrifice. Yet, he wondered how much power these bloodstains could summon for the ritual. Last time, with 1 million blood pool points, Chen Mu activated 20 of his demon god bloodline, instantly obliterating a suppressed 5th-tier demon king with a flick of his fingers. Now, he scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on the scattered blood pool resources on the ground. Quickly calculating in his mind, 630,000 blood pool points, plus these here, should be enough to activate 15 of the bloodline's power. That's enough, he said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. I've never been one for narrow victories. If I'm going to fight, I'll make it a complete domination. Before his words had fully settled, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from not far away. Over 30 youthful figures charged forward like arrows leaving the bowstring. Leading them, By Fengqing leapt high into the air, his long sword wreathed in blazing flames, cutting a brilliant arc through the sky. Brother Mu, we're here to back you up. By Fengqing landed steadily beside Chen Mu. flashing a radiant smile that revealed 8 teeth. Chen Mu glanced at this, white husky, and was momentarily at a loss for words. By Fengqing's lead, the rest of the martial artists followed suit, leaping into the fray and fiercely surrounding Chen Mu at the center. Chen Mu's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Even the bird demon across from them was stunned, its fiery red eyes filled with bewilderment as it scanned this group of mostly third-tier, with a few fourth-tier, martial artists. If it could speak, it might have eagerly asked, "Is this an Aleocaniate buffet? Is there more?" The answer was yes, there was. While both Chen Mu and the bird demon were momentarily dumbfounded, a raspy voice, like thunder, exploded across the skies. "Commander Chen." Through the rolling dust, an elderly woman with snow-white hair arrived, riding the wind with an imposing aura. Behind her followed nearly 100 martial artists in a grand procession. Shun Wenhua struck the ground firmly with her dragon-head staff, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of her peak fourth-tier power. Shun Wenhua of the Shin family, bringing the elite of our clan to assist. One after another, the elites of various families stepped forward. Li Kuiwu, head of the Li family, bringing our clan's finest to assist. Yang Feitian, head of the Yang family, bringing our clan's finest to assist. Mo family. One powerful voice after another resounded like the beat of war drums. With each declaration, a surge of formidable energy rose to the heavens, converging into an invisible torrent that stood in opposition to the 9 monstrous beasts. Shun Wenhua's prior pledge to follow Chen Mu was no empty promise. Seeing Chen Mu face formidable foes alone, how could she remain sheltered within the city? She rallied the Shun family and allied clans, leading their elite to join the battle. Though she was well aware of Chen Mu's strength capable of crushing a demon king with a single finger, making these mere fifth-tier beasts akin to mice, she still left part of their forces behind as a precaution. The atmosphere burned with battle fervor. The bird demon, seeing its dinner grow even more abundant, was utterly delighted. Shriek! A sharp cry pierced the skies, and all the beasts, as if receiving an order, charged toward the center of the human formation, where Chen Mu stood. Chen Mu calmly surveyed the scene, looking at the gathered elite forces of Linhai City. With a wry smile, he muttered, "Well, I suppose this counts as a form of domination too. In that case, I'll let you all feel involved." He spoke evenly, hold them off for 3 seconds. As soon as the words left his mouth, a beast's sharp claws descended toward him. But before they could land, Shun Wenhua intercepted them with her dragon-head staff. Her face paled slightly, and she shouted, "Form the defensive array." In an instant, layers of protective barriers formed around Chen Mu. Standing within, Chen Mu softly parted his lips. Blood sacrifice, descent of the god and demon. The ritual began, and the sacrificial offerings were consumed. On the invisible barrier of light, blood-red characters flickered and changed rapidly, as the blood pool's 630,000 units drained away like a rushing torrent. The earth trembled, and countless droplets of blood seeped from the dark crimson soil, coalescing midair into fine, thread-like red lines that converged toward Chen Mu. A surge of immense energy flooded his entire being in an instant. Chen Mu felt an overwhelming, cataclysmic pressure coursing through his body from head to toe. He stretched his limbs, tilting his head slightly upward, a trace of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. Such a familiar feeling. As the ritual progressed, the aura around Chen Mu surged explosively, climbing higher and higher like an erupting volcano. Jet-black patterns began to writhe across his skin, weaving intricate, ancient symbols like countless serpents slithering in unison. Sensing the growing threat, the bird demon let out a piercing screech, frantically attacking the defensive barrier. Each strike shattered several layers of the protective light shield, causing several warriors on the ground to collapse, blood spilling from their mouths. In the beast's intelligent, glowing eyes, a flicker of fear appeared. With a shrill cry, it turned to flee. At that moment, the blood-red characters lit up again. Awakening demonic bloodline. 5, 10, 15.2. Duration, 10 seconds. Countdown begins. The world fell silent in an instant. In the next moment, the mountains shook, the rivers roared, and gale-force winds howled like blades, sweeping in all directions. Chen Mu's figure shot upward into the sky, standing at the eye of the storm. Black demonic energy swirled violently around him, as if an ancient demon god had descended upon the earth, his oppressive presence and killing intent engulfing the heavens and earth. He raised his right hand casually, pointing lightly toward the void. Heaven's wrath. Boom. An intangible force, as if the sky itself were collapsing, descended upon the land, enveloping everything in its path. The compressed air let out a mournful wail. The earth cracked inch by inch, and shattered stones rose into the air, disintegrating into dust. By Fengqing, Shun Wenhua, and the other warriors clutched their ears, their faces contorted in pain. Though they were not directly struck by heaven's wrath, the spatial distortion and pressure left their eardrums ringing and their minds reeling. The horde of demons instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, their massive bodies riddled with cracks that oozed blood, their vitality draining away along with their lifeblood. As for the bird demon that had flown 100 meters away, it plummeted to the ground like a meteor, bursting into a crimson blossom upon impact. Heaven's wrath is a prison. All life is but ants before it. The warriors on the ground gazed up at the slender figure in the sky, an indescribable sense of awe and dread welling up in their hearts. In that moment, they felt like mere ants staring at the heavens, specks of dust reaching for the stars, standing face to face with divinity itself. So this is your true strength, Shen Wenhua murmured, clutching his dragon head staff tightly, his knuckles pale, his voice filled with reverence and resolve. The other family leaders finally understood the purpose behind Lady Shen's decision. As allies with shared interests, Shen Wenhua's decision to follow Chen Mu initially sparked considerable controversy within the clan. Many even secretly plotted to switch allegiances. However, after today, all those doubts and whispers would be silenced. Amid the crowd, Bai Fengqing nervously licked his parched lips and muttered hoarsely, "This isn't a market gathering, it's a monstrous demon of unimaginable power. If we upset him, he might just sacrifice the entire clan in one blood ritual. That would be a collective ascension to the afterlife." The resolve he had painstakingly rebuilt in his heart cracked again under the divine display of Chen Mu's power moments ago. As the storm gradually subsided, Chen Mu descended gracefully from the sky, his figure still radiating residual might. Observing the crowd frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock, awe, and fear, he raised his gaze slightly and curled his lips into a faint smile. "Thank you, everyone. Now, please cooperate with the Jinyuan army to clean up the remaining stragglers." Although his aura was steeped in a dense, ominous energy, his friendly demeanor allowed everyone present to breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive atmosphere eased slightly. Shen Wenhua stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and asked in a low voice, "Commander Chen, what are your plans next?" Shen Mu turned to gaze at the forest, where beasts continued to emerge, and replied calmly, "It's not over yet. While the greatest threat is gone, these endlessly emerging beasts are still a problem. We need to find a way to seal the abyss." Before his words had fully settled, he raised his hand with a swift motion. The 10,000 souls banner stirred up a chilling wind, absorbing 9 fifth-tier beast souls as black smoke. In the next moment, his figure blurred and darted toward the depths of the forest. Weaving through the valleys, Chen Mu tracked the beasts while pulling up his interface to assess the spoils of battle. Slaughter points, 213,801,427,300. Blood pool, 30,600. Wow, 1.42 million slaughter points. Chen Mu marveled to himself. This isn't so much a beast tide as it is an extravagant buffet. By rough calculation, he had slain over 2,000 beasts during this event. These slaughter points would be more than enough for his short-term needs. Though the blood pool had been depleted by the blood sacrifice, it was partially replenished after killing 9 fifth-tier beasts. Chen Mu was always meticulous about not wasting even a single drop of such precious ritual resources. There was also an unexpected bonus. With a flip of his palm, a blood-red, crystalline core appeared in his hand. This beast core had been found in the corpse of a bird-like beast and was an exceedingly rare drop, only obtainable by defeating 5th-tier or higher beasts. It could significantly enhance a warrior's chances of awakening their latent abilities. For Chen Mu, who had already awakened, the core held little personal value. However, it was perfect for helping Chun Lingfeng, who had been stuck at the peak of the 4th tier for years. "Lucky old man," Chen Mu muttered with an unusually soft smile as he carefully stored the core and continued racing deeper into the forest. After sealing the abyss entrance, he still needed to return to the martial arts hall to check on the situation. The elder from the Martial Arts Association had yet to appear, and Chen Mu couldn't help but feel concerned. Surely, a fellow grandmaster wouldn't be so incompetent, would he? In the southern outskirts of Linhai City, deep within the dense forest, the ground was riddled with cracks, appearing as if it could collapse at any moment. At the center of the web-like fissures lay a massive, bottomless black hole emitting an unsettling aura. Sporadically, demonic beasts crawled out of the abyss, drawn by the scent of humans, and began heading toward the city. Suddenly, a pitch-black crescent blade sliced through the air, cutting 2 beasts that had just emerged from the hole cleanly in half. Their mangled remains tumbled back into the abyss. From behind an ancient tree, Chen Mu stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the dark chasm. After carefully sensing the area for a moment, he confirmed that while the demonic energy was dense, it had stabilized. No high-level beasts were likely to appear in the near future. Without hesitation, he summoned the 10,000 souls banner. The massive banner unfurled above the abyss, and a rolling black mist engulfed the surrounding 5-mile radius. From within the mist, 9 enormous beast souls emerged, kneeling uniformly before the young man. "You are to guard this place. Not a single beast is to leave this abyss," Chen Mu commanded coldly. As you command, Master, several respectful voices echoed simultaneously in his mind. The beast souls dispersed immediately, taking up strategic positions around the chasm. The oppressive aura of their fifth-tier power descended like an invisible mountain, sealing the entire area. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction, summoned his nether dragon, and sped toward the city. He was unconcerned about the safety of the 10,000 souls banner. It was linked to his soul and could be recalled at any moment. More importantly, the souls bound to the banner were unconditionally loyal to him, leaving no room for betrayal. With these 9 fifth-tier beast souls guarding the abyss, the entrance was effectively sealed for now. The next step would be to wait for the Abyss Suppression Army to take over and establish a proper defensive base. Once that was done, this beast tide would be completely quelled. With this thought, Chen Mu exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. Over the past 20 days since his rebirth, he had trained relentlessly, and now he had finally resolved this looming threat. All that remained was the hidden danger of the Radiant Order. Meanwhile, at the southern defensive line, Chen Lingfeng was tied up tightly on the ground, his expression vacant and tear streaks still visible on his face. Ma Jihong sat crouched on a nearby stone, keeping an eye on the middle-aged commander, who seemed ready to defy orders at any moment. Around them, other commanders led their soldiers in eliminating the remaining beasts. Whenever a beast broke through, 3 or 4 soldiers would immediately work together to slay it. Shouts of battle and the roars of beasts echoed continuously through the valley. Ma Jihong took a sip of water and looked out toward the distant horizon. Aside from the earlier oppressive aura, the battlefield had been quiet for some time. He turned thoughtfully to Chen Lingfeng. You're letting your emotions get the better of you. Haven't you noticed there are fewer and fewer beasts around here? Chen Lingfeng's vacant eyes flickered slightly, but he remained silent. If you ask me, the biggest problem has already been taken care of by Commander Mu, Ma Jihong said with certainty. As soon as he finished speaking, both of their tactical wristbands emitted a soft Chimea message from Chen Mu. It contained only 2 brief lines of text and a set of coordinates. The coordinates of the abyss have been located. Send a team to take over, and the rest of you, continue clearing the battlefield. Don't panic if you see beast souls theory, my ghostly servants. Ma Jihong swept his gaze over the battlefield and decisively issued the command. He glanced down at the flashing data on his wristband, then smugly waved it in front of Chen Lingfeng. See? What did I tell you? Chen Lingfeng's previously dim eyes suddenly lit up, like a rekindled lantern. At that moment, a deep dragon's roar echoed across the sky, shaking the heavens. The two of them instinctively looked up to see the enormous silhouette of a black dragon slicing through the clouds, speeding toward the city center. It's Shinmu. The once imposing general's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but all that came out was a long sigh, and the weariness in his eyes vanished instantly. You rascal, finally done causing trouble and coming home, Chen Lingfeng muttered inwardly. Then, twisting his tightly bound body, he croaked hoarsely to Ma Jihong. Old Ma, can you untie me now? Ma Jihong stroked his chin and pretended to deliberate. I don't think so. Mu's orders didn't seem to mention anything about you. Chen Lingfeng stared in disbelief. Patting him on the shoulder, Ma Jihong stifled a laugh. General Chen, orders are orders. I hope you understand. Fine. Chen Lingfeng gritted his teeth and forced out the word. Meanwhile, the skies above the abyss entrance grew ominous. Not long after Chen Mu had left, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and Commander Yuan appeared in midair in an instant. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield before landing on a group of massive beast souls, his brow furrowing deeply. 9 fifth-tier beasts. Matches the intel. But where's Chen Mu? Yuan Shoshin's heart sank as he instinctively feared the worst. He glared at the beast souls, which were dutifully guarding the abyss, his eyes blazing with fury. Beasts, prepare to die, he roared, his fist crashing down like a meteor. Terrified, the beast souls scattered in panic, their eyes filled with grievance. Bound by their master's orders, they dared not fight back and could only dodge clumsily, trying to convey the absurd misunderstanding through awkward gestures. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Just as one bird-like beast was on the brink of annihilation, a booming voice rang out. Commander Yuan, please hold your hand. 3 lieutenant generals, accompanied by the mighty Abyss Guard army and several contestants, came rushing over. The horse-faced lieutenant general in the lead, panting heavily, quickly explained, Commander Yuan, they're Chen Mu's ghostly servants. This is all a misunderstanding. Ghostly servants? Yuan Shoshin froze, looking down at the near-death bird-like beast. Tears welled up in its eyes as it shakily pointed at a small banner in the sky, then at itself, nodding frantically. The other 8 beasts huddled together, whimpering in grievance. Only then did Yuan Shoshin notice the purple banner and the wisps of black smoke emanating from it. Indeed, it was Chen Mu's handiwork. Wait, does this mean Chen Mu's still alive? He asked urgently, staring at the lieutenant general. Alive and well. Another officer replied with admiration. When nearly 1,000 beasts attacked, Chen Mu, armed only with this banner and his dog, wiped them out completely. Yuan Shoshin swallowed hard, struggling to believe. And then, he pressed. Chen Mu single-handedly faced 9 ferocious beasts, suddenly soared into the air, and with a single finger unleashed a divine force that instantly subdued them all. In the crowd, several martial arts contestants eagerly recounted the astonishing scene, their voices trembling with excitement as they occasionally pointed toward the corner where the subdued beast souls now stood. Yuan Shoshin caught the words divine force and one finger, and sharply inhaled, his gaze instinctively shifting to the beast souls. To his astonishment, the once defiant creatures now stood tall and proud, their eyes gleaming with a sense of honor, as though serving that man as spirit servants was a supreme privilege. This. Yuan Shoshin opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Should I just retire and let this kid take my place? He quickly coughed twice, forcing himself to dismiss the idea. Suddenly, a crucial question struck him. Where's Chen Mu? If the situation is under control, why are only the spirit servants left behind? The generals exchanged uneasy glances, stammering without a clear answer, only knowing that Chen Mu had headed into the city. At that moment, a hesitant voice broke the silence. A contestant spoke up. I saw Brother Mu flying toward the city. Could it be he went to assist Elder Yuan? I wonder how his battle with the Holy Sun is going. The Holy Sun? The Holy Sun of the Light Society. Yuan Shoshin's expression changed drastically. His mind immediately conjured up the profile of the 7th-tier Grandmaster, a man who had operated in the Dragon Kingdom for years with elusive and unmatched methods. And now, a mere 4th-tier youngster dared to challenge him? Damn it! Yuan Shoshin's heart tightened, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the city center. His voice echoed in the wind. Stay here, set up camp, and prepare defenses. I'm going to drag that reckless kid back. The crowd watched the fading streak of light, and collectively exclaimed, damn it! A 4th-tier challenging a 7th-tier Grandmaster has got a death wish. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts hall, an intense battle raged. Gale winds howled, and fiery dragons roared as Yuan Cheng's figure flickered amidst the flames. His once dignified and ethereal demeanor was long gone, his beard singed, his white robe stained with blood, and his body covered in wounds. The black-robed youth, on the other hand, elegantly evaded Yuan Cheng's attacks, countering with precision to inflict yet another injury. His strikes were deliberate, designed to wound but not kill, clearly with an ulterior motive. Each time Elder Yuan attempted to break through, the black-robed man would teleport to block his path, forcing him back several miles with a single palm strike. In the shadowy corner beneath the arena, Bai Wan crouched, concealed by the darkness, clutching her camera equipment with trembling fingers. Her breath was held as she intently captured the epic battle unfolding above. Though her hands quivered slightly, the lens remained steady, locked onto the fierce clash in the sky. As a mere observer, unable to intervene in such a high-level confrontation, documenting the rare display of the Illuminati's Saint Child in action was her only contribution. Above the heavens, explosions reverberated incessantly, with flames and dark energy intertwining in a dazzling dance of destruction. The figure of a young man in a black robe darted and weaved through the fiery serpent's relentless attacks, his movements agile and precise. Yet, the furrow in his brow deepened, his gaze flickering toward the horizon. There, a catastrophic beast tide should have been surging forth, but the anticipated chaos remained eerily absent. Even the previously overwhelming aura from the abyss had vanished without a trace. Where's my tide? He muttered, his question barely escaping his lips before the sky abruptly darkened and transformed. A colossal black dragon, its body stretching for thousands of feet like a living mountain, tore through the sky. Its serpentine form slithered across the horizon with an overwhelming presence. Atop its majestic head stood a slender figure, Chen Mu. With a calm lift of his right hand, a sharp sound pierced the air as a small purple banner shot through the sky, landing steadily in his grasp. The fierce wind tousled his hair, revealing a pair of eerie, blood-red eyes glowing with demonic light. Little Mu, you're alive? Old man Yuan froze in place, his voice trembling with disbelief. Chen Mu gave a faint nod and responded with a simple, Yet, that brief reply was enough to dispel all of Yuan's battle intent. The once fierce crimson flames around him extinguished in an instant, replaced by unrestrained joy. Wonderful. The kid's back. My grand plan can finally resume, he exclaimed, beaming. You've been fighting all this time, and not only did you fail to take him down, but you also ended up in this sorry state. Chen Mu remarked, his gaze sweeping over the elder's injuries with a hint of disdain. Honestly, old man, I gave you a chance, and this is what you did with it. Yuan Xing opened his mouth to defend himself, but found no suitable excuse. He couldn't admit his opponent was too strong or that he was too weak. In the end, he sighed and muttered under his breath. I'm a scholar warrior, after all. You survived. I'm not surprised. A crisp, emotionless voice suddenly interrupted their exchange. The young man in black robes scrutinized Chen Mu with an inscrutable expression. His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible sentiment. But where is my beast tied? Chen Mu's lips curled into a faint smile. Your beast tied? That was never yours to begin with, it's mine. Before the words had fully settled, the 10,000 souls banner in his hand soared into the air, hovering ominously in the void. In an instant, a chilling demonic aura engulfed the sky, as if a portal to hell itself had been torn open. Above the martial arts arena, an ominous, dense black mist loomed over the sky like a massive dark curtain. In the blink of an eye, countless beastly spirits materialized from the black fog behind Chen Mu. The army of nearly 1,000 beast souls surged like a furious black tide, blotting out the heavens, their ferocious auras soaring to the skies. A piercing screech shattered the silence, as the bird demon still not fully recovered let out the first cry. Following closely, hundreds of massive beasts roared in unison, their deafening clamor resounding like thunder, shaking the very earth and sky. Old Man Yuan, quick on his feet, darted in front of Chen Mu, holding his breath and focusing intently as his sharp gaze locked onto the black-robed young man across from them. The killing intent in the air flowed silently. This scene, however, left the usually stoic black-robed youth momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. His mind raced. A soul contract? No, that's impossible. The contracts of the Order of Light can only bind a single beast soul. Even with the secret techniques at my disposal as the Holy Sun, I could at most bind 3. Suddenly, the black-robed youth threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his voice tinged with madness. Ha! You never fail to surprise me, little one. His eyes burned as he scrutinized Chen Mu, calculating in silence. A mysterious cultivation technique, terrifying talent. This boy must be hiding an extraordinary secret. More importantly, he's ruthless, unrestrained by convention, a true maverick. Someone like him has no place in the orthodox path. Even if things seem harmonious now, it's only a matter of time before clashes arise. Diverging paths are inevitable. This boy will ultimately belong to the Order of Light. As for the secrets surrounding Chen Mu, the black-robed youth cared little. To him, no matter how extraordinary the secret, it was nothing more than a trivial trick in the presence of the demon god. I've changed my mind, the black-robed youth said, his laughter fading, his tone deliberate. You might just be capable of taking my place as the next Holy Sun. Spit. Old Man Yuan was so enraged he spat out a mouthful of blood. This scoundrel dared to poach right in front of him, utterly shameless. Just as the elder was about to hurl a string of curses, a disdainful voice came from behind him. What kind of nonsense order, and what kind of so-called Holy Sun? Chen Mu leaned lazily against a dragon horn, casually picking his ear as a faint smirk played at his lips. A bunch of beggars gathering to crown a king, and you really think it's something remarkable? As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Old Man Yuan nearly burst out laughing, thinking to himself, the confidence of youth, one sentence, and he's already killed the mood. Chen Mu felt little fear in his heart. He knew it wouldn't be long before he possessed the strength to crush his opponent. Besides, he still had the not-so-reliable Old Man Yuan by his side, and the higher-ups of the enforcement division were already on their way. Beggar. The usually composed black-robed youth twitched at the corner of his eye. The mighty Order of Light is nothing more than a den of beggars in your eyes? And what does that make me a king of beggars? He took a deep breath, as if about to say something more, when his expression suddenly shifted. Turning his head, he stared into the empty sky in the distance. The calmness on his face was instantly replaced by a heavy seriousness, followed by a cold smirk. Kid, don't speak with such certainty. Once you uncover the truth about Dun, you'll find yourself on my side. I eagerly anticipate the choices you'll make in the future. The truth about Dun? Chen Mu frowned slightly, confusion rising in his heart. Before he could finish his thought, the figure of the man in the black robe began to blur, dissolving like smoke and mist. The skeletal stag spirit that accompanied him also dissipated into a wisp of green smoke, carried away by the wind. At that moment, a piercing sword light suddenly descended from the sky without warning, slashing straight towards the fading figure. The sharp sword energy tore through the rolling demonic mist, dispersing it entirely, and even seemed to leave a gash in the heavens themselves. Seeing the man attempting to escape, Chen Mu's eyes turned blood-red, glowing with a strange and ominous light. He concentrated his mental power into a fine thread and forcefully struck at the wavering shadow. This was his first attempt to use the perfected state of the blood curse eye against a 7th-tier master. It was the perfect opportunity to test its effect. Sure enough, the shadow's fading slowed momentarily, just as the terrifying sword light arrived with a world-shattering force, crashing down. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed within the martial arts hall. The violent shockwaves swept through the area, twisting steel beams and filling the air with the screech of tortured metal. Debris and dust scattered like a torrential storm in all directions. As the dust settled, a massive sword, emanating a faint blue glow, stood quietly embedded in the devastated martial arts hall. A trace of fresh blood still clung to its blade. Damn it, he still managed to escape. A rough voice rang out. A broad-faced man with thick eyebrows and large eyes appeared, stepping through the air. With a few quick movements, he landed in front of the group. Chen Mu immediately recognized the man Zhang Wuchen, the head of the Yulong division of the enforcement department and a 7th-tier powerhouse. As for his exact level within the tier, Chen Mu couldn't recall. Zhang Wuchen retrieved his massive sword and turned his gaze to the disheveled figure of Yuan Cheng. Old Yuan, what happened to you? Why do you look like such a mess? I fell. Yuan Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Wuchen was silent for a moment before remarking with a meaningful tone. Well, that was quite an impressive fall. Then, choosing not to expose the old man's lie, Zhang Wuchen crouched in front of Chen Mu, his face breaking into a wide smile. Kid, you're pretty amazing. If it weren't for you, my sword wouldn't have even scratched him. Tell your uncle here, what's your name? Alarm bells rang in Yuan Cheng's mind at the sight, and he quickly stepped in to shield Chen Mu. Why do you need to know his name? Go to your job. There might still be remnants of the Illuminati in the city. He was clearly worried that Zhang Wuchen might notice Chen Mu's extraordinary potential and try to take him under his wing. Such a promising talent, Yuan Cheng was determined to train him personally. Seeing the nervous, protective demeanor of old Yuan, Zhang Wuchen was momentarily taken aback. His gaze shifted back and forth between the old man and the boy, his mind racing with speculation. Could it be that this child had some extraordinary identity to provoke such a reaction just from asking his name? Then again, considering old Yuan's age, even if he had an illegitimate child, they would be in their 40s by now. Clearly, that wasn't the case. A flash of understanding crossed Zhang Wuchen's eyes. He vividly remembered the spiritual fluctuation contained in Chen Mu's final strike, a profound technique that only a 7th-rank master could wield. This little boy, merely 8 years old, was capable of launching a spiritual attack. Either he had access to some secret method for prematurely tempering his spirit, or he was born with exceptional spiritual aptitude. Either way, it was a rarity. However, such talent alone wasn't enough to impress him. As an enforcer, constantly contending with the most dangerous and ruthless martial artists, he knew that raw power wasn't everything. Wisdom and temperament were equally critical. An 80-year-old child was far from meeting those standards. Zhang Wuchen's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he thought, what kind of prodigy haven't I seen before? Old Yuan is really making a fuss over nothing. Relax, I'm not interested in taking your treasure. Zhang Wuchen tossed out the remark casually, then dragged by Wan, who had been knocked unconscious by the residual shockwaves of the battle, from the rubble and left without looking back. It wasn't until Zhang Wuchen's figure completely disappeared into the distance that Yuan Cheng let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to Chen Mu, feigning a kindly tone as he advised, Little Mu, that guy's a weirdo. Let's keep our distance from him in the future, alright? Secretly, though, he was already plotting to brand this potential threat as a strange person to ward off trouble. Chen Mu paid no attention to the old man's little schemes. Instead, he raised his head, his gaze sharp and piercing, and asked in a calm tone, Old Yuan, what's the truth about the abyss? The truth about the abyss. Yuan Cheng let out a soft sigh, his expression gradually returning to its usual solemnity after a brief flicker of emotion. He glanced around the martial arts hall and said in a low voice, You'll find out sooner or later anyway. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me. With that, he led Chen Mu out of the martial arts hall. Barely 2 minutes after they left, a deafening explosion tore through the air. Accompanied by a frenzied roar, Commander Yuan made a dramatic entrance. But what greeted him was nothing but the ruins of the martial arts hall, a scene of utter destruction. The air still carried a chilling aura, evidence of an intense battle involving a 7th-tier powerhouse. In that split second, the worst-case scenario flashed through Yuan Shuxin's mind. No, Xiaomu, he roared towards the heavens, his voice filled with boundless grief and self-reproach. I was still a step too late. Meanwhile, in an elegant tea room, Chen Mu suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his itchy nose, he muttered to himself, Damn it, who's cursing me? Yuan, sitting upright at the tea table, had an air of unshakable solemnity on his pale face. With graceful movements, he poured tea, the clear liquid filling the cup as its fragrance wafted through the room. After setting the teapot down, he considerately poured Chen Mu a glass of cola before finally speaking. Xiaomu, tell me your understanding of the abyss. Without hesitation, Chen Mu replied, An otherworldly invasion from beyond Blue Star, aiming to take over the planet. This was indeed the most widely circulated theory online, one that the Dragon Nation's officials had tacitly endorsed. However, as a rational person, he remained skeptical. After all, such classified information was typically accessible only to a select few at the highest levels of authority. Yuan Cheng took a sip from his teacup and nodded in acknowledgement, unsurprised by the response. And do you know that some abyss regions contain human relics? I've heard about it, Chen Mu said, perking up. It said that those abyss regions with relics are strictly sealed off by the authorities and never opened to the public. As he spoke, he studied the elder across from him thoughtfully and tentatively asked, "So, does that mean there were humans in the abyss world?" "To be precise, there used to be," Yuan Cheng replied, setting down his tea. "According to current research, the humans in those abyss regions are now extinct. As for the cause, it could have been beasts or some kind of catastrophe. There's too little information to determine the truth." Chen Mu fell into a moment of contemplation before analyzing. The universe is vast, and the origin and evolution of life are inevitably interconnected. If there were indeed humans beyond Blue Star, it's possible that our ancestors left this world in ancient times. Pausing for a moment, he concluded, "So, the humans of the Abyss world were Blue Star's early inhabitants who migrated there, later went extinct for unknown reasons, and now the otherworldly beasts are using humans as an anchor to target Blue Star for invasion?" Even as he finished speaking, he found his own hypothesis somewhat far-fetched. "Not bad," Yuan Cheng said, stroking his singed beard out of habit. "But that's just the conservative view. In fact, even now, the higher-ups haven't reached a consensus on the matter." "That's conservative?" Chen Mu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Seeing the look of surprise on Chen Mu's face, the corners of old Yuan's mouth curled into a smug smile. He set down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. "The truth about the abyss is far from simple. The radicals believe that the abyss is actually the immortal realm, which, for some unknown reason, fell to Blue Star. According to their theory, the humans in the abyss are descendants of former immortals." Chen Mu took a big gulp of cola from his glass, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "If that's the case, those beasts should be called immortal beasts, shouldn't they?" He chuckled coldly. "The people who come up with these ideas must have read too many fantasy novels." Old Yuan's eyes gleamed sharply as he stared intently at the changes in Chen Mu's expression. "Don't be so quick to dismiss it. Their claims aren't entirely baseless." He paused for a moment, lowering his voice further. "Do you know where the cultivation techniques we use today originated?" These words struck Chen Mu like a hammer, causing his heart to tighten for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure, though a flicker of something unusual flashed in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this, old Yuan shook his head slightly, a trace of disappointment in his expression. "You really know how to put on a front, don't you, kid?" He took a sip of tea before continuing. "It's from the relics. We discovered numerous stone tablets there inscribed with ancient texts. Although the writing is obscure and difficult to decipher, and we've only managed to interpret a small portion over the years, even these fragmented pieces have given rise to tens of thousands of martial arts techniques in the Dragon Nation." His voice trembled with barely concealed awe. "If you ask me, calling these techniques immortal arts wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder the authorities strictly control access to the relics and the abyss." Chen Mu murmured under his breath, his expression grave. He stared at the bubbles rising in his glass, his mind churning with turbulent thoughts. If the cultivation techniques of the present were merely derived from scraps of immortal arts, what could be achieved if the complete immortal techniques were integrated into the system? The tea room fell into a brief silence, as both men became lost in their own thoughts. "What about the Illuminati? What's their take on the abyss?" Chen Mu broke the silence, looking up to ask. Old Yuan waved dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. "Oh, their theory is even more ridiculous. They claim the abyss isn't a spatially separate realm, but a temporal version of Blue Star, possibly from the past or future." He let out a derisive snort. "Sounds like something that so-called demon god cooked up to fool them. A bunch of idiots, believing the words of beasts. It's hard to say who's right or wrong at this point." Chen Mu said thoughtfully, nodding slightly. As the conversation neared its end, he straightened up, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and asked the most crucial question. "So, how can one gain access to the immortal techniques within the relics?" In the tea house, old Yuan was leisurely stroking his small beard, his nostrils slightly flaring, wearing an air of confidence. "Immortal techniques, huh? I happen to have a digital version right here. Would little Mu be interested in taking a look?" His tone carried an unmistakable hint of pride. In his view, Chen Mu's ability to complete a level cultivation technique clearly indicated the same unwavering pursuit of martial arts as himself. Encountering such a like-minded individual, he could hardly contain his eagerness to discuss the ultimate truths with him. "Stop with the nonsense, or I won't bother looking," Chen Mu replied, maintaining a polite yet firm demeanor. Old Yuan wasn't offended. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh. After several interactions, he had already figured out Chen Mu's personality, just a young lad who liked to act mature. While he had a flair for theatrics, he undeniably had the skills to back it up. Oddly enough, the more old Yuan saw this act, the more endearing it became. With a few taps on his wristband, a blue light flashed, and a massive holographic screen slowly unfolded in front of them. At its center was a photograph of a white, jade-like stone tablet, densely inscribed with ancient, cryptic symbols. Each stroke seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe, exuding a mysterious and solemn aura. Surrounding the photo were various research notes densely packed, like a swarm of ants. These notes represented years of dedication from Elder Yuan. Though they were merely the tip of the iceberg, his detailed research documents spanned over hundreds of thousands of words, far too valuable to casually display. The elder, dressed in white robes, sipped his tea while discreetly observing Chen Mu's reaction. The young man's face, illuminated by the blue glow of the screen, alternated between light and shadow. His gaze swept over the intricate symbols briefly before he calmly withdrew his attention. As expected, it's not going to work. Chen Mu sighed inwardly, casting a glance at the unresponsive system. The system couldn't process the technique based on a mere photograph. He needed to be physically present, to touch it himself, in order to record this supreme, immortal technique. On reflection, it made sense techniques of this caliber couldn't be fully conveyed through text alone. They likely contained elements of Taoist resonance, illusions, or other profound mysteries that required first-hand comprehension. Well, did you see anything significant, young friend? Yuan Cheng asked knowingly, though a hint of unease crept into his heart as he noticed Chen Mu's unchanging expression. Could he really have seen through something? The elders in the Department of Cultivation Techniques had exhausted their efforts and barely scratched the surface. For Chen Mu to grasp it with just one glance was absolutely impossible. Yet, this young man had a way of defying expectations, and the elder's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. I did, Chen Mu replied with a faint smile. Your handwriting is terrible. Old Yuan was taken aback at first, then broke into laughter, shaking his head. As he exhaled in relief, a faint trace of disappointment lingered in his heart. Would he ever truly unravel the mysteries of these immortal techniques in his lifetime? Old Yuan, Chen Mu seized the moment and asked, I'd like to see the ancient relics for myself. I mean, to see them with my own eyes and touch them with my own hands. Do you have any way to make that happen? Although Chen Mu knew it was nearly impossible, he still decided to test the waters and make some preparations for his upcoming actions. Well, old Yuan stroked his beard, a helpless smile on his face. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. To enter the ancient ruins of the abyss, there are quite a few conditions. You must be affiliated with the government or the martial arts association, possess a high level of mastery in martial arts techniques, and pass rigorous political screenings. Seeing the eagerness in Chen Mu's eyes, Yuan Cheng understood all too well the allure of the source of all techniques for any martial artist. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Cheng added, It's not entirely hopeless though. Let me go back and think it over. If I find a way, I'll let you know. Chen Mu simply nodded calmly, his expression revealing no emotion. Ahem. Yuan Cheng cleared his throat and took out a delicate wooden box from his robe, placing it solemnly on the table. Little Mu, this is compensation from the Martial Arts Association. If it weren't for the beast attack on the city, you would have undoubtedly taken first place in the competition. I had even planned to take you as my disciple, but since you have no intention of joining the Martial Arts Association, consider this a token of apology. Opening the wooden box, he retrieved a black wooden token. On the front of the token was the prominent character, Secret, while the back bore the smaller inscription, Ling Yuan. This was Yuan Cheng's carefully devised solution after consulting the military district commander. Without a treasure like the Heaven Punishment Seal, he could only use this method to strengthen Chen Mu's ties to the Martial Arts Association. A token for the Ling Yuan secret realm. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, weighing the wooden token in his hand. That's right, Yuan Cheng explained. The Ling Yuan secret realm will open in 3 days, and this is the only spot I have. Since there's no better candidate, I might as well give it to you. He went on to explain the secret realm's purpose was infused with immense spiritual energy, primarily for 5th-tier martial artists to open the 5 paths of Heaven's vault, connecting the 5 viscera and qualifying for advancement to the 6th tier. If the human body were likened to a small world, the 5 viscera would be 5 isolated islands in chaos, and opening the 5 paths would create pathways through the void. The quality of these pathways directly determined one's future combat potential. Although 4th-tier martial artists could enter the realm to adapt to the spiritual energy in advance, it was considered excessively wasteful. However, this clearly wasn't Chen Mu's plan. For him, breaking through to the 5th tier before the realm opened was well within reach. Thank you, old Yuan. Chen Mu accepted the token without hesitation, storing it in his storage ring. Seeing his straightforwardness, old Yuan couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling even more pleased with this young man. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two parted ways. Elder Yuan still had post-competition tasks to handle, including rankings, awards, and taking Bai Fengqing as his disciple. While he couldn't recruit the exceptional Chen Mu, Bai Fengqing was a decent alternative. Chen Mu, on the other hand, was eager to visit the military district commander to request a martial arts technique. To open the 5 paths of Heaven's vault, he needed to pair it with the 5 viscera enlightenment technique, and the grade of the technique would also influence the quality of the paths. To ensure his future combat potential, he required a technique of at least rank. Techniques of this caliber were likely only available at the headquarters of the Yulong military district. He had to be fully prepared for the upcoming journey to the secret realm. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another year. Meanwhile, near the abyss, hundreds of soldiers from the Abyss Suppression Army were busy installing temporary elevators. Not far away, Chun Lingfeng sat on the ground, tightly bound, his face dark with anger. The abyss responsible for triggering the beast tide has been officially named Abyss LH4. Inside a makeshift tent set up at the entrance, Commander Yuan sat upright, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Chun Lingfeng, who was tightly bound nearby. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Earlier, upon learning from Zhang Wuchen of the Enforcement Division that Chen Mu was safe and sound, Commander Yuan had rushed to the abyss to oversee the situation. When he first saw Chun Lingfeng tied up like a dumpling, he was startled, suspecting a traitor within the abyss guard. However, after understanding the full story, he initially intended to untie him. But seeing Chun Lingfeng's stubborn and conflicted expression, he ultimately decided against it. This was a private matter between father and son, and it wasn't his place to interfere. Thus, the renowned General Chun remained bound to this moment. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Commander Yuan refocused on the battle report in his hands. The casualty numbers were staggering: over 1,000 injured and 16 dead. Yet, the results were equally remarkable: more than 3,000 second and third tier beasts were killed, along with 23 fourth tier and 9 fifth tier beasts. In a beast tide of this magnitude, losing only 16 lives was nothing short of a miracle. All of this was thanks to the young Commander Chun. Reflecting on this, Commander Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. If he had handed the command seal to Qian Kai from the Lion Gate sect back then, how could they have achieved such a victory? Those sects usually sent disciples to the abyss for training or minor extermination tasks. But when faced with a high-mortality beast tide, who would be willing to sacrifice their carefully nurtured elites? As for the renowned Little Gun God, word had it that he was in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 5th tier, making it even less likely for him to assist. The more Commander Yuan thought about it, the more confident he felt in his decision. He glanced down at his notebook, resembling a kindergarten teacher tallying stars for children, a smile of satisfaction tugging at his lips. This time, there have to be at least 3 first-class merits, he mused. Maybe I can even apply for a medal as a reward for the kid. Meanwhile, the bustling life in Linhai City had resumed. With the alarm lifted, citizens gathered in small groups on the streets, discussing the false alarm. When the sirens blared, everyone had rushed to the shelters, only for the danger to pass without a single beast in sight. The only lingering mystery was the destruction of the city's largest martial arts hall, which had been inexplicably blown up. Unbeknownst to them, in an alternate timeline, Linhai City had already been reduced to ruins. Chen Mu strolled leisurely through the streets. Now that the crisis was resolved, there was no need to ride his nether dragon and draw unnecessary attention. Listening to the chatter around him, he suddenly remembered something important. While the beast tide had been perfectly handled and he had acquired the 10,000 souls banner, the issue of its primary soul remained unresolved. He slapped his forehead as the realization hit him, had almost forgotten about the henchmen of the saints he had casually killed at the martial arts hall. Perhaps interrogating them could yield some valuable information about the Illuminati. Immediately, he sent his divine sense into the 10,000 souls banner stored within his sea of consciousness. 10 minutes later, he withdrew his divine sense, his previously calm eyes now tinged with bewilderment. Had he killed the wrong people? But after a moment's thought, he figured it wasn't entirely unjustified. After taking a moment to calm himself, Chen Mu pieced together the shocking information he had just uncovered. Ji Tianxiong, the deceased and father of Ji Lingling, had orchestrated an elaborate scheme to assassinate him. However, fate had intervened, and Ji Tianxiong had crossed paths with the Holy Son of the Illuminati, resulting in an unexpected turn of events that led to his death at Chen Mu's hands. Once he confirmed that no details had been overlooked, a cold glint flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. Such audacity to attempt the assassination of a military commander would not go unpunished. The entire Ji family would pay the price for this. He decided to inform Yuan Shouxin immediately, ensuring that every member of the Ji family would be sent to the abyss as free labor. As for confiscating their assets, Chen Mu had no interest after all. The most valuable knowledge was already in Ji Tianxiong's mind. By nightfall, he would have Ji Tianxiong transcribe the cultivation techniques. Dreaming of becoming a carefree soul cultivator in my 10,000 souls banner? Keep dreaming. Chen Mu sneered coldly. Once I've squeezed out all your value, every one of these souls will be refined. Having made up his mind, he quickened his pace, sprinting toward the southern outskirts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Lingfeng's face grew darker by the minute. Finally, as a trail of dust rose in the distance, the long-awaited figure appeared in his fiery gaze. You brat, finally remembered me, huh? Chun Lingfeng muttered under his breath. Watching Chen Mu rush toward him so eagerly, his anger subsided slightly, and his expression softened. But in the next moment, he saw the sudden look of shock on Chen Mu's face and the abrupt, panicked halt. Shun Lingfeng's previously softened expression instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Damn it. Just remembered now, did you? At that moment, Chen Mu stood several hundred meters away, staring in disbelief at the tightly bound Lao Deng. He finally remembered what he had forgotten had completely left Lao Deng behind. Aha! Under Lao Deng's glare, which reignited with fury, Chen Mu managed a smile that was more like a grimace. Laughing nervously, he began to back away. Well, comrades, you've worked hard. Quickly untie General Chen. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be heading home first. Before he even finished speaking, he had already turned and bolted. In an instant, the wilderness became the stage for an extraordinary scene. The young commander's legs spun like wheels of fire, his pant legs nearly sparking from the friction. The old general, with a face as dark as thunderclouds, stomped forward silently, each step leaving half-foot-deep imprints in the ground, kicking up clouds of dust in his wake. The commotion was so intense that even the stray dogs by the roadside scrambled up trees with their tails between their legs. Lao Deng, I'm a very busy commander. You should be understanding, whether as family or as a subordinate. All right. Then I'll help loosen up the commander's muscles a bit. You leave me no choice. Someone help. General Chun is possessed. Tie him up immediately. Yes, sir. The synchronized shout of 500 soldiers echoed across the wilderness. Near the temporary camp at Abyss Number 4, the night had fallen, and the sky was adorned with countless stars, scattering like fragments of silver across the vast expanse. Chen Mu sat quietly on a moss-covered stone, his gaze fixed on the boundless stars above. Beside him, the soul of Ji Tianxiong, illuminated by the soft moonlight, was crouched on the ground, writing fervently. Under his swift pen, numerous techniques and battle methods were taking shape. Not long ago, Chen Mu had reported Ji Tianxiong's situation to Commander Yuan. With Ji Tianxiong's personal confession, the case concerning the Ji family was confirmed beyond doubt. The commander immediately issued an order for the comprehensive arrest of all Ji family members. As for Qian Kai, due to his special status as a disciple of the elder of the Lion-Elephant sect, handling his case posed a more complex challenge. However, Yuan Shouxin had promised to personally visit the sect within 2 days to demand custody of Qian Kai, ensuring Chen Mu received a satisfactory resolution. Chen Mu had no objections to the military's procedural approach. Regarding the exchange for the Shrank 5 organs enlightenment technique, the Yulong Military District's technique library did have it in its collection, but he needed to personally visit to select and complete the necessary formalities. Now that the Beast Tide crisis had been resolved and the construction of the new base was progressing steadily, Commander Yuan planned to return to Yulong headquarters the following morning, bringing Chen Mu along as well. This was why Chen Mu was staying in the military camp overnight. The technique issue is settled. Next is advancing my cultivation level. Chen Mu murmured to himself, his brows furrowed slightly. Although his cultivation speed could already be considered extraordinary, after experiencing the rapid progress brought by the evolution injection, relying solely on energy absorbed from the abyss now felt far too slow. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: the Yulong Province Law Enforcement Division. In his previous life, he had studied and trained there, so he was intimately familiar with the layout of that office building. The dormitory and training areas were on the left, while the storage room was on the right. It was highly likely that some evolution injections, yet to be destroyed, were still stored there. The memory of how just 3 vials of the injection had propelled him from the 2nd tier directly to the 4th made Chen Mu unconsciously lick his lips. A glimmer of unusual light flickered in his calm eyes. The stockpile in that storage room might be enough to push him all the way to the peak of the 5th tier. The idea of retrieving these items from the Law Enforcement Division sent a subtle thrill coursing through him, quickening his pulse. As he began to plan how to assist the division in handling these dangerous items, Ji Tianxiong approached respectfully, holding several manuals in his hands. Master, these are all the techniques from the Ji family worth noting, he said, presenting them with both hands. Additionally, I've included the alchemy recipes passed down through our family for generations, which should be of some benefit to you. These recipes had been the foundation of the Ji family's rise, enabling Ji Tianxiong to transform his family from humble beginnings into a prominent martial clan. Chen Mu raised an eyebrow as he accepted the manuals, quickly flipping through them before nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. You've done well. As soon as he spoke, he waved his hand, and Ji Tianxiong, along with 2 other clan members, instantly dissolved into black smoke, merging into his brow. The refining process was remarkably Kamno screams. No resistance, only a slight enhancement to Chen Mu's soul strength. A twisted sense of almost pathological excitement and fervent devotion appeared on the faces of the 3 ghosts. Watching their expressions, Chen Mu felt his stomach churn and silently decided these guys might as well be fed to the dogs in the future. He shifted his focus to the martial arts manuals in his hands. After quickly flipping through them, he found only 3 worth paying attention to. The first was an rank internal cultivation technique. Without hesitation, he integrated it into the Great Demon Heaven Body Refining technique, and the system notified him that the technique's completion rate jumped from 70 to 90. The second was in strength combat technique called Wind and Thunder Piercing the Sun. This high-damage, armor-piercing martial art was one he had seen Ji Lingling use in a tournament before. Although it overlapped somewhat with the functionality of the Nine Tribulations Demon Blade, strength techniques were undeniably valuable. He decided to store it in the system for now, ready to upgrade it when needed. The last one was in a ranked defensive technique called Thundercloud Shield. Chen Mu indeed needed a defensive skill, but upon seeing the rank label, he couldn't help but frown slightly. While it was barely adequate, he had never been one to settle for less. After a moment of thought, he decided to hold on to it for now and make a decision after reaching the military headquarters the next day. If the technique library there offered better options, he wouldn't need to dwell on this one. Having made up his mind, Chen Mu stretched lazily, gathered the remaining manuals and a stack of pill recipes in his arms, and headed toward Chun Lingfeng's tent. Before leaving Linhai City tomorrow, he figured he should bid farewell to the old man, not knowing how long it would be before they met again. Inside the tent, Chun Lingfeng was sound asleep, his light snores echoing softly in the confined space. Suddenly, a crisp smack broke the silence as a small hand landed precisely on his face. Chun Lingfeng jolted awake, his drowsy eyes snapping open to see Chun Mu standing by his bedside, a mischievous grin on his face. "Old dang, I knew you weren't really asleep." Chun Lingfeng looked utterly bewildered. "Which eye of yours saw me not sleeping?" 10 minutes later, Chun Lingfeng sat groggily at a small table, hastily throwing on a coat, and now fully awake. Spread out before him were 7 or 8 martial arts manuals, a stack of pill recipes, and a blood-red, translucent beast crystal. Chen Mu, like a commanding officer issuing orders, gave a brief explanation before turning and leaving, giving Chun Lingfeng no time to respond. Snapping out of his daze, Chun Lingfeng began carefully inspecting the items. The manuals ranged from rank to rank, and according to Chen Mu, they were to be added to the Chun family's repository, managed by Zhao Zhong, to attract talent or for personal cultivation. The pill recipes were to follow the same arrangement. Looking at these treasures, Chun Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Mu's planning to establish a sect, isn't he? Counting the 2 strength combat techniques Shun Wenhua had gifted them earlier, the family now possessed 2 top-tier skills. Adding these pill recipes, and perhaps some formations in the future, they might indeed have the foundation to build a sect. But what shocked him most was the beast crystal. He still remembered Chun Mu's parting words. "Dang, this is something I obtained while slaying a beast. Considering your years of dedicated service to the Chen family, I'm giving this to you to help you break through to the 5th tier. The opportunity is yours to seize, don't waste it." Holding the crystal, Chun Lingfeng felt a lump in his throat. His talent wasn't bad otherwise. He wouldn't have reached the peak of the 4th tier in his early 30s and earned the title of Jinyuan General. But this seemed to be his limit. Because he had been unable to awaken his martial talent, Chen Lingfeng had been stuck at the peak of the 4th stage for 8 years. In the quiet of the night, he sat in his study, his hands trembling slightly as he held a hard-won beast crystal core. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. The warm yellow light of the desk lamp illuminated his somewhat aged face, and his reddened eyes were filled with excitement. Xiao Mu has grown up and become so capable, Chen Lingfeng murmured to himself as he gazed at the starry night sky outside the window. As his father, I must work harder too. With that, he steadied his mind and immediately focused on refining the crystal core in his hands. The next morning, a discreetly painted military aircraft tore through the clouds, heading toward Yulong province. Inside the cabin, Chen Mu leaned against the window, gazing down at the endless mountains and rivers below. Although high-level martial artists in this world could fly much faster than airplanes, the comfort of travel on the commander's private jet was unmatched. Unless there was an urgent situation, most martial artists still preferred to travel by plane. This level of privilege is certainly not something an ordinary commander could enjoy, Chen Mu remarked softly, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Before he realized it, the plane had already landed at the headquarters of the Yulong Province Military District. At the same moment, inside the office building of the Enforcement Division in Yulong Province, Minister Zhang Wuchen was engrossed in handling the mountain of documents on his desk. Suddenly, the door to his office was flung open with urgency, and Commander Lei burst in, his face alight with excitement and a document tightly clutched in his hand. As Bai Wan's direct superior, he had just returned from a secret realm abroad and found Bai Wan's detailed work report waiting for him. The report meticulously documented Chen Mu's astonishing achievements, including his role in the No. 2 Abyssal Demon King incident, the eradication of the Guangming Society memberly family, and the elimination of the Jinyuan army mole Jia Yuan. Minister Zhang, Commander Lei exclaimed, handing over the document with barely contained enthusiasm. His voice trembled with excitement. I've discovered a true treasure. At the border of Yulong Province, a vast open plain hosts an imposing gray building that dominates the landscape. This is the headquarters of the Yulong Military District. Surrounding the main building are numerous auxiliary structures, all enclosed by a towering perimeter wall equipped with electric grids and surveillance devices, forming an impenetrable defense system. Above the main entrance, the words Yulong Military District Headquarters are displayed in bold and solemn characters. Inside the Techniques building, the layout is well organized. The first and second floors house the Technique Research Department, which takes a distinct approach compared to the Martial Arts Association. Researchers here focus on deconstructing and simplifying advanced techniques. While this may reduce their power, it allows soldiers to master them more quickly. The extent to which the original power is retained depends entirely on the researcher's expertise. The third floor is the Techniques Vault, where the province's advanced techniques are stored. These are used to reward distinguished individuals or to train exceptional talents. Chen Mu stood in front of a small holographic screen, quickly scanning through the list of techniques. S-Class Wuzong Tongming Technique. Wind First Class Merit X1, 5,000 contribution points. S-Class Wuzong Tongming Technique. Thunder First Class Merit X1, 5,000 contribution points. S-Class Wuzong Tongming Technique. Wind and Fire First Class Merit X2, 8,000 contribution points. A-Class Wuzong Tongming Technique. Water and Wood Second Class Merit X2, 3,000 contribution points. The elemental forces within the Lingyuan secret realm encompass multiple attributes. When martial artists open the 5 paths of Tianke, they must consider the compatibility of their attributes. For example, Bai Fengqing, with her Phoenix Rebirth talent, is most compatible with the fire attribute, making her cultivation of fire-based Tongming techniques exceptionally efficient. However, not all martial artists understand their optimal attributes, so multi-attribute Tongming techniques are often a safer choice, albeit at a higher cost. But none of this posed a problem for Chen Mu. With the dog system in hand, any technique he acquired would be transformed into the most suitable demonic technique for him. He skimmed through the options and quickly selected an S-Class single-attribute Tongming technique, along with an S-Class defensive technique, the Mystic Ice Mirror Armor, and a B-Class internal technique titled, I Am a Trash Technique. Although his current merits and contribution points were insufficient to cover the cost, Commander Yuan had already authorized a special payment channel for him, allowing him to purchase on credit, with the expenses to be deducted after the rewards from the Beast Tide incident were settled. On the top floor of the cultivation building, in a serene training room, a white porcelain incense burner released gentle wisps of smoke. The subtle fragrance helped calm the mind, aiding in the comprehension of profound techniques. Sitting cross-legged, Chen Mu had 3 technique manuals neatly placed before him. The Tongming technique, the defensive martial skill, and the B-Class internal technique, which he intended to use as fodder for the great demon refinement technique. Taking in the tranquil atmosphere, he couldn't help but marvel at how resourceful the military headquarters was. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the B-Class internal technique, I Am a Trash Technique, and silently chanted in his heart, Kill, Fuse. The holographic screen immediately responded. Spending 10,000 slaughter points triggered a prompt on the screen. The Great Demon Heaven Body Tempering Technique advanced from 90 to 100, with its grade elevated from A to S, transforming into the Demonic Heaven Catastrophe Record. A new technique trait, Demonic Bone Thousand Blades, was immediately unveiled. It allows the user to extract their own demonic bones at will, instantly shaping them into weapons of any form. These bone weapons come with innate bloodthirsty properties and can absorb the enemy's vitality during attacks, replenishing the user in return. As soon as the prompt disappeared, a surge of pitch-black demonic energy erupted skyward, resembling a colossal pillar that pierced the clouds, staining the entire sky with an inky darkness. Within the demonic aura, the sound of bones shattering and reassembling echoed, accompanied by countless hoarse and maddened whispers, like the murmurs of 1,000 tormented souls. My bones are blades, and all life shall be the offering. This astonishing scene left everyone in the military district frozen in fear, their heads tilted upward as they stared at the ominous black clouds, paralyzed by dread. Inside Yuan Shoshin's office, 2 adjutants stood by the window, their faces pale with shock as they witnessed the phenomenon. What terrifying, evil energy! Commander Yuan, we're under attack, one of them exclaimed, preparing to leap out the window. Yuan Shoshin reacted swiftly, grabbing the collars of both men and shutting the window with a huff. Evil energy? What nonsense! This is clearly an auspicious sign of purple energy, rising 3,000 miles. The 2 adjutants stared at him, dumbfounded. Yuan Shoshin shot them a glare and added, Mu is in the training chamber. Realization dawned on the pair. Oh, then it's fine. The 3 of them casually picked up their cups of tea, watching the swirling demonic clouds outside the window. Internally, they marveled. What a strong and intense purple aura. Meanwhile, inside the training chamber, Demonic Bone Thousand Blades. Chen Mu muttered as he read the words on the screen, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had long wanted to replace his attributeless Aurora Twin Blades. But commissioning a master craftsman was too much trouble, and those masters were notoriously temperamental, a hassle he didn't want to deal with. Now, this exclusive weapon couldn't have come at a better time. Feeling the strange changes within his bones, Chen Mu licked his lips with anticipation. A personal weapon, huh? Let's see how it performs. As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his thoughts, and 3 menacing bone spikes burst from his back. Dark red veins pulsed across their surfaces like blood vessels, throbbing with a sinister energy. In the cultivation chamber of the Yulong Military District headquarters, Chen Mu deftly tore a bone spike from its source. Dark energy surged in his palm, and under its influence, the pale bone spike twisted and extended rapidly, transforming in moments into a 3-meter-long bone blade. Chen Mu swung the blade lightly. Ssh. The blade's edge grazed the ground, and the hard stone floor hissed and dissolved instantly, as if corroded by strong acid. Not bad. Chen Mu nodded to himself in approval. This bone blade was not only several times stronger than his previous Aurora blade, but also more intuitive to wield, as it originated from his own bones. He could control it with a mere thought, and even reshape it at will, adding significant versatility to his future battles. With a flick of his wrist, the bone blade shattered into a cloud of black mist, which quickly returned to his body. Since advancing his internal cultivation to strength, his progress was bound to accelerate. His gaze fell on the cultivation techniques displayed before him, and he sank into deep thought. This recent breakthrough had caused his body refining technique to evolve directly into the tribulation breaking manual, even altering its structure. Tribulation. What tribulation do I need to break? He murmured to himself, then shook his head with a soft chuckle, deciding to set aside the question for now. There were more pressing matters to attend to. He picked up one of the remaining cultivation manuals. As he flipped it open, small blood-red characters began to float across the pages. The 5 visceral enlightenment technique. Wind was swiftly corrupted by the power of the myriad demons, transforming into the demon bone sealing technique. Though he had anticipated this, witnessing the successful corruption of the manual firsthand still filled him with excitement. However, now was not the ideal time for cultivation. He would wait until he entered the secret realm, where the tides of heaven and earth's energy would allow him to truly unlock the celestial visceral 5 seals. With 1.41 million slaughter points in reserve, he was confident he could maximize its potential in one go. Rubbing his tired brow, Chen Mu picked up the last cultivation manual. As he scanned the cryptic text, the light screen flickered once more. The glacial mirror armor was corrupted under the myriad demonic forces, transforming into the formless demon barrier. Slaughter points, enhance, he commanded softly. With that, 1.4173 million slaughter points were infused into the system panel. Under the immense boost to his comprehension, this strength defensive technique became unusually clear and easy to grasp. The first step, releasing dark energy, was a simple task for him, requiring only 2,000 slaughter points to reach the entry-level stage. As his understanding deepened, he gradually mastered how to purge the impurities from the dark energy, retaining only its core properties of devouring and transformation. After 3 years of relentless effort, he finally succeeded in condensing the demon armor. It not only provided protection against both physical and energy-based attacks, but also enhanced its defensive strength to 3 times that of his physical body. The proficiency of Wuxiang demonic barrier advanced to proficient, consuming 3,000 slaughter points. Chen Mu felt an unprecedented cultivation experience, as if his entire being had become much lighter. However, just as he was brimming with confidence and ready to push further, an invisible bottleneck abruptly blocked his progress. The content of the technique suddenly became obscure and incomprehensible, like a novel that inexplicably switched authors midway through. Chen Mu pored over it repeatedly, yet he couldn't grasp its deeper meaning. Helpless, he decided to summon the Nether Dragon, hoping the spirit beast could assist in deciphering it. To his surprise, the Nether Dragon quickly grasped the essence of the technique. Under its guidance, Chen Mu's demonic energy defenses improved significantly. Not only could they resist physical and energy attacks, but they also rendered him immune to toxins, curses, mental assaults, and every other negative condition. The Wuxiang demonic barrier advanced to mastery, consuming 5,000 slaughter points. This makes no sense, Chen Mu muttered, his lips twitching. How can this dumb dog understand my bottleneck at a glance? Despite his frustration, this level defensive technique exceeded his expectations. As a demonic cultivator, his physical body was already far superior to that of ordinary people. Now, with all vulnerabilities to mental, spiritual, and curse-based attacks sealed, he was virtually invincible unless an enemy could deliver a single blow that exceeded the limits of his demonic armor. Yet, the mastery level was far from the end. Faced with the description of the technique's perfected stage, Chen Mu found himself at another impasse. The content seemed utterly inscrutable, like celestial script. Even the Nether Dragon was at a loss. Left with no alternative, he wielded the 10,000 Souls banner, summoning all the demon beasts to help with the comprehension. The myriad demon souls, unable to agree on a unified perspective, erupted into an all-out brawl, their clashes echoing across the entire mountain range. Yet, from this chaotic battle, Chen Mu found inspiration. He ordered the demon souls to fight daily while he observed closely. After months of careful study, he finally uncovered the key issue. Though the Wuxiang demonic barrier boasted immense defensive power, it lacked initiative and autonomy. After decades of relentless cultivation, Chen Mu succeeded in refining his demonic energy to a level where it could autonomously defend him. Without requiring conscious control, the barrier would activate automatically in the face of danger. The Wuxiang demonic barrier broke through to the perfected stage, consuming 10,000 slaughter points and leaving him with 1,397,300 points remaining. With a deafening boom, a jet-black pillar of demonic energy shot skyward, instantly staining the heavens with an inky darkness. At that very moment, Yuan Shouxin, who had just stepped out of the military headquarters main gate, abruptly turned back, his face filled with disbelief. "Not again," he exclaimed in shock. Beside him, his adjutant swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Commander Yuan gazed at the frequent auspicious signs appearing in the sky, his brows knitted tightly. He withdrew his gaze, let out a deep sigh, and said to the person beside him, "Let's go. We're heading to Shixiang Gate to demand their release. The child was bullied, and we must ensure justice is served." Though his tone was resolute, Yuan Shouxin lacked confidence deep down. According to standard procedures, cases like this should have been handed over to the Security Bureau or the Enforcement Department. However, the Security Bureau's combat capabilities were too weak. They could handle street thugs, but sending them to confront a sect would be a death sentence. As for the Enforcement Department, they were constantly entangled with the Illuminati, overwhelmed and short-staffed. For these reasons, Yuan decided to intervene personally before the case was officially transferred. Furthermore, the sudden emergence of Abyss Number 4 had exacerbated the manpower shortage of the Abyss Guard. Leading an armed assault on the sect was out of the question. Today's visit to demand their release would rely solely on his authority and reputation to pressure the other side. How effective this approach would be, he wasn't sure. All he could do was try his best. Meanwhile, in a cultivation chamber, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes. Tendrils of demonic energy, as if alive, danced and swirled joyfully around him. Realizing this unconscious defensive ability, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the?" A thrill of excitement surged through him. If perception had once been his weakest link, it was now a flawless 360-degree impenetrable defense. He no longer had to worry about ambushes or sneak attacks, an absolute nightmare for any scheming opponents. Not only that, but in future battles, he could fight recklessly, even with his eyes closed, focusing entirely on offense without dodging. It was the perfect setup for a berserker. This trip to Yulong had yielded far more than he had anticipated. The Sklas Wuzong Enlightenment technique secured. The Great Demon Body Refinement technique upgraded. Sklas Defensive Martial Arts mastered. Now, the only thing standing between him and entering the Lingyuan secret realm was one final step: breaking through his cultivation level. Carefully tucking the techniques into his robe, Chen Mu stood up. "Time to raid the enforcement department, hee." His mischievous chuckle, tinged with both innocence and cunning, echoed softly in the quiet room. Yulong Province Enforcement Division. Commander Lei stood stiffly beside the wide desk, his body slightly tense, his eyes brimming with barely concealed excitement and anticipation. He stared intently at the leader across the desk, who was engrossed in reviewing some documents. Minister Zhang Wuchen had just set down 3 files and picked up a tablet. On its screen played a recording of an enforcement operation documented by Wan. Each frame of the video caused the seasoned minister's pupils to contract slightly. "Chen Mu. So that's his name," Zhang Wuchen murmured, recalling their brief encounter in Lanhai City. Even back then, he had noticed the boy's extraordinary potential and mental strength. As an experienced martial artist, he understood that talent often had overlapping qualities. While mastery of one skill didn't guarantee mastery of all, someone exceptional in one area was rarely mediocre in others. However, the scenes unfolding on the screen left him utterly speechless. In the video, the little brat nonchalantly extended a single finger, effortlessly subduing a demon king. The footage shifted to a moonless, windy night, where the boy, expressionless, swung his long blade, sending a black crescent slicing through the air. In an instant, the Li family patriarch was reduced to a rain of blood. The next scene showed the dark prison nether dragon roaring, its thunderous cries obliterating Jia Yuan into dust. Snap! Zhang Wuchen suddenly shut the tablet. His breathing noticeably quickened. He recalled his earlier words, "Don't worry, I won't compete with you for talent," and now felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. "I was so wrong," he lamented internally. "I've encountered countless prodigies, but this level of talent, this is a first. This is off the charts." Seeing that the minister had finished reviewing the materials, Commander Lei stepped forward eagerly, almost pressing himself against the desk. "Minister, do you know this kid?" he asked, his voice barely able to contain his excitement. This boy participated in the martial examination but only came in second due to unavoidable circumstances, Commander Lei quickly added. That means he hasn't joined the Martial Arts Association yet. In Longhua, martial forces were divided into several factions. The official organizations, the Martial Arts Association, major sects, prominent families, and independent martial artists. Official organizations included departments like the Bureau of Public Security, the Genuine Army, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Enforcement Division. The Martial Arts Association, though semi-official, maintained close collaboration with the government and served as one of the primary sources of talent for official martial forces. If Chen Mu were to join the Martial Arts Association, his future career path would no longer be under the Enforcement Division's jurisdiction. Realizing this, Commander Lei raised his voice. Minister, we must act fast and secure him first. But Zhang Wuchen seemed to ignore him. He leaned back in his chair, loosening his collar as he reached for his thermos, dropping in some goji berries. In a low voice, he muttered to himself, it's fine, it's fine. Enforcement isn't just about brute strength. How can an 80-year-old's mind compete with those cunning cultists? Yes, not a big loss, definitely not a loss. Though inwardly vexed, Zhang Wuchen, as the minister, had to maintain his composure. Having already made his stance clear, he could only console himself this way. A minister of such stature and a grandmaster-level martial artist could hardly afford to go back on his word. Hearing the words, Commander Lei frowned slightly. He perked up his ears, straining to catch the low and steady voice of his superior, managing to pick up only scattered phrases like intellect and fighting cultists. On the desk lay 3 extremely concise mission reports, with many details conspicuously absent. Yet Minister Zhang seemed to see through the simplicity of the text, instantly discerning Chen Mu's true value at a glance. No wonder he's the seasoned leader. Commander Lei marveled inwardly. He quickly and respectfully chimed in. Exactly. The minister's insight is unparalleled. What I admire most is his sharp intellect. Zhang Wuchen froze for a moment, confusion evident on his face. Before he could ask further, Commander Lei launched into an enthusiastic explanation. Actually, I only learned about it after talking to Bai Wan. Back then, because Jia Yuan had connections in the military, the enforcers couldn't secure solid evidence and were unable to act. But that kid Chen Mu is incredible. With his extraordinary intelligence, he saw through everything. Without hesitation, he grabbed his blade and acted immediately, striking first and reporting later. All those hidden, filthy dealings were as clear as day to him. Commander Lei spoke with animated gestures, as if he had been there himself. After a moment to steady his excitement, he sighed sincerely. To be so young yet possess both intellect and courage is practically tailor-made for the Enforcement Division. Zhang Wuchen clutched his insulated mug mechanically, trying to process the influx of information. Regret surged within him. If I had known earlier, I should have just taken that kid on the spot. Yuan Qing wouldn't have been able to stop me anyway. Now, ugh, pride be damned, it's not worth it. After a long silence, he took a deep breath, as if making up his mind, and calmly said, I understand. Leave me for now. I need to confirm a few things. He planned to first probe Yuan Qing's stance, as it was still uncertain whether Chen Mu had truly been turned against them. Minister, what are we waiting for? Commander Lei urged anxiously. Let's head to Linhai City now and bring him back. Talents like this don't just walk through the door on their own. Meanwhile, in the shadowed corner of a street outside the Enforcement Division's headquarters, a small figure gazed intently at the low building to the right, the warehouse of the Enforcement Division, where all the Illuminati's cursed artifacts were stored. Enforcement Division, don't let me down, Chen Mu murmured softly. With that, his figure flickered and gradually vanished into the darkness. At the Jade Dragon Province Law Enforcement Division, 2 fully armed soldiers stood like statues on either side of the warehouse building's entrance, their sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Not far away, a patrol team marched past in perfect formation, their combat boots hitting the ground with a steady, muffled clatter. Suddenly, a peculiar breeze swept through the area. The soldier stationed on the left blinked slightly, his eyelashes trembling as he turned toward the direction of the wind. After confirming that everything appeared normal, the well-trained soldier quickly resumed his vigilant stance, continuing to perform his duty. On the second floor of the warehouse, a long corridor stretched into darkness, lined with rows of tightly shut metal doors. Each door bore an electronic lock that emitted a faint red glow. In his cloaked state, Chen Mu silently moved through the corridor, carefully studying the numbers on the doors. 021 Beast God Cult, 022 Remnant Star Society. Chen Mu quietly committed these names to memory. Seeing the unfamiliar names of these cults, he couldn't help but reflect. Most of these so-called faith-based cults were nothing more than fronts for greed and power. Compared to a true cult like the Illuminati, they were insignificant, with many of them already eradicated by the Law Enforcement Division. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his attention, 028 Lion Aspect Sect. Wasn't this the renowned righteous sect known for the little gun god? Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly set the question aside. intending to ask By about it later. 2 minutes later, he stopped in front of the door labeled 033 Illuminati. Exercising caution, Chen Mu meticulously surveyed the surrounding area, ensuring that no patrols were present in the building. Once reassured, he sat cross-legged in front of the door. Closing his eyes, he activated the heaven-breaking demonic record technique, extending its reach into the space behind the metal door. Instantly, over a dozen strands of dense red mist seeped through the gaps of the door, surging into his body like a tide. The immense life force coursing through his veins far exceeded his previous absorption rates, filling Chen Mu with excitement. 12 vials in stock. Merging inner energy techniques has finally paid off, he thought, elated. As time passed, the system notifications chimed one after another. You have advanced to Martial Artist Stage 4 Peak. You have advanced to Martial Artist Stage 5, Level 1. You have advanced to Martial Artist Stage 5, Level 2. You have advanced to Martial Artist Stage 5, Level 3. After breaking through Stage 4, Chen Mu could clearly feel the pace of his progress slowing. This threshold was indeed as formidable as the legends described, a barrier that had trapped countless martial artists without awakened talents. However, for him, as long as he had access to enough beast blood and elixirs, any bottleneck was merely a matter of time. From the 5th stage onwards, cultivation becomes akin to climbing a mountain. Each step forward feels steeper than the last. On the 2nd floor of the storage building, Chen Mu could clearly sense the 12 vials of elixirs behind the metal door being consumed at an astonishing speed. The medicinal energy flowed into his body like an unending stream, but even at this rate, he was still some distance away from reaching the peak of the 5th stage. As the final trace of medicinal energy surged into his body, blood-red text appeared before him. You have advanced to Martial Artist Stage 5, Level 8. Just a sliver more and I'd reach Level 9. Chen Mu thought, gazing at the words with deep regret. But there was no time to dwell on it. Within his body, a monumental transformation was underway. Unprecedented energy raged through his meridians like a storm. Every inch of his muscles and bones was being reshaped, and his flesh continuously regenerated under the onslaught of energy. His heart pounded like a war drum, each beat sending shockwaves of energy rippling through his body. A faint, dark sheen appeared on his skin, and countless tiny beads of blood seeped from his pores, only to be instantly vaporized by the searing heat within him. The black mist that formed swirled around him. His transformed blood became extraordinarily dense, with each drop exuding an aura potent enough to devastate the heavens and earth. Boom! Chen Mu's aura surged to new heights, resembling a primordial beast on the verge of awakening. Meanwhile, in an office building 100 meters away, Zhang Wuchen had just ended a call with Yuan Cheng. After over an hour of intense negotiation, he had extracted 2 critical pieces of information. First, Chen Mu had declined the Martial Arts Association's invitation. This decision left Zhang Wuchen deeply impressed at just 8 years old. To have the audacity to refuse the association spoke volumes about Chen Mu's unyielding character and supreme confidence in his own abilities, which clearly stemmed from more than external support. Second, Chen Mu was currently at the headquarters of the Yulong Province Military District, less than 100 miles away. Fortune truly favors me. Zhang Wuchen's eyes gleamed with determination. Just then, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted outside the window. The intensity of this aura far exceeded that of an ordinary 5th stage breakthrough. It was even more formidable than the energy of someone with austere martial arts talent. Most alarming, however, was the suffocatingly dense aura of malevolence mixed within it. Something's wrong. It's an unholy presence. Zhang Wuchen vanished from his spot in an instant. Inside the storage building, demonic energy churned like a boiling cauldron. Chen Mu's youthful face flickered in and out of view amidst the roiling waves of energy. He groaned inwardly. Why does breaking through a stage have to create such a commotion? I'm supposed to be sneaking around here. Hearing hurried footsteps from the floor below, he immediately sprang to his feet and dashed toward the small window at the end of the corridor. But before he could take more than 2 steps, a crushing aura belonging to a 7th-stage powerhouse descended upon the entire building. Under this terrifying pressure, Chen Mu's body froze, and he was forced out of his concealed state. The small window shattered with a deafening crash, shards of glass embedding themselves into the walls like deadly blades. What vile creature dares to lurk here? A thunderous voice roared as Zhang Wuchen stormed in through the broken window like a bolt of lightning. The fierce wind scattered the demonic mist, revealing 2 stunned faces within. As night fell, the dormitory area of the Yulong Province Enforcement Division was enveloped in silence. Chen Mu lay on his single bed, his fingers gently tracing the golden badge engraved with the words Enforcement. His gaze occasionally drifted to the striking document on the small table by his Beta Temporary Enforcement Officer employment contract. What should have been a disastrous intrusion earlier today took an unexpected turn. While he was stealthily exploring the division, Minister Zhang Wuchen suddenly appeared. However, instead of reprimanding him, Zhang casually remarked with an air of humor, saying things like, Visiting without notice, are we? And if you're lost, you should give us a call. Then, without hesitation, Zhang led him into the meeting room and straightforwardly expressed his intention to recruit him. When Chen Mu decisively declined, Zhang Wuchen remained unperturbed and presented him with a highly unconventional employment contract. His explanation was succinct and direct. When you say you're an enforcement officer, you are. When you say you're not, you're not. The contract seemed tailor-made for Chen Mu, granting him a unique privileged role as an enforcement officer who was not bound by departmental oversight, yet wielded the same authority. With the golden badge in hand, he could mobilize local enforcement forces nationwide, provided his actions fell within the jurisdiction of the enforcement division. Chen Mu immediately questioned the legality of such a seemingly frivolous contract. Zhang Wuchen, however, casually waved off his concerns, saying, "For exceptional talent, we can initiate custom contracts. Don't worry, it's all compliant." Ultimately, the allure of the contract won Chen Mu over. More importantly, this status would grant him unrestricted access to the enforcement division's internal records, allowing him to delve deeper into information about the Illuminati. Using the badge, he gained entry to the archives and spent the entire evening poring through documents. His findings were substantial. The Illuminati's headquarters were not located within Longwa's borders. Instead, they had appointed holy sons in major nations, each responsible for ritual affairs within their respective regions. Each holy son was supported by an elder. The records on Longwa's holy son were notably sparse, revealing only 2 details. They excelled in illusions and could summon a 7th-tier beast spirit of king-level power. Even more shocking was the true nature of the Illuminati's rituals. They involved perpetuating bloodshed and sacrificing lives to accelerate the descent of the abyss. Each sacrifice triggered a chain reaction, gradually expanding the abyss's reach. During his research, Chen Mu also stumbled upon the records of the Lion Gate. This discovery unveiled a long-standing historical issue. When the abyss first emerged and monstrous beasts invaded, humanity faced imminent peril. In response, the nation prioritized cultivating warriors to fend off the beasts and restore order. However, the upheaval also provided an opportunity for certain individuals to exploit the chaos. They expanded their influence, hoarded resources, trampled on the law, and even sought to overthrow the existing power structures. When the abyss was finally brought under control and a new order began to take shape, the 6 great sects had already entrenched themselves like a stubborn disease, evolving into colossal entities that were nearly impossible to dislodge. This marked the rise of the 6 great sects. Today, these sects have long formed a tightly bound community of interests. Pulling one string affects the entire web. To uproot them completely would undoubtedly trigger chaos, capable of shaking the very foundation of the Dragon Nation. Faced with such a situation, the enforcement department could only collect and preserve evidence for now, waiting for the right moment to settle accounts. Chen Mu flipped through the documents, his brows furrowing unconsciously. He thought of Commander Yuan, who was currently at Lion Gate to retrieve someone, and a trace of worry surfaced in his heart. Although the elderly commander held the rank of a general, his cultivation was only at the 6th stage. Meanwhile, Lion Gate not only had Elder Mo, another 6th-stage cultivator, but also a 7th-stage sect master presiding over it. However, upon further thought, Chen Mu reassured himself no matter how arrogant Lion Gate might be, they wouldn't dare harm a military commander, would they? With this thought, he let out a soft sigh, closed his eyes, and prepared to res the needed to be ready for the opening of the Spirit Abyss realm the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, inside the enforcement department building, Zhang Wuchen stood by the window, holding a thermos in one hand and a signed employment contract in the other. His sharply defined face was creased with a satisfied smile. The memory of Elder Yuan's frustrated expression when Chen Mu turned him down filled Zhang Wuchen with a smug sense of triumph. "Heh, you old coot, I've got the signature right here." He quickly took out his phone, snapped a picture of the contract, and prepared to send it to Elder Yuan, just to rub it in. This seemingly one-sided contract actually contained hidden depths. Chen Mu had repeatedly acted against the Illuminati, aligning himself with the enforcement department's interests. His infiltration of the department's archives this time was clearly another attempt to gather information on the Illuminati. Zhang Wuchen calculated in his mind. Anyone opposing the Illuminati was an ally of the enforcement department. Given Chen Mu's demonstrated intellect and rapid cultivation progress, it might only take a few years for him to help eradicate the Illuminati, this malignant tumor, once and for all. At the same time, in the distant province of Lushan, under the shadow of a towering mountain, Commander Yuan stood side by side with his adjutant, both clad in black battle robes and panting heavily. Their gazes were fixed on the massive stone slab bearing 3 bold, powerful characters, Lion Gate. As the commander-in-chief, Yuan Shouxin not only managed an overwhelming workload of administrative duties, but also frequently traveled to inspect several unstable great abysses. To save time, he had abandoned the use of transportation and rushed here on foot. Suddenly, a ferocious and commanding aura erupted from Yuan Shoshin, surging straight into the heavens. A storm of energy swept across the entire sect gate, blotting out the sky and enveloping the area in a howling tempest. Amidst the raging winds, a thunderous voice tore through the night. Qian Kai of Lion Gate, conspiring to assassinate a military commander. Today, I have come to arrest you. The next morning, in the small courtyard on the eastern side of the main peak of Lion Gate sect, the morning light pierced through the mist, illuminating the ravaged courtyard. An ancient locust tree had been severed at its trunk, with charred wood splinters scattered across the stone-paved ground. Beneath the tree sat an elder with an air of wisdom and authority. Elder, Qian Kai's master. At this moment, his left eye was swollen shut, his lips stained with dried blood, and his once pristine white robe was tattered, revealing scar-covered arms beneath. Dozens of sect disciples were cleaning up the aftermath nearby. As they worked, they stole cautious glances at the elder under the tree, quickly averting their eyes whenever they feared being noticed. Did they say it was Commander Yuan from the Jade Dragon Military District who did this? Seems like it was over the Heavens Judgment Seal. How dare he go back on his word and still show up here? The commotion last night. It was like the heavens were collapsing. Why hasn't the sect master stepped in yet? You must be new. The sect master has been in seclusion for years. Unless the survival of the sect is at stake, he won't show himself easily. The disciples whispered amongst themselves, their voices hushed as they discussed the earth-shaking battle from the night before. It was only at the break of dawn that Yuan Shoshin had finally withdrawn. Suddenly, the elder snapped his right eye open, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. Once you're done cleaning, get back to your training. Anyone who keeps gossiping will face the sect's punishment. The disciples hastily bowed their heads, murmuring their assent before falling silent. Elder took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. His gaze shifted to the towering structure at the mountain's summit, the Lionheart Thunder Pool, the sect's most treasured asset. It was a place that could accelerate cultivation speed by at least 30%, drawing countless young martial artists from across the land to kneel and beg for entry every year. Among them were not only talented individuals, but also those with mediocre potential yet wealthy backgrounds, willing to offer their entire fortunes for a slim chance at advancement. Beyond that, the sect possessed a wealth of alchemical formulas and martial arts legacies foundations that had kept Lion Gate sect standing strong for centuries. But Elder's ambitions extended far beyond the present. The sect was currently supported by only one 7th-rank grandmaster as its leader and a mere 2 6th-rank elders, placing it at the bottom among the 6 great sections. Qian Kai's emergence, however, had ignited hope in him. At just over 20 years old, Qian Kai had already reached the peak of the 4th rank and was now on the brink of breaking through to the 5th. Given time, he was certain to become a 6th-rank elder, and perhaps, with luck, even ascend to the grandmaster realm. For such a promising future grandmaster, offending Yuan Shoshin was a price worth paying. What could Yuan do? Mobilize an army to attack the sect? If an internal war broke out, the 6 great sects would undoubtedly intervene. The military forces guarding the abyss would be forced to withdraw, leaving the citizens of Long Kingdom to face the threat of monstrous beasts. Such a dire consequence was a burden Yuan Shoshin could never afford to bear. With this thought, Elder let out a faint, disdainful chuckle. Though he had endured a beating, Yuan hadn't fared much better. And in the end, he had succeeded in protecting Qian Kai. Just then, he sensed something unusual and abruptly turned his head toward the small pavilion on the eastern side. Boom! A surge of overwhelming energy, sharp as a blade, erupted into the sky, causing the entire sect to tremble. A fierce wind roared through the surroundings as a tall figure appeared atop the pavilion. Bathed in radiant spear light, the figure exuded a brilliance so intense that none could bear to look directly at him. Elder Mo raised his hand to smooth out his wind-tousled beard, his face brimming with satisfaction. Shao Kai, you've truly broken through the 5th stage. Perfect timing to join this year's Lingyuan secret realm. Meanwhile, on a speeding train, Chen Mu sat alone in a soft chair within a 2-person compartment. Through the window, he watched the scenery rapidly retreating, his thoughts drifting to the Holy Sonar, more precisely, the primal research institute behind the Illuminati. According to the Enforcement Division's records, all evolutionary serums originated from this institute. A glimmer of greed flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. If I could turn all the researchers there into my ghost servants, I'd achieve complete control over the dark entities. But to find the Primal Research Institute, I need to deal with the Holy Sun first. Across from him sat a refined young martial artist, Xiao Rui, who had been assigned by Elder Yuan to escort Chen Mu to the secret realm. At the moment, Xiao Rui was focused on reviewing the participant list for the secret realm on his laptop. Just then, Chen Mu's smart wristband vibrated. When he answered, a projection screen lit up, revealing Yuan Shoshin's disheveled face. Despite the visible bruises on his cheekbones and his pale complexion, Yuan Shoshin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Xiaomu, I avenged you. Last night, old Li and I stormed into the Lion sect and beat up Qian Kai's master all night long. Seeing Yuan Shoshin's clearly battered appearance, Chen Mu frowned slightly. Commander Yuan, you've already done more than enough. Yuan Shoshin gave an awkward smile and sighed. Xiao Mu, the fourth abyss in Linhai is short on manpower. Your father is the great abyss general, you should understand. But don't worry, after this lesson, they won't dare trouble you again. After ending the call, Chen Mu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Wait for some time. No need. After the secret realm ends, I'll head straight to Lushan province and nip this grudge in the bud. Xiao Mu. Xiao Rui, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Qian Kai is on the participant list for this event. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Xiao Rui quickly tried to dissuade him. We need to consider the long-term consequences of our actions. He pulled up the Lion Sect's information and pushed it toward Chen Mu. Qian Kai is the most outstanding disciple of the Lion Sect, and he has a 6th-stage master backing him. If you cripple Qian Kai, the entire Lion Sect won't let it slide. Chen Mu carefully read through the information and nodded. I understand. Just as Xiao Rui breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Mu suddenly exclaimed with excitement. So not only can I take out Qian Kai, but I can also take down his master? Maybe even the entire Lion Sect? This will be a perfect opportunity to reopen the Human Emperor banner's business. The young martial artist's momentary relief was abruptly replaced by a renewed sense of unease. In the province of Lushan, within the small courtyard of the elder of Shixiang sect, Qian Kai sat upright at a weathered stone table, clad in a golden robe. His gaze was fixed intensely on the 3 glowing screens suspended before him. Veins bulged prominently on his forehead like coiled dragons, his fists clenched tightly, and the delicate teacup in his hand shattered instantly. Scalding tea splashed across the mottled surface of the stone table. The first screen displayed footage from the martial competition. The video froze on the final scene a dense black mist. This was the result of Chen Mu unleashing the Nether Dragon after binding the 10,000 Souls banner to counter an unexpected beast tide, which caused all electronic devices to malfunction. However, based on prior competition records, it was clear that the boy had already attained the strength of a 4th-tier martial artist. The second screen showed an official report from the military. Aside from summarizing the scale of the beast tide and the casualties, the most striking detail was an interview segment at the end. In the footage, Yuan Shoshin appeared smug as he declared, "The suppression of the beast tide was entirely thanks to my Heaven's execution seal bearer alone." Huh. Qian Kai let out a cold laugh, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A 4th-tier martial artist single-handedly quelling a beast tide? Yuan Shoshin clearly underestimated others. The truth was obvious after eliminating the beast tide. Yuan had deliberately credited Chen Mu in an attempt to promote his own seal bearer. But such blatant fabrication was utterly absurd. The final screen featured a piece of societal news about Ji Tianxiong, whose entire clan had been executed for violating national security laws. Qian Kai's eyes skimmed over the main article and landed directly on the comment section. According to insiders, Qian Kai of Shixiang sect is the real mastermind behind this, read one comment. Below, a torrent of criticism erupted, and the discussion spiraled into wild accusations, ranging from his personal life to the sect's dark history. Unforgivable. Qian Kai growled through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with icy rage. To him, the situation was crystal clear. Someone dared to seize his Heaven's execution seal, cripple his cultivation core, and tarnish his reputation. Retribution was inevitable for such insolence. That wretched brat was as good as dead. At that moment, a weathered hand brushed gently across the screens, shutting them off. Stop looking at these, Elder Imo said calmly, his voice steady despite the injuries covering his body. You've just broken through to the 5th tier, but your foundation is unstable. You shouldn't let your emotions fluctuate too much. He placed a pill on the table. This will help you stabilize your cultivation quickly. The day after tomorrow marks the opening of the Lingyuan secret realm. Prepare yourself and get ready to depart. Elder Imo was well aware of what his disciple was brooding over. While the Shixiang sect wasn't afraid of Yuan Shoshin, it was wise to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Maintaining a facade of peace was beneficial for both sides. For now, allowing Qian Kai to endure a temporary setback was a price worth paying to ensure his growth. However, knowing his proud nature, swallowing this humiliation would be a bitter pill indeed, especially since Chen Mu would also be competing in the upcoming event. The old man raised his eyes and looked at the boy's delighted expression. In a heavy tone, he advised, "You'd better not provoke him. If you ask me, this matter should end here." "Why not?" Qian Kai's eyes widened in confusion as he pressed further. "Does Yuan Shoshin dare to destroy my Lianxiang sect?" Elder Imo slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to rattle, and roared angrily. "Nonsense. You've just reached the 5th rank, and now you disregard your master's words." A trace of worry flickered in his eyes. "This disciple of mine doesn't care a bit whether I live or die. Are you not even concerned that Yuan Shoshin might make beating up old Mo a part of his daily routine?" "I wouldn't dare." Qian Kai immediately lowered his head, admitting his mistake with a respectful attitude. Seeing this, the old man sighed deeply, his tone softening. Focus your mind on the martial path. The strength of the sect is your greatest backing. When the time is right, don't mention a mere Chen Mu whatever you want to do. I will support you. Qian Kai bowed respectfully in agreement, but a trace of suppressed, killing intent flickered in his lowered eyes. He thought to himself, Master has a point, but how can the strong bow to the weak? As for Chen Mu, as long as he knows his place and stays far away from me, I might let him live a few more years. In the province of Wuchuan, within the city of Furong, 5 towering peaks encircled a massive central basin, the mountain ranges coiled like a dragon. Upon arriving, Chen Mu headed straight for the Enforcement Division's treasure vault. The highest-ranking official, there was a 5th-rank commander, on par with him. When an 80-year-old child presented a golden badge, the astonished expressions of the enforcers were truly a sight to behold. Before long, Chen Mu acquired 3 evolution serums. As an enforcer, he could finally obtain these resources openly. Returning to the hotel, he was immediately met with a barrage of advice from Qiu Rui. Without a word, Chen Mu summoned the nether dragon, giving his talkative assistant a first-hand experience of dragonflight. While Qiu Rui was soaring through the skies, Chen Mu eagerly injected half a vial of serum, successfully advancing his cultivation to the peak of the 5th rank. Now he was just one sky aperture breakthrough away from reaching the 6th rank. The day of the secret realm's opening arrived quickly. In a deep valley 100 miles from the city, over 100 martial artists had gathered. Most were 5th-rank cultivators, with a rare few at the 4th rank, alongside dozens of uniformed enforcers maintaining order. This was the entrance to the Lingyuan secret realm. While Qian Kai was chatting casually with a friend dressed as a monk, the sound of something cutting through the air came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a small figure descending gracefully amidst a gust of wind, followed by a scholarly-looking young man. Chen Mu's arrival caused an immediate sensation. Among the crowd, all were 5th-rank experts. The youngest, like Qian Kai, was in their early 20s, while most were in their 50s or 60s. For such a youthful-looking child to participate in the Lingyuan secret realm was utterly unprecedented. In the crowd, Qian Kai turned his head, a mocking smile curling his lips as he chuckled lightly. Commander Chen, I've long heard of your illustrious reputation. Mocking words echoed through the valley. Chen Mu turned toward the voice and saw Qian Kai standing proudly, his golden robe gently fluttering in the mountain breeze. His young face carried a gaze that was cold and laced with disdain. Stopping a beast tied single-handedly? Qian Kai sneered, casually brushing his sleeve. That kind of talk might fool some naive fools, but if you actually believe it yourself, you're courting death. His tone was lazy and indifferent. Don't think having Yuan Shoshin backing you gives you free rein. You should be thankful I'm not interested in you right now. As he finished speaking, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. One last piece of advice: don't mess with me. I'm not someone you can afford to provoke. With that, he turned and walked away. The warriors maintaining order in the area barely spared a glance at the scene. In this restricted zone, where the use of qi and blood energy was prohibited, any physical altercation would amount to nothing more than a brawl, incapable of causing serious harm. The surrounding warriors watched the exchange with interest. Though Qian Kai wasn't on par with Longwo's top prodigy, Yi Lichuan, he was still a renowned figure, known as the Little Spear God of the Lion-Elephant sect. Meanwhile, the boy referred to as Commander Chun was none other than the key figure in the recent Tianju Seal incident and the martial exam assassination case. Everyone understood the disparity. 80-year-old Chen Mu, with his mere 4th-tier strength, was no match for Qian Kai, who had already reached the first stage of the 5th tier. Just as they assumed the conflict would end there, a young yet calm voice broke the silence. Are you done showing off? Chen Mu called out, looking at the golden figures retreating back, a hint of delight appearing in his expression. He had thought Yuan Shuxin's warning would keep Qian Kai at bay, prompting him to wait for an opportunity to act within the secret realm. But this treasure boy seemed all too eager to prove himself a worthy soul cultivator. Behind him, Qiu Rui covered his face in exasperation at the scene. Over the past few days, every attempt to dissuade this little troublemaker had resulted in an involuntary sky tour over Furong City. Now it seemed the Lion-Elephant sect wouldn't let this slide easily. He had better report this to the elders immediately. What? You're not convinced? Qian Kai spun around abruptly at Chen Mu's provocation, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Though the restriction prevented him from channeling qi and blood energy, the sheer physical strength of a 5th-tier warrior, combined with his long-term use of bone-strengthening pills, made him confident that a mere 4th-tier brat posed no threat. Since the other party was so insolent, he didn't mind teaching this reckless brat a painful lesson. At that moment, a martial artist dressed in monk robes stepped forward. With his hands clasped together and a calm expression, he addressed Chen Mu. This humble monk is a disciple of Fengshan Temple, with the Dharma name hung away. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish. Since you've already gained the upper hand, why not show this monk some courtesy and let it rest? Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash interrupted him. The ground where Chen Mu had been standing instantly caved into a deep pit. In the next moment, a small figure, no more than 1.4 meters tall, shot out like an arrow from a bow, appearing before Qian Kai in the blink of an eye. Before Qian Kai could react, Chen Mu had already leapt into the air. His unassuming little fist came down with a piercing whistle, aiming straight for Qian Kai's head. Qian Kai's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart filled with dread. What was this terrifying speed? His qi and blood had clearly been sealed. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but his body, deprived of qi and blood, couldn't keep up with his mind's commands. Bang! The fist landed squarely on Qian Kai's face, slamming his head directly into the ground. The earth cracked into a web of fissures, and the air was filled with the scent of dirt and blood. Qian Kai lay flat in the muddy pit, his nose broken and front teeth knocked out. Just as he struggled to get up, another merciless punch drove his head back into the ground. Hung Hui remained in his prayerful stance, stunned by what he was witnessing. Even as someone highly skilled in physical conditioning, he knew such raw power was impossible without the support of qi and blood. Yet this child, who was only at the 4th stage, possessed a body stronger than even someone at the 5th stage. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hung Hui came to a conclusion, assessed his odds as 60-40, with him having the edge. While he acknowledged that his strength might not match Chen Mu's, he had unwavering confidence in his indestructible physique. The surrounding martial artists were left dumbfounded, their gazes shifting to the security officers in disbelief. Was this really a state with sealed qi and blood? Could there be a malfunction in the restriction? The lead security officer was equally perplexed. Awkwardly clearing his throat, he raised his voice and announced, "The secret realm is about to open. I urge everyone to set aside your grievances and prepare for the teleportation." As his words fell, ripples began to spread across the space above the valley, and the secret realm tokens in everyone's hands started glowing. Chen Mu glanced at his token with a slight frown, feeling a tinge of regret. If his twin blades hadn't been stored in his spatial bracelet, he would have already finished off this troublesome opponent. At that moment, the disfigured Qian Kai let out a sinister laugh. "You little bastard, once we're inside the secret realm, they'll show you what it means to be crushed by someone of a higher realm." But before he could finish, the boy's youthful voice sounded right in his ear. "Why wait for the secret realm? Can't we settle this right now?" In the Lingyuan Valley, the clouds in the sky churned violently, as if stirred by an enormous, unseen hand. A blinding golden beam of light pierced through the dense clouds, condensing into a colossal gateway of light, towering hundreds of feet high above the valley. Boundless energy of heaven and earth streamed continuously from the gateway. This was the entrance to the Lingyuan secret realm. Beneath the gateway, flashes of teleportation light flickered incessantly, as one martial artist after another vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Mu closed his eyes slowly under the puzzled gaze of Qian Kai and began forcibly channeling the blood energy within his body. Within his dantian, a complex array of patterns gradually surfaced, binding his internal power like iron chains. Yet at this moment, the vast blood energy that had been suppressed began to stir restlessly. Dark demonic energy separated from his blood, corroding the array patterns like ants devouring their prey. At the very instant the teleportation light reached its peak, a faint crack appeared in the ceiling array. The immense blood energy within him erupted like a flood breaking through a dam, surging out from the tiny breach. "5/10 of my strength, barely enough," Chen Mu muttered as his eyes snapped open, a faint glint of crimson flashing within them. He raised his right hand, dark, eerie energy swirling around his fist, and without hesitation, he swung it toward Qian Kai's stunned face. Boom! A sharp, ear-splitting whine tore through the air. Just as his fist was about to land on Qian Kai's face, both figures vanished simultaneously. The scene shifted instantaneously to a glacial snowfield within the Lingyuan secret realm. The moment Qian Kai reappeared, he was flung backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the snow. His body carved a trench hundreds of feet long in the ground, stopping just short of the edge of a glacial cliff. His once pristine golden robes were now tattered and worn. Cough, cough. Qian Kai struggled to his feet, hastily swallowing a pill. Though his injuries weren't severe, his head throbbed incessantly. "Attacking my face directly, how shameless," he muttered, still shaken as he worked to restore his energy. At the last moment, Chen Mu had somehow broken through the seal. If not for the timely teleportation, Qian Kai knew he would have suffered greatly. However, judging from the power of that punch, it was clear Chen Mu was merely a 4th-tier martial artist. His dominance in his tier likely stemmed from his formidable physical body, but against a 5th-tier expert like Qian Kai, he was ultimately nothing more than a minor nuisance. Realizing this, Qian Kai's confidence surged. "I intended to spare you, but it seems you've chosen your own demise," he declared, rising abruptly. His tattered robes billowed in the icy wind and snow. As a disciple of the lion aspect sect, To endure such humiliation without retaliation would disgrace my sect's honor. He cast his gaze toward the snow-capped peaks, his voice cold and resolute. In this secret realm, let's see where you can run. As his words faded, a slightly surprised voice called out from behind him. You're still standing? Across the vast chasm, Chen Mu stood, looking at him with an expression of astonishment. The two locked eyes across the cliff, their faces betraying a shared, unexpected sense of delight. Chen Mu, too, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. On the howling, windswept snowfield, a familiar, arrogant voice shattered the silence. Qian Kai turned toward the sound, and sure enough, he saw the figure he had longed for day and night, his honored adversary, Chen Mu. The icy air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. In the next instant, two figures leapt into the air simultaneously, like two meteors hurtling toward each other. Qian Kai's scarred face twisted with exhilaration as his aura surged higher and higher. With a wave of his arm, a burst of golden light erupted in the void, and a golden spear engraved with a coiling dragon design materialized. This spear is called Panlong, forged by the greatest master craftsman of the Dragon Kingdom, infused with the essence blood of the Jiao King. The golden-robed youth's aura intertwined with the spear's intent, forming an unstoppable, sky-piercing force. To die beneath my spear is a glory you can take pride in. Before his words had fully faded, a massive golden spear shadow shot forth from the void, blotting out the sky as it aimed directly for Chen Mu's vital points. Yet, faced with the ferocious attack, Chen Mu remained calm. He calmly reached up to his neck, and with a sharp motion, drew out his own spine. Dark red blood patterns danced across the pale white surface of the bone, and as the demonic energy surged, the joints twisted and transformed into a sinister blade. The aura of a fifth-tier pinnacle erupted without restraint, but unlike his opponent's overwhelming grandeur, Chen Mu's was understated. With a casual toss, the bone blade let out a chilling, eager screech and charged straight into the endless spear shadow. Boom! An ocean-like torrent of demonic energy exploded, obliterating the magnificent golden spear shadow in an instant. With a sharp crack, the Panlong spear splintered, fractures spreading across its surface. Under Qian Kai's stunned gaze, it shattered into pieces. Impossible! Before he could recover, the sinister bone blade, like a decayed claw reaching from the depths of hell, gathered a cataclysmic storm in midair. Pitch-black energy pierced through Qian Kai's body in a flash, pinning him to the snowy ground. Crimson blood gushed forth, blooming like a macabre flower on the pristine white snow. Qian Kai's entire body was racked with searing pain, as though being torn apart. His life force surged uncontrollably toward the bone blade. Trembling violently, he stared in terror at the youth hovering in the air. You, what realm have you reached? As an unseen century prodigy of the Lion Gate sect, Qian Kai had been granted access to the sect's most exceptional resources from a young age, with hints that he might even be groomed as the next sect leader. His talent for cultivation was extraordinary. He reached the 4th tier by the age of 18, ascended to the peak of the 4th tier within just 3 years, and even awakened in scrayed martial arts aptitude. Such a qualification was unparalleled, even among the most gifted prodigies in the Dragon Nation. Because of this, Qian Kai had always been brimming with confidence in his own strength. Even as he had just stepped into the 5th tier, he was certain he could hold his own against 5th tier 4th stage or 5th stage experts. Yet, at this moment, as he stared at the figure hovering midair, his pupils contracted violently, and disbelief was written all over his face. The young man's entire being was shrouded in demonic energy, surging into the skies and engulfing the surrounding 10 miles. The rolling demonic clouds painted the heavens in intertwining shades of black and white. In this eerie world, only those blood-red eyes glowed ominously from within the depths of the demonic mist, exuding a suffocating pressure akin to a blood moon from hell, gazing down upon all living beings. Qian Kai swallowed hard, watching as the young man approached step by step. His body trembled uncontrollably, aggravating his wounds and causing fresh blood to spill. A horrifying realization struck him: this oppressive aura far surpassed that of the 6th tier master in his sect. This couldn't possibly be the power of the 4th tier. It had to be at least the peak of the 5th tier, if not half a step into the 6th. 3 days. Just 3 days, he screamed internally. At the martial exchange competition, he was clearly only at the 4th tier. How could he have broken through to this level? The blow to his pride was far more unbearable than the physical pain while they climbed the mountain of cultivation through grueling effort. This young man seemed to have taken an elevator straight to the summit. Chen Mu's voice was as cold as ice. For someone with the nickname Little Gun God, I had thought you might at least be worthy enough to become a fierce soul for the 10,000 souls banner. But it seems you're nothing more than a disappointment. The disdain in Chen Mu's tone filled Qian Kai with both humiliation and rage. Never in his life had he suffered such an insult. But the reality of the situation was undeniable, and survival became his priority. If he could just return to the sect, the elders would surely avenge him. Young man. Qian Kai gritted his teeth and said, you stole my seal, attacked my master, and now you've gravely injured me. This feud with the Lion Gate sect is already irreconcilable. But if you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to write this off as water under the bridge. Chen Mu's response was a merciless kick. The immense force drove Qian Kai's head into the dirt, and the sound of his skull cracking faintly echoed. Blood mixed with mud seeped from the corners of his mouth. The fear of death shattered the last remnants of Qian Kai's pride. I was blind to your greatness. Please, please, Commander, spare my life, he stammered in a garbled plea. At that moment, all his defiance had been replaced by sheer terror. This guy is insane, acting without any regard for the consequences. Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the 6 great sects? Qian Kai's heart was filled with terror. Just as he silently prayed for mercy, the suffocating pressure above him suddenly vanished. Chen Mu grabbed his head and spoke in a calm tone. Why are you so scared? I am not one to kill without reason. Qian Kai was about to show a glimmer of relief when that indifferent voice rang out again. On the contrary, I repay grievances with virtue and will grant you a path to ascend. This is an entirely new method of cultivation. I call it soul refinement, abandoning the shackles of the mortal body, using the soul as a vessel to reach the essence of the Tao. Before the words had fully settled, a faint purple light flickered between Chen Mu's brows. A massive soul banner stood proudly amidst the ice and snow, emanating a chilling aura. Countless beast souls let out earth-shaking roars, as if ready to break free and devour everything in their path. Qian Kai's mind went blank. In his understanding, the only path of cultivation in this world was martial arts. He had never heard of anything like soul refinement. He couldn't tell if the other person was truly mad or simply toying with him. As for the method, it's quite simple. Chen Mu rose slowly, a segment of finger bone flying out and transforming into a sharp blade. You only need to die a little. The blade traced a graceful arc through the air, heading straight for Qian Kai's forehead. Qian Kai's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he activated a secret technique. Enveloped in golden light, he forcibly tore his body free from where the bone blade had pinned him, instantly flashing 100 feet away. Though the ghastly wound on his abdomen began healing rapidly, his cultivation plummeted like a collapsing dam, falling from the 5th tier to the 4th. In a life-or-death moment, Qian Kai had no time to lament his lost cultivation level. He desperately channeled his dwindling vitality to flee as fast as he could. He roared internally. As long as I can find other martial artists, I'll be saved. In the name of Lion Gate, I swear someone will be tempted to help. The sound of something slicing through the air grew closer and closer. Just as the situation became critical, a rounded bald head appeared in his field of vision. Brother Hung Hui, save me, Qian Kai shouted hoarsely, feeling the deadly edge almost at his back. The young monk Hung Hui turned at the sound and saw the blood-soaked, disheveled Qian Kai running desperately toward him. 100 feet behind, Chen Mu followed leisurely, his toes barely touching the ground as if taking a casual stroll. His youthful face showed no emotion at all. Seeing the bone blade about to pierce Qian Kai's skull, Hung Hui's eyes widened in fury as he roared. Stop. Golden light surged around him, his aura towering like a mountain. A phantom of an ancient, unadorned bell appeared, enveloping both him and Qian Kai. This was the Golden Bell Shield, a high-level defensive technique of the Buddhist sects, capable of withstanding 100 strikes from a martial artist of the same tier. Qian Kai staggered and fell to the ground, gasping for air, his eyes filled with the joy of narrowly escaping death. But just as he turned his head, boom, a mournful wail of countless souls echoed across the heavens and earth. The majestic golden bell shattered like fragile glass. Amid the rolling demonic mist, a glint of cold light flashed, and Qian Kai's head was pierced clean through. He collapsed lifelessly, a faint smile of relief still lingering on his lips. Killed a 4th-tier martial artist. Slaughter value, 800. Chen Mu glanced at the sudden notification and sighed inwardly. Compared to the feast of the previous beast tide, this amount of slaughter value was negligible. Still, it was enough to recruit another student for the Soul Refinement Academy of the Soul Banner. Completely ignoring the dumbfounded Hung Hui, Chen Mu summoned the Soul Banner and began extracting souls and blood. Watching the young demon calmly harvest souls and blood without a care, Hung Hui was utterly stunned. He had encountered evil cultivators before, but had never seen such a bizarre and audacious method. This was outright defiance of the Buddhist sects. After a long pause, Hung Hui finally managed to squeeze out a trembling sentence. What kind of monster are you? Blood pool capacity 2100, soul banner soul power 100. Once the process was complete, Chen Mu stretched lazily and cast a playful glance at the monk before him. What's wrong? Do you want to become a soul refiner too? What kind of soul cultivation is this? Hearing Chen Mu's words, Hung Hui shivered involuntarily. Just as he was about to ask, the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing. This wasn't ordinary cold, it was a chilling sensation that pierced straight to the soul, far more bone-chilling than any icy landscape. Black mist surged out from the All Souls banner, coiling and swirling in the air. In the center of the dark fog, Qian Kai's figure materialized. The once arrogant little gun god now knelt humbly before Chen Mu, his head bowed and demeanor submissive. Master, what are your orders? Hung Hui's prayer beads creaked under the force of his grip. His gaze flickered between Qian Kai's cold corpse on the ground and the seemingly transformed figure of his friend before him. He was utterly shaken to his core. Or are you planning to avenge him? Chen Mu casually toyed with the small banner in his hands, a faint trace of expectation in his expression. It was as if he was hinting that the moment Hung Hui nodded, he too would end up kneeling before him, calling him master. Hung Hui snapped out of his daze, his face draining of all color. Avenge him? Forget the eerie soul cultivation technique, just the sheer power of the blow that shattered the golden bell shield earlier was enough to prove that Chen Mu was far beyond his ability to contend with. This was no ordinary foe, this was a dangerous demon. Only his master might stand a chance at defeating him. But under the current circumstances, leaving wasn't an option. The 6 great temples had a strict code of mutual aid in times of crisis. He had to do something to address the situation, yet he couldn't afford to sacrifice his life recklessly. Hung Hui found himself in a dilemma, his gaze conflicted as he looked at Chen Mu. Just then, Qian Kai suddenly stepped forward, raising his spectral gun to point directly at Hung Hui. Impudent monk. Anyone who dares harm my master will have to answer to my gun first. This scene jolted Hung Hui into full clarity, his eye twitching uncontrollably. Ba, who would bother avenging this fool? He turned to Chen Mu and offered a respectful bow. Young benefactor, the grievances between you and the Lion's Gate are not for this monk to judge. However, this monk also has his own duties and cannot simply stand by. The young monk raised his head, a kind smile on his face. How about this, you take one punch from me, and I'll let you leave. What do you say? His expression was sincere, leaving little room for misunderstanding. It was clear he was offering Chen Mu a way out. As long as Chen Mu played along and took the symbolic punch, they could both walk away without further conflict. Take a punch from you? A glint of red flashed in Chen Mu's eyes as he chuckled softly. Not a bad idea. Hung Hui was about to respond when Chen Mu suddenly unleashed a punch, engulfed in dark flames. The young monk's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly formed a seal. Vajra, golden light encircled him, forming a protective barrier around his body. Yet when the seemingly ordinary punch landed on his chest, it unleashed a cataclysmic force like a tidal wave. Crack! The golden shield shattered, his chest bones fractured. Hung Hui felt as though a mountain had slammed into him, sending his body careening uncontrollably backward. He crashed through several trees before slamming heavily into a wall of solid ice. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, his eyes rolled back, and the young monk fell heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Chen Mu withdrew his hand, which still faintly echoed with traces of true energy, and raised an eyebrow slightly. He had held back some of his strength with that punch, but for the young monk to survive such an attack his Vajra body was indeed impressive. Standing still, Chen Mu's gaze lingered on the unconscious young monk for a moment. He lightly stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. After a brief pause, he turned and walked away with steady steps. Since the young monk had taken his punch, the promise was fulfilled. More importantly, a new plan had already formed in his mind. According to the Enforcement Division's records, Fengshan Temple wasn't exactly virtuous, but they weren't utterly irredeemable either. The matter would eventually be settled, but now wasn't the time to take them down in one fell swoop. After all, it was a top-tier sect with 3 grandmasters holding the fort. Letting this young monk go was akin to casting out bait. If you strike the small ones, the big ones are bound to follow. When that time comes, he could deal with them one by one. Meanwhile, atop the mountains of Lushan province, in a secluded courtyard belonging to Shixiang Gate, an elderly man in a white robe was meditating. The bruises on his face had mostly faded, leaving only a faint tinge of yellowish green. After the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, Elder Mo abruptly opened his cloudy eyes, his brows furrowing unconsciously. Moments earlier, a wave of unease had inexplicably surged through his heart. Initially, he was supposed to accompany Qian Kai on this journey to the secret realm. However, the sudden rampage of Yuan Shouxin had forced him to stay behind and recover from his injuries. Thinking about the situation in the secret realm, the old man felt a twinge of concern. But soon, he dismissed it with a faint smile. Most of the participants in the secret realm were young martial artists at the early 5th rank. With Qian Kai's strength, he was undoubtedly among the best. Even those in their 50s or 60s at the 8th or 9th level of the 5th rank wouldn't dare lay a finger on Qian Kai, out of respect for Shixiang Gate. On the contrary, they would likely try to curry favor with him. Just as Elder Mo was about to dispel the inexplicable anxiety from his mind, the courtyard door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. A disciple in coarse clothing stumbled in, panic etched across his face. Before the elder could reprimand him, the disciple cried out in a trembling voice. Grand Elder, something terrible has happened. Seen your brother Qian's life token? it shattered. In the mysterious realm of Lingyuan, a desolate plain stretched endlessly before the eyes. Heavy, oppressive clouds hung low in the sky, with countless arcs of lightning snaking and intertwining within the dark masses, accompanied by deep, rumbling thunder. The ground was riddled with scars and burned cracks, barren and lifeless. At the center of the plain stood a solitary peak, piercing the heavens as if trying to connect with the sky itself. Atop the peak, a black-robed warrior sat cross-legged, his body emanating a faint, eerie blue glow. The dense lightning elements in the air swirled around him, converging into his form like rivers flowing into the sea. An hour had passed since the secret realm had opened. The fortunate cultivators had already found the best places for advancement, while most others continued to wander aimlessly. When several individuals set their sights on the same treasure ground, bloody conflicts were inevitable. Chen Mu had just stepped into this stormy wasteland. Without delay, he attempted to activate the Devil's Bone locking technique, a mutation of the 5 organs enlightenment method. The system quickly responded. Compatibility with cultivation environment detected at 0.3. Technique activation failed. He let out a soft sigh, his brows furrowed slightly. Though the system could adapt techniques, it could not alter the reality of the environment. With only 24 hours in the secret realm, failing to find a suitable breakthrough location could lead to disastrous consequences. But Chen Mu remained calm. Since binding with the system, its guidance had never failed him. Such a significant issue might arise from human error, but the system would never make such a mistake. What truly concerned him were the repercussions of Qian Kai's death. The 60-year master of the deceased would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance, and the entire Lion Gate sect would be enraged. With a sect master at the grandmaster level, 2 6th-tier elders, and several 5th-tier minor elders, even as one of the weakest among the 6 major sects, their strength was not to be underestimated. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 5th tier himself, armed with numerous deadly techniques, Chen Mu knew he would likely have to rely on his formidable connections when the time came. At this thought, Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh internally. The gap between warriors of the 1st to 4th tiers was merely a matter of quantity. But starting from the 5th tier, each major breakthrough represented a qualitative transformation. The higher the realm, the more insurmountable the gap in cross-dire battles became. "We need to move faster," Chen Mu muttered, gazing at the tumultuous storm clouds above. He lightly patted the head of the dragon-like creature beside him. "Hey, silly dog, let's find another spot." Before the words had fully left his lips, the half-hang-sized dragon responded immediately. With a sharp bark, its body swelled rapidly in the wind, transforming into a colossal 1,000-zanglong dragon in an instant. It carried the young man, soaring into the stormy skies. As the wind roared past his ears, Chen Mu stood atop the dragon's head, gazing calmly at the soul banner in his hand. A system notification appeared before him. Enhancement acquired. Designation of primary soul unnecessary. I've been so busy refining techniques and advancing my realm these past 2 days that I almost forgot about this. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he stroked the dragon's canine-like head. In a gentle tone, he asked, "Hey, silly dog, have you ever heard of soul cultivation?" The dragon turned its massive head, its eyes as pure as water. What followed was a comedic 5-minute exchange between man and dragon. "I'm not going to hurt you. Oh well, let's just try it. It won't even hurt. Oh whoa. Damn it, don't blame me for using force soulbind. Woof woof." As a pitiful howl of the dragon dog echoed through the mountains, the colossal body of the dark abyss nether dragon, as vast as a mountain, was gradually absorbed into the 10,000 souls banner. Instantly, a notification appeared on the light screen. Current main soul of the 10,000 souls banner dark abyss nether dragon peak tier 5 has gained a boost, doubling all attributes and increasing soul strength by 200. A glimmer of delight flashed in Chen Mu's eyes as he clearly felt a surge in his internal aura. Simultaneously, his nascent humanoid soul rapidly solidified under the catalysis of an inexplicable force. Although the silly dog is a product of a skill, it has already developed a soul after reaching its peak state. Chen Mu mused to himself. Its essence seems to belong to the ancient beast souls, which aligns with my initial assumption when I acquired the 10,000 souls banner. Just then, a stream of information flooded his mind. The main soul can devour other souls within the banner to enhance its strength, but it cannot exceed the wielder's realm by more than 1 major tier. This meant that with Chen Mu's current tier 5 cultivation, the silly dog's upper limit was peak tier 6. The cultivation restriction is secondary. The key is that the silly dog now has growth potential. Chen Mu murmured. This is, after all, a legendary ancient divine beast dragon with unimaginable potential. It's far superior to a mere skill-based form. As Chen Mu envisioned the future, the massive head of the nether dragon suddenly emerged from the 10,000 souls banner. Its eyes were filled with gratitude and reverence, and it was amusingly chomping on a miscellaneous fish beast soul, with one clutched in its mouth and one in each front claw, devouring them voraciously. Eat up, Chen Mu chuckled. Aside from the humanoid ones and those tier 5 beast souls, the rest are your snacks. The more you eat now, the stronger I'll become. This will be my key trump card for challenging opponents beyond my tier. Unknowingly, the man and dragon had already flown away from the Thunder Wasteland. When Chen Mu reopened his interface, his eyes gleamed. The compatibility rate of the cultivation environment was slowly rising. 0.3, 1.1, 2.5. He focused his gaze downward. At the edge of a forest 100 miles away, a faint black mist was spreading, and within it, two martial artists were fleeing at full speed. Death energy? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly surprised. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in a serene mountain valley, most of the people present were family and friends of the participants, apart from a dozen patrolling martial artists. Suddenly, several sharp sounds of piercing air broke the tranquility. An elder in a white robe with a grim expression appeared first. It was Elder Mo, the master of Qian Kai. Following closely behind him were three martial artists dressed in elder robes, one at tier 6 and two at peak tier 5. The overwhelming pressure from the four instantly enveloped the entire valley. Within the crowd, Xiao Rue shrank his neck, trying to minimize his presence, while his fingers rapidly tapped on his communication bracelet. Elder Yuan, we've got trouble. The Grand Elder of the Lion Elephant sect is blocking the entrance to the secret realm. Looks like they're planning to go after Little Mo. Near a dense forest within the Lingyuan secret realm. Hey, kid, it's dangerous there. Come out now. Two martial artists stood at the edge of a faint black mist, their faces filled with anxiety. Among them, a short-haired girl nearly dashed into the mist, only to be held back by her companion. This is death energite corrodes the meridians and dantian of martial artists. Once contaminated, it leaves hidden injuries that will haunt you for life, her companion urgently warned. Just a minute ago, they had witnessed a tiny child excitedly rushing into the death energy. The short-haired girl still wanted to go in and save him, but her companion dissuaded her, saying, "Forget it, Lin Mei. We've already warned him. If he insists on seeking death, we might as well use this chance to leave while the death energy is occupied with him." Seeing Lin Mei hesitate, her companion added softly, "Even if you save him, he'll likely be crippled. Are you really willing to risk your future for someone unrelated to you?" Lin Mei fell silent for a moment before shaking her head regretfully. In the end, she and her companion quickly fled the area. Within the faint black mist, Chen Mu was quietly focused on the translucent screen in front of him. Scanning cultivation environment. Compatibility, 3.6. Cultivation failed. Seeing this result, Chen Mu suddenly understood. Death energy, the most unique force in the Lingyuan secret realm, was unlike other elements scattered in the air. It remained dense and unmoving, gathering into areas of lifeless energy. This sporadically escaping death energy was particularly dangerous, drawn to the aura of martial artists like a predator to its prey. Yet, as Chen Mu took a deep breath of the death-laden air, he felt an unexpected sense of comfort. I should have realized this earlier. He clapped his hands and immediately summoned the Netherhound dragon. The exceptional tracking creature quickly led him to a swamp shrouded in thick black mist. The dense black mist enveloped the swamp like gelatin. Without hesitation, Chen Mu stepped into it. The viscous mist surged, attempting to devour the intruder, only to be absorbed by Chen Mu instead. Scanning cultivation environment. Compatibility, 69, 72. The deeper he ventured, the denser the mist became, reducing visibility to nearly zero. In this pitch-black world, the only thing visible was the illusory screen before him, with blood-red text pulsating on its surface. Time seemed to slow as the screen finally displayed. Scanning cultivation environment. Compatibility, 100. Begin cultivation? Chen Mu's lips curled into a faint smile, his clear and resonant voice cutting through the stillness. Begin cultivation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding darkness seemed to pause momentarily. Then, an overwhelming surge of slaughter energy poured into the interface like a tidal wave. The system displayed the current kill value at 1,398,100 points, and Chen Mu was preparing to begin cultivating the demonic remains sealing technique. The detection showed his current state was fearless in the face of powerful foes, brimming with fighting spirit, and full of anticipation toward the Lion Gate sect. His comprehension ability had increased by 20. What was even more surprising was that this so-called dead zone turned out to be an SS-grade blessed sanctuary. The system asked whether to activate resonance mode, which would significantly reduce the consumption of kill points while enhancing the quality of the 5 paths of celestial heights. Activate. Shinmu responded decisively. The moment he spoke, the darkness before him rippled, and the phantom of an 80-year-old child quietly appeared. The system immediately notified him. Resonance mode activated, kill point consumption reduced by 80, and the quality of the 5 paths of celestial heights increased by 100. The surrounding scenery suddenly shifted, and Chen Mu found himself enveloped in deep darkness. The environment here was uncannily aligned with the requirements of the demonic remains sealing technique, as if guided by some unseen force. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and began circulating his internal energy according to the technique. In an instant, the surrounding darkness surged toward him like rivers converging into the sea, forming an invisible vortex of energy within his body. This dark mist turned out to be the purest form of ancient chaotic demonic energy, imbued with destructive properties so overwhelming that ordinary cultivators would find it impossible to control. As the chaotic demonic energy continued to flow into him, Chen Mu's inner realm underwent a profound transformation. It expanded into a vast, empty micro-world, with his 5 viscera floating like rootless islands within it. After a month of tempering, his 5 viscera had transformed into towering peaks, each brimming with destructive energy. However, these peaks were still separated by a sea of void and had yet to connect with one another. The system notified him that the first stage, peak condensation and sealing, had been completed, consuming 50,000 kill points. What astonished Shinmu even more was the faint emergence of dark patterns on the phantom's body, resembling the demonic markings from the blood ritual. This realization quickened his breath. Could this mean he was gradually awakening the bloodline of the demon god? Recalling how only 15 of the blood ritual's power had been enough to annihilate a beast tide, Shinmu couldn't help but wonder. If he could unleash 100 of its strength, not to mention minor factions like the Radiant Order, even the deity they revered, the demon god, might be no match for him. Taking a deep breath, a resolute light flickered in the young man's eyes. Let the slaughter continue. At the very moment when the first step locking the hidden peaks was completed, a sudden anomaly swept in from beyond the dead zone. The ground of the Lingyuan's secret realm trembled violently, and the ambient spiritual energy in the air became restless and agitated. On the glacial tundra, the thunderstorm wastelands, the blazing molten grounds, and the metallic forests, warriors all instinctively looked up. In the next instant, 5 colossal phantom peaks erupted from the ground across the secret realm, piercing straight into the heavens. Though these towering mountains lacked physical form, the oppressive aura they exuded was enough to make one's heart pound, as if threatening to shatter the very sky. Within the icy wall where he was embedded, Monk Hung Hui was jolted awake by the earth-shaking phenomenon. Struggling to open his eyes, he was immediately met with a stabbing pain in his chest. Despite the agony, the young monk forced himself to look skyward, and the sight before him nearly caused him to faint once more. This presence eyes at Shinmu? Impossible. Hung Hui's mind reeled in shock. He knew that when a martial artist opened the path of the heavenly vault, their inner realm would manifest a vision. However, even for ordinary martial artists, such visions typically extended only a few hundred meters, perhaps a few kilometers at best. Even the abbot of Fengshan Temple, a master of unparalleled skill, had a vision no more than 1,000 meters tall. Yet the awe-inspiring mountains before him soared to tens of thousands of meters. Trembling, Hung Hui closed his eyes, convincing himself that this must be an illusion in the moments before death. Meanwhile, in the depths of darkness, Chen Mu sat cross-legged, immersed in cultivation. Lines of text continuously surfaced on an intangible screen before him. Second step of the demon remains locking technique. Transform the demon into locks, connect the 5 organs, and open the 5 paths of the heavenly vault. He focused on refining the chaotic demonic energy into an iron chain, extending it outward from his heart. His initial attempts were instantly obliterated by the astral winds of the void sea. Yet, after 3 months of relentless effort, a single iron chain, glowing faintly with an inky radiance, finally pierced through the void, connecting 2 towering peaks. The heart path was opened, consuming 30,000 slaughter points. With the experience of his first success, Chen Mu proceeded to forge the remaining chains one by one. The liver path, spleen path, and lung path were opened in succession, with each chain requiring another 30,000 slaughter points. After 5 grueling months of cultivation, all 5 chains were successfully forged, connecting the 5 organs completely. Torrential energy surged through the chains, achieving a delicate balance between destruction and rebirth. Chaos was split, and the heavens and earth were formed anew. Chen Mu had successfully developed an inner realm of the highest caliber, the heavenly abyss, capable of absorbing the darkest forces of the universe for his own use. The second step, opening the paths of the heavenly vault, was completed, consuming a total of 150,000 slaughter points. As the final line of text appeared, a tempest erupted in the surrounding darkness, coalescing into a massive vortex in the void. Chen Mu remained seated calmly at the eye of the storm, unaffected by the roaring winds. Boundless chaotic demonic energy poured into his body like rivers merging into the sea, surging endlessly. His body seemed to transform into a bottomless abyss, greedily devouring the surrounding forces of darkness. Within him, his blood and energy surged turbulently, nurturing a familiar power. Faint, indistinct demonic patterns began to emerge on his skin. The young man slowly opened his eyes, a strange crimson glint flickering within them. He gazed at the shimmering curtain of light before him, his brows slightly furrowed. This cultivation method, which absorbed the forces of heaven and earth, was vastly different from the martial arts of the present world. According to conventional cultivation techniques, after opening the 5 paths of the celestial aperture, one should infuse their own blood and energy into the void sea. Martial techniques would then draw on this energy to shake the inner celestial abyss, resonating with the heavens and earth to launch an attack. However, the demonic skeleton sealing technique directly absorbed the forces of heaven and earth for personal use. One borrowed, while the other took. There was an undeniable superiority. In terms of martial technique potency, the difference was likely as vast as heaven and earth. But now was not the time for celebration. The drastic changes in his surroundings had put Chen Mu on high alert. His unrestrained devouring had rapidly thinned the dense, ink-black, demonic energy. Sunlight began to pierce through the dissipating miasma, casting dappled shadows upon his body. Could the demonic energy run out? Chen Mu wondered silently. The process continued. The third step of the demonic skeleton sealing technique, absorbing the purest forces of darkness to fill the void sea, was underway. At this stage, only the final step remained: absorption. Simple as it seemed, this step posed a formidable challenge. The chaotic demonic energy in the sanctuary was nearly depleted, and even draining it completely would scarcely fill the void sea. Indeed, as the demonic energy entered his body, the void sea only produced faint wisps of mist, filling less than a tenth before running dry. In this critical moment, inspiration struck Chen Mu. Not convert the abundant forces of heaven and earth outside the dead zone into demonic energy? With this thought, he immediately manifested his inner celestial abyss. In an instant, the vast abyss descended, standing imposingly above the secret realm. 5 towering mountains encircled a sea of demonic mist, like colossal furnaces. The mist churned relentlessly, forming a massive whirlpool that devoured the vibrant forces of heaven and earth. Through collisions and interweaving, these forces were refined into pure, demonic energy. After draining the majority of the secret realm's spiritual energy, the misty sea was finally full. A system notification appeared. Step 3. Inner celestial abyss absorption completed. Consumed 30,000 slaughter points. Remaining slaughter points: 1,168,100. You have advanced to Martial Master, 6th tier, level 1. Outside the dead zone, chaos erupted. The gathered martial artists had just recovered from the spectacle of the 5 peaks phenomenon and were preparing to focus on their breakthroughs. After all, the secret realm only lasted 24 hours, and missing this opportunity meant waiting another year. But suddenly, the heavens revealed a 5 peaks washing machine, wildly siphoning the surrounding forces of heaven and earth. Furious curses echoed all around. What the hell is going on? This secret realm is cursed this year. I was just one step away. Which bastard is messing with us? Meanwhile, in the now cleared dead zone, Chen Mu glanced at the final system notification and couldn't help but smile. What a sly move. Drain nearly the entire secret realm. I doubt many others will successfully open their paths this time. He chuckled to himself, but quickly shrugged off any guilt. Well, it's all the system's doing. Not my fault. Retracting the manifestation of his inner celestial abyss, Chen Mu's aura surged dramatically. Jet-black, demonic patterns crawled from his forearms to his neck. His physical body underwent a profound transformation, as though breaking through some invisible barrier. If he was a lone star before, he now resembled a galaxy spanning the heavens, brilliant and boundless. Most importantly, he could now unleash 5 of the power of his demonic bloodline by merely connecting to his inner celestial abyss, without the need for blood sacrifices. This was the power of the 6th tier of the celestial path. Rising to his feet, Chen Mu marveled inwardly. Each stage beyond the 5th tier truly feels like an insurmountable chasm. Good thing I didn't charge recklessly into the Lion Gate sect. He let out a light laugh. With the support of my towering inner celestial abyss, the 100 attribute boost of the 10,000 souls banner, and other trump cards, I wonder if I could now stand a chance against the Grandmaster? With this thought, he strode away from the now barren dead zone, leaving behind only the echoes of his transformative ascent. At the exit of the Lingyuan mystic realm, a massive, illusory light gate, suspended midair, began to flicker faintly, signaling the imminent closure of the realm. Meanwhile, inside the valley, tension was palpable. 2 opposing groups of martial artists faced each other, ready to clash at any moment. On one side stood a 4-person team led by Elder Mo of the Shixiang sect, each exuding an intimidating aura. On the other side were various independent martial artists. Despite their numerical advantage, none dared to act rashly. Elder Mo, don't push it too far. The Shixiang sect's behavior is nothing short of tyrannical, a red-faced rogue cultivator shouted angrily. His outburst was immediately echoed by murmurs of agreement from those around him. Elder Mo's expression darkened as he toyed with a cracked white jade talisman in his hand. This was a rare tracing talisman, with only one use remaining. Each activation left another crack on its surface. Although he had intended to save it for later, the murder of the sect's core disciple, Shao Kai, left him no choice but to prioritize the investigation over his reluctance to use the talisman. Our core disciple from the Shixiang sect perished here. We are merely asking for your cooperation in the investigation, Elder Imo said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Just a single drop of your blood on the tracing talisman. If there's no reaction, you're free to leave immediately. His words sounded righteous on the surface, but the underlying threat was unmistakable. With a team that included 2 6th-tier and 2 peak 5th-tier martial artists, they hardly needed to show courtesy to this group of rogue cultivators. In a corner of the crowd, Xiao Rue huddled with Bai Wan and Commander Lei from the enforcement division. They only sent the 2 of you? Xiao Rue muttered under his breath, his tone thick with dissatisfaction. This lineup is pathetic. The enforcement division is already short-staffed, and everyone else is out on missions, Commander Lei retorted irritably. You're lucky they sent us at all. Sensing the rising tension, Bai Wan quickly tried to mediate in a hushed voice. Don't worry, Minister Zhang is already on the way. He's out of province right now, but he'll be here soon. Elder Mo's gaze grew colder and more menacing. Losing a core disciple was bad enough, but to also lose an invaluable treasure? His fury burned silently as he vowed to make the culprits suffer a fate worse than death if they were found. As the stalemate dragged on, Elder Mo finally issued an ultimatum in a hoarse, commanding tone that brooked no argument. I'm sorry, but until the culprit is found, no one is leaving. Our task is simple. Wait for Mu to come out, grab him, and run, Xinyun said, raising her wrist. A simple yet elegant jade bracelet glimmered faintly under the sunlight. For this, we specifically applied for a swift escape treasure. It's foolproof. Hearing this, Assistant Xiao Rue finally relaxed his tense nerves a little. Even if they couldn't escape immediately, stalling until Zhang Wuchen arrived should be enough. Just then, the massive gate in the sky suddenly emitted a brilliant glow. A blinding white light burst forth onto the clearing ahead, and when it dissipated, the figure of a young martial artist appeared. He looked toward his waiting friends and family with a bitter expression, clearly having failed to open his path. Soon after, more and more flashes of light appeared in succession. Each martial artist emerging from the secret realm wore a peculiar expression, prompting murmurs among the onlookers. By now, nearly 100 martial artists had returned, yet not a single one had succeeded in opening their path. This was highly unusual. What happened in the secret realm? Could it have something to do with Shao Kai's death? Whispered someone in the crowd. Even Elder Mo and the others looked visibly perplexed. When Heng Hui appeared in the clearing with a bewildered expression, the white-robed elder's eyes flickered, and he instantly moved in front of him. Heng Hui, my young friend, did you see Shao Kai? What exactly happened in the secret realm? Heng Hui was about to respond when his gaze suddenly caught a slender figure. That person glanced at him casually, and the young monk's expression froze. He quickly lowered his head. The white-robed elder followed his gaze, and his face darkened instantly. It was Chen Mu, someone who had long-standing animosity with Qian Kai, making him the prime suspect. But with Chen Mu's mere 4th-tier cultivation level, Elder Mo found it hard to believe that his extraordinarily gifted sharpshooter disciple could have been defeated. He stepped forward to block Chen Mu, suppressing his anger as he asked, Chen Mu, my young friend, have you seen Qian Kai from our sect? He's dead, Chen Mu replied flatly. Elder Mo's heart sank. Do you know how he died? Your disciple's death has nothing to do with us. Xiao Mu, don't bother with him. Let's go home. Xiao Rue and Commander Lei immediately stepped between them. Meanwhile, Bai Wan quietly took Chen Mu's hand, her jade bracelet faintly glowing with an eerie light. As tensions mounted, the boy's cold voice echoed through the valley. I killed him. So what? The wild wind swept his hair back, revealing a pair of deep, dark eyes. A faint smile played on Chen Mu's lips as his gaze swept over the distinguished guests of the Wanhun banner. As the boy's casual words faded into the air, the clamor in the valley came to an abrupt halt, and it felt as if time itself had frozen. Elder Mo felt a surge of fury rush straight to his head. This reckless boy dared to admit it so brazenly? Even if Yuan Shouxin, the powerhouse behind him, were to show up in person, there would be no escape from death today. Good, very good. You've saved me the trouble of destroying the source tracing talisman myself, Elder Mo said coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Qiu Rui and the others. A contemptuous smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Since you've shown such self-awareness, I'll grant you a swift end. Take your own life. Before his words fully settled, several elders of the Lion's Aspect sect erupted simultaneously, unleashing the terrifying pressure of 6th-rank martial masters. The oppressive force surged across a 10-mile radius. With a thunderous crash, the blood-suppressing barrier shattered instantly. Martial artists nearby were swept away like fallen leaves in a storm, collapsing in droves. Only a handful managed to remain standing, but even they, panic-stricken, hurriedly pulled their younger companions away from the battlefield. Take Xiao Mu and run. Now, Lei roared, his aura surging as he unleashed a violent gale. forcibly tearing open a rift in the elder's oppressive force. Taking the opportunity, By activated her swift jade bracelet, slinging a companion over her shoulder as she sprinted for an escape. However, they had barely made it 10 meters when a muffled bang resounded. The two of them slammed into an invisible light barrier and enemy trapping formation. By suppressed the upheaval in her blood and turned to look, only to see Chiu Rui lying flat on the ground, stars swirling in his vision. Why is it you? Where's Xiaomu? I don't know. One moment I blinked, and suddenly I was on your shoulder. Chiu Rui mumbled, still dazed. At that moment, the heavens seemed to shift. Two colossal inner palace abyssal realms, each 100 feet wide, descended from the sky. Gale winds as sharp as blades and lightning as fierce as swords intertwined into a massive celestial net, enshrouding the entire valley. The overwhelming power froze every martial artist in place, rendering them immobile. Lei's face turned ashen, his inner palace abyssal realm trembling uncontrollably within him. The combined might of wind and thunder was far beyond that of ordinary 6th-rank martial masters. Minister Zhang, I can't hold them off, he muttered through gritted teeth, turning to look at Chen Mu only to freeze in shock. Amid the raging storm of thunder and lightning, Chen Mu stood tall and unwavering, seemingly unaffected. Such composure was something even a peak 6th-rank martial master could scarcely achieve. Xiaomu, what level of cultivation are you? Chen Mu felt the surging power of wind and thunder in the air, a faint smile playing on his lips. The supreme abyssal realm created by the demonic locking technique bestowed him unparalleled mastery over the forces of nature. What appeared to be an overwhelming tempest to others was, in his eyes, nothing more than a fleeting illusion. As long as he wanted, he could sever the connection between a few individuals and the heavens in an instant. This scene left the elders of the Lion Gate sect utterly shocked. Although they had suspected that the opponent might have temporarily gained 6th-tier strength through some means, they were still brimming with confidence, convinced that, even if Chen Mu joined forces with that useless enforcer, they could crush them on the spot. The elder in white robes let out a sharp cry. Bluffing. Brothers, attack. In an instant, the entire sky was engulfed by a sea of thunderclouds. Countless bolts of massive lightning, like roaring dragons, surged toward Chen Mu. Amid the deafening roars, the bluish lightning exploded in the valley, forming a massive bloom of dazzling electric light. The violent shockwave swept through the entire valley in an instant. Elder Mo watched the scene unfold, his aged voice tinged with sorrow. Shao Kai, your master has avenged you. Yet, a cold voice pierced through the storm, overpowering all the thunderous noise. What a touching bond between master and disciple. Chen Mu emerged slowly from the sea of lightning, unharmed. The raging thunder swirled around him, but couldn't come close. The azure glow of electricity illuminated his stern face. Since you're so reluctant to part ways, how about I reunite you all? With each step he took, an oppressive aura of demonic energy grew thicker and more suffocating. The elders' faces turned pale with horror. They had joined forces, confident their combined strength could annihilate any foe below the level of a grandmaster. Yet this young man stood unscathed. What terrified the 6th-tier elders even more was the realization that they had completely lost control over the thunderstorm. It was as if their connection to the forces of nature had been forcibly severed. Such an unprecedented phenomenon was beyond their comprehension. His demonic aura is overwhelming. This boy is a demon. Brothers, let us strike together and rid the world of this evil. Two 5th-tier peak elders roared as they charged at Chen Mu, secretly glad for the chance to enhance their sect's reputation under the guise of slaying a demon. But before they could even get close, two streaks of black energy descended like meteors, blasting massive craters into the ground. As the dust cleared, Chen Mu casually dusted his hands, as if swatting away mere flies. A system notification echoed. Two 5th-tier peak martial artists slain. Kill value 2,000. The scene left everyone frozen in shock, too afraid to even breathe. Elder Mo's face turned ashen, judging by the sheer power of that strike. He knew he wouldn't escape death either. Worse yet, without the ability to draw on the forces of nature, he was now nothing more than a slightly stronger 5th-tier peak fighter. That bastard Qian Kai, what kind of monster has he provoked? Retreat at once. Elder Mo's voice trembled with fear. Before his words could fully leave his mouth, Chen Mu's figure vanished. His icy voice echoed through the valley. Be grateful for my mercy. You'll be reunited with your precious disciples soon enough. In the depths of Lingyuan Valley, a battle of epic proportions was unfolding. The instant Chen Mu's figure abruptly vanished, Elder Mo felt a chill run down his spine, every hair standing on end. With a thunderous roar, his internal energy erupted, and his white robes billowed violently in the surging air currents. In the blink of an eye, the elder in white transformed into a towering golden giant, 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a golden lion's shadow flickering across his skin. A faint, soul-stirring lion's roar echoed in the valley. This was the pinnacle manifestation of the lion sect's ultimate body refining technique. But before he could act, Chen Mu had already appeared silently before him. The young man moved with calm precision, his actions fluid and effortless. He delivered a seemingly unremarkable punch, but it carried the weight of the heavens and earth. As his fist cut through the air, the atmosphere boiled and roared with a low rumble. The entire valley trembled, as if the land itself was quaking in fear of this overwhelming power. Elder Mo's heart sank, and for the first time, his massive, formidable form felt utterly powerless. Such immense strength was far beyond what a typical sixth-stage martial artist could exhibit. It was a force that only a sect leader could hope to contend with. In the blink of an eye, Elder Mo clenched his teeth and made a ruthless decision. Without hesitation, he shoved his junior brother toward Chen Mu while channeling all his energy to envelop himself in layers of golden light. "Brother son, forgive me," he shouted, retreating desperately as he calculated his next move. If he could just make it back to the sect and summon the sect master, vengeance would surely be theirs. Boom. A cataclysmic force swept through like a tidal wave, instantly consuming the bewildered sacrificial elder. The unfortunate man didn't even have a chance to scream before he was reduced to a mist of blood under the tyrannical power. A system prompt echoed in Chen Mu's mind. Killed a sixth-stage martial artist, slaughter value 1200. The momentum of the punch continued, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, hurtling toward the white-robed figure fleeing in panic. Wherever the force passed, the ground shattered, and debris flew in all directions. In the next moment, Elder Mo felt an unstoppable force slam into him. His protective golden light shattered like paper, and the sickening sound of bones breaking echoed in the air. His body was flung like a cannonball, smashing through several massive trees before embedding deeply into a distant rock face. "Qian, Kai," Elder Mo muttered with his last breath. In his dying moments, regret consumed him. What a fool I was. Why did I seek revenge for that wretched disciple Qian Kai and provoke such a monster? That brat deserved his fate. Killed a sixth-stage martial artist, slaughter value 1200. A family should always be reunited. Letting those yearning for each other meet again a day's merit one. Chen Mu nodded slightly, as if moved by his own benevolence. With a casual gesture, he summoned the banner of 10,000 souls and efficiently carried out a seamless process of soul capture and blood collection. Not far away, Commander Lei sat slumped against a tree, clutching his chest as he stared, wide-eyed, at the scene before him. "Minister Zhang, are you sure my mission is to protect this ancestor?" "Me? Protect him?" Watching the young man in the distance, who seemed more like a god or demon, Commander Lei felt his entire worldview shatter. He had known Chen Mu's strength was extraordinary, still remembered being awestruck when Chen Mu killed the suppressed fifth-stage demon king. But this was on an entirely different level. Two sixth-stage powerhouses had been dispatched with such ease that they seemed no more significant than ants. Instinctively, Commander Lei glanced at Bai beside him and saw the same look of stunned disbelief on her face. Only then did he let out a faint sigh of relief. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up at the sky. A figure, radiating an overwhelming killing intent, tore through the heavens and descended in an instant, landing heavily in the valley with a burst of dust. It was none other than Zhang Wuchen, the minister of the enforcement division. As Zhang Wuchen took in the scene before him, the sharp murderous aura he exuded faltered. The ground was sunken like a basin, the cliff walls shattered like a spiderweb, and the surrounding martial artists were pale-faced, barely daring to breathe. Yet amidst this chaos, Chen Mu stood unscathed. What's going on here?" Zhang Wuchen scanned his surroundings, his confusion deepening. "Where's the enemy I'm supposed to deal with?" It wasn't that he had arrived too late, it was simply that the four elders he had rushed to confront were far too weak. From the moment he received the message from Yulong province, Zhang Wuchen had burned his life force, utilizing his grandmaster-level power to travel at full speed. Even crossing provincial distances, his speed was nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, Commander Lei, his face ashen, stepped forward with trembling voice and carefully recounted the events. Zhang Wuchen listened, dumbfounded, wanting to interrupt several times, but ultimately holding back. He was convinced his subordinate must have fallen victim to some kind of illusion. A fifth-tier martial artist managing to counterkill two sixth-tier martial masters under the oppressive force of Tianqiu? And in such a dominating fashion? Such an absurd scenario, how could old Lei believe this? Maintaining his composure, Minister Zhang forced a faint smile and asked softly, "Little Mu, may I ask what's your current level?" Chen Mu, busy directing the souls of Elder Mo and the others to loot their own corpses, didn't even look up as he replied, "Just advance to the sixth tier." Those four words plunged Zhang Wuchen into a long silence. When they had first met during the Beast Tide, Chen Mu was still at the fourth tier. During the treasury visit, he had reached the fifth tier. And now, in just 2 days, he was at the sixth tier? What kind of monster had he stumbled upon? Zhang Wuchen felt his mind struggling to process this, and was momentarily at a loss. Seeing the bewilderment, shock, and disbelief intertwined on his leader's face, Commander Lei, on the other hand, felt oddly relieved. "By the way, old Zhang. Chen Mu suddenly asked calmly while putting away a tracing talisman. Do you know the way to Shixiang sect? Huh. Zhang Wuchen, still reeling from the shock, instinctively nodded. Good. Lead the way, Chen Mu said, brushing the dust off his clothes and summoning the nether dragon. He was ready to depart. Since the conflict with Shixiang sect had escalated to a life-or-death struggle, there was no point in waiting for them to strike. It was better to take the initiative. A Grandmaster-level ghost servant was worth making this trip personally. Little Mu, are you planning to? Zhang Wuchen asked, his tone filled with astonishment. In his mind, this was the time to hide within the enforcement division and lay low. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a slightly excited voice rang out. Give you a gift exterminating a sect. Zhang Wuchen, question mark. Ignoring the stunned Zhang Wuchen standing nearby, Chen Mu steadily stepped onto the dragon's head. He turned to Lei, his voice calm, yet commanding. Gather the men. We head to Shixiang Gate immediately. Before the words had fully settled, his figure shot into the sky like an arrow, disappearing into the night as a gust of wind. The colossal dragon gracefully spiraled through the air, with the young Chen Mu standing atop its head. His robe fluttered fiercely in the night wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. Zhang Wuchen stood frozen for a moment before snapping back to reality. He hurriedly chased after him, shouting as he ran. Weren't you going to let me lead the way? You're going the wrong direction. Wrong direction. In the valley, the sound of heavy breathing finally began to emerge, scattered and uneven. Fear was etched across everyone's faces, and no one dared to speak. It was clear to all that the terrifying phenomenon in the secret realm must be connected to Chen Mu. But who would dare provoke someone capable of seizing the fortune of 100 people to forge his own destined path? Everyone understood that failing to carve a path this year simply meant waiting until the next. It was far better than losing their lives. Among the crowd, Monk Hunghui's body was drenched in cold sweat. Clutching his chest, he slowly collapsed to the ground, trembling. His mind reeled with shock. When did the Dragon Kingdom produce such a terrifying individual? To claim the lives of 4 elders in a single breath, and judging by his demeanor, even the sect master of Shixiang Gate wouldn't be spared. It seemed the demise of Shixiang Gate was inevitable. If Shixiang Gate fell, the delicate balance maintained over the years would shatter. Even more troubling was Zhang Wuchen's involvement. Did this signify the arrival of a reckoning? Fighting through the pain, Hunghui staggered out of the valley, a single thought dominating his mind. He must report this to the abbot without delay. At that moment, in the night sky above Wuchuan province, 2 streaks of light, one black, one white, raced across the heavens, leaving dazzling trails against the dark expanse. The fierce winds roared as Zhang Wuchen glanced at the massive dragon beside him, his thoughts churning. The words "destroy the mountain gate" echoed in his Minda dream he had realized countless times in his sleep. Yet every time he awoke, the crushing weight of reality left him powerless. Although Zhang Wuchen had long harbored resentment toward the 6 major sects, he understood that Shixiang Gate, even with only one Grandmaster, was not something that could be eliminated so easily. The Enforcement Division's greatest concern was the chain reaction that would follow, akin to removing a seemingly insignificant piece in a game of chess, only to see the entire board collapse. Zhang Wuchen coughed lightly and cautiously said, Xiaomu, Uncle Zhang thinks that since you've just broken through, stabilizing your realm should be your top priority. Acting rashly isn't wise. Besides, the master of Shixiang Gate is a genuine 7th-tier Grandmaster, not someone to be underestimated. The gap between the 6th and 7th tiers isn't something that can be bridged by sheer force alone. The peak of the 6th tier and the early stage of the 7th tier may seem separated by only a small gap, but in reality, the difference is vast. This immense disparity stems from the spiritual platform that only 7th-tier warriors can form, a martial foundation forged at the center of the 5 viscera after opening the inner palace of the celestial void. When the spiritual platform resides in the inner palace, it not only dramatically enhances the physical strength of the warrior and doubles the efficiency of their blood and energy circulation, but also allows their martial techniques to flow with perfect precision. Each move and strike carries several times the power, capable of shattering mountains and parting seas. If the celestial void manifests, the spiritual platform becomes a bridge connecting the warrior to the heavens and earth. With a mere gesture, they can summon wind and thunder, shaking the very mountains and rivers. While they may not yet fully control the forces of nature, the gap between them and 6th-tier warriors becomes as vast as the difference between a drop of dew and a mighty river. This is the hallmark of transcending the mundane realm, a fundamental gap that cannot be bridged by talent or technique alone. Listening to Zhang Wuchen's explanation, Chen Mu fell into deep thought. He had long anticipated that the sect master would be at the 7th-tier Grandmaster level. He had even accounted for the possibility of a hidden elder, a common setup in such situations, which was why he brought Zhang Wuchen along. With 2 Grandmasters on their side, Zhang Wuchen could occupy one opponent, while Chen Mu focused all his efforts on the other. His confidence in challenging a grandmaster stemmed from the overwhelming chaotic demonic energy in his inner palace's celestial void. With this trump card in hand, he had no fear of the spiritual platform's empowerment. However, seeing the grave expression on Zhang Wuchen's face, Chen Mu couldn't help but frown and ask, "Is there an 8th-tier warrior hidden in the Shixiang sect?" Huh. Zhang Wuchen was momentarily stunned before quickly shaking his head. How could that be? If they had an 8th-tier expert, this rundown sect would have risen to prominence long ago. There are only 4 8th-tier warriors in all of Longhua, and they are national guardians stationed at key locations, unable to leave even for a moment. Noticing that Chen Mu seemed to have missed the point, Zhang Wuchen spoke bluntly. "Little Mu, you probably don't understand the gap between the 6th tier and a grandmaster. How about this, let Uncle Zhang spar with you first, and then you can decide whether to go and wipe out the sect. What do you say?" He was convinced that once Chen Mu realized the disparity in strength, he would naturally agree to lay low and avoid trouble. Spar. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "If I injure you, who's going to help me handle things?" But he replied aloud, "Old Zhang, don't be in such a rush. Let's deal with this matter first, and then we can spar." Zhang Wuchen's smile froze on his face. How could this kid be so dense? But on second thought, he realized that Chen Mu had just advanced and had already defeated 2 warriors of the same tier, so it was natural for him to feel a bit overconfident. Zhang Wuchen let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head in resignation. Fine, let him suffer a little setback. It'll temper his character and help him go further on the path of martial arts. With me around, nothing too serious should happen. Meanwhile, atop the main peak of the Shixiang sect, the heavy night sky blanketed the entire mountain gate. Only the main peak remained brightly lit, standing like a solitary island amidst the boundless darkness. Outside the main hall, 7 or 8 gray-robed elders stood solemnly, with all the sect's disciples kneeling behind them on the high platform below. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. What on earth happened? They just went to the Lingyuan secret realm. How did Elder Mo and the others all die? Perhaps Qian Kai provoked someone powerful. To kill 4 elders in one go, the enemy must be a grandmaster. That doesn't make sense. The participants in the secret realm were either allied sects. The night was as dark as ink, with the full moon hanging high. The grand doors of the majestic main hall slowly creaked open amidst a deep, resonating rumble. Dozens of elders turned their expectant gazes toward the entrance in unison. A golden figure emerged, a regal and commanding presence. The Lion Gate Master, dressed in luxurious robes, appeared youthful and striking, his features betraying none of the years that had passed his 70th spring. This was the extraordinary effect of reaching the realm of a grandmaster, where even time could be reversed with a mere expenditure of cultivation energy. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back atop the great hall, a faint trace of pride lingered between his brows. After an entire year of secluded cultivation, he had finally broken through the 4th bottleneck, further advancing in the grandmaster realm. His thoughts turned to his beloved disciple, Qian Kai, who, he believed, must have also reached the 5th tier during this time. His heart surged with exhilaration. The Lion Gate is flourishing like never before, he thought to himself with satisfaction. With me, a grandmaster, overseeing everything, a dozen elders supporting the sect, and prodigies like Qian Kai among thousands of disciples, the Lion Gate's future is boundless. Looking down at the crowd outside the hall, he let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Everyone, have you come to celebrate my breakthrough?" The moment his words fell, the vast square, packed with nearly 10,000 people, plunged into a deathly silence. Even the faint wail of the mountain wind became piercingly audible. The elders, who had been smiling moments ago, now wore grim and uneasy expressions. A gray-robed elder stepped forward, trembling. "Gate Master, Qian Kai. Qian Kai's life tablet has shattered." "What?" The Gate Master's expression darkened instantly. In a flash, he appeared before the elder, his gaze sharp as a blade. The mere aura emanating from him made the elder shudder uncontrollably, unable to utter another word. Another elder quickly stepped forward and added, "Gate Master, that is why we are here. Earlier today, Elder Mo led Elder Sun and 4 other elders to investigate the matter, but they were all killed." The string of devastating news caused the Gate Master's pupils to contract sharply, and he stood frozen, overwhelmed. Even the cultivation realm he had just advanced to began to waver. He could hardly believe could the world have fallen apart in just 1 year of seclusion? "Gate Master, we beg you to take action, avenge Qian Kai and the fallen elders, and punish the culprits." A thunderous cry erupted from the crowd. As one of the 6 great sects, the disciples of the Lion Gate were held in high regard. For someone to dare challenge the Lion Gate's authority was an insult they could not tolerate. At that moment, the distant night sky was suddenly pierced by a streak of pitch-black light, streaking forward with the power of a thunderstorm. As it tore through the heavens, clouds scattered, and mountains trembled in its wake. The Gate Master looked up in bewilderment, only to see the once tranquil sky now filled by the colossal form of a 1,000-foot-long dragon. its serpentine body undulating like a mountain range. In the next instant, fierce winds howled, and the deafening roar of the dragon reverberated across the entire mountain range. The cool moonlight cascaded over the peak of the dragon's head, cloaking the lone figure of a young man in a faint, ethereal glow. He stood motionless in midair, exuding no discernible aura, yet his presence alone caused an oppressive silence to descend upon the crowd below, leaving them uneasy and breathless. The entire Lion Gate sect was enveloped in a deathly stillness. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Mu stood tall, his cold gaze sweeping over the mountain gate. When his eyes fell upon a man in ornate robes, the latter's pupils contracted sharply, and his breath caught. What shocked the sect master of the Lion Gate sect was not the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar youth, but the 5 figures standing respectfully behind him: Qian Kai, Elder Mo, and others he recognized clearly. How is this possible? The sect master was struck with disbelief. These individuals, who were supposed to have perished, not only stood before him alive, but also radiated an aura that was entirely different from before. As a grandmaster who had been in secluded cultivation for days, he knew nothing of Chen Mu. However, from the faint aura emanating from the young man, he could discern that Chen Mu had yet to reach the grandmaster level. This realization offered him a small measure of relief. Who are you, and why have you trespassed upon the sacred grounds of the Lion Gate sect? The sect master demanded sharply. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward the young man suspended in the air, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. I was just guessing, but he actually came back. An elder in a gray robe muttered to himself, his voice filled with astonishment. Chen Mu ignored the question, his gaze instead sweeping toward the distant mountains and forests. Lei Jiwei was leading several teams of enforcers and members of the Lushan Province Security Bureau, closing in rapidly on the mountain gate. Above the clouds, Zhang Wuchen lay in wait, concealed as the hidden ace. Everything was in place. The young man withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and in the next moment, his voice rang out like the piercing cry of a sword emerging from a frozen abyss, shattering the heavens. The Lion Gate sect is steeped in unforgivable sins. Today, it shall be destroyed. Before his words had fully settled, Qian Kai and the others stepped forward in unison, standing in midair as their voices thundered like rolling storms. Disciple Qian Kai, requesting the sect master to meet his end. Disciple Mo Tianliang, requesting the sect master to meet his end. Requesting the sect master to meet his end. Requesting the sect master to meet his end. Confronted with this awe-inspiring scene, the sect master of the Lion Gate sect, who had just emerged from seclusion, slowly raised a single, incredulous question. The silver glow of the moon spilled across the scene like liquid mercury, illuminating faces frozen in utter shock. At the peak of Dragon Head Mountain, Chen Mu stood tall, his black robes billowing fiercely in the night wind. His expression was calm and detached as he looked down upon the crowd below. Behind him, the vast, chaotic demonic energy of the inner abyss surged like a tidal wave, exuding the ancient and boundless aura of primordial laws. This sea of demonic energy held an astonishing power of the heavens and earth. Any 7th-tier cultivator submerged within it would find themselves isolated, like a lone island adrift in chaos, cut off from the forces of the outside world. A faint smirk tugged at Chen Mu's lips as he thought to himself, a grandmaster? So what? I'll suppress you to the 6th tier and leave you as helpless as a fish on the chopping block. All other disciples, surrender your weapons immediately and submit to the Enforcement Division's investigation. You might still have a slim chance to live, Chen Mu declared, his gaze as sharp as a blade as it swept across the faces of several elders. As for the sect master and the rest of the elders, are you prepared to meet your end? His cold voice reverberated throughout the mountain gate, snapping the elders out of their stupor. Yet, instead of fear, their faces were marked with confusion. They were well aware of the grudge between Chen Mu and the sect master, who was still in seclusion. However, what baffled them was this. Wasn't this brat only at the 2nd tier last month? You're stuck in the past. His name was listed in the Spirit Abyss Secret Realm rankings. At the very least, he's reached the 4th tier, one elder murmured, though his tone was still filled with doubt. But even so, this aura, it doesn't feel like a 4th tier at all. To them, whether Chen Mu was at the 2nd tier or the 6th, he was doomed to be annihilated in the face of the sect master. They simply couldn't fathom why this young man would abandon a safe path of steady cultivation and charge recklessly toward his demise. Thousands of disciples burned with fury, their gazes fixed on the resplendently dressed man standing in the main hall. Their eyes spoke volumes. Sect master. Crush him. Ha! The lion aspect sect master threw his head back in laughter. You insolent brat, daring to harm my sect's people. Today, I will show you the might of a grandmaster. Before his words had even faded, a golden pillar of light shot into the sky, altering the very winds and clouds. The thousand-zhang inner abyss descended with a thunderous roar, enveloping the young figure in midair. 5 towering trees radiating dazzling golden light stood sentinel around an ancient stone platform at the center. The resplendently dressed man stood on the stone platform, his aura surging as he raised his hand toward the heavens, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Thunderstrike, the night wind whispered, and the world fell silent. The sect master froze, realizing for the first time that the entire mountain peak had been shrouded in a thin veil of black mist. He whipped his head around, scanning his surroundings, only to see 5 colossal peaks looming on the distant horizon. They pierced the sky like titanic swords, exuding an overwhelming pressure that left him breathless. What is this? Inner abyss? A 10th Sans Hang inner abyss? This is absurd. The lion aspect sect master felt his scalp prickle with dread as his trembling hands formed seals to summon the forces of heaven and earth only to find no response. At that moment, he was like a stray dog abandoned by the world, utterly isolated and helpless. High above, Chen Mu's expression remained cold and unyielding. With a swift motion, he reached behind his neck, his fingers clawing like hooks. In one fierce pull, he tore his entire spine, along with strands of flesh and blood, straight out of his body. The gruesome remains instantly transformed into a gleaming, bone-white blade. In the blink of an eye, the young man's figure vanished from sight. The demonic sea churned violently, as if the winds and clouds were reversing course. Tendrils of dark energy poured into the bone blade, brewing an ominous and terrifying power within. Jet-black patterns slithered across the blade's edge, exuding an unsettling and eerie aura. This bone blade was no ordinary weapon. Even under the onslaught of such raging energy, it remained utterly unshaken. Chen Mu replaced his life force with chaotic demonic energy, wielding the 9 Tribulations demon blade. Wherever the blade pointed, the air itself twisted and distorted. Below, the man in luxurious robes felt his pupils constrict as an overwhelming force, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, surged toward him. This can't possibly be 6th-tier power, the man in robes roared internally. Why is my connection to the heavens severed? Yet this brat can manipulate the forces of nature at will. Forcing himself to stay composed, he bellowed furiously. You dare think I fear you? Clenching his fists tightly, his blood and energy surged wildly. Golden patterns coiled around his arms like serpents, and radiant golden light gathered at his fists. With no access to the power of the heavens, he could only rely on the boundless vitality of a grandmaster's blood energy for a desperate counterattack. Boom. The moment fists and blade collided, a cataclysmic energy erupted like a tidal wave, engulfing the man in robes. His supposedly indestructible arms were instantly riddled with cracks, as if they would shatter into dust at any moment. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the head of the lion gate was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the main hall. The grand hall collapsed with a deafening roar, bricks and stones raining down like a torrential storm. A massive plume of dust rose into the sky, obscuring half of the heavens. Master, several elders cried out in shock, but none dared to take a step forward. Below, thousands of disciples had completely lost their earlier arrogance. Some even collapsed to their knees, their legs trembling uncontrollably. In the Lion Gate's century-long history, when had their master ever been so humiliated? Even when facing the seasoned Grandmaster Zhang Wuchen from the Enforcement Division, their master had always been able to calmly exchange a few blows before conceding with dignity. A suffocating sense of despair blanketed the entire mountain gate. Hidden among the clouds above, Zhang Wuchen watched the scene unfold in utter disbelief. A personal domain spanning 10,000 feet, this was unprecedented. Moreover, Chen Mu's domain seemed capable of suppressing spiritual consciousness. Even without being directly targeted, Zhang Wuchen could feel his own spiritual platform trembling faintly. Just then, Zhang Wuchen's expression hardened. He sensed a powerful aura awakening in the rear mountain. The Lion Gate's ancestor? Zhang Wuchen thought to himself. Little Mu's foresight is truly remarkable. Rumor had it that the ancestor passed away years ago, but it was all a lie. If not for today's events forcing them to reveal their trump card, the Enforcement Division would have faced a bloody reckoning during the final purge. With that in mind, Zhang Wuchen quietly made his way toward the rear mountain. As the dust settled, the man in robes staggered out of the ruins in disarray. His arms hung limply by his sides, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, with crimson blood staining the ground beneath him. This is impossible. This can't be the power of a 6th-tier fighter, he muttered in shock, staring ahead. There, the youthful Chen Mu stood, holding the menacing bone blade, advancing step by step. In the next instant, the boy's figure vanished, leaving behind only a series of sonic booms that echoed like the tolling bells of death. My lord, there must be some misunderstanding between us. The man in robes frantically retreated while shouting desperately. His mind was in turmoil. Where had this monster come from? How had the Lion Gate provoked such a harbinger of doom? If he ever found out who caused this catastrophe, he would tear that person apart without mercy. Before he could finish his thoughts, Chen Mu appeared before him like a phantom. The boy gripped the blade in one hand, and though he had yet to strike, the entire mountain began to tremble. The oppressive might of the heavens was concentrated on the blade, radiating a consuming darkness that devoured all in its path. Spiritual platform shield. The man in robes roared with all his remaining strength. An ancient stone platform manifested as a shadow, radiating golden light that enveloped him. Though he had lost access to the heavens, this life-preserving technique of a grandmaster still boasted formidable defensive power. Boom. The golden spiritual platform lasted a full 3 seconds before shattering into countless fragments of light. The ground split open into a massive chasm, with the Lion Gate's master lying at its bottom, bleeding profusely and slipping into unconsciousness. Chen Mu stood at the edge of the chasm, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. 7th tier warrior slain. Kill value 1400. Detected Dao Foundation fragment. Absorb? Detected a fragment of the Dao Foundation. Absorb it? Chen Mu stared at the golden words that suddenly appeared before him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he silently commanded in his mind, absorb. Before his thought could fully form, a chilling, bone-piercing wind swept through the surroundings. The shattered golden spiritual platform dissolved into countless specks of light, surging into his body like a tide. In an instant, the chaotic demonic energy within Chen Mu's body roared and churned, greedily devouring the pure energy, rapidly replenishing the power he had expended while performing the 9 Tribulations Demon Blade. At the center of his inner spiritual domain, a deep, ink-black sphere hovered, exuding an aura that resonated with the Tao itself. As his divine sense probed into his inner domain, Chen Mu immediately grasped the profound mystery within. This is the demonic essence for constructing a spiritual platform, he thought in astonishment. Ordinary spiritual platforms require the foundation of vital energy and blood, augmented by the forces of heaven and earth, merging the two to form the platform. But my spiritual platform is entirely composed of pure demonic essence. A cold smirk played on his lips. This system isn't designed for me to cultivate martial arts. It's leading me to cultivate immortality. No, to cultivate demonhood. His earlier concerns dissipated in an instant. The supply issue of the Chaos Demon Sea was resolved effortlessly, and the path to condensing his spiritual platform became strikingly clear. Only needed to hunt martial artists at the master level, accumulate demonic essence, and find a suitable method for refinement to achieve a breakthrough into the master realm. Seize others' spiritual platforms to construct my demonic foundation. The Tao shall be mine. A sharp glint of determination flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. Once I ascend to the master realm, the next time I encounter that pretentious saint son of the Illuminati, they'll beat him so thoroughly even the demon gods won't recognize him. Now then, where can I find martial masters to slaughter at will? He asked himself, a wicked smile forming at the corner of his lips. The answer, of course, is the 6 great sects. Ha ha ha. His seemingly innocent laughter echoed, yet it sent chills down the spines of anyone who might hear it. Beneath the main hall, the elders stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Their proud sect leader had been subdued by this young man in just 2 moves, left utterly powerless, his life or death uncertain. The shock of it all left the elders paralyzed, as if turned to stone. Thud! A gray-robed elder reacted swiftly, falling to his knees and shouting, I confess. I am willing to have a guilt mark imprinted on my dantian and be sent to the abyss for atonement. However, when he raised his head, he was met with a pair of cold, blood-red eyes devoid of any emotion. A flash of dark light swept past, and the elder's body exploded like a firework in an instant. Hunted 5th tier martial artist. Kill value 1000. This scene left the other elders utterly dumbfounded. They were high-level martial artists, the backbone of the fight against the demonic beasts. Shouldn't they at least be exiled to the abyss? Yet this young man killed, without hesitation or reason, a demon. He's a merciless demon. Run! Before their terrified cries could fully erupt, the sound of explosions filled the plaza one after another, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. Hunted 8 5th-tier martial artists. Kill value 5000. A bunch of trash, not even one with a spiritual platform. Chen Mu muttered disdainfully as he summoned the 10,000 souls banner, absorbing the souls of the slain into it, and channeling the remaining blood into the blood pool. 10,000 souls banner soul power 1100. Blood pool volume 11500. After completing his actions, he cast a cold and penetrating gaze over the thousands of disciples of the sect below. A cold and authoritative voice echoed across the mountain peak. Chen Mu's words were like thunder, reverberating through the square. His command was simple and direct. Those willing to surrender, line up and descend the mountain to await further orders. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a gust of wind, disappearing into the darkness towards the back of the mountain. The square fell into a heavy silence before the sound of bodies collapsing to the ground broke it, thud after thud. Many disciples, their legs trembling with fear, dropped to their knees. Their eyes reflected both the relief of surviving and the bitterness of the future that awaited them. Though their lives were spared, the enforcement hall's reckoning loomed ahead. For the newer disciples, perhaps leniency could be expected, but for the senior brothers and sisters, whose hands were stained with sins rivaling even those of the elders, the outcome would likely be far grimmer. A core disciple gazed around at the once proud and majestic mountain gate, a place that had filled him with pride, and felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow. From this day forth, the world would know the Lion Gate no more. High above, Chen Mu sped forward, his senses locked onto the intense energy fluctuations ahead. Two powerful Grandmaster-level auras clashed violently, and one of them was all too familiar to him. It was Zhang Wuchen, whom he had encountered in the enforcement hall's treasury. So, the sect's ancestral guardian really is here. Chen Mu mused, a smirk forming on his face. Two for the price of one. How generous of the Lion Gate. Just then, a disturbance arose from within the 10,000 Souls banner. Probing it with his spiritual sense, Chen Mu was greeted by an amusing sight. The Lion Gate's sect master and the other elders were ganging up on Qian Kai in a chaotic brawl, while the Nether Dragon and a group of spirit beasts stood in a circle, watching the spectacle as if it were entertainment. On the mountain peak ahead, fierce winds howled through the night. Deafening energy waves erupted from the summit, each clash resounding like thunder exploding nearby. Zhang Wuchen's figure darted like lightning through the storm, his aura far surpassing that of the sect master earlier. His opponent, an elderly man with silver hair, wore a tattered robe. Each of the elders' strikes summoned golden lion shadows, their momentum awe-inspiring. Both combatants had activated their inner palace and celestial void, and their battle raged on intensely. At first glance, they seemed evenly matched, but a closer look revealed Zhang Wuchen's aura was far steadier. Victory was only a matter of time. Zhang Wuchen, are you truly willing to destroy this century of peace and incite civil war? The silver-haired elder roared after parrying a fierce blow. His accusation caused Zhang Wuchen's movements to falter briefly. As the head of the enforcement hall, he indeed bore the weight of many considerations. However, before he could dwell on it, a mocking voice rang out from above. Since when does beating an old dog count as civil war? Under the silver moonlight, a young man with flowing robes and windswept hair descended. His blood-red eyes glimmered eerily, standing out against the night sky. At the foot of the mountain, nearly 100 security officers surrounded the entire peak. A glowing barrier formation towered into the night sky, like a small building. Each enforcement team stood ready, stationed at critical nodes of the formation. Commander Lei leaned against the stone monument inscribed with the words, Lion Gate, and watched as sect disciples descended from the mountain. These cultivators, usually so arrogant and haughty, now hung their heads low, dejectedly putting on chains and confessing their crimes. Witnessing this, his emotions were a whirlwind of disbelief and admiration. A feat the department had strategized over for years without daring to act had been effortlessly resolved by a little demon who had joined less than 3 days ago. A demon, huh? Excellent. Longwa needs a demon like this. Commander Lei exclaimed, his excitement spilling over as he smashed the monument to pieces with a single punch. He even felt his long-stagnant cultivation bottleneck begin to loosen. This temporary commander position for that kid Mu might need some adjustments, Lei thought to himself. With his abilities, how can I be on the same level as him? Temporary chief commander? No, he might as well be named temporary minister. With this in mind, he immediately activated his communication bracelet to contact other commanders, preparing to submit a joint proposal for a special talent promotion. Not far away, the director of the Lushan Province Security Bureau stood in shock at the scene before him. The once arrogant disciples of Lion Gate now lined up like defeated curs, waiting to register their surrender. In stark contrast, the security officers stood tall and proud, their spirits lifted. Staring at the thick, ominous mist rising from the back of the mountain, the director could barely contain himself. Who would have thought the Lion Gate was secretly practicing forbidden arts? They deserved it. Ha ha. Before he could finish, Commander Lei clamped a hand over his mouth. Director, watch your words. Are your eyes failing you? What demonic flames? That's clearly the resplendent radiance of righteous power. Resplendent radiance? The director pointed at the sky, his face full of doubt. Commander Lei paused, then lowered his voice. It's that esteemed figure taking action. The director immediately snapped to attention, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thank you for the reminder. It seems my color blindness is acting up again. I almost tarnished Commander Chen's reputation. Meanwhile, at the back of the mountain, old dog, the silver-haired elder froze in place, utterly stunned. As a master-level cultivator, when had he ever been subjected to such an insult? Even in battles with opponents of equal strength, he had never encountered such juvenile taunts. What unsettled him even more was that he could no longer sense his disciple's presence. Suppressing his fury, the elder, his eyes bloodshot, glared at the childlike figure hovering in the air. Which family are you from, kid? Where is my Lion Gate master? Feeling the presence of the young man, The elderly man with graying hair felt his breathing grow heavier. The aura emanating from Chen Mu was undoubtedly that of a sixth-tier cultivator, but every time their eyes met those crimson, piercing eyes, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if every cell in his body was screaming of impending danger. As a grandmaster of the 7th tier and 6th level, feeling such instinctive fear toward a mere 6th-tier youth was something he found utterly unacceptable. As his thoughts churned, the sky suddenly darkened. A pitch-black, demonic mist poured down like a breached dam, engulfing everything in an instant. The once bright moon took on a strange, blood-red hue. The boy's cold, clear voice echoed through the mist. "Don't worry, you'll be reunited with your beloved disciple soon enough." Amid the churning demonic energy, Chen Mu hovered in midair. The blood moon cast a sinister glow over him, and black markings writhed beneath his skin like serpents. The vast power of heaven and earth surged within him, his life force ascending to new heights. The activation level of his demon god bloodline climbed steadily. 2, 4, 5. In that moment, the boy resembled a demon god from the depths of the underworld, gazing down on all creation. The elderly man suppressed the inexplicable fear in his heart and turned to Zhang Wuchen with a forced smile. "Minister Zhang, allow me to crush this little brat first, and then we can talk reason." Before his words had fully landed, his aura exploded, and a golden platform rose into the sky beneath his feet. A massive golden lion materialized in the void, lunging toward the boy. "Xiaomu, be careful," Zhang Wuchen called out, just as he prepared to step forward to assist. But Chen Mu's voice rang out sharply. "Doggies, hold him back." In an instant, the lion sect's leader, several elders, Qian Kai, and an array of demonic beasts and ghostly servants emerged from the mist, surrounding Zhang Wuchen completely. The golden lion collided with a bone blade, unleashing a shockwave that shook the heavens and the earth. Trees toppled, and boulders shattered. Before the elderly man could react, an overwhelming aura descended from above. A bone blade, fashioned from a spine, pierced through the air at supersonic speed and pinned him to the golden platform. Coughing up blood, the elderly man's eyes widened in disbelief. He desperately tried to draw on the power of heaven and earth to heal his wounds, but to no avail. Chen Mu appeared before him in a flash, his crimson eyes gleaming with icy resolve. Just as the old man opened his mouth to beg for mercy, a shadowy black fist descended like a dark sun, slamming down with devastating force. 7th-tier martial artist slain. Kill points 1400. This battle had indeed been effortless for Chen Mu. With the vast demonic energy, the support of his loyal dogs, and the 5 activation of his demon god bloodline, he was able to unleash such terrifying power. However, this was also his limit. If he had faced 2 grandmasters at once, the fight would have been far more grueling. As the demonic mist dissipated, the night sky returned to its tranquil clarity. Under the moonlight, Chen Mu absorbed fragments of the Tao Foundation while curiously asking, "By the way, what were you saying earlier about being careful?" Surrounded by ghostly servants and demonic beasts, Zhang Wuchen's face twitched as he struggled to utter a few words. The mountaintop wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold." Atop the chaotic mountain peak, Chen Mu completed the absorption of the Tao Foundation fragments from the gray-haired elder. Taking a deep breath, he felt the demonic energy within him surging wildly, and the essence of the demonic path had grown even stronger. This cultivation, directly seized from others, proved to be more stable than the results of arduous practice. "Time to clean house," Chen Mu chuckled softly. With a casual wave of his hand, he collected the numerous ghost servants into the 10,000 souls banner, leaving only the sect's grand elder and the sect leader behind. His figure transformed into a swift gust of wind, rushing directly toward the main peak. Before departing, he teased, "Old Zhang, once I'm done here, let's spar a bit. Don't keep me waiting." Zhang Wuchen's face froze at these words. This kid could easily handle even grandmaster sparring with him? That'd be courting death. Watching the young man's figure disappear into the distance, Zhang Wuchen fell into deep thought. Shixiang sect, one of the 6 great sects, had been annihilated in just half an hour. The resources they had accumulated over the years would now bolster the national treasury, significantly enhancing the strength of official martial artists. However, this upheaval was bound to trigger a series of complications. The Dragon Nation's enforcement division had been stagnant for years, like a pool of still water. Perhaps it was time for change. This righteous and energetic young man was worth his full support. Let him stir up the heavens if he wants, I'll have his back. Zhang Wuchen silently resolved, determined to nurture this exceptionally gifted junior. At that moment, Chen Mu had already landed in front of a side hall on the main peak. "Old dog, what were you trying to say earlier?" he asked casually as he walked toward the technique pavilion. The grand elder of Shixiang sect lowered his head respectfully and replied, "Master, this old servant wished to plead for mercy earlier, but your actions were too swift. I only got out a single word before being captured. What I truly wanted to say was, thank you, Master, for granting me the path to immortality." Flesh is frail. Use the soul as a vessel. Embark on the great road to eternal life. All right. Chen Mu's brow twitched slightly, and he chose to ignore the elder. Pushing open the doors of the pavilion, he swiftly recorded all techniques rated a grade and above into his system. Just as he was preparing to move on to the alchemy chamber, he felt a sudden heat on the back of his hand. A new dot, emitting an eerie black glow, appeared next to the existing mark. Second innate ability? Shinmu was slightly surprised. After the awakening of his first ability, he had explored the abyss many times without success. He hadn't expected his second ability to be triggered here in Shishang's sect. Old dog, is there anything peculiar in this vicinity? He turned and asked. This is the greatest foundation of our lion sect Lionheart Thunderpool, the white-haired elder said respectfully, bowing low as he led the way. Walking along the winding mountain path, Chen Mu stepped into a grand and imposing hall. At the center, a shallow blood-red pool emitted a faint metallic tang, while hundreds of stone platforms hovered above it like scattered stars. Surrounding the pool were 9 thunder pillars, arcs of electricity dancing like serpents between them, casting flickering blue light across the hall. This naturally formed array was indeed extraordinary. Years ago, the old master had recognized the uniqueness of this place and, at great cost, annihilated a rival sect to claim it. This act laid the foundation for today's lion sect. However, what now captured Shinmu's attention was the pool of liquid glowing with an eerie crimson hue. His was a highly diluted form of evolutionary serum. Unlike the beast blood he had encountered before, the essence here was unmistakably human. Could this also be the handiwork of the Illuminati? Shinmu muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. The black mark on the back of his hand grew warm as it faced the blood pool. After a brief moment of contemplation, he leaped effortlessly onto the central stone platform, settling into a meditative position. The instant he activated the Devil's Tribulation Codex, the blood pool began to boil violently. Crimson mist surged like a tide into his body. In that moment, countless anguished wails exploded in his mind. Destroy the Illuminati. It hurts. Revenge. An overwhelming tide of vengeful spirits clawed at his soul, and Chen Mu's face turned pale as paper. Infernal core, demonic bloodline, he exclaimed softly. Within his sea of consciousness, the humanoid soul form manifested intricate black markings. A faint black light gleamed at the center of his forehead, like a guiding beacon from the underworld, anchoring the last shred of clarity within him. Everyone, shut the hell up. Deep within his consciousness, black magical patterns coiled and twisted over Chen Mu's soul body, each line radiating an oppressive, suffocating force. His voice, low and commanding, starkly contrasted with his youthful appearance, echoing across the mountain peak for what felt like an eternity. In an instant, the raging resentment dissipated like a receding tide. Countless negative emotions, despair, hatred, anger, fear, regret swirled around his soul body, yet none dared to encroach even an inch closer. So, it's baleful energy. Chen Mu exhaled softly, the pallor of his face gradually fading. Through his connection with the Black Seal's soul, he finally understood. The overwhelming baleful energy hidden within the dense blood aura before him was the nourishment required to activate his second innate ability. What he had initially hesitated to consume as a resource now revealed itself to be exactly what he needed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Mu surveyed the boiling blood pool around him, a strange crimson glint flickering in his pupils. His voice was calm, yet solemn as he declared, I have come to understand all your lingering desires. Now, I swear to the heavens to resolve your grievances. What will you offer in return? As his words fell, the air grew still, and time seemed to freeze. The next moment, the blood pool roared into violent motion, with crimson blood transforming into surging dragons and thick red mist howling as it poured into the boy's body. Without the need to circulate any cultivation techniques, an immense torrent of blood energy, carrying boundless resentment, surged through him, washing over every inch of his flesh and nerves like an unstoppable tide. A shimmering screen of light appeared, condensing into text. You have advanced to 6th tier, 2nd level. You have advanced to 6th tier, 3rd level. At the same time, the 9 dragon pillars surrounding the blood pool erupted with blinding arcs of lightning, roaring as they sought to obliterate the lingering resentment. This was the lion sect's key safeguard against vengeful spirits, their precious natural lightning formation. Annoying. Chen Mu, standing atop the stone platform, furrowed his brows slightly and casually flicked his hand. His finger bones shot forth like arrows, reducing the 9 dragon pillars to fine powder in an instant. The silver-haired elder, witnessing the sect's treasured relics shattered into fragments, raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Master, your extravagant destruction is truly magnificent. You have advanced to 6th tier, 9th level. Second innate ability activated. 5, 10, 20. As the final line of text faded, the blood pool had returned to clarity. Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes, the crimson in his pupils growing even more vivid and mesmerizing, like a blood lotus in full bloom. The magical patterns on his body radiated a blood-colored glow, as if a drop of fresh blood had fallen into the icy abyss. Boom! From within his core, the heavenly abyss burst forth, and the ferocious, baleful energy climbed the dragon chains, spreading across the towering peaks of his internal organs. The chilling, murderous aura exuded was enough to make one's soul tremble. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his body, his physical strength now far surpassing the limits of an ordinary sixth-tier martial artist. Forget that weak sect leader. Even if he faced another seasoned grandmaster like the Elder, Chen Mu was confident he could defeat them without even activating his demonic bloodline. At the same time, he could clearly sense it was just one step away from breaking through that intangible barrier. Devil's tribulation. So this is the tribulation, he murmured with calm composure. As his words settled, the invisible light screen reappeared. Blood curse eye ability. Mental attacks evolved into Heart Demon Devour. Heart Demon Devour. Transform infinite resentment into piercing arrows of agony. Let your enemies taste the suffering of countless tormented souls. Reading these words, Chen Mu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He rarely resorted to spiritual attacks to engage in a life-or-death struggle with his enemies. Chen Mu was well aware that with the nascent strength of his partially human-formed soul, a single misstep in a spiritual confrontation could result in a backlash severe enough to leave him in an irreparable state. Although the concept of soul strength was not explicitly mentioned in the modern martial arts system, this vast world was full of hidden talents and extraordinary beings. If someone like him, blessed with such unique advantages, could emerge, there was no guarantee he wouldn't encounter other extraordinary geniuses. Acting cautiously was always the wisest course of action. With this thought in mind, Chen Mu focused his spirit, and a small, blood-colored arrow instantly formed at the center of his brow. This intangible arrow was wrapped in what seemed like tangible waves of pain and resentment, its power far surpassing his previous pure spiritual attacks. With a flick of his finger, the blood arrow silently disappeared into his brow, absorbed back into his body. Having mastered another deadly technique, Chen Mu exhaled lightly and slowly stood up. His gaze swept across his surroundings as he carefully observed the intricate structure of the formation in this place. After experiencing the baptism of a high-level demonic formation like the blood sacrifice, his understanding of formations had become significantly more profound. Seeing his master begin to comprehend the formation, the sect's elder tactfully retreated to guard outside the hall, ensuring no one would disturb him. This precaution, however, seemed unnecessary at this moment. The entire sect was so deserted that even the guard dogs had defected and gone down the mountain. There was no chance of any visitors. In a temporary camp at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Wuchen was grinning as he reviewed a table full of confessions from the disciples of the Lion Gate sect, while enjoying the sight of Commander Lei rushing about, too busy to stay still. Just then, a deputy entered briskly and handed him a small tablet. Minister Zhang, the sect master of the Tianxian sect, Xianjing, is requesting to speak with you. Xianjing. Zhang Wuchen frowned slightly. As the third-ranked powerhouse among the 6 great sects, the Tianxian sect boasted 3 grandmasters, 5 sixth-level elders, and nearly 10,000 disciples. Their so-called world's #1 sect protection formation not only had defensive capabilities comparable to an ancient tortoise's shell, but also possessed formidable offensive power. Naturally, this secured their position at the top of the enforcement division's blacklist. News travels fast. Zhang Wuchen sighed, taking the tablet and dismissing the subordinate. He couldn't help but imagine the scene a year from now. Shinmu leading a team to storm the Tianxian sect, tearing apart their impenetrable formation, wreaking havoc on the battlefield, while he followed behind, looting their treasures. The thought immediately lifted his spirits. After the 2 subordinates left, Zhang Wuchen wiped the corner of his mouth and tapped the screen to connect the video call. On the holographic display appeared a woman dressed in a Taoist robe, her features as flawless as a carved sculpture of jade, her eyes deep and tranquil like a still pond. Her entire demeanor exuded a chilling aura that kept others at a distance. Minister Zhang, the enforcement division seems quite impressive today, she remarked in a cold and haughty tone, clearly showing no regard for Zhang Wuchen. Facing this grandmaster-level elder who constantly carried herself with an air of otherworldly superiority, Zhang Wuchen cursed inwardly. If the 8th-level National Guardians weren't preoccupied, you'd have been knocked down to size long ago. Outwardly, however, he remained calm. Sect Master Xianjing, please get to the point. I'm very busy here. The woman in the Taoist robe shook her head, looking at Zhang Wuchen as if he were an ignorant fool. Surely you don't believe that having one more grandmaster is enough to go to war with the 6 great sects? On the shimmering screen, a woman in a Taoist robe gazed down with an indifferent expression. Her voice carried a hint of mockery, yet her face was as emotionless as a carved statue, betraying no trace of inner turmoil. The lion sect was wiped out in a single night. Zhang Wuchen couldn't have done it alone, she calculated swiftly in her mind. The other two ministers are preoccupied with their own missions and couldn't possibly be in Lushan province. The only plausible explanation is the enforcement division has a newly added grandmaster. This realization made her heart tighten. Although it posed no immediate threat to the Tianxian sect, personnel changes within the enforcement division had always been a focal point for the major sections. A grandmaster of unknown origin was indeed a cause for concern. 3 days ago, the intelligence reported that the enforcement division only gained an 80-year-old fourth-tier commander named Chen Mu, she thought, shaking her head in disbelief. The combination of 8 years old, fourth tier, and commander made her deeply doubt the reliability of the intelligence systems of the 6 major sects. If it truly comes to war, our sect has nothing to fear, she murmured, narrowing her cold eyes with a hint of menace. But the millions of commoners will inevitably suffer the ravages of war. Zhang Wuchen remained calm, though a faint, elusive smile played on his lips. Sect Master Xianjing, you overthink. Tonight's incident was purely a personal matter, with no intention from headquarters to provoke war. To tell you the truth, this new commander is still in his probationary period, a temporary employee. Who would have thought he'd cause such a mess? And here I am, cleaning up after him. He sighed dramatically, feigning sorrow. Poor old sect master of the lion sect, and that venerable ancestor of theirs, such a tragic end. I arrived just a moment too late to save them, and my heart is truly heavy with grief. Oh, such grief. The unmistakable note of deliberate glee in his tone almost broke through his feigned lament. The Taoist-robed woman fell silent, her usually composed face subtly twitching. Honestly, if you hadn't smiled at the end there, I might have actually believed you, Zhang Wuchen remarked, seemingly engrossed in his performance. He sighed heavily again. You know how it is, temporary employees are the hardest to manage. Sect Master Xianjing, do you have any good advice? Perhaps a tip or two to share with me? Faced with Zhang Wuchen's playful inquiry, the woman's brow twitched involuntarily. Though his words were absurd, her years of cultivation allowed her to discern the truth buried within the jest. The grief was false, that much was clear. This also meant the enforcement division indeed had no intention of settling scores. Having obtained this crucial piece of information, she refrained from further conversation and replied coldly. The Tianxian sect has always stayed out of worldly affairs. A word of caution: keep your people in check. If he dares to cause trouble in my sect, I will ensure he never leaves alive. With that, she waved her hand, her figure gradually fading into nothingness. Her final, icy warning lingered in the air. Other sects won't be as accommodating as I am. Minister Zhang, you'd best be prepared. As the screen dissipated, Zhang Wuchen sat at his desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the surface. He stared at the flickering light overhead, his thoughts churning. This is troublesome. He'll need to soothe the frayed and overly sensitive nerves of the major sects as soon as possible. Maybe I should issue a statement claiming this was due to a temporary employee's misconduct. It seemed unfair to Chen Mu. Zhang Wuchen gazed out the window. Chen Mu's face, both innocent and laced with a hint of mischief, flashed in his mind, causing him to shake his head unconsciously. He paced back and forth inside the tent, his brows furrowed in deep thought. After a long while, a sigh broke the silence within. I can't wrong the child, even if it means compromising myself, he murmured to himself. Fine, if I must, I'll swallow my pride and visit in person to explain things soon. Having made up his mind, Zhang Wuchen stepped out of the tent. The evening breeze brushed gently atop the mountain, and the distant peaks stood quietly under the fading light. As he took in the tranquil scene, the tension on his face eased slightly. I wonder how Chen Mu is faring, he said softly. By all rights, the sect's resources should have been confiscated entirely, but he had harbored a private intention, allowing Chen Mu to search first and select anything he desired before sending others to inventory the rest. At this moment, inside the grand hall at the mountain's peak. I see, Chen Mu murmured, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He had deciphered most of the mysteries behind the natural formation here, leaving only a small portion to be worked out gradually. If he could fully unravel it, he planned to replicate the formation at home, providing a place for Elder Deng and Uncle Zhao to cultivate. Especially Uncle Zhao's second-tier cultivation level was a concern. Without a breakthrough to extend his lifespan, his time might be running out. Keeping this task in mind, Chen Mu summoned the old hound and began to ask detailed questions about the origins of the blood pool. The old ancestor's answers confirmed his suspicions. The evolutionary serum in the blood pool indeed originated from the Primitive Research Institute of the Illuminati. This high-grade serum, capable of resolving the beastification issue of beast blood potions, was exceedingly rare even within the Illuminati. In exchange, the Lion Gate sect procured and refined various ritual materials for them. This collaboration was, in fact, entirely logical. For the Illuminati to stir up trouble under the watchful eye of the Dragon Nation's authorities, allying with the 6 great mountain sects was the optimal choice. The sects supplied ritual materials, allowing the Illuminati to create chaos, which in turn diverted the Enforcement Division's attention away from the Sexa, mutually beneficial arrangement. Who is the Illuminati member you're in contact with? How can we capture them? Chen Mu asked coldly. Having borne the blood of the masses, he was bound by oath to eradicate the Illuminati. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from his master, the old ancestor immediately bowed and replied, Master, to my knowledge, they are known as the Light Saints, 6 individuals under the command of the Saint Sun. These saints execute missions, while the Saint Sun orchestrates everything from behind the scenes and rarely shows himself. The saint we are in contact with goes by the code name Eternal, but this person has always concealed their true appearance, making even their gender impossible to determine. After a brief pause, the old man added, However, if you wish to track them down, there might be an opportunity soon. During a casual conversation last month, Eternal inadvertently mentioned that the Illuminati seemed to be planning a major operation at a certain checkpoint. Inside the grand hall atop the mountain, Chen Mu sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, fingers gently tapping the stone platform. The information recently revealed by the elder of the Lion Gate sect swirled in his mind. After filtering out the vague speculations, the truly valuable intelligence was sparse. However, one thing was certain: the Illuminati was orchestrating a monumental plan beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. This operation not only involved a foreign holy sun, but also targeted the border defenses, resembling the prelude to a national war. Based on the elder's analysis of the ritual material list, the scale, variety, and complexity of the materials indicated that at least 2 to 3 months of preparation would be required. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. For an operation of this magnitude, the Dragon Kingdom's holy sun would undoubtedly be involved, presenting a rare opportunity to capture them all in one swoop. Memories from his previous life surged forth. The Battle of Yumen Pass. As one of the 4 major passes of the Dragon Kingdom, Yumen Pass would face a devastating war in a month. First came the tidal wave of beast hordes, followed by the encroachment of the army from the Sakura Kingdom. Though the pass was ultimately defended, the cost was immense. The fall of an 8th-tier martial sovereign and the blood of nearly 10,000 warriors staining the borders. The death of a protector of the nation was a blow the Dragon Kingdom could scarcely endure. Now it seemed that the Illuminati was behind this very battle at Yumen Pass. Only the timeline had been moved up by a month. With my current strength, facing a battle that could bring down a martial sovereign is far beyond my reach, Chen Mu muttered, his brows furrowed. He then asked, among the 6 great sects, who else is colluding with the Illuminati? These sects must have hidden plenty of evolutionary potions. Not only could I collect fragments of the heavenly Tao, but they could also help me break through to the peak of the 6th tier. The elder of the Lion Gate sect, his face pale, knelt trembling on both knees. The 6 great sects guard against each other and would never share such incriminating secrets, he stammered, carefully observing Chen Mu's expression, fearing his words might provoke his master. He quickly added, but I can confirm that not many are in league with the Illuminati. Some sects have been trying to clean their hands and would not dare to jump back into this cesspool. Is that so? A trace of disappointment flickered in Chen Mu's eyes. Then he'll just have to deal with them one by one. Once blood is spilled, the maggots in the pit will reveal themselves. After sealing the sect elder into the 10,000 souls banner, Chen Mu rose and descended the mountain. He had already plundered 70% of the Lion Gate sect's resources. However, he left half of the pill storeroom untouched, ensuring there was enough to account for Zhang Wuchen. While those pills were of little use to him, there were still 2 elderly individuals in his family who needed care. Meanwhile, inside a tent, Zhang Wuchen was focused on jotting down names on a list of appeasement targets. When his pen reached the words Tianxian sect, his brows furrowed slightly. The old monk from Fengshan Temple was notoriously difficult to deal with. However, that bald-headed monk had a connection with Tianxian sect's Xianjing before taking his vows. If he could convince that old woman to accompany him, it might save considerable effort. Tomorrow, they'll head to Burning Heaven Valley first, then visit the 10,000 Sword sect, he murmured to himself. Once those 2 are appeased, I'll make my way to Tianxian sect and try to persuade that old lady to join me in visiting the old monk from Fengshan Temple. However, persuading that otherworldly, ageless celestial being to help was bound to come at a cost. Zhang Wuchen frowned slightly, his fingers gently rubbing the storage ring. With a faint glimmer of light, a delicate wooden box appeared in his palm. This boundary-breaking pill was a treasure he had cherished for years, originally intended for his own use when breaking through to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Carefully, he put the wooden box away, heaving a heavy sigh, his face etched with reluctance. Yet, to secure a year of peace and allow Xiaomu to focus on breaking into the Grandmaster realm, the price seemed worth it. As he was contemplating, the camp's entrance curtain was lifted, letting in a gust of cold mountain wind. A small figure dressed in black strode in, carrying the fresh, crisp scent of the forest. Zhang Wuchen immediately set down the list in his hand, stood up, and poured a cup of hot tea, handing it over. Mu, have you finished inventorying the supplies? Chen Mu accepted the tea and gave a slight nod. Once seated, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Wuchen. Old Zhang, does our division have any steer spirit foundation techniques? The spirit foundation technique was a critical method for constructing the spiritual platform. Shinmu knew that with his current cultivation at the 9th stage of the 6th rank, besides the demonic source power, he would also need corresponding techniques. When he entered the system with the Steer 9 Heavens Spirit Foundation technique from the Lion Gate, the system displayed. Technique 9 Heavens Spirit Foundation technique has transformed under the guidance of the power of 10,000 demons into 9 Nether Immortal Burial Art. Completion 1. Seeing this glaringly low percentage, Chen Mu felt a rare twinge of anxiety. Gathering 100 Steer Spirit Foundation techniques to complete, it was clearly unrealistic. The only viable solution was to locate the original celestial technique from ruins. Still, while these ordinary Spirit Foundation techniques might not hold much value for him, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to acquire them. Zhang Wuchen was slightly surprised by this request. The kid had just broken through to the 6th rank and was still far from its peak. Why the rush for a Spirit Foundation technique? However, considering Chen Mu's contributions, the request was entirely reasonable. After a moment of thought, Zhang Wuchen took out a jade slip from his robes and solemnly handed it over. Mu, you might not be aware, but constructing a spiritual platform requires entry into a Grandmaster Secret Realm. The earliest Grandmaster Secret Realm here in Longwo won't open for another 6 months. There's no need to rush. 6 months is too long. Shinmu shook his head, frowning. If Longwood doesn't have one sooner, can't we go to another country? Zhang Wuchen took a deep breath. Although the Grandmaster Secret Realms of other nations were open to external participants, the number of slots was limited, and the risks of venturing into foreign realms were significantly higher. Nevertheless, he answered truthfully. As far as I know, the Grandmaster Secret Realm in Sakura Country is about to open likely next week. In truth, Chen Mu didn't need any secret realm to construct his spiritual platform. His plan was straightforward: slay Grandmasters and allocate points to the 9 Nether Immortal Burial Art. However, in case the demonic source power from eliminating the 6 major sects still fell short, the foreign secret realms could serve as a backup option. He thought to himself, break through, kill one. Keep killing until my demonic foundation is complete. Sakura Country. Chen Mu muttered the name under his breath, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. In the current global martial arts landscape, the United States stood as the leading powerhouse, while Sakura Country willingly played the role of its lackey, boasting considerable strength of its own. Dragon Country, despite its massive population, remained a thorn in the side of the United States. Sakura Country, in particular, never ceased its covert schemes, secretly supporting the 6 great sects and obstructing Dragon Country's official development at every turn. Taking down martial artists from a country like that is truly satisfying. Chen Mu chuckled softly, a dark and menacing aura emanating from him. Across from him, Zhang Wuchen shivered involuntarily at the eerie smile on the young man's face. Mu, you're not planning to. I am. Chen Mu reined in his aura and nodded calmly. Leave the arrangements to you. Participation in foreign secret realms requires submitting a roster to the other party. These tedious formalities are best handled by a professional. But, Zhang Wuchen began, only to be cut off by Chen Mu. Old Zhang, just do as I say. Chen Mu casually picked up a small notebook from the table, raising an eyebrow. Oh, you've already listed the order? Not bad. The notebook detailed the order of appeasements for the major sects, but to Chen Mu, it was nothing short of a death list. He set the notebook down and stretched lazily. It's late. Tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you to visit the sections. With that, Chen Mu yawned and left the tent, leaving behind a stunned Zhang Wuchen. The old minister stood there, dumbfounded, shocked by the young man's decision to personally join the sect visits. It was completely out of character for Chen Mu. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Wuchen could only conclude that the kid has matured. Yet, his greater worry was the potential for a diplomatic incident. Knowing Chen Mu's temperament, it was the martial artist from Sakura Country who truly had cause for concern. As the night deepened and the moon hung high in the sky, Chen Mu lay in bed, organizing his thoughts. The glass spirit building technique provided by Minister Zhang, as he had expected, only completed one of the 9 Nether Immortal Burial Art. This outcome was well within his predictions. His path of cultivation had always been extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess strength far surpassing others of the same level. Chen Mu leaned against the headboard, his brows slightly furrowed as he contemplated his upcoming plans. Ancient ruins, the Battle of Human Pass, the Grandmaster's secret realm, the 6 great sects. The sheer number of looming tasks weighed on him like a mountain pressing against his chest, each one urgent and demanding attention. I need to find Elder Yuan Cheng of the Martial Arts Association as soon as possible to discuss matters regarding the ancient ruins. He rubbed his throbbing temples, organizing his chaotic thoughts. The most pressing issue was to eliminate the burning Heaven Valley tomorrow and, along the way, connect with the old man to gather information about the ruins. Burning Heaven Valley. Let's hope it offers some surprises, Chen Mu muttered, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. But one shouldn't be too greedy. Even if it's a poor sect, managing to acquire a few ghost servant grandmasters would be worthwhile. As he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the news of the Lion-Elephant Gate's annihilation had already erupted like a storm, causing an uproar among the major sects. In Yanqing City, at Burning Heaven Valley, a towering, majestic stone pavilion, 100 meters tall, stood resolutely. Its top floor served as the sanctum for the sect's high council. At this moment, the atmosphere in the grand hall was tense. Sectmaster, what do you make of this move by the enforcement division? A black-robed elder abruptly stood, his voice simmering with suppressed anger as he directed his question toward the leaders seated at the head. Elder Sure, don't be hasty, said the young man in a crimson robe. Sect Master Chi Yin of Burning Heaven Valias. He slowly set down his cup of cooled tea. His fiery red hair cascaded down to his waist, and an intense, blazing aura emanated from him. Each breath he took resonated with the underground fire veins, a testament to the exceptional quality of his magma soul platform. In this place, his combat power could increase by a full 30%. The Tianxian sect has already been contacted. They claim it was the personal action of a temporary worker. Chi Yin said calmly, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Can that be trusted? Another elder asked with a frown. It sounds like a flimsy excuse. Heh. Chi Yin let out a soft chuckle. One thing is certain. The enforcement division doesn't dare to openly break ties with us. Elder Shure's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. With the Lion-Elephant Gate gone, we'll have one less ally when the day of reckoning comes. We can't allow this balance to be disrupted. That temporary worker must die. In the council hall of the Burning Heaven Valley, the atmosphere was heavy. The elder in the black robe narrowed his eyes slightly, his killing intent unabashed as he stared directly at the Crimson Flame sect master. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, each tap seemingly emphasizing his point. The loss of a grandmaster from the 6 great sects and the addition of a grandmaster-level commander to the enforcement division created a shift in high-level power that could determine the course of future conflicts. Old Sure, the Crimson Flame sect master said, lifting his teacup with a faint, meaningful smile on his lips. Have some tea to cool your temper. He stood up and walked slowly to the window. Through the intricately carved lattice, he looked out at the bustling scene within the sect's grounds. In the courtyard, disciples were practicing martial arts, their shouts echoing one after another. The enforcement division has just gained such a precious asset. Naturally, they'll guard him tightly, leaving no openings for you, the sect master said, his voice calm, yet laced with a hint of amusement. But he can't possibly hide in the enforcement division forever. The 6 great sects won't forget this debt. Even if we don't act, someone else will clean up the mess for us. He turned back around, his gaze sharp as a blade. He's already a dead man walking. The elder in the black robe stared into his cup of tea, his brows furrowed tightly. Another elder spoke up just in time, voicing the concerns they all shared. Sect Master, such a passive stance might shake the confidence of the families who rely on us. These opportunistic smaller factions, once they sense we're showing weakness, may scatter before the tree even falls. Of course, we won't let this slide, the Crimson Flame sect master said with a cold smile. I've already sent the ancestor of divine flames to visit Fengshan Temple and feel out the abbot's stance. As for the enforcement division, he paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow morning, you'll cripple a few enforcers and drag them here to kneel outside our gates. That will be our warning. A few enforcers won't be enough to provoke a major retaliation. They'll have no choice but to swallow their pride. This is the punishment they deserve. That same night, unseen currents surged across the Dragon Kingdom. Factions large and small convened secret meetings. While their intelligence networks weren't as extensive as those of the 6 great sects, word of the Lion-Elephant sect's overnight destruction and the enforcement division's decisive intervention had already spread. Most factions chose to wait and see, confident in the deep foundations of the 6 great sects and skeptical that the enforcement division could destabilize them in the short term. Some cautious groups, however, had begun preparing materials for surrender in hopes of leniency. A few whose crimes were particularly egregious were hastily packing their belongings, preparing to flee abroad. Meanwhile, in the elder's office at the Martial Arts Association's Techniques Department in the capital, Yuan Cheng was stroking his white beard with satisfaction, his eyes fixed on the document in his hands. On the pristine sheet of paper, bold red characters stood out prominently. Application for insight into the relic's secret realm. At the bottom of the document, scrawled in a hasty hand, was a single word in the review section: approved. The elder from the martial arts department had spent nearly a decade's worth of achievement points to finally secure the opportunity for a dual expedition into the secret realm. Yuan Cheng sat in his study on a sandalwood chair, carefully examining the approval document from the Martial Arts Association in his hands. The document clearly outlined two conditions. First, Elder Yuan Sheng was permitted to bring one non-member of the association. Second, this individual had to be a close relation, such as a family member or a significant connection like a mentor-disciple relationship. Each time he reread the conditions, a satisfied smile spread across his wrinkled face. Xiaomu, you won't escape from my grasp this time, Yuan Sheng murmured, stroking his beard, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Ever since their parting at the seaside last time, he had been working tirelessly toward this goal, and now the outcome was exactly as he had hoped. He was well aware of Chen Mu's longing for the secret realm within the ruins, and this was his greatest bargaining chip. Faced with such an irresistible opportunity, how could that boy possibly say no? By then, the matter of taking him as a disciple would be almost certain. The elder carefully put away the document, and then opened his wristband to book a flight. Not long ago, he had spoken with Zhang Wuchen. He learned that the boy would be heading to Yanqing City tomorrow, but Zhang Wuchen, that old rascal, always dismissed questions about Chen Mu with a curt, "I'm from the law enforcement department, it's none of your business." What irked him even more was that the old man had deliberately sent over a photo of the temporary commander agreement, smugly circling Chen Mu's signature in red ink, as if to flaunt it. Such blatant provocation made Yuan Sheng grind his teeth in frustration. Humph, Yuan Sheng snorted coldly. So what if you tricked him into signing a temporary agreement? By tomorrow, when I officially become Xiao Mu's master, we'll see who's closer to him. Imagining Zhang Wuchen's discomfited expression brought the elder a sense of satisfaction greater than any breakthrough in cultivation. The night wind gently stirred the white curtains by the window. Yuan Sheng gazed into the distance, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his clouded eyes. Xiao Mu, while I may not be the most impressive grandmaster, I do have some skills. If you follow me, the resources of the Martial Arts Association will surely be at your fingertips. The next day, at Yanqing City Airport, Chen Mu sat idly on a bench in the waiting area, fully absorbed in deducing the natural formation of the Lionheart Thunder Pool, not allowing himself a moment of distraction. A short distance away, Zhang Wuchen stood tall and spirited at the arrival gate. They had rushed straight to the airport upon arriving in Yanqing, solely to meet Elder Yuan Sheng of the Martial Arts Department. Initially, Chen Mu had intended to head directly to the mountains, as there were still many sects awaiting investigation. But upon hearing it was Elder Yuan Sheng, he immediately changed his plans. This was the perfect chance to inquire about the immortal techniques of the ruins in person. Half an hour later, an elderly man with flowing white hair and dressed in white robes finally emerged from the crowd. It was none other than the long-anticipated Elder Yuan Sheng. At the airport exit of Yanqing City, Yuan Sheng, dressed in a flowing Taoist robe, walked out with light and steady steps. From a distance, he spotted Zhang Wuchen and Chen Mu, and a gentle smile immediately appeared on his face as he quickened his pace to greet them. "Old Zhang, young friend Xiaomu, have you two been waiting long?" he called out warmly. Zhang Wuchen strode forward, giving Yuan Sheng a hearty slap on the shoulder, his laughter booming. "Ha ha, old Yuan, you came at just the right time. Your elder brother here happens to need you to lend a hand." He briefly explained the situation, carefully avoiding any mention of the Lion Gate incident. Instead, he casually mentioned that the 6 major sects had been a bit restless lately, and that his trip up the mountain was merely a routine effort to maintain stability. As for old Yuan, his role would be nothing more than sitting on the sidelines as a good luck charm. Yuan Sheng nodded in agreement without hesitation. As an elder of the Martial Arts Research Department, he had always been dedicated to studying martial techniques, rarely involving himself in the struggles between factions. Consequently, he was completely unaware of the major events that had transpired the previous night. In his view, stabilizing missions like this weren't uncommon for the enforcement department, and bringing along Chen Mu was likely just an opportunity to familiarize the younger generation with the work. "Anything is fine, as long as you don't drag this old man into a fight," Yuan Sheng said with a cheerful grin. At that moment, Chen Mu withdrew his mind from his formation insights, stood up, and took the lead in heading toward the airport exit. The matter of the relic and secret realm was of great importance, and he didn't want to discuss it in such a crowded and noisy place. He had already made up his mind if old Yuan couldn't manage the situation, he wouldn't hesitate to take matters into his own hands again. To build his spiritual platform and obtain the immortal techniques of the relic, he was determined to succeed. Seeing Chen Mu's proactive attitude, the two older men exchanged a knowing smile and quickly followed. Outside the airport, amidst the bustling crowd, 2 dazzling streaks of light, one black and one white, suddenly shot into the sky, stirring up strong gusts of wind. The overwhelming aura of grandmasters radiated outward, drawing exclamations from the onlookers. In the midst of these astonished murmurs, Yuan Sheng couldn't help but blurt out, "What the? Slow down, you two. Wait for me. Spare a thought for us non-competent martial artists." With that, he hurriedly channeled his inner energy and wobbled after them. However, It was then that he noticed something unusual. Chen Mu's aura was unmistakably that of a genuine sixth-tier cultivator. Although Qiu Rui had reported this earlier, Yuan Cheng had dismissed it as drunken nonsense, even docking Qiu Rui half a month's pay for spreading such absurd claims. After all, who could possibly leap from the 4th tier to the 6th tier after a single trip to the Lingyuan secret realm? Well, at least it's just the 6th tier, Yuan Cheng thought with a mix of relief and astonishment. Any later, and as his master, I might not be able to keep this monstrous disciple in check. Once he's done with his business, it'll give him a little surprise. Eventually, the three arrived at the entrance to the Burning Sky Valley sect. 2 towering crimson rock pillars, 100 zhang high, pierced the clouds, with a massive suspended stone between them. On it were inscribed the words, Burning Sky, in blazing script that seemed to scorch the air. Even from 100 miles away, the fiery characters were vividly visible. Below lay a road paved with black stone, flanked by strange vegetation that thrived in high temperatures. What should have been a breathtakingly unique scene was instead shrouded in an oppressive, eerie atmosphere. On one side of the road, 7 or 8 enforcers clad in uniforms were tightly bound with coarse ropes. They were all martial artists around the 4th tier, yet each was battered and bruised, their faces marred with purplish-blue welts. Despite their injuries, an unyielding determination still flickered in their eyes. "Kneel! Are you deaf?" roared a disciple from the sect, raising an iron whip. The whip lashed through the air with a piercing whistle before striking heavily across the back of one enforcer. Crack! The sound of flesh splitting echoed, but the enforcer merely grunted, straightening his spine even further. "Still acting tough? Perfect. I enjoy breaking people like you." The sect disciple's eyes gleamed with cruelty as he raised the whip again. "You won't be smug for long." Another enforcer, a woman, growled through gritted teeth. Her face was bloodied, her posture upright, though her legs trembled uncontrollably. The ropes binding her suppressed her energy, leaving her powerless. "Ha!" The disciple burst into mocking laughter. "You don't actually think that temporary guild will come to save you, do you?" He paused, a derisive smirk curling his lips. "You know what? I'd love to see them try. If they dare show up, our burning heaven valley will make them kneel before our sect." His words echoed at the mountain gate, eliciting boisterous laughter from the sect's guards. In the Dragon Kingdom, only the 6 great sects dared to openly defy enforcers, filling the disciples with an unparalleled sense of collective pride. "Enough games," a black-robed elder, who had been silently observing, said with a faint chuckle. "Shatter their kneecaps and return to the sect for your training." With that, he turned to leave, his robe billowing. "Yes, master." Though slightly disappointed, the disciple dared not disobey. He drew a long blade and slowly approached the most resolute enforcer, savoring the growing despair in his opponent's eyes. The enforcers' faces turned pale. Their commander was currently engaged in a battle with another elder, unable to come to their rescue. Though shattered kneecaps could be healed, they would leave permanent damage, severely hindering their martial paths. At that critical moment, the sky suddenly lit up with 2 brilliant streaks, one black, one white, piercing through the heavens with a sound like 10,000 swords clashing. A towering pressure surged forth, whipping up violent gusts as it descended upon the crowd. "Stop!" A thunderous roar, as deafening as a storm, erupted but was abruptly cut off. Boom! Explosions rang out in quick succession as the blade-wielding disciple was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. He smashed through 2 massive stone pillars before crashing into a mountainside 100 meters away. The impact left a gaping crater in the black rock, with boulders tumbling down and dust rising in thick clouds. 4th-tier martial artist eliminated. Kill value 0. Only then did a youthful figure slowly emerge at the spot where the disciple had stood moments earlier. In front of the gates of Burning Heaven Valley, all eyes were fixed in astonishment on the young man, as if the air itself had frozen solid. The enforcers stood rooted to the spot, their gazes darting back and forth between Chen Mu and the newly landed Zhang Wuchen. Their eyes lit up with elation. Minister Zhang, one of the 3 National Enforcement Division ministers and a master-level powerhouse, had arrived in person. While they were unfamiliar with Chen Mu, Minister Zhang's formidable reputation was known far and wide. With his intervention, their earlier humiliation would surely be avenged. However, Zhang Wuchen found himself momentarily bewildered. Witnessing the disciples of Burning Heaven Valley bullying the enforcers had ignited a blazing fury within him, and he had half a mind to annihilate them all. Yet, his rationality prevailed. Since no lives had been lost, the best course of action was to discipline the culprits and restore his colleagues' dignity while maintaining stability. But just as his thoughts raced, a thunderous explosion echoed. Boom! In an instant, the perpetrator had been obliterated by Chen Mu. Zhang Wuchen's mind went blank, with only 2 words surfacing. "It's over." What stability could there be now? It seemed there was no choice but to roll up his sleeves and fight. On the steps above, an elder in black robes froze, his face darkening as his eyes widened in shock. His personal disciple had been killed right in front of him, with such speed that he hadn't even had time to intervene. When he recognized the young man responsible, his shock deepened. This height and age matched the intelligence reports about the infamous 80-year-old commander. Yet the aura emanating from him was at the peak of the 6th tier, not the reported 4th tier. Clearly, intelligence reports were unreliable. Though the elder harbored some fear of Zhang Wuchen, his fury could not be suppressed. He bellowed, "Who gave you the audacity to kill someone at the gates of burning Heaven Valley? Even someone like Minister Zhang would tread carefully in this place. And yet, a mere 6th-tier commander dared act so brazenly? Today, no one would be able to protect him." Before his words had fully left his lips, dark crimson flames erupted around him, his blood and energy surging. He intended to intimidate, knowing that with a master present, the situation was beyond his authority. But before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling black streak rapidly expanded in his vision. In an instant, a massive force exploded against his face, bending his body backward uncontrollably as the sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. Despite both being at the 6th tier, Chen Mu's strength was utterly overwhelming. "I should have kept my mouth shut," was the elder's final thought before his consciousness faded. With a deafening crash, the ground caved in, leaving a massive crater. The elder's mangled body lay within, his head reduced to a mist of blood. The shockwave swept across the area, sending the creatures of the surrounding forest fleeing in panic. Killed a 6th-tier martial artist. Kill value, 1200. Chen Mu retracted his fist, casting a disdainful glance at the corpse. Not even a single fragment of a Dao foundation was left. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 fresh souls dissolved into black smoke and were absorbed into the 10,000 souls banner, while the remaining blood seeped into the blood pool. At that moment, a familiar light screen suddenly appeared before him. Chen Mu's gaze sharpened as he carefully read the system notification. The enhancement effects of the 10,000 souls banner had been fully upgraded. All attributes, including strength, vitality, and speed, had increased from 100 to 120, while the soul augmentation surged dramatically from 200 to 250. "It really leveled up," the young man murmured, raising an eyebrow while calculating his strategy. Within the burning Heaven Valley, 3 grandmasters held the fort, accompanied by several 6th-tier elders. On his side, however, the 10,000 souls banner already contained 2 grandmaster-level ghost servants and a newly strengthened nether dragon. That foolish dog, after devouring numerous beast souls, had ascended from the peak of the 5th tier to the early stage of the 7th tier, though it was still a step away from reaching the Demon King realm. With these 3 formidable allies, holding off 2 of the enemy grandmasters would be more than manageable, leaving him free to eliminate the others. The battle plan formed instantly in his mind. Chen Mu slowly turned his head, his clear, dark eyes sweeping over the remaining sect disciples. Just one glance from him sent chills down their spines, as if their very lives were gripped in his hands. Their legs gave out, and they collapsed to their knees with a thud, trembling as they kowtowed heavily, stripped of even the courage to meet his gaze. After witnessing a sect elder being obliterated without even managing to throw a punch or utter a scream, they realized that such overwhelming power was far beyond anything they could resist. Chen Mu withdrew his gaze and looked down at Zhang Wuchen, who was still in shock. His tone was calm as he said, "Old Zhang, I don't think I need to teach you what to do next, do I?" Before the words had fully settled, his figure transformed into a gust of wind, heading straight for the depths of the valley. "Understood," Zhang Wuchen instinctively replied, seemingly unaware that he had already become a subordinate to this young man. Soon after, Yuan Cheng arrived, his face pale and trembling as he approached. "Old Zhang, is this what you call maintaining stability?" Zhang Wuchen rubbed his numb face and nodded helplessly. "Stability achieved, isn't it?" He waved his hand, untying the ropes that bound the enforcers, and began assigning tasks. Same old routine: gather the local enforcers and security bureau, lock down the mountain gate, and prepare to wipe them out completely. A few of the less injured enforcers curiously inquired about Chen Mu's identity. Zhang Wuchen, with a smug expression, recounted the tale of last night's annihilation of the Lion Elephant sect. Yuan Cheng, standing nearby, listened in disbelief, his mind reeling. He lowered his head to look at the application form for the secret realm exploration in his hand. The line that read, "This individual must be a relative, disciple, or hold another significant relationship with Elder Yuan Cheng," left him deep in thought. "If I take him as my disciple, will I get beaten up for it?" Zhang Wuchen noticed his hesitation and laughed. "Don't worry, letting little Mu be your master works just as well." His tone was filled with mockery. After a long pause, the disheartened Yuan Cheng reluctantly accepted reality. Smoothing out his robes, he snorted, "If my master is this incredible, Minister Zhang, how many more days do you think you'll remain his superior?" Zhang Wuchen's smile froze. Moments later, 2 simultaneous sighs of both admiration and resignation echoed through the air as the 2 figures darted toward the valley. The fierce wind howled past the boy's ears. As he strode through the narrow stone path of the mountain valley, Shinmu gazed at the vast, open expanse ahead. His lips curled into a faint, icy smirk. The entirety of Burning Sky Valley lay before him. Low, scattered stone dwellings dotted the valley floor, while a sprawling herb field to the left exuded a soothing medicinal fragrance. Pavilions and treasure halls were interspersed throughout, but the most striking feature was the grand central pavilion towering into the sky, exuding an aura of majesty. At its very peak, an intense energy signature belonging to a master-level figure was pulsating. "Found you, my old dog number 3, Chen Mu said, halting midair. With a flick of his wrist, the bone blade in his hand transformed into a menacing giant bow. The ebony spinal cord oozed ink-like liquid, solidifying into a taut bowstring. As he slowly drew the string, a dazzling black radiance flared to life. Buzz! The bowstring quivered, and the black radiance, imbued with a destructive aura, shot forth like a thunderbolt. The sonic boom shattered the air as the bone arrow streaked toward the peak of the pavilion. Meanwhile, the Red Flame sect master, leisurely sipping tea inside the pavilion, suddenly sensed a foreign presence descending upon the valley. Before he could rise to investigate, the teacup in his hand shattered, and a terrifying, razor-sharp force arrived in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the entire valley. Debris rained down like a torrential storm. The once lively and bustling sect fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the relentless patter of falling stones. Below, the disciples stood frozen in place, staring in horror as the majestic pavilion, which had stood for centuries, was now half destroyed by a single arrow. "Who dares trespass in my Burning Sky Valley?" roared a voice from within the dense smoke and dust. A disheveled figure emerged, none other than the Red Flame sect master. His once luxurious robes were in tatters, and his gaze locked onto the boy before him. Though Chen Mu's aura was merely at the peak of the 6th tier, there was an unsettling, bone-chilling pressure emanating from him, causing the sect master's heart to tighten with unease. "Still not good enough," Chen Mu muttered, his jet black hair whipping wildly in the wind. Without sparing the red-haired man a glance, he flipped his hand, and the menacing giant bow reverted to a bone blade. Without martial techniques, the base attack power of the demon marrow blade falls short. I need to work on my long-range arsenal soon. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged skyward from deep within the valley, rapidly closing in on their location. Another master. It's time to reap the harvest, Chen Mu murmured, lifting his gaze slightly. From the center of his brow, the myriad souls banner emerged, unfurling and standing tall against the heavens. A dense, chilling aura spread outward as 3 towering figures materialized from the black mist. Their imposing presence radiated the unmistakable energy of 7th-tier, master-level power. The Red Flame sect master's pupils contracted sharply. 2 masters and a half-step demon king, the ancestors and sect leader of the lion elephant gatewarrant they killed just last night. What kind of monstrosity is this? At that moment, he finally understood the source of the eerie, oppressive pressure. Not daring to underestimate the threat, the Red Flame sect master immediately formed seals with both hands, unleashing his inner abyss sky ruin. Boom! The shadows of 5 towering volcanoes descended with a thunderous roar, spewing scorching lava that instantly engulfed the entire Burning Sky Valley. The searing heat distorted the air violently, rendering even distant scenery blurred and indistinct. "All disciples, heed my command. Form the array and prepare to face the enemy." The sect leader's resounding shout snapped everyone out of their daze. Nearly 10,000 disciples, disciplined like a well-trained army, moved in unison to perform their incantations. Mighty spiritual energy converged into streams, surging into the 5 volcanic shadows. In an instant, the red-haired man's aura swelled like a tidal wave, his cultivation skyrocketing from the mid-7th stage to a frenzied rush toward the late 7th and 8th stages. Feeling the surging power within him, the red-haired man began to sense a glimmer of hope. However, before he could act, Chen Mu suddenly stepped forward, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Let's go, you dogs. And don't you dare ruin my herb fields or treasure vault." Before his words had fully faded, 3 ghostly figures of master-level servants darted out like phantoms, gracefully bypassing the red-haired man and heading straight toward the valley's rear. This unexpected turn of events left the Crimson Flame sect leader momentarily stunned. He had just assumed his most formidable stance, ready for a fierce battle, only to see his opponent abandon their greatest advantage and charge toward him with a seemingly frail body. Were they courting death? While he was still filled with confusion, Chen Mu suddenly appeared right before him. The black demonic markings on the young boy's neck spread like living entities, and the bone blade in his hand radiated an overwhelming, violent aura that sent shivers down one's spine. In that moment, alarm bells blared in the Crimson Flame sect leader's mind. The next instant, a dazzling black light tore through space and struck the red-haired man with devastating force. The compressed energy exploded with a deafening boom that echoed throughout the valley. Under this terrifying impact, nearly 10,000 disciples coughed up blood and collapsed simultaneously. The red-haired man's chest erupted in a mist of blood as his body plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and shattering several stone buildings before coming to a halt. Amid the swirling dust, a ghastly wound was revealed on his chest, nearly tearing his heart to shreds. Hovering in midair, the young boy stood firm as the Crimson Flame sect leader's gaze shifted from murderous intent to sheer terror. He could not comprehend how a mere 80-year-old boy with only 6th-stage cultivation could wield such monstrous power. Was this even a level of strength attainable by humans? The fierce wind howled through the valley. Black mist crept into the air at some unknown time, instantly cooling the once scorching temperature to a bone-chilling cold. High above, a youthful figure hovered in midair, gazing indifferently down at the ruins below, like a demon god descending upon the world. Above the clouds, Zhang Wuchen and Old Yuan peeked out cautiously, their expressions filled with shock as they watched the scene unfold. While Zhang Wuchen had witnessed something similar once before, Old Yuan was so shaken that his hands trembled as he continuously popped heart pills into his mouth. This kid is clearly at the peak of the 6th tier. Being invincible at his level is already remarkable, but challenging a grandmaster across levels. Old Yuan's mind was a swirl of doubts. Even though Zhang Wuchen spoke with unwavering confidence, Old Yuan found it hard to trust anything but his own eyes. And yet, the scene before him completely shattered his understanding of the world. The red-haired man, empowered by the combined formation of nearly 10,000 disciples, had unleashed an aura reaching the late stages of the Grandmaster realm of force, so overwhelming that even someone like Old Yuan, a seasoned expert, would have only dared to mediate. Yet Chen Mu had simply swung his blade once, not only severely injuring the opponent, but also breaking the formation. Old Zhang. Old Yuan stroked his white beard, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Are you sure we don't need to step in and help? Zhang Wuchen pointed toward another battlefield in the distance. See those 3 Grandmaster-level righteous souls over there? The moment you intervene, they'll come straight for you. Why? How do you know? Don't ask. An awkward silence hung in the air. After a brief pause, Old Yuan patted his friend's shoulder. It's nothing to be ashamed of. At least your future leader is impressive. Yeah, and your future master isn't too bad either. As the 2 elders exchanged their musings, a crazed laugh erupted from the ruins below. The red-haired man bellowed. Good, good, very good. His laughter was filled with madness and malice, echoing endlessly through the valley. In the next instant, the ground shook violently. A magnificent crimson spiritual platform burst forth from the earth, lifting the man into the sky. Flames coiled around the Crimson Flame sect master, and the wound on his chest began to heal rapidly. You do have the qualifications to fight me, he said coldly, but this is as far as you'll go. Before his words had fully faded, rumbling sounds emerged from deep underground, as if a fiery dragon was thrashing below the surface. Violent energy surged through the earth veins and into the crimson platform, which erupted with a blinding brilliance like the midday sun. The red-haired man's aura surged dramatically as he roared. Within the burning heaven valley, who can defeat me? Using the sect's secret technique to refine the fire dragon's earth vein, Chen Mu stood firmly in the valley, the vast power of heaven and earth beneath him serving as his greatest asset. Every inch of land here was at his command, granting him both offensive and defensive advantages. The ceaseless flow of energy he controlled far exceeded the limits of an ordinary grandmaster. Above the clouds, Zhang Wuchen gazed at the battlefield below with a furrowed brow. The strength of the Crimson Flame sect master had reached a level even he could not underestimate. The Crimson Spirit platform, connected to the earth vein, continuously absorbed the power of molten lava, causing his aura to surge higher and higher. Although Chen Mu indeed possessed a unique method to suppress the spirit platform, Zhang Wuchen was uncertain whether it would still work now that the opponent had fully merged with the earth vein. He silently cursed the Enforcement Division's intelligence failure show had they missed the Lion Gate Patriarch's feigned death, or failed to uncover the secret techniques of Blazing Sky Valley. If not for Chen Mu, this living legend, today's reckoning would likely have been futile. With this thought, golden light flickered in Zhang Wuchen's palm as he gathered immense energy, ready to intervene at any moment. On the battlefield, the red-haired man radiated dazzling divine light, and with a wave of his hand, 5 towering volcanoes erupted violently. Tens of thousands of streams of scorching lava shot skyward, the fiery red glow illuminating the entire valley. The molten rivers, like a roaring flood, surged toward Chen Mu with overwhelming force. Facing this apocalyptic assault, Chen Mu remained calm. Taking his first step forward, his slender figure shattered the incoming torrent of lava. The 5 volcanoes were instantly sealed by some mysterious force, their eruptions abruptly halted. With a second step, a pitch-black gale swept across the heavens and earth, causing the ground to quake and crack as the earth vein dragon was forcibly subdued. As his third step landed, the brilliance of the Crimson Spirit platform dimmed rapidly, like a setting sun. Within Chen Mu's inner demonic domain, all forces of nature were mere toys in his grasp. If he willed them to rise, they rose. If he commanded them to fall, they fell. This unimaginable turn of events caused the Crimson Flame sect master's expression to change drastically, and he cried out in disbelief. This is impossible. Watching helplessly as his connection to the earth vein was forcibly severed, fear overtook his face. Before he could recover, a pair of blood-red eyes glowed in the demonic mist, and Chen Mu's fist was already upon him. Violent energy gathered between his fingers, forming intricate black, demonic patterns that made even the air wail in despair. This strike, capable of shattering stars, exploded before the terrified eyes of the Crimson Flame sect master. Boom! A pitch-black tornado shot into the sky as cracks spread across the Crimson Spirit platform in an instant. The illusory images of the 5 volcanoes dissipated into ash. The Crimson Flame sect master was slammed to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices. Dazed, he looked up to see the small figure hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. His scalp tingled as the shadow of death loomed closer than ever. Surrender, beg for mercy, I must not. Before he could finish, another fist descended. Boom! Both his arms disintegrated into a mist of blood, his agonized screams echoing through the valley. The Crimson Flame sect master lay in a deep crater, his face caved in, broken teeth and blood spilling from his mouth. I was wrong. Please spare me, Senior, he gasped, summoning the last remnants of his strength to plead. His plea was met with the cold, crimson gaze of the youth, and a bone blade emanating an aura of annihilation. No, don't kill me. Am a grandmaster, I'll serve you. The red-haired man's voice trembled and cracked with desperation. Chen Mu's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly replied, Don't worry. I'll take you in as my dog. Before the words fully settled, the fearsome bone blade pierced through the red-haired man's forehead. Within the valley of burning heaven, an eerie silence pervaded. Countless disciples from various sects stood frozen in place, their gazes blankly fixed on the massive, horrifying crater before them. Their sect leader was already lifeless, and the aura of the ancestor battling in the rear mountain was rapidly fading, clearly on the verge of following the same grim fate. Once a dominant force in the region, the valley of burning heaven now lay in utter ruin. The entire world seemed to revolve solely around that demonic figure, exuding a suffocating and icy pressure that froze the air itself. The atmosphere felt heavy, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Hunting a 7th-tier martial artist, kill value 1400, Chen Mu murmured softly, casually closing the notification panel that had appeared. Without pause, he began the process of soul collection, blood absorption, and devouring fragments of Tao foundations. As the dissipating energy particles in the air merged into his body, the demonic core floating at the center of the infernal sea grew ever stronger. Suddenly, a noble and imposing figure materialized before the crowd. To everyone's shock, the sect master of the Scarlet Flame sect dropped to his knees without hesitation, his voice filled with reverence as he said, Master, what are your orders? This scene plunged the entire valley into a deathly silence. The demonic wind swept through, scattering the pride and convictions of nearly 10,000 disciples. Watching their once aloof and godlike sect master submit so humbly, the disciples trembled as they too fell to their knees in fear. It's over. The valley of burning heaven is finished. Despair spread through the air like wildfire. Though the destruction of their sect was devastating, the kneeling elders felt a strange lack of grief. They understood all too well. On this path, they would not walk alone. The only question that remained was which sect would be the next fortunate target. Emerging from the clouds, Zhang Wuchen and Old Yuan were equally shaken. Zhang Wuchen marveled at how fast Chen Mu's power had grown. During their last encounter with the Lion's Gate, Chen Mu had shown signs of strain, but this time, it was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. What shocked him even more was the eerie technique Chen Mu used to subdue souls, growing stronger with each kill. A shiver ran down Zhang Wuchen's spine as he thought to himself, if little Mu ever goes into a killing frenzy, would he throw me into that little flag as well? He quickly reassured himself, no, little Mu has always been righteous and has never killed indiscriminately. Still, his mental state is something to keep an eye on. Old Yuan, on the other hand, felt even more conflicted. Initially, the thought of bowing to a child barely 8 years old had been hard for the elder to accept. But now, witnessing his master's terrifying strength firsthand, his only concern was, will my master think I'm too useless to keep as a disciple? The two elders exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. At that moment, the young man who resembled a demon ascended into the air, his cold gaze sweeping over the kneeling disciples of the sect. He spoke indifferently, Old Zhang, get to work. Before the words had fully settled in the air, he disappeared into the depths of the valley, shrouded in a torrent of dark clouds. Yes, Zhang Wuchen instinctively responded at full volume, watching the streak of dark light vanish into the distance. The disciples of various sects finally let out a sigh of relief. gasping for breath as they exchanged glances filled with the complex emotions of narrowly escaping death. However, they quickly realized their predicament was far from over. The valley's only exit was tightly sealed off by layers of enforcers and security squads. What was once a defensible position had now become an inescapable prison. At the other end of the valley, a fierce battle was unfolding. An elderly man clad in a crimson robe appeared disheveled, his body covered in scorched marks from lightning strikes and stained with blood. His once regal attire was now in tatters as he desperately dodged bolts of lightning raining down from above, his former aura of a grandmaster completely shattered. Opposing him was the overwhelming force of the Lion sect. The sect's elder and master had joined forces, accompanied by a dark dragon radiating a dense demonic aura, hovering menacingly in the air. The trio worked in perfect harmony, executing an impeccable rhythm of attack and defense. The Lion sect elder commanded thunder, each strike accompanied by the deafening roar of a golden lion. The sect master focused on defense, his body surrounded by flowing golden light that neutralized every counterattack. Meanwhile, the dark dragon, mockingly referred to as the dumb dog, circled high above, spewing ghostly flames at opportune moments, fully controlling the flow of the battle. Though their strength had diminished after becoming ghost servants, the trio's coordination and numerical advantage left the crimson-robed elder completely suppressed, unable to fight back. Were they not waiting for their master to claim his life, the elder would likely have already perished. Lion, when did you become a dog of the enforcers? Snap out of it. The crimson-robed elder roared in fury after being struck by lightning once again. He couldn't comprehend the scene before him. His former ally, not only resurrected, but now fervently serving the enemy? How dare you? The Lion sect elder erupted in rage at the insult, unleashing another barrage of lightning strikes. The enforcers? Do not insult me with such nonsense. Straightening his back, he declared with proud defiance, I am my master's ghost servant. Before the crimson-robed elder could even process the meaning of those words, a radiant blade light tore through the sky, descending upon him in an instant. The moment the blade struck, its explosive power drove him deep into the ground. Under the overwhelming force of that strike, like the collapse of mountains and seas, his body was violently severed in two. High above, the figure of the young man appeared. He gazed down at the corpse of the elder in the valley, his expression calm. The old patriarch of Burning Heaven Valley had long been worn down by several ghost servants, and under the full force of the young man's blade, resistance was futile. A system notification appeared, hunted a 7th-tier martial artist, kill value 1400. Two brief but intense battles had given Chen Mu a clear understanding of his own strength. With the unique power of his inner domain of demonic abyss to seal off heaven and earth, he held a distinct advantage over ordinary grandmasters. In unknown combat, victory came easily. In group battles, with the aid of ghost servants, he was equally unstoppable. His strength alone was enough to surpass an enforcement squad composed of grandmasters, earning him the reputation of a walking sect destroyer. Casually retracting the bone blade that gleamed with a cold light, Chen Mu felt the scattered fragments of his Tao foundation settling back into place within him. Stepping on the wind and clouds, his figure vanished into the depths of the valley in an instant. Time was of the essence he needed to quickly assess the spoils of this mission and move on to the next target. Before these sects could react and fortify their defenses, he intended to uproot them in one decisive effort. If they managed to organize and defend collectively, things would become far more complicated. At the entrance of Burning Heaven Valley, Zhang Wuchen was directing the sect disciples to retreat in an orderly manner. Suddenly, he looked toward the depths of the valley, sensing that the Grandmaster's aura had vanished. Xiaomu's speed is truly astonishing. Surveying the chaotic scene around him, he felt a brief moment of disorientation. They had come here seeking stability and negotiation, yet the situation had escalated to this like a surreal dream. Beside him, Elder Yuan quietly played the role of a mascot. Though events had deviated from what Zhang Wuchen had described, his role remained consistent. Being a mascot is something this old man excels at, he muttered to himself. The sound of the wind breaking rang out sharply as the young man arrived, landing steadily before the two of them. Zhang Wuchen quickly stepped forward to greet him. Mu, under your command, Burning Heaven Valley has surrendered entirely, Chen Mu said with a slight frown. However, according to the Enforcement Division's records, there should be 2 Grandmaster Patriarchs in the sect. I searched the entire valley but couldn't find the other one. He went to Fengshan Temple. Don't worry, I won't get away, Chen Mu replied calmly. This information had come from Qi Yan. Additionally, Qi Yan had warned, the Myriad Sword sect is likely planning to flee. I hope, Master, you will act quickly so we can reunite soon. With such motivated subordinates, Chen Mu, as their master, couldn't afford to slack off. He turned to Zhang Wuchen and issued an order. Contact the enforcers stationed at Myriad Sword sect immediately and secure the sect. We depart in half an hour. Understood. The dignified minister straightened his back and responded solemnly, as if receiving a military command. without the slightest sense of incongruity. Mu, Elder Yuan stepped forward at this moment. I've already handled the matter of the relic's secret realm. Please take a look. As he spoke, he carefully handed over a document. Hearing the words, relic's secret realm, Chen Mu's eyes lit up. He had been troubled by this matter, but now the solution was delivered right to him. This old man truly had a keen sense of timing. His potential was limitless. However, as Chen Mu read a particular line in the document, his brows furrowed involuntarily. A master-disciple relationship, huh? Chen Mu muttered under his breath, stroking his chin. He could tell that the other party must have gone to great lengths and paid a considerable price to secure this application. Though the old man was far from skilled, considering all his efforts for him, Chen Mu thought it wouldn't hurt to take him as a nominal master. As he mentally added another title to his growing list of identities, thinking one more wouldn't make a difference, an unexpected scene unfolded in an instant. Thud. Without warning, old Yuan dropped to his knees, his body hitting the ground heavily. His deep voice echoed through the valley. I humbly ask you, Chen Mu, to take me as your disciple. I swear to devote my all to assisting my master in achieving martial excellence. Before he even finished speaking, his forehead was already pressed firmly against the dirt in a flawless display of the disciple's bow, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. The sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. Chen Mu stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the old man kneeling before him. What kind of bizarre thought process had led this foolish old man to come up with such a move? Yet, seeing the sincerity in his posture, Chen Mu sighed inwardly. Considering his ultimate goal of entering the secret relic, he decided to play along. Exhaling lightly, the young man clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a calm, authoritative tone. Stand up. Since you've chosen to be my disciple, you must train diligently from now on. Glancing at the slightly hunched old man, he shook his head helplessly and stopped slacking off. Your reputation as the master of mediocrity is known across the land. Your disciple will heed your teachings. Yuan Cheng's face flushed red with embarrassment as he quickly bowed in respect. Despite the outcome being different from what he had envisioned, the master-disciple relationship was now officially established. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion of Burning Heaven Valley, Chen Mu swept through like a whirlwind, taking half of all the pills, weapons, and herbs stored there. He then ascended to the library, where, under the guidance of the valley's ancestor, he located the most valuable secret technique, the very method Qi Yin had once used to refine the flame vein earth dragon. Under the influence of demonic power, the technique, originally named True Explanation of Flame Dragon Refinement, had evolved into the record of devouring mountains and heavens. Bold in its ambition, this technique used demonic energy as a foundation to consume and refine the mountains, rivers, and heavens into a demonic domain. Using all creation as fuel, it promised the ultimate power to devour the heavens. If mastered, it could turn the entire blue star into Chen Mu's demonic domain, making him the ruler of this world. However, upon seeing the phrase, using demonic energy as a foundation, Chen Mu casually dismissed the glowing screen and nodded slightly. Clearly, this was a technique meant for those at the Grandmaster level, and there was no rush to cultivate it now. With his current lifestyle of constant travel and no fixed base, investing time and energy to refine a piece of land only to leave it behind for battles abroad seemed impractical. He decided it would be better to start this endeavor later, centering it around Linhai when the time came. Interestingly, Burning Heaven Valley had no connection to the Illuminati, which left Chen Mu feeling a tinge of disappointment. After selecting a few ordinary techniques, he left the treasure pavilion. Once Zhang Wuchen had finished wrapping up the aftermath, the three of them took to the skies again, riding the winds and clouds toward the myriad sword sect. It wasn't until their figures disappeared into the horizon that the enforcers below withdrew their gazes, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. Those who had suffered losses at the sect's gates were especially reflective how glorious it would be to serve under such a commander. But alas, even Minister Zhang seemed like a mere assistant before that young man. Such dreams were destined to remain just that, dreams. Meanwhile, within the myriad sword sect, chaos reigned. Disciples hurried back and forth between buildings, while elders frantically issued commands. Pack these, those, and those over there, hurry. Is the pill room sorted yet? Forget about the useless chi-replenishing pills. Only take the valuable ones. Hey, who told you to toss out the techniques? The techniques are our foundation. Pick them up, don't leave a single one behind. The sect master of the myriad sword sect, Yun Jiuxiao, stood with his sword-like brows furrowed, watching the commotion before him with a complex expression and a deep sigh. Ever since he heard the news of the Lion Gate's destruction the previous night, he had spent the entire night divining the heavens. 9 stars devour the moon. Heaven's calamity descends. The omen of annihilation. Sect master, aren't we overreacting a bit? A cautious elder in a green robe stepped forward, lowering his voice as he spoke. He glanced at the tense expression on the sect master's face, feeling a sense of unease. Normally, The sect master's obsession with divination was harmless at most. It influenced whether he stepped out with his left foot or right foot first. But now, to propose abandoning the entire sect based on a single divination seemed utterly absurd. Elder Zwa has a point. Another elder immediately chimed in, his tone heavy with concern. This is the foundation we've built over centuries. Sectmaster, please reconsider. His gaze swept across the grand and opulent hall, and the thought of retreating to a remote mountain forest to live as a reclusive sect made him shake his head internally. It would mean abandoning their painstakingly built network of influence and resources, not to mention the luxurious lifestyle they currently enjoyed. What worried him even more was the audacity of the Burning Heaven Valley sect, who had already captured and humiliated several of their law enforcers at the mountain gate this morning. Such bold and aggressive tactics contrasted sharply with their own sect master's seemingly cowardly response. You fools know nothing. The sect master of Wanjian sect abruptly flung his sleeve, his furious voice echoing through the hall. Do you even understand what heaven's calamity descends means? Something monstrous has emerged in this world, I can feel it. It's terrifying, beyond imagination. As he spoke, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, as though an immense and unspeakable horror was closing in. In all his years of cultivation, he had never experienced such an overwhelming premonition. If we don't leave now, it will be too late, the sect master bellowed. Stop standing around and help with the preparations. I'm going to summon the two ancestor Swiri, evacuating immediately. Before the echoes of his words faded, his figure vanished like a gust of wind. The two elders exchanged helpless glances and sighed in resignation. Following such an unreliable sect master was truly exhausting. Reluctantly, they joined the others in the tedious task of inventorying supplies. Meanwhile, high above the azure skies, a breathtaking chase was unfolding. A half-stepped demon king of a dog streaked across the heavens like a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the air at an astonishing speed. The clouds it passed rippled and parted as if sliced apart by a blade. Due to Yuan Cheng's incredible flight speed, Chen Mu had to summon the nether dragon as a mount. Zhang Wuchen sat quietly at the dragon's tail, deliberately giving the master and disciple at the front some space to converse. Seated respectfully beside Chen Mu, Yuan Cheng provided a detailed explanation of the ancient ruins and their secrets. He elaborated that the ruins were categorized into two main types, those containing cultivation techniques and those with combat arts. Although less than a tenth of the ruins had been deciphered, they could distinguish whether the inscriptions on the stone tablets pertained to offensive techniques or cultivation methods. Chen Mu focused intently on the dense stream of information displayed on a technological light screen, his fingers scrolling continuously. On the left side of the screen were the ruins' identification numbers and descriptions, while the right side listed the names of the deciphered techniques. Soon, his attention was drawn to a particular photograph, a towering tree with a jade-like luster, its thick trunk covered in ancient, tadpole-like script. Ruin 003 were labeled as the celestial jade tree, which had given rise to techniques such as the dragon elephant body refining art S, the heavenly gang body refining art S, and the mountain sea spirit forging method S. All of these were steer techniques, a clear indication of the extraordinary value and unparalleled quality of the celestial arts recorded by this jade tree. The most crucial thing is that this cultivation technique from the origin of 10,000 Laws relic must contain the information needed to complete my 9 nether immortal burial art, Chen Mu thought, his eyes glimmering with a calculating light. Ordinary spirit cultivation techniques could only provide one completion, but this relic's technique would undoubtedly max it out. As for mismatched attributes, with the system's support, it posed no issue at all. This one then, he said decisively, tapping twice on the light screen. Got it, master. Old Yuan immediately nodded and bowed, jotting down the relic's code while explaining. The celestial jade tree will open in 4 days. I'll handle the formalities right away and pick you up when the time comes. Chen Mu mentally calculated the timeline. It would perfectly align with the opening of the Sakura Nation's Grandmaster's secret realm. He nodded slightly, his thoughts drifting to Linhai City. It was about time to check on old Deng. After gifting him such a rare beast crystal core, if he still couldn't awaken his martial talent, it would truly be a waste. As he pondered, an imposing peak appeared ahead, piercing the clouds like a sharp sword. The mountainside was shrouded in mist, faintly revealing the outlines of buildings. Shinmu, we're here, Zhang Wuchen said as he approached from behind, gazing leisurely at the towering mountain. The myriad sword sect, what sins have they committed? Chen Mu stood up, stretching his body as he asked, paying special attention to loosening up his spine. Zhang Wuchen's lips twitched slightly. After spending the past 2 days with Chen Mu, he understood all too well what this question implied. They can be killed, he replied succinctly. Hearing this, Chen Mu's face lit up with a pleased smile. Zhang Wuchen rubbed his twitching mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then reminded him. Mu, according to the Enforcement Division's regulations, if they surrender willingly, their lives can be spared. Don't worry, old Zhang. Chen Mu said gently, patting him on the waist. They'll resist. Before the words even settled, black smoke surged from Chen Mu's body, coalescing into a group of Grandmaster-level ghost servants exuding a bloodthirsty aura. But in the next moment, a fierce wind tore through the mist, revealing a massive group descending the mountain. The sect master of the myriad sword sect, Yun Jiuxiao, looked up at the sky in sheer terror, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of 7 grandmasters. When his gaze met the young man's, his fear instantly skyrocketed to its peak. The elderly sect master with sharp eyebrows and a starry gaze wasted no time, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I am Yun Jiuxiao, sect master of the myriad sword sect. I lead all sect disciples here to pledge our allegiance." The sudden declaration of surrender was like a thunderclap, leaving Chen Mu momentarily stunned. "You surrendered? What about my demonic path essence?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.